Chapter 1 Isolation. Today is payday. But Jiang Shiyuan is in despair as she looks at the more than $4,000 that has just been credited to her card. In order to treat her adoptive parents with terminal cancer, she woke up at 5 every day to study, worked as an hourly temp at the supermarket at 8, started delivering takeaways at 3 in the afternoon, and barely managed to sleep until 12 in the middle of the night. She sleeps nearly 4 hours a day, eats only breakfast, and only occasionally eats something good to keep herself from getting sick halfway through the day. This resulted in her entire body looking malnourished, not much meat on her body, serious dark circles under her eyes, like she had been sucked out of her essence. But now, taking this only remaining more than $4,000, her motivation to make money disappeared. Just half a month ago, the adoptive parents do not want to see their children so hard, coupled with the pain and suffering of the body, all day in tears, refused to treat again. No matter how much she begged on her knees, it was useless. It didn't take long for both of them to go to heaven. Thinking of this, Jiang Shiyuan's heart throbbed and wanted to look at her cell phone to divert her attention. There were a dozen missed calls and several messages on the screen. It was her boyfriend of 2 years calling. Lin Xingyu, baby, are you okay? Be sure to eat on time. Do not let me worry too much. Lin Xingyu, why don't you answer the messages? Don't do anything stupid. Jiang Shiyuan's heart warmed. Luckily there is Lin Xingyu who cares about her. Jiang Shiyuan, don't worry. I'm fine. You live well. Don't be affected by me. Lin Xingyu, oh, baby, you got paid, right? It just so happens that you have nowhere to use your paycheck now. Can you help me play PK? Jiang Shiyuan, Lin Xingyu, today's PK is very important. I know, baby, you love me the most. Surely you can't bear to see me being hanged by other anchors, right? Jiang Shiyuan froze. When she first met Lin Xingyu in her freshman year of college, Lin Xingyu was a newcomer to live broadcasting and had very few fans. She worked hard on her part-time job every day just to give him a reward. When her adoptive parents were diagnosed with cancer later on, she spent most of her money on them, which made Lin Xingyu quite unhappy. Now 2 years have passed. Lin Xingyu already has hundreds of thousands of fans. Career flourishing. Lin Xingyu, recently there are a lot of big sister to me reward. Add my friends want to chase me, but I only baby you one loyalty. Lin Xingyu, you haven't come to my live room for a year. It's just that you can let those big sisters know your relationship with me this time. Lin Xingyu, you shouldn't let me down, right? He's announcing a relationship? Although she hadn't watched him live for a year, she still saved money and would transfer money to him. Being told this by Lin Xingyu, Jiang Shiyuan always felt that something was wrong, but she didn't want to disappoint the people who loved her. Soon it was time for Lin Xingyu to start broadcasting, and when Jiang Shiyuan went in at one point, she saw Lin Xingyu wearing a pink maid outfit. After not seeing her for many days, Lin Xingyu seemed to look better. Her skin was very white, and it was a particularly striking face standing in the crowd. Lin Xingyu even mic'd a singing anchor with twice as many fans as himself. Smiling very confidently, the two parties played PK, and the loser had to accept the other party's designated punishment. The pop-ups were licking their screens, and there was a steady stream of gifts floating in the air. Jiang Shiyuan was surprised to find that Lin Xingyu only had a few 100,000 fans, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was as high as 10,000 plus. She had accompanied Lin Xingyu during his most difficult times, and at that time, Lin Xingyu would blush when he was flirted with by the pop-ups for a single sentence. Now looking at Lin Xingyu so familiarly chatting with the pop-ups, not a bit of stage fright. Jiang Shiyuan had mixed feelings. Happy little dream sends a helicopter X1. Happy little dream sends a helicopter X10. Let's have a late night snack together. Happy little dream naturally sent out an invitation. Big sister is so generous. Worthy of being sister little dream. Hug your thighs tightly. The lower ranked fans were all cajoling and cuddling. 1-300, 10-3000. Jiang Shiyuan realized that this little dream was Lin Xingyu's new big sister, and the two had already met privately and had an ambiguous relationship. Watching her boyfriend flirting with another woman and having a dinner date at night, Jiang Shiyuan was very uncomfortable, but when she thought of Lin Xingyu's words about announcing their romance, she inexplicably settled down again. At this time, a private message rang in the background. Lin Xingyu, I know you came to see me. Well, at least reward me a little more than that big sister just now, so that I can convince those big sisters in my live room to believe in you. Jiang Shiyuan frowned lightly. Why should they be convinced? There was no reply from there. Chatting with the fans in the live broadcast room, although she didn't understand, she filled up the money and started to reward them. These were the hard-earned money that she had tossed and turned day and night, exchanging her health and time and energy for. But thinking about the fact that it wasn't easy for Lin Xingyu to broadcast live, and that it was all for the sake of announcing their romance, a ruthless reward of 3,004, left a few hundred for living expenses. After 2 years, she still hadn't edited her nickname. It was still the same name when she first registered. Account number 777-7777 rewarded around the world X10. Account number 7777777 rewarded a small note x10. Gift message, I want to stay with you all the time. Can I? This message, she actually had a small heart in it. She hoped to get a reply from Lin Xingyu, so that she could also directly announce the romance. However, after waiting for a long time, Lin Xingyu simply thanked her and skipped over her to continue chatting with Happy Little Dream. There were some small fans lamenting where a new account had rushed out from, daring to steal the top one from Sister Little Dream. In the midst of the pop-up screen's provocative sounds, a level 50 account's comment with fancy special effects was very bright. Happy Little Dream, where is the newcomer that wants to steal the limelight with me? Happy Little Dream rewarded luxury cruise ship X1. Lin Xingyu smiled faintly, as gentle as the spring breeze. Thank you for my little dream sister's luxury cruise ship. It's so nice to look at. His attitude towards both sides was clear at a glance, which made Jiang Shiyuan stare at the screen, too sad to speak. Immediately afterward, 2 private messages were received. Lin Xingyu, you just reward so little. How can you compare to Xiao Meng? I'm embarrassed to say you're my girlfriend. Lin Xingyu, you're so busy with your part-time job every month. You can always come up with $10,000 or $20,000, right? Seeing these cold words, Jiang Shiyuan only felt despair. It was as if she had been forced into a desperate situation. Wanted to do something, but her wallet was cleaner than her face. Nothing could be done. She was indeed very busy throughout the day. Busy studying, busy working at the supermarket, busy delivering takeaways. But because her adoptive parents were sick and needed someone to stay with them, she often took time off work, so she didn't get much money from the supermarket side. She was also greedy and wanted to deliver more at once, which led to overtime fines. The daily meal money that she saved by biting her teeth was also transferred to Lin Xingyu. Her salary is just over 4,000. How much can she save? And that Little Dreams level 50 meant that it had already been rewarded over 1.3 million soft sister coins across the platform. This was not comparable at all. Jiang Shiji wished for the balance of more than $600 and agonized over whether or not to brush it all. Happy Little Dream, where's that new account? Finding a hole to hide in so quickly, cut really boring. A small fan at the bottom agreed. Lin Xingyu was as blind as he was, treating it as if he didn't see it. Jiang Shiyuan was really pushed, and swiped the remaining $600. Just after the reward, Lin Xingyu faced surprise. Thank you for the nickname 77 Miss Sisters reward. This name is so familiar. Familiar? Jiang Shi wished to doubt. Is not the more she rewarded, Lin Xingyu will be from invisible, familiar, to recognize and is his girlfriend. Suddenly, the long silent opposite live room score directly crushed Lin Xingyu. It seems to be the opposite anchor's big sister on the line. Lin Xingyu did not panic, and directly named Jiang Shi Wang. Jiang Shiyuan looked at the balance of 657 and fell into deep thought. Time passed little by little, seeing that PK was about to end, when it was going to be crushed by a big score. Lin Xingyu lowered his head to send a message. Among the list of friends, every fish in the fish pond had a note. His note to Jiang Shiyuan was doesn't need emotional companionship, can whore herself out at will. After asking for a gift to no avail just now, Lin Xingyu was so disgusted with Jiang Shiyuan that he felt like an eyesore when he looked at her. Jiang Shiyuan was just a woman for his youthful amusement, and he got her money, but neither companionship nor body. After these 2 years of precipitation, he had long been several levels ahead of Jiang Shiyuan. Unintentionally saw the recent photos of Jiang Shiyuan, thin and ugly, like a dying person. Such a woman is completely unworthy of him. This time, on the surface, he wants to announce the romance, but in reality, he just wants to squeeze the last value out of Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan looked at the background. She did not receive. That is, not long after, the entire live broadcast room was occupied by huge and gorgeous special effects. Happy Little Dream rewarded Carnival X1. Happy Little Dream reward Carnival times 5. At this time, the PK just ended. 5 carnivals for 15,000 allowed Lin Xingyu to directly crush his opponent and gain the match smoothly. Sister Little Dream broke the bank. Beautiful and generous as always. It's okay, small money. Asterisk still have to be my little dream sister. It's just PK. With Sister Dream, it's easy to take down. The first time I saw the special effects of the carnival, or 5 in a row. Awesome. I just came. A few 100,000 fans have such a rich list of big sister. This anchor in the end, what is the charm? Just now that nickname 77 it. How not to squeak. The first time I saw this, it was a clown. I don't have 7 figures in my pocket, so don't try to steal my little dream sister's thunder. The clowns do not dare to speak. Small dream sister in the field. She does not know to let the wind. I guess when the small dream sister is not. She this small amount of money in order to get a little bit of attention from the anchor. The pop-up screen is full of praise. Happy Little Dream. Lin Xingyu turn a blind eye, and the opposite anchor to talk and laugh. Jiang Shiyuan only felt piercing and powerless. She had given her all. Just then, she realized that Lin Xingyu had pulled the plug on her. Unwillingly, Jiang Shiyuan fell into an emotional black hole, frantically and humbly texting, "You just need to tell me a reason for the breakup. Will you get back to me? I'll stop pestering you if you tell me why you broke up. Are you busy? Please get back to me, even if it's just 1 inch." After waiting torturously for a long time, he waited for Lin Xingyu's arms-like reply. "What kind of relationship do you have with me if you don't have money?" With just one sentence, Kang Shi felt like the sky was falling. Because money? Chapter 2 God's Hero System. Jiang Shiyuan used to think that money was the least important thing in a relationship. But now, Lin Xingyu taught her a lesson and made her realize the importance of money. Yeah, without money, she couldn't do anything. With only $6 left, she didn't know how to live for the next month. Couldn't afford to eat, couldn't even afford public transportation. After paying so much, her boyfriend was still gone. At this point, Jiang Shiyuan, like a piece of boat floating beside the deserted island, looking at the boundless sea, cannot see a glimmer of hope. Her adoptive parents, who favored her the most, had also died, and it was as if she was the only one left in the world. She took out a book and tried to relieve her emotions. Other people go out to travel, drink, and party with their friends when they fall out of love. She can only hide in the small bed in the dormitory and read a miscellaneous book that doesn't even have a name. Green cover, no name. Open the first page, only one sentence. Do you want to get rich overnight? Jiang Shiyuan, invisibly hurt all over again. I want to go crazy. But money, is it something you can get just by thinking about it? With frustration, he looked at the second page again. I can help you realize it. Caught off guard, a milky little baby girl voice rang in his ears. Congratulations to the future white rich beauty for binding the divine hero system. You will have $1 million, and you can receive 10 times the rebate through the live broadcasting room rewards on various platforms. The rebate amount will be immediately transferred into your bank account by the formal name of D&D. Is it all the rage these days to use children as scams? But you're looking for the wrong person. The $6 in my pocket is only enough to buy 12 steamed buns. My body collapsed a long time ago, and you probably won't be able to make any money if you want to sell your organs. Jiang Shiyuan said his disaster in a very calm tone, looking around, but not a single person in sight. The one who spoke seemed to indeed be this green book in his hand. High tech? I'm really sorry for what you're going through, but that's okay. You won't need to be strong in the future, because your strong is here. $1 million has been credited to your bank account. Please check. Kang Shi hesitated for a few seconds, but chose to check. Nonya Bank, dear customer. Shanghai completed a transfer transaction of soft money $1 million to your account with tail number 7777 at 12:03 on April 30th, with a balance of 100,000,657. Jiang Shiyuan came close to carefully count the zeros, confirming that there is no error after the head drowsy. It seemed like something had gotten into her brain. Soon, some more information appeared in her memory. This world was the world in the male book-wearing text, and Lin Xingyu was the book-wearing person who didn't belong here, taking away the chi of the original male protagonist and supporting characters to become the book-wearing text male protagonist. She, on the other hand, is one of the many ex-girlfriends of the male lead of the book-wearing text, completely inconspicuous, and the original book is carried over in a few strokes. It was at this moment that Jiang Shiyuan was surprised to realize that her relationship brain was better. A few seconds ago, she was wondering if she could work hard to make money to retain Lin Xingyu. Now that her consciousness had awakened, she couldn't muster a trace of fondness for Lin Xingyu. There were so many handsome men in this world. Lin Xingyu was just one of them. Most importantly, Lin Xingyu wasn't worth keeping her at all. Host, Jiang Shiyuan. Age, 20. Height, 165. Face value, -10, for the sake of passers-by's safety. Please don't go out and scare people. Voice, 60, Agu, not bad at all. Physical strength, 60, just 1 grain of dried mama can carry 100 pounds of pork. Guts, 20, when there are many people, I get panicky, not to mention the more exciting scenes. Luck, 100, you've been lucky enough to meet this godly system. Health, -50, the rats in the dormitory are healthier than you. Lifespan, 1 year, oops, a short-lived ghost. Points, 0, the more you reward, the more points you get. System level, 1. Personal assets, 6. 57. Egg, green egg X1, extra gift. Host of this system. Spoil me to death. Jiang Shiyuan wished to break her fingertips with force, and after realizing that it hurt, she said dully, it's not a dream. Can't it be that there's something wrong with her spirit? In order to prove that it's not a phantom view, she screenshot the $1 million arrival page and went to a certain book and posted a post. Title, Friends please help me see. Am I a phantom? Look. As soon as the post was sent out, it triggered the traffic pool with 99+ comments. Damn, I'm most annoyed with pretenders. Suggest to turn to me. Let me help you personally identify whether this is real money. I Lu a bean, counted several times. The first time to see so many zeros. This is more than the beans in my game. At this time I just spent a huge amount of money to buy half a watermelon and full. The little girl gently broken. All of a sudden it felt like the ice cream in my hand didn't smell good anymore. I'm doing much evil. Lunch break time. Want to read a book to relax and relax. Now well, lunch break cannot sleep. This is only 1 million. Come to show you my attached 5 million balance screenshot. I've mistakenly entered what rich people comment section. Oh, I'm here on earth to make up the numbers. Baby stand still. I'm going to start taking pictures with rich people. What the? You're a baby/love too. Okay. After confirming that this was real, Kang sure wish suddenly wanted to cry. Why did you come so late? It would have been good if it came earlier. If the system had come earlier, the foster parents wouldn't have given up on the treatment because they couldn't bear to see her work hard to earn money. They wouldn't have died if they had held on a little longer. Kang sure wish observed the system mall for a while. It was surprising that there were whitening pills, pain relief pills, body fragrance pills, buttock pills, breast pills, and other very useful various props. Almost any difficulty could be solved by using points to buy props. Thinking about how he only had a lifespan of 1 year, his body was a mess, and he was still unattractive. Jiang Shiyuan realized that points were important. The only way to get points at the moment was to reward. Jiang Shiyuan tapped into the note number short video software, and as soon as he entered, it was an ear-digging and decompression video. Scrolling down further, it was a murder and arson case, and then a breakup emo text. After scrolling for a while, it didn't turn up any live streams. Lin Xingyu wasn't live right now either, posting a video to take a 2-day break. Jiang Shiyuan knew with her toes that Lin Xingyu was going on a date with Happy Little Dream. She holds grudges and has a strong sense of revenge. When others hit her, she returned 100 slaps. Having been treated like that before, she still wanted to frantically slap the scumbag's face, but there were still plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. There was no choice but to search for live broadcasts. There were many novelty dress-up and dance types, and soon swiped to a live room with 20,000 people. This was a male anchor Yu Sanyu with millions of fans, and Lin Xingyu, both from the Giant Star Guild, wearing a fluffy rabbit hair clip, short curly hair in a Japanese style, with a bright and cheerful smile, and a witty and humorous way of speaking. Welcome all the babies to my live room. Here you can chat with me casually. You can also spend a dime's worth of careful heart to participate in the point song voting. Trinity, why don't you go play the field today? It's been a while since I've played the field, and it's a bit boring. I agree. It just so happens that a few of us are there. So let's play PK on the mic for fun. Let's have a comparable anchor to put some pressure on. Yusani helplessly spoiled a smile. Good listen to you guys. The big sisters have spoken. Why should he find himself unpleasant? It's not just playing PK. There are 2 big sisters online in the live room. The most important thing is that these 2 don't deal with each other. The picture of competing for rewards will be very intense. As long as the other party isn't a particularly big anchor, it can definitely be beaten. The fans in the comments section were full of happiness. Trinity spoils the fans the most. Fantasia Shinshin rewarded the helicopter X1. Trinity's #1 fan rewarded a helicopter X1. Fantasia Shinshin rewarded with a helicopter ×2. 3-1 fan rewarded with a helicopter ×5. As expected, the 2 big sisters started competing at the drop of a hat. Yusani collected his smile, pretended not to see it, and started to connect. The first one to connect was Ouyang Nanyang, a singing anchorwoman who also had millions of fans. Ouyang Nanyang's list 1 big brother is notoriously rich and bossy, not too good to fight, just politely greeted. Changed the next. Hundreds of thousands of fans of the game anchor? Trinity did not disconnect this time. Friendly greeting, connecting? PK casually play on the line. Do not be too serious. There is pressure in case you still lose. It is not worth it. The most important thing is to go from one to another to coax those big sisters too tired. Seeing the name of this game anchor, Jiang Shiyuan felt so familiar. Suddenly remembered. Is 2 years ago very like to play Shooting Wild 5 National Service anchor Blue Speech Jade. Seeing the familiar name, Jiang Shiyuan instantly seemed to return to the past. Every day to watch the Blue Yen you live under the days of rice. At that time, she was carefree. Her adoptive parents had not yet been diagnosed with cancer, and her life was very happy. Lan Yenyu was also considered a part of her youth. He actually showed his face now, and his face value was still so high. I didn't know that. I thought it was some male celebrity. It's just that the expression is too cold. Eyebrows and eyes full of not into the red dust of the cold strength, such as the knife-like jawline, are permeated with the people do not want to get close to. Out of affection, Jiang sure wished to click into the Blue Yenyu's live room. Chapter 3 Reward for Sentiment. Surprisingly, Lan Yenyu didn't even have a level 40 big sister. There were a lot of pop-ups praising his face value, while others were asking how much it would cost to buy the game's small GB. Obviously, Compared to Yusanyi, who had 2 level 50 big sisters, Lan Yanyu was bound to lose. Blue Yanyu seemed to have known the ending for a long time, faintly replying to the pop-up questions. For those of you who need to play small and large GB to score, you can add my studio contact information in the upper right corner, which has more detailed answers. Yeah, today is the first time I showed my face. Wow. I did not expect to like the game anchor long so handsome. Is the feeling of cold? As usual live. I'll live down to say a few words. Sisters, I private letter. He said I am delusional. Oh. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and you'll be able to do it all in one place. This Lan Yanyu is good looking, but he's not even close to my Trinity, and he won't be able to beat us. Now everyone dares to mic up with Trinity, trying to rub off on him? I don't even see a level 40 sign on the list. How dare you fight PK? No, Blue didn't do anything. Why are you guys cursing? Get out of here. Watching the two fans disliking each other, Jiang Shiyuan saw this image for the first time and found it quite interesting, but it was clear that some of you Trinity's fans got a little carried away and started personal attacks. Your family's game anchor has a good appearance. Why do you have to play games to earn money? I think it's best to go to be a duck. Maybe being a duck is more profitable than him being an anchor. No one even upvotes him in PK. You guys only post pop-ups. Come and see the strength. The PK bars have been crushed by Trinity. Blue Yanyu's fans were infuriated, but their best efforts were no match for the 2 level 50 big sisters on the opposite side. Gradually, fewer people disliked them back, leaving you Trinity's fans to sneer. Lan Yanyu frowned. Where are the administrators? All of these uptight fans were sent a 72-hour ban package by the administrators, but there were still people who opened small numbers and didn't stop. Shay, moving to ban. Instead, let us see some strength. Yusanyi knows that some fans are more dejected and like to scold the little master to broadcast the gas, but when he did not know, and his own live screen have a laugh. As long as the fans were happy, it wasn't him who was scolded anyway. Seeing Lan Yanyu's PK bars being crushed by him, his heart was secretly happy. For the sake of appearances, Yusanyi still consoled. It's fine, brother Lan, you're a game anchor, you don't often play PK, it's normal. Once this statement was made, the pop-ups were all praising him for his high emotional intelligence. The corner of Yusanyi's mouth was slightly hooked. He had relieved Lan Yanyu of the situation, and Lan Yanyu would definitely thank him. However, Lan Yanyu said salaciously, then can I play the game and PK at the same time? Yusanyi froze, maintaining his smile. You can. In his heart, he was already momselling, thinking that Lan Yanyu didn't know what to do. Trinity has given him too much face, relieving him of a situation, and actually didn't even say a thank you. Yeah, I just thought some of the fans did too much, running to the other side of the live room for what? Now I think they did too right. Blue Yanyu people have disappeared. At this time switched to the peak match screen, self-consciously selected the playing field Luna. Since he was playing the game, he didn't have the time to watch the pop-up spitting Funfeng. This looked Jiang Shiyuan a little cool. She was very admiring Blue Yanyu no matter what situation is encountered is very calm. It seems that anything cannot attract his emotional ripples. The sudden influx of you Trinity fans in the live broadcast room was brushing the screen. Jiang Shiyuan felt too obtrusive. It was just the right time to try the reward rebate effect. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Endless Romance X1. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Endless Romance X10. The entire screen was filled with a romantic atmosphere that overshadowed the game screen. The PK bar also advanced by 1/2. Wow. 10 for 2. 000. When did a rich sister come to the live room? Seems to be a new account. Homepage nothing. Rewarded 20. 000 only 27 levels. Total reward 2. 6W. Can't be a swollen face. Right. Don't talk nonsense. We just like to keep a low profile. I'm not sure if you're a rich woman, but I'm a rich woman. You've got a really good eye. You're not a bad buyer of blue. Not only is he handsome, he plays the game really well, and he has no shortcomings except that he doesn't know how to talk very well. Although he looks cold and doesn't know how to please people, he has a lot of good qualities. What's that saying? Sullen people are the most innocent. These fans were pushing like worried old parents who were worried that Lan Yanyu wouldn't get married. Jiang Shiyuan thought it was kind of funny, especially as Lan Yanyu also noticed her and immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Shaoqi, for the reward. The tone was slightly stiff. One could tell it was the type that wasn't very good at talking. It's fine. During the time when you first went live, I often watched you play games for dinner. Then I didn't have time to watch it, and now that I see you again, I just feel like it's you thaw. Ha ha ha. With money in his pocket, Jiang Shiyuan suddenly had the courage to express himself. Lan Yanyu wanted to say something, but he was afraid to say the wrong thing. He has always had a bad mouth. Thank you for your support. I'll do a good job of live broadcasting. Jiang Shiyuan finally realized that Lan Yanyu was handsome and played the game so well. Why he didn't even have a level 40 fan. After so many years it was still the same, with the 4 big words of mother fetus single written all over it. I go. Rich sister is actually old fans. Only too busy to see. Don't pretend. If you really have money, why don't you see her continue to reward? It's not a brush pull, is it? Cut. I thought it's something, but it's just this? Nickname, Trinity's #1 fan. This is the big sister of metaphorical Trinity. Soon, the comments section was brought up to speed, and there were also people who questioned it. Upstairs 50-level big sister should be the truth. The 77 is an ordinary person. Now I guess the card are swiped. Right? Really rich how only reward $2,000. Even the carnival do not dare to reward. Encountering a higher ranked big shot, the comments section quickly went sideways. But there are still a lot of fans who thoughtfully defend. Shay, there are 2 big sisters in your family. It's only twice as much as ours. Aren't you mocking yourself by belittling little sister 7? I'm not used to seeing your dejected face, so fond of maliciously speculating about others, and bringing up rhythms indiscriminately. Trinity One's numbered fan sent out 3 smiley faces before retreating back to the metaphorical Trinity live room, angrily charging money. Isn't it just money? She doesn't believe it. A little ant that just rose to level 27 can compare to her? She had $1 million in pocket money every month. What could that 77 compare to her? Oh, it's really funny. Trinity One's fans rewarded Carnival X1. 3-to-1 fan reward Carnival X10. As soon as Fantasy XIN, who had never gotten along with 3-1 fan, heard that someone was trying to compete with her financial strength without knowing what to do, she directly followed the reward without saying a word, allowing the PK bar to completely crush the other party. Are you kidding me? How big of a big sister can a game anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans be? Level 27 in front of her level 50 doesn't even enter the picture. Fantasia Shinshin rewarded Carnival X1. Fantasia Shinshin rewarded Carnival. Fantasia Shinshin reward Carnival X20. 30,000 plus 60,000. Directly crushing Lan Yenyu's side until the progress bar was almost invisible. My head sister and XIN sister is really beautiful and kind-hearted. I wish you guys here to be happy all the time. Wishing for success without worries. Yusan smiled as he said his blessing, his eyes darkening for a moment. Right, that's it. 7-7 This tool person appeared just right to stimulate the 2 big sisters to consume. Why did his eyelids keep jumping? Could it be an ominous premonition? Glancing at the pop-ups, they were all praising the 2 big sisters in his live room for their atmosphere, and disparagingly spitting on that 7-7. What ominous premonition? It must be that he didn't rest well. You guys see? The 7-7s don't even dare to speak, showing that they are still in the live room. They don't even dare to let out a fart. Jiang Shiyuan was speechless. The words are not the offensive words of the pop-up screen. Hiss. Just flipped through all the gifts several times and found that the highest rewarded gift was a carnival worth a mere 3,000. So how long would she have to reward her 1 million? It would take her at least 5 minutes to click up. The most important thing was that the live broadcast would keep displaying that carnival special effect, and it was estimated that the fans wouldn't even be able to see the live game. Their eyes would be dazzled. Just set endless romance just to see how romantic its special effects are. A little disappointed, but it's worthy of the amount of money it has. Jiang Shiyuan voice input, after sending these 2 comments began to reward. The fans of both families saw the pretentious words and snapped a screen full of question marks. How can someone be so pretentious? Some people will just talk about it. If you have the ability to directly reward to see the real strength. But how do I feel? This sister is really rich. Even reward $2,000 of endless romance just wanna see special effects. Look down on $3,000 of carnival. Very dejected 3 ahead number of fans and fantasies XIN are unimpressed. Very confident that 7-7 even if they hold back, but also cannot hold back what big moves out. Only Yusani was staring at the screen with apprehension, and when he saw that unique and dazzling special effect appear, his expression was still well controlled. However, the special effect had been maintained for 5 minutes and had not stopped, as if the trend would never stop. Yusani was as dumbfounded as all the fans. Chapter 4, Not feeling comfortable until I finish spending 1 million today. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1. Account number 777-7777. Account number 777-7777. Account number 777-7777 reward Carnival X50. Seeing that the special effects kept on stopping, everyone looked blurry-eyed, as if they had been plastered with a static charm to remain motionless. How many carnivals are there in this world? I've never seen such a big scene before. Usually 1 or 2 carnivals are spectacular. Not only are there 10 carnivals, 20, and now 50, and it hasn't stopped yet. I've seen big anchors receive so many carnivals before, But I didn't think a small game anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans could have such a rich sister. One reward starts at 150,000. What kind of rich big sister is this? This can't be any big sister's trumpet, right? Those who just said they were mocking my little sister 7, still dare to come forward? Why are they all afraid to speak? Ha 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 ha. The two big sisters in the opposite live room didn't expect it. They met their rivals, and the words they just said are still hot. Laughing to death. The two big sisters just finished mocking Sister Xiaoqi. They won't lose immediately, hitting their faces so fast. Blue Yenyu live room, originally only a few thousand people, soon attracted a large wave of hilarious passers-by. At the same time, because of such a grand carnival reign, triggered the system's traffic pool. The number of people soared to 100,000 plus. I'm new here. Someone answer me, what's going on here? A game anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans is still playing the game, and there's a big sister sending carnival rain. It's really not that I'm looking at the wrong thing? Help! 7/7's carnival is like no money at all. Hey, I've always kept a low profile. If it wasn't for some ungrateful people who want to attract hatred and deliberately belittle Brother Blue, I wouldn't bother to show my real money power. I don't even have to think that it's a fan of you Trinity who wants to bully Lan Yenyu. I've seen his fans' ability to start wars before, so it's the anchor who wanted to bully the anchor with fewer fans, but ended up being slapped in the face by the anchor's hidden mysterious big sister. Ahahaha, it's so cool. If that's the case, I carnival reign. I hard to see comfortable. Jiang Shiyuan stopped when he reached 100 carnivals. Taking a look at the PK bars, they were all filled with red, and only a little bit of blue was visible. Tired? Take a break. When there is still a while left before the end of PK, then continue. However, this live broadcast will have to wait at least 50 minutes to see the screen. I can only vaguely see that Blue Yenyu's game is over, and now it's the game lobby screen. The situation had gotten out of control, and Usani hurriedly sent private messages to his two big sisters to sell their misery and say good things. Trinity's #1 fan, sorry Trinity. Today happens to be the last day of the end of the month. I've used up almost all of my pocket money this month, but I can try my best to find a way to help you and won't let you lose. Fantasia Shinshin, that 7/7 is a bit strong, but stopped at 300,000. A bit strong but not much. Don't worry, there are no accidents with me. She can still afford to take out $300,000, but she still thinks it's not worth it to spend so much money for a PK. Moreover, this is not the only anchor she likes. If she gives all the bounty to this one, what about the other anchors? They are still waiting for her to pamper them. Yusanyi must have sent a private message with the other one, so she'll just put on a show and let the other one make a splash. With her eyes hurting from staring at the screen like this, Jiang Shiyuan exited the live broadcast and realized that red dots kept popping up and private messages exploded. They were all greetings and contact information from some small anchors, as well as greetings and hugs from fans. Among the many private messages, Jiang Shiyuan saw Lan Yenyu's private message at a glance. Lan Yenyu's avatar was too recognizable. A long-haired blue cat, chubby and cute. Blue Yenyu, Sister Xiaoqi, don't break the bank again. It's just a PK. Good guy. Other anchors are asking their fans for more rewards, while he begs his fans not to reward him. With him like this, it's no wonder there isn't a single big sister in the live room. So straight, the fans left in the live room were all game fans, but Jiang Shiyuan enjoyed watching him live at first, also because he was quiet and cautious, concentrating on live broadcasting and not getting into all the bells and whistles. She once heard a lot of rumors about the gaming circle's flamboyance, which is nothing more than asking for fans, having an affair with the boss, and so on. There is also a bit of accompanying the boss to play deliberately to deceive the feelings of the accompanying player. This all often happen. Of course, this is not only normal in the game circle, in the live circle is also the same, and the big sister to make good relations. Ambiguous. The big sister is happy casually burst gold, but none of these things can happen to Lan Yenyu, because this person is no different from a mute, dedicated to engage in the game live to make money, dedicated to share in the accompanying play on the score studio. They do not go to trip this muddy water. See, once youth and the person still keep the initial heart unchanged. Jiang sure wished to sincerely feel happy for him. This has nothing to do with the love of men and women. Just simply appreciate him this spirit. Account number 777-7777, it's okay. I have obsessive compulsive disorder. I don't feel comfortable in my heart if I don't finish spending $1 million today. Lan Yenyu, who was preparing to show his face, received this reply and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Terrifying as hell. This was a rich woman with so much money that she had no place to spend it. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Lan Yenyu, I really thank you. If you need help, I will definitely help if I can. Jiang Shiyuan sweated. He so didn't want to owe people favors but looking so serious and emotionally stable, it's curious what exactly can make his cold face paralyzed face change. Of course, just curious. When he was bored, it would be nice to chat with this serious one-track mute brother and ask him to take him to the top of the score. Jiang Shiyuan, recently interested in the great national standard. May I? Lan Yinyu, sure. I'll try my best to help you play all the heroes you like. Wow. Is this considered pretending? Not as much as she can pretend though. Jiang Shiyuan returned to the live broadcast and realized that the score on Trinity's side was gradually catching up. Chapter 5 10 million cashback arrives. Those two big sisters worked hard to bring the score back up. The comments section are watching the fun. Now it's not certain who's going to win or lose. At least the two of them have spent more than $1 million, and they should be able to beat one of them. Jiang sure wished not to waste more time. Early reward finished rest. Too long did not eat hungry. Account number 777777 rewarded Carnival X1. Account number 7777777 reward Carnival X100. Hasn't stopped yet? What kind of divine rich woman is this? Doesn't she need to spend any money on rewarding? How much more is she going to reward? The special effects are all over the place. Awesome class. Account number 7777777 rewarded Carnival X200. The total reward amount from the start of PK to now is $920,000. The account had also risen from level 27 to level 48. Just one person alone had rewarded so much in a short period of time. Bearing in mind that this was only a PK, the crowd couldn't help but sigh with emotion that 77 was too trenchant. 920,000 was just a sprinkle easy for her. The 3.5 head of fans and fantasist XIN who were staring at the bright special effects screen in panic were completely dumbfounded. They understood that they were completely crushed this time. Two people together were no match for one person. Fantasia Xinshin felt that she had no face, but was still glad that she hadn't rewarded too much. And the 3-head number fans were miserable. Borrowing 300,000, spending a third of next month's 1 million pocket money in advance, and having to pander to their parents for more pocket money, because of the previous too arrogant. Now a lot of people come to taunt her. Although the metaphorical Trinity sent a private message to comfort her, but still the more you think about it, the more angry. The heart pondered that when the next opportunity must be taught back. The scene back. I really can't figure out where this wild monkey popped out from. This time, she was taken by surprise and was not well prepared. Next time, not necessarily. Fantasia Xinshin gave Jiang Shiyuan a click of attention, and then resentfully withdrew from the live broadcast room with her tail between her legs, not even daring to go online for a short period of time. Is this 77 a demon or devil? Crazy. Giving such a large reward to a mute-like game anchor is really sick. Lan Yinyu, who had just switched to show his face, originally had a paralyzed face, and when he saw the Carnival Deluxe special effects that kept going on and on, he had a rare shocked expression on his face, and his mouth opened wide into an O shape. Or Yusanyi's voice pulled him back from his daze, laughing to death. I can't imagine that the first time I saw an expression on Lan's face, it was actually shocked by Sister Xiaoqi's ability to make money. If it were me, even a cold heart would have been smashed by 920,000 to the point where my heart would have been pounding. Ooh, damn it, letting this kid be happy again. Brother Lan, you're so lucky to have Sister Xiaoqi to like. I lost. Willing to gamble. What punishment do you need me to do? Yusanyi was still smiling confidently before he connected to the mic. Now he could squeeze out a smile already almost biting his teeth. Millions of anchors lost to hundreds of thousands of fans of the game anchor. Spread out all the shame. See their own live room of more than 10,000 people, and then look at the other live room of more than 100,000 people, and the heat is still rising. And even on the platform of the hot search list, Yusanyi really can't laugh, but also let the two big sisters lose face. He had to privately spend effort to coax again. This 77 in the end, where is the origin? The big rich woman who popped out of nowhere. Lan Yinyu didn't know what to say for a moment. 920,000, excluding the platform and guild share, he would get 300,000 to $400,000. This was his entire income for at least 2 years. What punishment do fans and friends want to see? The comments section was full of opinions. Let's have him memorize the 3-character classic upside down. I want to see abs. Hey, lift up his bangs and see how high his hairline is? Off the air for a week. Cancel the administrators of the two big sisters in his live room. Blue Yinyu looked one by one and was a little disappointed not to see the familiar nicknames. Is it gone? Jiang Shiyuan took advantage of their chat and packed his bags for a while. When the reward tenfold rebate arrives, you can go and treat yourself. There is money of course to go out and live. I think, how about going to a crowded shopping street and shouting that I'm shabby, and must take a video and post it on the platform. It's something she's always wanted to do. It's very stress relieving for her. A good way to let off steam. Never had the courage to implement it though. It would be nice to have someone demonstrate it to her this time. Sister 7 has spoken. Surely we must listen to Sister 7. 7's suggestion is a good one. Why didn't I think of that? Maybe that's the difference between me and a rich woman. Lan Yanyu naturally saw this eye-catching comment. He knew it was likely to offend you, Trinity, but he still said without hesitation, "We've settled on our side. The punishment is to go to a crowded shopping street and yell that I'm shabby. And we must also take a video and post it online." Cursing himself in a very calm tone and with a calm face, Jiang Shiyuan helplessly covered his face. He was still really honest and read it out directly. Yusani had already prepared himself mentally, but after hearing what the punishment was, he almost broke his defenses. What kind of crap punishment is this? Never heard of it before. He was at least a million anchor. Didn't he want to lose face? But the words had already been said. Refusing would be villainous. Yusani almost took this punishment with a black face, and after disconnecting from the connecting mic, he was even more furious that he hurriedly said hello and went off the air early. He and Lan Yanyu, this beam is knotted. That's 7-7. Forget it, it is a gold master. Find a chance to recognize it. Busy coaxing the two big sisters, he also did not forget to tap into the private message and send 2 crying miserable messages to Jiang Shiyuan. I have 8-pack abs, and I can also sing and dance and do comedy, so you can consider me. Yusani, I hope to see you on the next broadcast. I'd be honored. Lan Yanyu knows that Jiang Shiyuan is taking it out on him, and stirs his brain to finally come up with a way to thank him. Just as he was about to say something to Jiang Shiyuan in the live broadcast, he realized that the live broadcast list 1 had changed. Jiang Shiyuan seemed to have gone offline. He had to send a private message and realized that he hadn't interrogated yet. Rushing to follow. Blue Yanyu, big country standard thing we discuss it. I will do it when I say it. What you want a country standard are for you to play. I also have other heroes in the studio of the National Service Friends. Blue Yanyu, my contact information is. However, after waiting for a long time, until the next broadcast, he could not wait for the reply and friend application. Couldn't help but get a little anxious, looking at his cell phone from time to time no matter what he did. Jiang Shiyuan didn't rush to exit the note number short video, but scratched to the next live room. Seeing a grandmother with all her hair falling out with her hands full of needle marks and white bandages, her face was also ugly, holding her hands tightly in tears and begging for help, clicked into the home page, for fear of being mistaken for a money scam, and even put up the identity information. It was a desperate situation and had to be like this. Kongsher wished to understand this mood. The bounty is still left 80,000. All rewarded. Account number 777-7777 rewarded unlimited romance x10. Account number 777-7777 rewarded carnival x20. The screen full of flowers and fantastic hanging gift special effects, reflected on the screen, passed into the old man's obscure eyes at that moment as if shining into a beam of light, to the day that could not see the end of the day to add a ray of hope, like the transmission of countless small embers. Thank you, Shao Qi. Shao Qi is a good person. I really don't know how to thank you. As the old man spoke, he cried until he wanted to kneel down. Jiang Shiyuan was heartbroken and hurriedly sent a comment by voice. Grandma don't need to kneel. This folds life. Thank me, just try to cure this disease, Grandma. Someone behind the phone read out the pop-up. The moment the grandmother heard it with tears in her eyes, she was helped up. In fact, she had not wanted to be cured for a long time, but her son and daughter had found this path of live broadcasting and wanted to give it a try. Now that she has met this honorable man, no matter whether she can survive or not, her family will find a way to thank this honorable man. Jiang Shiyuan and the grandmother shut down each other, ignoring the pop-up screen's praise and compliments, seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room increase because of her reward just now, naturally feeling happy for the grandmother. In this internet era, having traffic was important. At this time, she realized that her account had risen to level 49, with a few thousand more fans. The cell phone text message also came with a message. Nonya Bank, dear customer, Shanghai completed a transfer transaction soft money 10,000,000 to your account with tail number 7777 at 12:03 on April 30th, with a balance of 100,000,006.57. $10 million of reward rebates have arrived. Chapter 6 Michelin Restaurant. Congratulations to the host for completing the level 1 Divine Bounty mission. A level 2 bounty of 10 million has been issued for you. Jiang Shiyuan realized that she had another $10 million in her account, for a total of $20 million. The first $10 million was a rebate that she could spend however she wanted, and the latter $10 million was bounty money. Gained points 60. Feel free to choose to add on the host's information. Due to the unlimited bounty, it is possible to become a 10 billionaire in a year. In a year's time, it is entirely possible to use the points gained to add up all the conditions in the information panel. To go out now, the change in face value is too big, and if it's too obvious, the people you know in the future will directly find out the end. It was better to make the face value passable first. so that a full face value could be explained by makeup and beauty treatments, etc. In the future, without hesitation, Kang Suk-won decided to add 50 to her face value and 10 to her health. Choose to view the information panel. Host, Kang Shiyuan. Age, 20. Height, 165. Face value, 40. An ordinary person with his own characteristics. Finally not ugly. Voice, 60. Agu, not bad at all. Physical strength, 60. Just 1 grain of dried mama can carry 100 pounds of pork. Guts, 20. When there's a lot of people, I get panicky. Not to mention the more exciting big scenes. Luck, 100. You've been lucky enough to meet this godly system. Health, -40. Half a caddy as before. Lifespan, 1. 5 years. Oops. Still a short-lived ghost. Points, 0. The more you reward out, the more points you get. System level, 2. Personal assets, 1000006. 57. Egg, green egg X1. Life expectancy of 1 year becomes 1. 5 years. It seems like there's no difference. What's worth being happy about is that as long as you keep rewarding for points, living for 100 years in good health and free of disease isn't a problem. But there are only 60 points for completing a reward task. It seems that you can't afford to buy props from the system mall. Dear, don't be discouraged. If you stop the supporting characters in the original book from losing their luck to lynching you, you will be rewarded points according to the percentage of each supporting character. If the supporting characters reach 100% without having their luck taken away, each of them will receive a maximum of 500 points. Sounds good. When I'm short of points, I'll go get some points to play with. Right now the main task is to get money and dress myself up. Kang Seok-won packed the necessary things into his suitcase and threw away the unnecessary things. Just as she walked to the entrance of the school, she met an acquaintance, her roommate. Out of politeness, Kang Shiyuan wanted to say hello. Who would have thought that the two roommates gave her a strange look and then walked straight past her? Who's that? Do you know them? Why are you saying hello to us? Don't know. But that old white ugly clothes seems like Jiang Shiyuan. Ha, don't joke like that. Jiang Shiyuan, that dying ghost look. Just now that woman is obviously an ordinary person. Just looks a little malnourished. The most important thing is that Jiang Shiyuan goes out early and comes back late every day. And now it is estimated that he is still working part-time, right? I was the one who misread it right. Their conversation was transmitted word for word into Jiang Shiyuan's ears. These two are still the same as always. They like to talk loud gossip in front of people. Still, after hearing these words, Kang Shiyuan didn't hold back and went to the public restroom to take a look in the mirror. Mirror reflection of the person's face has some color. No longer skinny bones. With the hand pinch can still pinch meat. At this point, it's an ordinary person. At least it's not a half-dead bone spirit. It's amazing. At this time, the stomach hurt a little. Jiang Shiyuan knew it was because he was hungry. After the body was spoiled, hunger was no longer a stomach growl, but a stomach ache. He bought 2 apples at the roadside to fill his hunger for $5. Jiang Shiyuan transferred $6.57 to the boss's wife, and the balance was left at 10 million whole, which means to remove the past and welcome a new life. The boss's wife is surprised. Jiang Shiyuan politely inquired, I accidentally ordered more digits, but it's fine. May I wash the apples here? The boss's wife enthusiastically takes her there and loads her with 2 extra apples. You kids haven't eaten, have you? Kids your age are always like this, not taking care of their bodies. What if your body breaks down in the future? Eat properly. Jiang Shiyuan nodded obediently, biting into the cleaned red apple. Very sweet. Taste buds enjoyment. Feeling comfortable all over like never before. Thank you for your concern. I will definitely eat properly in the future. After temporarily filling up on hunger, a taxi was taken to the nearest Michelin restaurant. Tilting her head to look through the car window at the back, the owner's wife stood in the doorway looking away. Jiang Shiyuan's heart warmed, carrying the remaining 3 apples in his arms, too hungry to eat them in very precious bites without wasting them. Arrived at the Michelin restaurant. From the outside look is very rich. Usually pass by, do not dare to look at a few more eyes of the existence. Kang Shiyuan walked in and politely greeted the receptionist. Hello, I'm here to dine. Can I put my luggage here with you? Auntie at the front desk, dressed in neat attire, her hair pinned back with an ancient-style charming hairpin, nodded and placed her luggage with a good attitude, showing her the way. Please go this way. Are there any more boxes on the 2nd floor? Jiang Shiyuan looked around the 1st floor. She liked the environment of being alone. There were too many people and it was uncomfortable. When she came to the 2nd floor box, there was a fresh scent of fruits inside. It was a slightly larger table, with a circle of flowers and candles glowing with orange firelight right in the center. Soon the chef brought up the dishes. Each dish was introduced and blown out of proportion. There were also magic maneuvers, fire breathing and soup pouring, and a white mist would come out when you picked up the pot lid that covered the dish. Kang Shiyuan looked at each plate with only a few bites and was glad he had ordered enough. The chef seemed to be very positive. gushing about the uniqueness and good intentions of each dish. Jiang Shiyuan took a small sip of grapefruit-flavored champagne and silently listened to his serious nonsense, which was quite interesting. The flavor was indeed not bad, and the presentation was also very high class. Hello, your bill is 25,888. Is it a credit card, cell phone or cash payment? Two waiters came in, one with the bill in her hand, and seeing Jiang Shiyuan's plain and unadorned attire, she lamented in her heart that rich people nowadays really don't like to pretend to be so low-key. Is this the pattern? It's a deep hiding place. The other one quietly surveyed Jiang Shiyuan and said in a conspiratorial manner, Miss, you have eaten the usual amount of 2 or 3 meals in one meal, and a person who still wants to open a private room is too powerful. The waitress with the bill in hand, how could she not know the meaning of her words, and quickly pulled her. Hello, sorry, this is the new little mouth. I hope you don't mind. Jiang Shiyuan glanced at them calmly, through full of concern, as if they weren't in the same realm. She swiped her card directly and cleanly, with just a casual swipe. More than $28,000 was spent. It didn't hurt in the slightest, as easy as a sprinkle. Where's my luggage? The waiter with the bill in hand looked chagrined, and chased after him to try to apologize seriously for fear of being given a bad review. The other new waiter was slapped in the face too quickly and followed behind with a red face. Who knows? Just downstairs, I saw Jiang Shiyuan give the front desk hand sweeping past 1100. This is her 1 week's salary. She felt immensely chagrined. She was so stupid just now. If she had said something nice, she would have received a tip. Jiang Shiyuan's suitcase was held by the receptionist and she said she had to help her to the door, giving the receptionist auntie a transfer of 1100. For one thing, she is obsessive compulsive and doesn't want to see any change. The second is that together with the taxi money, the total consumption is 27,000 whole, and 7 is her lucky number. Looking at the ugly face of the shifty waitress just now, and then seeing the standard smile she tried to squeeze out, Jiang Shiyuan was in quite a good mood. There are good people and bad people in this world, so it's not surprising what kind of people you can meet. $10 million in hand is the bottom line. A word without saying it is invariably pretentious. Even the system couldn't help but sigh. Not bad, not ashamed to be my host, has a few points of my talent for pretending. Baby system, isn't there a green egg? Can we unwrap it now? Chapter 7 Green eggs demolish the villa. Of course you can. Who made me the world's most spoiled host's little system pinch? The system's milky rabbit-like voice was playful and cute. In an instant, Jiang Shiyuan in front of his eyes appeared out of thin air a large green gift box with a bow, floating in mid-air. The lid of the gift box stupidly wanted to jump out. The people around her seemed invisible, and she was the only one who could see it. Open! The green gift box exploded with a bang with many celebratory colorful stripes, and what came into view was a mini-like villa. At first glance it looked like a classic old-fashioned courtyard villa, very delicate and with a garden. Congratulations to the host who drew from the green egg a building area of 2,500 square meters, which does not include the garden area, worth 500 million of the capital city villa estate. Face recognition has been recorded for you. Please go to the capital city manor for the host. Jiang Shiyuan admitted that he was a bit of a loner and had never heard of the words capital city manor, only to use the software to take a taxi to get there. This location was easy to get a taxi, and he got one in a flash. Master, go to the capital city manor. The front desk aunt smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into a line, and the more she looked at her, the more she felt that the young girl in front of her was very pleasant to the eyes, and could not help but generate joy. When she heard the words capital city manor, she almost didn't stand still. What a joke! That was a famous tycoon's residence worth at least $16 million, and there were quite a few celebrities living there as well. This is really a simple young lady, with so much money. She actually dressed so low-key, not even driving a luxury car, choosing to take a taxi like ordinary people, smiling and waving goodbye. He waited until the shadow of the car was nowhere to be seen before returning to the restaurant. The waitress who took the bill to check out earlier was sour. If someone had dumped over $1,000 on her for no reason, she would have sent them away as nicely as the front desk aunt. This is the god of wealth that spits gold. The drivers here are particularly fond of small talk. Little girl, your family lives here? Noticing the measuring line of sight, Jiang Shiyuan slowly nodded. A random blind box delivery. I should live here from now on. The driver swallowed a mouthful of saliva to calm his complex emotions. What kind of blind box can open such an expensive villa? It seems that this is a rich second generation. The parents of the family sent her a gift. Hiss. Such an expensive villa is just a blind box in the eyes of this great lady. Driver chest stifling heat, almost gas on the head, a breath did not inhale up. Pursed lips, tears are almost out. Men have tears do not flick, hard and held back. Jiang Shiyuan looked at the scenery outside the window, as well as one of the villas here in a very different style. The owner of each villa manor has different preferences, so there is a European and American style, a rustic style, a Chinese style, a low-key simple white. Jiang Shiyuan lamented that she had never seen so many luxurious villas in her dreams. After getting off the bus, the road met a handful of people, all dressed fashionably, wearing suits and expensive name brands. Even if someone wore a very low-key dress, one could tell from the aura that the person was very high class and had an unusual status at a glance. I told you a long time ago, the official of this show is too pitiful. Don't work with them in the future. Maybe you'll get backstabbed one time. A woman with sunglasses and a duck-tongued cap, a full-body sports suit walked very fast, instructing the person in the cell phone incessantly. Her tone was very bad, even impatient. The system was pointing out the way, and Jiang Shiyuan obediently followed the direction she was pointing. Caught off guard, the two collided at the turn. The woman reacted quickly, but the phone still didn't hold it and fell to the ground, the screen shattering and sprouting red and green colored vertical lines. Jiang Shiyuan took a few steps back, subconsciously panicking for the first time in this situation. Sorry. Suddenly remembering that she had money in her card, there was absolutely no need to be afraid. She added, I'll compensate you for the money. The woman was wearing delicate makeup, her bright red lips tugging. She naturally saw Jiang Shiyuan's embarrassment just now and sighed. Forget it, it's me who didn't look at the road carefully while talking on the phone. It's not just your fault alone. There's something important in this cell phone. I'll fix it myself. Jiang Shiyuan revealed a bewildered look. This person actually didn't want her to pay for the phone. But she was indeed right. Both people were at fault for not watching the road carefully. Jiang Shiyuan was just about to say something when the system warmly reminded her. Her name is Manhwa. She is a popular actress and one of the many supporting characters who had their chi luck taken away by Lin Xingyu. After being taken away from the chi fortune, Manhwa's fame fell to pieces, but also was forced to subterfuge, tortured worse than death. Want to fight back but also doubled the suppression. Was forced to complete the video, was taken screenshots and sent to the internet, for a time to drop countless fans, as well as the major brands of the breach of contract came to the face of the complete lack of turnaround opportunities. Because of these things, so that the original open and bright Manhwa has become very depressed, suffered from autism, and do not want to communicate with the outside communication. 6 months later, her decomposed body was found in the capital city manor. The body was hastily cremated, and the capital city manor was mortgaged to the brands as a breach of contract. Jiang Shiyuan's pupils shook slightly, so shocked that he forgot to breathe. The woman in front of her was beautiful, with an excellent temperament, and most importantly, an infectious smile. It was hard to imagine such a good person being tortured into autism and the fall of a superstar, stopping the supporting character's chi from being taken away and Jiang Shiyuan wishing to gain the points he needed. He asked with little hesitation, Pretty young lady, I also live here. Can I add your contact information? I'll treat you to a meal when you're free, as compensation for the cell phone this time. Thinking of the system's words about Manhwa's tragic end, Jiang Shiyuan's eyes were filled with anticipation as he stared with BABABA. When Manhwa instantly branched out, it was obvious that this young girl had seen her on TV before. Oh ho ho, she only had one flaw, that is being too perfect, wanting to refuse and wanting to say something. She inexplicably finds it quite adorable when she sees Jiang Shiyuan's pathetically deflated mouth. And for some reason, an idea appeared in her mind. It's actually quite interesting to have more than one friend like this. The friends around her were all for the sake of profit, but she just didn't know what the young girl in front of her was for. At least it seemed simple and innocent. When Manhwa patiently reported her contact information and waved her hand, Bye, I still have urgent matters. Let's talk again when we have the chance. Jiang Shiyuan watched her leave and lowered his head to search out her account. The nickname was a pink heart, and the avatar was a beautiful photo of herself. The circle of friends were all self-talking trolls and her own quirky emoticons. For example, I want to lie flat all the time. Who invented the word money? Let me now become a big fan of money. Originally I thought I had nothing to do with the word masochism. Until I discovered money, I realized I was a super masochist. Money has abused me 1,000 times, but I treat money like my first love. Today, heavily armed and covered tightly to go shopping, someone recognized me on the street, said I was the who. Not big sister, I do not know that person. If one day I become the richest man in the world, the first thing I do is to give my staff 5 days off a week. Some people don't think that if you don't say anything, I won't know that you're secretly eating. Sis is the unrivaled beauty in the world. Kan Suk-won is having a lot of fun watching and laughing at the same time. You can tell that she is passionate about life and is very confident and sunny. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points. Wow, just adding a contact and you get points. Jiang Shiyuan seemed to have found the secret to becoming beautiful and healthy. 10 points were added to health without hesitation. Currently -30. Lifespan becomes 2 years. Now going to the new home to rest for a while and then start rewarding. Chapter 8, A Little Famous. Following the system's guidance, Jiang Shiyuan finally found the villa manor that belonged to him. Standing at the entrance, she tilted her head and froze with her mouth open. Wow, It was really big. The gate alone was 2 or 3 times as high as hers, and it was a face recognition automatic gate. The fence was just as tall. And inside, moon roses climbed out in huge clusters, their colorful buds blooming brightly. The immensely sturdy black gate slowly opened and the view inside came into view. The first thing you see is a 7-meter wide road leading to the villa, and right in the middle of it is the not too big, not too small, 3-tiered circular fountain with clean water. Then to the left, spread with green lawn, there was a rectangular building covered with grapevine branches. Scattered around the road leading to the rectangular building were uniformly unknown trees that looked like cherry trees or apple trees, with many buds, and clusters of green, white, blue and pink hydrangeas, which had the visual impact of 100 flowers competing for attention. The enclosure was dominated by bright and beautiful climbing roses of all kinds, and the nose was filled with the enchanting scent of flowers. Looking to the right, the layout is basically the same as that on the left, but the rectangular building is climbed with passion fruit trees and a lot of flowers are blooming. Crossing over the 3-tiered circular fountain, the villa in front of us was exactly the same as the miniature model we initially looked at, in a courtyard style with a classical flavor. On the right-hand side of the entrance door was a shoebox room with a pot of fortune tree. Directly in front was an open living room that was at least 400 square meters large. Overhead was a very expensive huge chandelier. The decorations were all in a classical and elegant style, and the utensils placed on the table looked like antiques. The alcoves of the walls were decorated with all sorts of antiques and oddities. There was also a wall of bag cabinets, the kind of transparent glass display cabinets that could store bags. A 2-meter-tall beautiful needle anemone was placed in front of a clean window. Seeing the scenery outside the window, Jiang Shiyuan was dumbfounded. The villa was a quadrangle pattern with 4 corridors and an indoor garden in the center. The upper part was open-air glass, with sunlight coming in and not getting wet from the rain. An overall look at the layout of the first floor. There is a shoe closet room, a fully furnished kitchen, a tea room, a study room, a dining room with a huge round turntable table, a soundproof room with a pricey piano, a check room. The villa is at least 1,000 square meters in size. The staircase going up to the second floor is in the living room, irregularly turned shape, and in the second floor corridor you can look at the indoor garden as well as outside. As the villa is a quadrilateral structure, there are 4 suites, each with its own bathroom, bathtub, study, sofa and so on. One of them is a game room. The walls of the corridor are hung with famous paintings, and there is a loft on the top floor up the stairs. The attic is a movie room. It is very quiet. Close the curtains. You can control the colorful lights while watching a movie, and you can even bounce around if you are in a bad mood. The view outside at night must be better. Jiang Shiyuan stood by the window and saw the view outside. There was a back door at the back of the villa, which was a passage for cars to enter the underground parking lot. The water in the pool next to it was as clear as if it had just been cleaned. Jiang Shiyuan went downstairs without any panic and found a long table with chairs at the back of the villa. This place is sheltered, very suitable for blowing in the wind, looking at the scenery, and eating barbecue. Arriving at the underground parking lot, it was grand enough to hold at least 50 cars, and there were shady frozen storage rooms. Seeing the whole thing, Jiang Shiyuan almost had a seizure and was ready to lie down on the ground and roll a few times, or a grumpy cat purring interrupted her. Meow. Host, look at me. In front of her was a small orange cat with an ordinary appearance, looking only 2 months old and the size of a palm. The little orange eyes stared like copper bells. Its stomach was round, and it stretched out its left hand that looked like it was wearing a white glove. System baby, you're so cute, haha. Is it okay to call you Little Orange from now on? Little Orange cocked his head, seemingly in doubt. Is the host satisfied with the villa I picked out for you? It's very good, ah. Little Orange, your vision is #1 in the world. Super invincible good. Xiao Tangerine shook her head arrogantly and took a catwalk. That's natural, but you're also lucky to have me. Kong Wish nodded in approval. But this villa shouldn't be illegal, right? Are you kidding? Don't trust me at all. The source of this villa is an inheritance. Wow. Kong Shiyuan picked up the milky and cute Little Orange and rubbed her little head. And Little Orange shook her head as if she was comfortable. The system had become an entity, so I guess it had to eat and drink too. Jiang Shiyuan planned to go out and buy cat food and other necessities for Xiao Tangerine after lying down and rewarding her. She also had a lot of things to buy and went on a crazy street sweep. It was too tiring to rely on her alone, so she directly rented a large truck driver to follow her and haul the goods. Money talks, and I'm sure a big truck driver can be found easily. She then took a taxi and followed her all the way to the comfort of the house. Gilyu paralyzed on the comfortable sofa in the living room and took a sip of the refreshing tea. Okay, start making a little money. Tapping into the note number short video, the private messages exploded again. The station's hot search dropped, but her rewarding 1 million in a short period of time was rumored. There were even a lot of people who had recorded the live broadcast, and the traffic of the related short videos were all still good. Gosh, Am I the only one who noticed that after rewarding 920,000 in the Blue Yenyu live broadcast, Sister Shaoqi also went to the live broadcast of a grandmother suffering from cancer and rewarded her with 80,000? I admire this kind of person. I'm not impressed by the money. I'm impressed by Seven's kindness. She's not obsessive compulsive, is she? I've just rewarded you $1 million. Ha, it's too pretentious. Only rewarding 80,000 to a grandmother, and that much to a game anchor? Upstairs, you're standing on your feet, just say how much you've rewarded. You haven't rewarded a penny and you're hacking others. Yes, at least Sister 7 rewarded her $80,000, which is at least a year's worth of live broadcasts for a grandmother. And Sister 7 also brought her traffic. I was in the live broadcast room. I think Sister 7 said that she was an old fan of Lan Yenyu, and this wave should belong to the sentiment of the reward, right? So it's worth it to reward so much. The comment area chatting hot, which makes Jiang Shiyuan fans rose to more than 4,000, and the number is still steadily increasing. It is at this time, Jiang Shiyuan remembered Lan Yenyu, clicked into his homepage. Lan Yenyu fans rose much faster than her, all of a sudden to more than 70,000 fans. 3 minutes to go up 10,000. Lan Yenyu posted a new video. The specific content is specifically to thank her. The likes, comments and retweets have broken 1 million. Jiang Shiyuan didn't click the likes or post comments. Instead, she clicked private messages and saw 7 messages. Lan Yenyu was anxious, afraid that she had an accident if she didn't reply for so long. At the same time, he was also lost because there was also a possibility that he was being ignored. With so many people paying attention to her, could she have already forgotten about him? Kong Shirwan, then switches the software and applies for a friend. The friend agrees in barely a minute. Blue Yenyu, which heroes does Sister 7 want to tag? JPG, Jiang Shiyuan, Lu Ban, Sun Shangxiang, Dou Chan, Xiao Qiao, De Qiao, Mirror, Lan, Yao. Yao's national service list is a famous rich woman list. 11 have exclusive actor group. Actor group is the group of people and the boss at the same time open. Row to the boss can enter. Each person intentionally send or pose will get money. Yao for getting the national service. A single game to an actor 8,000 have. So you can see the gold content of the national service Yao. General Studio is not too willing to take the national service Yao single, because the competition is very fierce. It is very difficult to be able to get. The hitter package bid, did not get the bid a penny. Of course, spend enough money, surely can get. I don't know if Lan Yenyu is willing to take it. Jiang Shiyuan just reacted. She thought of 7 national standards. Go to the studio to buy all to spend at least $200,000. That's not very friendly to Lan Yenyu. Jiang Shiyuan, sorry, there's a bit too many GBs that I want. So just play Yao for me, and I'll find your studio for the rest. Chapter 9 Multiple Heroes Great National Standard. I thought that Lan Yenyu would just agree, but I didn't expect the opposite side to send out an emoticon of crying under the covers. Several more crying and loud cries were sent in a row. Lan Yenyu, why are you so nice to me? Blue Yenyu, don't worry. I'll help you get all the national costumes you want. Jiang Shiyuan took a look at these screen-swiping emoticons and cried and laughed. I didn't realize that Lan Yenyu was still a stuffy person. If you let his fans know that the blue brother who shouts every day is actually a sullen person who secretly collects all sorts of crying emoticons with such a sense of contrast, I don't know how the fans will feel. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shiyuan, that's fine. Jiang Shiyuan, blue brother, which district is more golden? Almost to the time of the evening live broadcast, Lan Yenyu do live preparations and eat dinner. Busy to return the message. The message sound open to the maximum. Afraid of late back to the message. When he saw the word blue brother, there was more than a hint of consternation on his cold face, but it passed in an instant. Blue Yenyu, NQ. After typing these words, to 7 o'clock sharp, Lan Yenyu swallowed the last bite of instant noodles with a big mouthful, saw that the cat food was gone, and prepared cat food for the 17 cats at home. These cats were all very tame, each stroking a head. Blue Yenyu hotly locked the door and sat in front of the computer. 7:07. Began to broadcast live. Just after opening the broadcast, I saw that the pop-up screen had a lot of people swiping 7-7. Little 7's sister is not coming at night? I haven't seen you for 3 hours. I miss Sister 7 so much. Brother Blue, why do I feel that Sister 7 is more attractive than you? During the gap between playing the peak match, Lan Yenyu glanced at the comments and lightly coughed twice. A distraction accidentally caught dead, inexplicably relieved. Use the spare to look at the group's messages. Qingtian substitute group. Not long after the message is 99 plus. Jiang Shiyuan, NQ. Lu Ban, Sun Shangxiang, Dou Chan, Xiao Qiao, De Qiao, Mirror, Lan, Yao. All the big national standards. Have you picked up? The original silent group. Because of this one message, all of a sudden exploded out of every group member. There are 99 plus. Boss, Do you need any other heroes? Luna for example. Jiang Shiyuan, Luna Unlimited Company. This seems to be quite good. Good. Need. Gosh. The most beautiful boss in the whole world. Do you still need Jiang Shiyuan's GB? Package standard. Boss, look at me. Ma Chao Lubu Tiger Great National Standard can be beaten. Jiang Shiyuan can't read over these messages and thinks about it. Jiang Shiyuan, wait for Lan Yanyu to get off the air. Let him communicate with you guys. Then, throwing down such a sentence, he blocked the group message. Almost all of the beaters in the group were blown out of the water. And once they heard that they were still familiar with their boss, they were immediately unsettled. This can't be the rich woman's sister who threw $920,000 in the boss's live room yesterday. Ah no, rich woman's sister, you do not go. Look at me again. Oh. Why don't you look at Gala? Are we not flying high enough? Why don't you like Gala? Is Gala too fast? Why can't you see Lan Lingwang? Is our Lan Lingwang not in enough? That's all the more reason to target Xiao Xiao players. Don't, everyone. I still have to play Xiao Xiao de Guobiao. /Dejk. Roll. Jiang Shiyuan first clicked into Lin Xingyu's homepage and found that this scum is really happy. Even the video is not updated. This is to think that he is going to evening the big money. Even live broadcasts do not care? It's a pity that it will take 2 more days before I can hit him hard in the face. After strolling around, he still clicked into the Blue Yenyu live broadcasting room, entered into the page and saw the familiar nickname again. This 3.5 head number of fans jumped up and down to declare war. A battle to win back the face of their own anchor. Chapter 10, throwing $3 million away. This made Jiang Shiyuan wonder, is this really an adult? Her anchor Yusanyi hadn't even said anything yet, but she was in a hurry first. This would only make Yusanyi's black fans more numerous, and it was expected that Yusanyi would have a poor impression of her. However, when the fans of Trinity One saw Jiang Shiyuan enter the live broadcast room, they argued even more fiercely. This afternoon is because it's the end of the month. I don't have enough pocket money. Now I have millions of pocket money. You can't beat me. If you don't believe me, you can refight PK, who has more money than both sides. The other fans were also watching the fun, and they were all up in arms. After all, 2 very powerful big sister to compare reward. This is a big spectacle. Normally, this scene was easily unseen. After an afternoon of heat fermentation, more and more people are paying attention. Passers-by who happen to brush into the live recommendation can't help but click in to watch the fun. Lan Yanyu skillfully operated, looked up and saw these comments, as well as the number of people steadily rising in the live room. Ordinary anchors wouldn't care because it was adding heat to themselves. Lan Yanyu, however, immediately wanted management to ban these malicious troublemakers. Where's the management? Before these words were finished, they were interrupted by the familiar dazzling special effects that filled the screen, only to see nickname 777-7777 appear again in the gift-giving bar. Still the same, never stopping. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1. Account number 777-7777 reward Carnival X100. Account number 777-7777 reward Carnival X200. Account number 777-7777 reward Carnival X500. The more than 100,000 people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded, and for the first time, they felt so unseen, looking dumbfounded and unable to speak. The large amount of gift rewards also made Lan Yenyu's live room become number 1 on the water market heat ranking. Many of the anchors who were guarding the list were puzzled and felt unfamiliar when they saw Blue Yenyu's name. Which dark horse was this? This also attracted many fans of the anchors on the water market heat ranking. Is this the new year? Even if it's New Year's, it's not like a $3,000 carnival is like no money at all. Mom, I've come to see the world. I've come to see the world. This anchor is relying on this one. This anchor relies on this big sister to support her. I'm also a good game player. I'm a Tonto Generation player, and I'm going to be on the air tomorrow. Can you come and see me? I'm also a tontine, and my skills are guaranteed to be no worse than those of the anchors, so I'll send you a private message back. I can provide emotional value, companionship, bed warming, and I'll be your dog. Upstairs, you're a jitterbug, aren't you? You're exposing your attributes. I'm the biggest. Choose me. I'm the most skilled. Choose me. This refers to game skills, right? 3 head number of fans watched the number on the screen rising extremely fast. Worthless self-esteem was completely crushed in the dirt. This Chi-Chi casually rewarded $1 million without the slightest hesitation. She was so arrogant and didn't even post comments to diss her. This gave her a feeling of being ignored. An even stronger feeling was that Chi-Chi didn't put her in her eyes at all. Looking at the over $1 million of pocket money that it took her a long time to get from pampering her parents, she felt so poor. People could casually reward her with a month's allowance. Reason told herself that she couldn't compete with Chi-Chi. The probability of winning was very small, and it would also make her eat dirt for a month. 3 head number fans lifted everything that could be broken in the room, crackling and popping. This scared the nanny outside and rushed in, worriedly inquiring, "Little Sue, are you alright?" 3 1-head number fans formerly known as Su Xiaoning. Parents each have their own company. Dad started from nothing, relying on mom's family money and relationship resources to help. And she, too, was the favored only daughter. Being a native of the capital city, plus being born in such a family, she has the capital of pride. She knew that the people around her who were similar to her family were low-key and humble, but she despised this. "Get out!" Su Xiaoning went mad and vented her emotions. The nanny was shocked and understood the temper of this great lady. Not daring to dawdle any longer, she hurriedly went out and closed the door, or else she would be fined her wages again. Su Xiaoning pulled the corner of her mouth and sneered. "Why aren't my parents as rich as others? The pocket money is only $1 million. What can $1 million do? 1 million can't do anything. It can't monopolize Trinity's likes, and it can't even help Trinity out with this bad anger." Su Xiaoning fell into a frenzy of emotions and slammed her cell phone to the ground. "I won't get hurt if I don't watch the live broadcast." Muttering to herself, she put on a delicate makeup and changed her clothes to go out shopping, in order to relieve the anger. Before leaving the house, she also gave the nanny a task. She must clean up her room and clean the glass of the whole villa, or else her salary will be deducted. "Nanny Koi, windows have specialized workers' home. I want you to wipe them. Any comments?" Seeing the nanny's deflated expression, Su Xiaoning was in quite a good mood. With a cold face, she toes up to the driver. "Go to SKP Mall." SKP was a super first-tier luxury mall. Going there was of course to enjoy the life of a big lady, enjoy the clusters of sales clerks, and satisfy one's vanity. Driver smiling face, "You're my living dad." Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1000. Jiang Shiyuan was now level 54, higher than Xiao Meng's level in Lin Xingyu's livestream. Everyone stared at that number with bated breath, and after silently counting for 2 seconds to confirm that it had stopped, it was like they had been cast in a fixation spell. The heat in the live streaming room reached its peak, attracting many big anchors with 10 million followers to watch. This set off quite a clamor in the note number short video live streaming world. Lan Yanyu realized that all these 10 million fans had followed him and hurriedly switched back off. Little Sister 7 rewarded another 3 million. He accidentally became a millionaire. Life seemed to be like this. When one thought one couldn't hold on, a new hope suddenly appeared. This time, however, it seemed to be more than hope. It was redemption. Lan Yanyu's obscure eyes lit up, sending a message to the employees of the stray cat and dog base he had created. Everyone doesn't need to be disbanded. Lan Yanyu had long been numb to the fact that cats and dogs kept being sent over from the base, and his savings were seeing empty. Can't afford to hire too many employees? He spends all his non-live time tending to the base, even prepared to take out a loan to take care of these stray cats and dogs. This large sum of money not only solved his urgent needs, but also saved the lives of stray cats and dogs. Looking at the delighted cheers of the employees in the group, Lan Yanyu's cold face was colored with a touch of warmth. Many more messages were sent to Jiang Shiyuan. "Lan Yanyu, thank you very much. I'll help you with any other favor you need." "Blue Yanyu, what do you like to eat?" "Blue Yanyu, the national costume will definitely be taken care of for you." Jiang Shiyuan laughed at the series of happy emoticons he sent. This guy's heart really isn't hidden at all. After getting along so far, Lan Yanyu turned into a serious man in her impression, not being able to be smooth and worldly, but not wanting to owe favors, just like a monk. Jiang sure wish, my number logged on your cell phone. By the time the beaters specifically how to arrange you to manage. I'm lazy to manage. Jiang sure wish, but I have nothing to do will be on the number to play a few games. When the time to send you a message, if there is a hitter is on the number to play the great national standard. You remember to remind me ha. Lan Yanyu very actively returned many messages. Jiang Shiyuan was too lazy to continue watching and clicked into the follow. That old granny was also broadcasting live. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I saw that the pop-up screen had people with bad intentions who were venting their bad feelings at the grandmother. Seeing that the grandmother does not have that much traffic, thinking of coming to the network to find a sense of existence, enjoying this feeling of being above the rest. Chapter 11 Hiring a Bodyguard. You're so old, and you're still out on the air. If you get a disease, go die. Why don't you die quickly? You have to drag the family along. This old immortal guy, seeing that you didn't get a few dollars for half a day's begging, you kneel down for me and I'll give you a reward of $10. There are also enthusiastic viewers who pass by and can't stand it, but in the end, they can't resist this person's profanity, so they don't have the time to continue to watch but can only give up hastily. The grandmother's eyes glittered with tears, and her wrinkled face was full of grievances. And do not dare to ban this person. Honest people are like this, afraid of getting into unnecessary trouble and ruining their own live broadcast. Jiang Shiyuan just watched 2 or 3 sentences. Cannot watch. Some people don't just talk about it. Oh, The shining level 54 sign was extremely dazzling in the crowd of comments, overwhelming the swearing passerby. Account number 7777777 rewarded Carnival X1. Once this dazzling special effect came out, that hostile passerby didn't even dare to let out a single fart in front of the absolute financial suppression, especially when 77 kept sending Carnival non-stop. Holding his cell phone, fed up with the pressure of life and work, he had wanted to find a good bully to take the piss. Who would have thought that such a rich woman with so much money that she had no place to go would suddenly come out of nowhere? It's really bad luck. Seeing the thousands of pop-ups scolding him for bullying the elderly, he could only stifle his anger and shut up. The live broadcast room also got extra traffic because of the carnival rain, and many passers-by curiously clicked in. Gosh, I told you where Sister 7 went, so she switched here to reward the carnival. Where's the guy who was swearing and bullying grannies before? Why don't you dare to speak up? What a clown. Brother Clown has been banned. It's a great pleasure to find a presence on the internet every day, and bully the sick old man with a disease. It's so good. The number of people in the live broadcast room reached more than 50,000 people, and the old granny's account also rose a few thousand fans in a moment, and it was still rising. Everyone looked at the screen without blinking, wanting to know when this carnival rain would stop. 3 minutes later, the numbers on the gift bar came to a screeching halt. Account number 7777777 rewarded Carnival X300, worth $1 million. The grannies didn't join the guild and could get at least 400,000. 400,000 was simply a heavenly price for them. Grandma, don't thank me. I have to go offline first. Remember to ban that person just now. Get off the air early to rest if you're tired. Your body is the most important thing. With $400,000 and some crowdfunding, it's probably enough for the surgery. The grandmother is grateful. 1,000 words can't match the kindness of saving her life. The grandmother's family also sent a private message to Jiang Shiyuan, specifically meaning to ask out for dinner or something. The viewer who bullied the grandmother was banned for life, which is the bottom line given by the benefactor. The viewers in the live broadcast room all called out that the ban was good. Some passersby recognized Jiang Shiyuan and swiped exclamation marks. Isn't this that rich sister? Shao Chi's bounty is so cool. Look, this is the real rich woman. The reward is the same as the completion of the task. After the brush directly offline. What's going on? So heartbreaking. Is not the money to do surgery? Too touched. Ooh, I would have cried. I thought I was going to die. Before I died, live broadcasting a fight, but I didn't think I'd meet a kind person. I wish her a successful surgery. The gray-haired grandmother on the screen rubbed her dry hands over her eyes, her mood complex and happy. This is a great benefactor. Not long after the grandmother went off the air, the account released several consecutive videos of the whole family thanking Jiang Shiyuan. In the videos, the grandmother's family mentioned Jiang Shiyuan, and a light instantly rose in their eyes. Little Sister 7 is a great benefactor to our family. We will always remember her. We will definitely find a way to return the favor when we have the chance in the future. She's a very good child. In the future, our family will go to the temple regularly to pray for her and accumulate merit. Originally, there were still quite a few people who didn't know that Jiang Shiyuan went to help the old granny every time she finished giving a reward to Lan Yenyu, but now they all knew about it. Jiang Shiyuan's name gradually gained some fame in the live broadcast world. Some of the marketing numbers began to write nicknames 77 deeds, the image of kneading Play-Doh, female voiceover, family members, easily rewarding 4 million a day. This is the top rich woman. Mushroom picking scene, male voiceover, while other rich women are still playing PK for male anchors who scratch their heads. Top rich woman Sister 7 throws away millions for her cancer-stricken grandmother who was bullied by bad people. Help! Watching the whole thing, I feel so dirt, so cool and so high. Especially the part about beating the face of 3 head number fans. 300 carnivals to make the bad guy who bullied the granny ashamed of himself. This party is also very cool. Woo woo woo. Hold up the banner of I'll always love you. Sister 7 foot. Likes. Flowers. Heart. Applause. No good deed goes unpunished. This kind of person deserves to be rich. May we all preach kindness. The world needs to be mended. Your kindness is priceless. I'm getting old. I want to cry. Good people have a safe life. As the sky grew late, the pink sunset passed through the spotless windows and shone impartially on the side of Jiang Shiyuan's face. Jiang Shiyuan's ordinary face did not change in any way, but it was set off by the evening sunlight and became very dazzlingly noticeable. Little Orange stretched lazily, then rolled over her belly and squinted her sparse sleepy eyes to catch a glimpse of this scene, proudly climbing up and holding her head high. Not worthy of being her host. Not worthy of her to pick such a good host. Wish made a list of things to buy with a memo on her cell phone, then contacted the truck driver and van driver on the website. These two followed her at all times, and the job description was to drop her off at the mall, and then just wait outside. and then go to the next location when she came out, at 1,000 per hour. As soon as this pay and job description was posted, many people immediately signed up, because it was so easy. Just drop people off at the mall and rest in the car yourself. This is not easier than pulling goods to make money. It's like making money while lying down, just like money falling from the sky. In the end, Jiang Shiyuan synthesized the evaluation and all aspects and chose 2 relatively reliable drivers. There is no way. Before there is no time and money to get a driver's license. Buy a car cannot drive. Wait to buy a car after getting a driver's license. Jiang Shiyuan wanted to find bodyguards, but he didn't know where to find the ones in the neighborhood. After all, he had just become a rich man and didn't quite understand a lot of things. With the help of the system, Orange finally contacted 4 hardcore private bodyguards with a strong sense of power, all muscular, and standing there is a mountain to lean on, and purposely choose to retire. There is security. It is very reassuring. The price given is 4,000 a day per person, expected to work up to 4 hours. The main task is to help the employer carry shopping bags. When the boss of the bodyguard company saw this, he almost fell out of his chair without sitting still. What kind of god employer is this? What kind of god job? This made those bodyguards who were shouting, "It's better to go to work than to let him go eat," also fall silent when they saw this job description. Is there such a good thing in the world? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. After arriving at the site of the address sent by the employer, 4 hardened fierce men over 1.9 m stood neatly at the entrance of the SKP mall with meticulous expressions on their faces. The employer gave a high price for the remuneration, as well as the stance of being ready to spend lavishly in the SKP mall. Although they had yet to meet the employer, the image of a super rich man coming to experience life had already risen in their minds. They thought that the employer would get down from some luxury car, so their eyes were locked on the nearby passing or stopped luxury cars. Chapter 12, A Promise of Money. Capital City Manor. Empty streets. A large van parked steadily at the entrance. The driver sat in the driver's seat and was shocked to see these luxurious villas inside. When he got out of the car, he was face to face with the driver of a gray van parked behind him. Van driver, these days rich women go out shopping or with their own van? This is not shopping. This is similar to buying goods. Make it seem like you don't need money to buy things. Van driver, not right. I am not in the wrong place? Driving this macabre-like car to appear in front of this kind of villa that is worth more than 100 of his lives is more than a little bit out of place. After both of them used their cell phones to confirm with their employers that the address was not wrong, they raised their heads at the same time. It seemed that in this instant, the lines of sight met in the air and became electric. Seeing eye to eye. You're not also called by that boss surnamed Jiang, are you? Yes, and you are? The van driver took a look at the plain and unassuming exterior of the van and raised an eyebrow. Boss Jiang's ride when he goes out shopping. Yeah. To be honest, I can't even believe it a bit. Someone so rich doesn't even have his own car and charters mine. 1,000 an hour. Easy work. This is simply happier than picking up money. The van driver winked at the big van behind him. You this? I was also hired by Boss Jiang for 1,000 an hour. My main job is to help load the items she purchased. Rich people are scary as hell. Rich people are scary as hell. The two of them simultaneously let out a wail of envy and jealousy. At this moment, in their minds, they had already automatically brainstormed the images of the dog-blooded drama they had seen earlier. A rickety old man, or a middle-aged man who had accomplished a great deal of success, was tired of living a life that was too leisurely, and decided to come and experience a different kind of life. But the luxury engraved in his bones has not changed. Even if he takes a cab, he still pays a high price. When you go out to buy something, you don't want to pay for it. I envy them. If they had money one day they would also come out and act like this. On the other side, Jiang Shiyuan had strolled around his 2,000 square feet villa again in order to prepare his shopping list, figuring out what to add to this new home. For example, there was an open room next to the living room on the first floor that could be a snack mini-mart. After receiving a message from the two drivers, he walked outside while returning the message. There were quite a few people walking at this time of the day, and the sunset was very beautiful. Kang sure wished to realize that the people here have a sense of contentment that is not tormented by work, as if they are not in competition with the world. Yes, I can't imagine that these people would have any worries. Looking at herself again, she had eaten enough of the pain of birth and death in the first 20 years, the pain of falling in love, and in the end no one was still with her. Became nothing, no money, no lover, no family, no good job, even the loss of love coupled with the death of a loved one. There is no one to cry to. All that's left is full of sadness, resentment, low self-esteem and unwillingness to hide and quietly feel bad and regulate her emotions on her own. But the happy thing is that the system fell from the sky and gave her a new life. It allowed her to experience a life she had never imagined before. She would be as carefree as the people here. Thinking of this, Jiang Shiyuan walked with the wind in her veins. Arriving at the door, she walked straight towards the very eye-catching van. Hello guys, Jiang Shiyuan politely greeted. The two drivers froze in place, their faces in tatters. Boss Jiang is surprisingly so young? Jiang Shiyuan nodded lightly, his heart pressed by the desire to go on a spending spree. Let's go. SYP Mall. That was one of the top luxury malls in the neighborhood. Boss Kang's stance was as if he was preparing to do wholesale at the SIP Mall. The two drivers inclined their heads and looked at each other. The two big old men had the urge to hug each other on the spot. Another day on Earth to make up the numbers. Damn it, there are so many rich people in the world. Why can't there be one more of him? Little girl, the future is bright. Jiang Shiyuan rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. How did they know that she had the divine magnificent system and indeed had a great future in money? There was no strange odor inside the van. It was clean. The driver had been driving for 20 years and had good driving skills that wouldn't make the average person feel carsick. Jiang Shiyuan lying on the window to blow the wind of wanton freedom. Goo. This kind of life is not bad. Oh. Chapter 13, Gaga Dazzle. SYP Mall. People passing by were staring curiously at these imposing bodyguards, and there were even people taking pictures with their cell phones. Which celebrity is this attending an event here? It's actually with 4 bodyguards. The muscles on their bodies look so hard. One punch could send me flying 10 meters. I'm curious how much it costs to hire them. I want them too. It's definitely better than those male models I found before. Couldn't be the ones hired by the mall to fill the doorway, right? Midway through, a few people came to add their friends, and the 4 bodyguards were meticulous and advertised their bodyguard company. Sorry, it's in the middle of work. If you have any interest in this area, you can contact our domineering company. The passerby holding the QR code on his cell phone's face twitched. That's quite a secure name. Gradually no one came to say hello anymore, just glancing as they passed by. The bodyguards each had eyes that were rulers, tacitly and neatly inclining their heads to look to the left and then to the right, searching for their employer's figure in the crowd. This side. Kang sure wished to get out of the car first and waved with the 2 drivers. Uncle, you guys go and find a parking space, then you don't need to do anything. Just wait there. Both the truck driver and the van driver waved with a proper face. When Kang sure wish left, one happily rubbed his beer belly, and one clenched his hand into a fist in a give it a go gesture. Oh yeah, this job can make a lot of money while lying down. It's simply not too comfortable. Skyfall godly boss. With such a boss they would rather work 24 hours a day. Who called Jiang boss give too much low? After parking the car, the two coincidentally took out their cell phones and brushed up the short video, laughing happily. The big old distance. Jiang sure wished to see the 4 tall and powerful bodyguards, standing in front of the door. They were more powerful than a lion statue. Walking quickly towards them, she walked up to them and didn't see her, her eyes looking around. Jiang Shiyuan had to tilt her head and open her mouth. Hello, I am your employer. Hearing a young female voice, the 4 bodyguards looked down in unison, looking askance at this little nub. In the next second, their eyes widened steeply with a confused expression, like a husky with a crooked head. But soon, they digested the fact. Is that a mess, Kang Shiyuan? Kang Shiyuan nodded her head, then used her cell phone to call one of the bodyguards. Let's go. Go to the snack street next door for a while, then come back to SYP to buy something. Touching his stomach, he was a bit hungry. Let's fill up our stomachs first, so we won't go to some fancy restaurant. We'll have to wait too long. The main purpose of tonight was shopping, and she hadn't eaten barbecue. She used to pass by barbecue restaurants and smell the aroma craving, but couldn't afford to spend money to go in and eat. Today, by the way, to make up for the regret, these bodyguards were dumbfounded and full of doubt. But the cell phone still ringing in their hands was telling them that the little girl in front of them, who looked like she was still studying, was the employer. It's unbelievable. How could they not expect that the employer was a young ordinary girl? Jiang Shiyuan saw that they were still frozen in place. Eating well before shopping is more desirable for consumption. Oh, not long after, 4 lanky 1'9" fierce men were walking through the crowded snack street, wearing straight suits without a single wrinkle, and their leather shoes made a dull sound when they walked, so serious and proper. Out of place in this place where the food smells so good, almost everyone who passed by would give them a look. And yet, these men, who looked very fierce in appearance, obediently followed behind a girl who looked very young. The most crucial thing was that this girl was wearing ordinary clothes and her appearance was also ordinary. This was a rich man in deep hiding. Kang Shiyuan frowned. Why did she feel like she was being followed by 4 big shiny light bulbs, attracting too much attention from the surrounding? So, Kang Shiyuan kindly added the 4 bodyguards' friends and pulled a small group. Group name, Spendthrift-Loving Little Ginger Bodyguard Group. Also knew each other's names, which were Xiao Wu, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chen. Xiao Wu, I'll give you a difficult task. Jiang Shiyuan tilted his head to look at Xiao Wu with a very serious expression. Xiao Wu had a blank look on his face, thinking that there were enemies of the boss around, and his bone-deep professionalism was immediately aroused as he stared around vigilantly, sweeping around but not finding anyone threatening. The only irregularity was a middle-aged man who was sitting and eating, looking around uneasily with his hand over his stomach. Soon, the middle-aged man got up, which startled Xiao Wu and hurriedly shielded Jiang Shiyuan behind him. "Don't worry, we will protect you, Jiang Shiyuan. No one is trying to harm me. The task I want to give you is to go to that house and buy 5 octopus dumplings. I'll transfer the money to you later." Wu looked in the direction she was pointing and froze. "Oh, okay." What a daunting task this was. He secretly spat in his heart. Jiang Shiyuan seemed to be aware of his doubts. As big as the sky, eating is the biggest. Xiao Wu was silent for 2 seconds, suddenly feeling that what he said did make sense, and obediently went to buy octopus dumplings. The remaining 3 people followed Jiang Shiyuan into the barbecue restaurant. One of the bodyguards was very up to the task of holding the iron plate containing the food. "You guys can just take whatever you want to eat. I'm paying for it anyway." Kang Shirwan smiled and took 10 eels in his hand. Having all said that, the 3 bodyguards politely said thank you before taking some food. "Boss, 2 lobsters, 1 spicy and 1 garlic." The boss subconsciously stepped back when he saw the situation. Good. Noticing that the boss was a bit afraid of these imposing bodyguards, Jiang Shiyuan began to issue tasks. "Xiao Zhao, here's an important task for you. Buy what? 5 servings of milk tea and ice cream. Mine is cold, as long as it's strawberry flavored. As for your flavors, you watch." "Roger that." Xiao Zhou, handing you a mysterious "What to buy?" "I'm craving for stinky tofu." "Roger that." Xiao Chen, "Buy what?" "I want to eat some fruit after the barbecue. Durian, blueberry, lychee. There are other fruits you want to eat, can also buy some." Jiang Shi wished for Xiao Chen's back, then took out his cell phone and tapped into the little Jiang bodyguard group who loves to spend money, transferring the money to buy things in turn. Everyone was quick and efficient, and it didn't take long for the table to be filled. After Jiang Shiyuan started eating, the other bodyguards followed suit and ate slightly more. This job was really a novel experience now. It was actually accompanying his employer on a shopping trip, and there was free food to eat, a feeling of comfort and freedom, not having to be tense all the time. Jiang Shiyuan finished the barbecue. He took a spicy crawfish, stinky tofu, milk tea and ice cream, and finally 4 pieces of durian before he couldn't eat anymore. The barbecue that I had always wanted to eat before, but couldn't afford to eat, finally tasted the flavor. It wasn't as tasty as I thought it would be, but it smelled good. Every bite was full of happiness. The bodyguards are worthy of being tall and have a big appetite. Seeing Jiang Shiyuan finish eating, they don't pretend to be reserved and only eat 2 bites. They start to crunch and dazzle. In a short while, a large table of things were dazzled clean. The main focus is one of not wasting food. "Boss Jiang, next time you need a bodyguard, can you still come to me? Add me 1 more. And me. Follow Boss Jiang. Easy work and good food." I take back my previous words. There really is such a good thing in this world. Looking at the positive appearance of these fierce men, Jiang Shiyuan helplessly covered her face. She was still more humanistic. If she were to sit and eat alone with these 4 bodyguards standing dryly, she would probably attract the eyes of the entire room and she would be stared at so much that she wouldn't be able to eat. Even if she was alone in the box and closed the door behind her, it wasn't like they were guarding the entrance. Might as well sit down and eat together. I just don't want to carry the things I bought by myself. It's too tiring. I want to hire a few people to help carry things. "Boss Jiang, are you buying a lot of things later?" Xiao Wu asked in a respectful manner. It really was true that people couldn't look at each other. They all changed their views on this ordinary-looking girl in front of them. This was the rich Missy experiencing life here. Chapter 14, Where is this epileptic woman from? Kang Shiyuan thought carefully. It might be a bit much, and I have to go somewhere else later. What a street-sweeping trip. It's not enough to stroll through this luxurious mega mall. Rich people are really posh. In a matter of a cup of tea, the 5 of them entered the mall in a flurry, and were the center of attention everywhere they went. The most important thing is the bodyguards with serious expressions. Some of them are holding the coffee they just bought at the coffee shop at the entrance. Some were carrying durian meat and blueberry lychees packed in boxes. The other 2 had empty hands. This made the crowd wonder what this was all about. These bodyguards, who by the looks of them knew that they were hired for a lot of money, were carrying things for the plain girl in front of them? That girl smiled harmlessly, not realizing that there was a mysterious background hidden behind her, and that she needed multiple bodyguards to protect her when she went shopping. Bull. The first floor is mainly boutique watches, jewelry, cosmetics and other such luxury goods. Kang Suk-won was very interested in cosmetics first. Under the recommendation of the store clerk, she purchased a whole set of cosmetics and skincare products that were more suitable for her skin. Although there was a system and her appearance would become beautiful in the future, some scenes with makeup were more elegant, so cosmetics were essential. The sales clerk young lady was nervous. Her eyes kept darting around, unable to control herself to look at the 4 boyfriend bodyguards, and then look at the girl in front of her. She lamented that the novel honestly does not deceive me. The luxury family's daughter goes out shopping with her own bodyguards. These bodyguards are so handsome. No wonder there are stories of a rich family's daughter falling in love with a bodyguard. It would be hard for anyone else to top that. The sales clerk lady got herself high on CP, wanting to see which bodyguard Jiang Shiyuan would interact with most intimately. With an expectant face, she stared at Jiang Shiyuan's every move with unblinking eyes. However, Kang Shiyuan walked out empty-handed as if she didn't see the bodyguards, leisurely looking up at every store she passed. He soon caught the eye of a jewelry store and walked straight in. One of the bodyguards with empty hands had the good sense to lift those beautifully packaged cosmetic bags. They followed closely behind. The expectant sales clerk lady, the counter clerk at the jewelry brand store, just glanced faintly at Jiang Shiyuan, and then her eyes lit up when she saw another lady who entered at the same time. Hurriedly rushed up and recommended very enthusiastically. Jiang Shiyuan just happened to have a clean slate. Cosmetics need to be recommended by the clerk because she doesn't understand this area, has never worn makeup, and needs advice from a professional. For jewelry, she is relatively superficial. Look at these ornaments, good look, and their match are not with on the line. As for the price, she didn't even bother to look. A ring with a delicate and elegant pattern, and a necklace that goes well with the dress. The former is $80,000. The latter $110,000. The speed of selection was super fast. The clerk hadn't finished recommending to the lady, and the bodyguards had just come in when she took out her cell phone to check out. The cashier was also confused. It was rare to see someone buying high luxury for 2 minutes, casually spending $190,000. Hello, we can do membership over here. No, thank you. Jiang Shiyuan nodded politely, then turned around and left. The cashier panicked and picked up the jewelry gift bag placed on the table, which Jiang Shiyuan had just checked out, and shouted, "Hey, you forgot to take." Between the words, a tall bodyguard took the initiative to walk over and took it from her. Behind this bodyguard, there were 3 other bodyguards who were all carrying things. Jiang Shiyuan was a little thirsty and walked over to one of the bodyguards. Even without a word, that bodyguard understood and handed out coffee. The cashier almost choked for a moment. Holy, that girl actually brought bodyguards when she went out shopping. And not just one. Although I've seen this scene before, it's only for celebrities. The counter clerk who had previously ignored Jiang Shiyuan reacted, and hurriedly ended her gushing recommendations and followed up. Hello, a little slow just now. I can recommend the most suitable necklace for you, just like the one from Country F. Jiang Shiyuan really didn't have the heart to listen to these words. Fancy words. It was good for her to buy things she liked, believe in her own aesthetics and refuse to be PUA'd by outside aesthetics. But she waved her hand to refuse, and the counter clerk still reluctantly followed beside her. You shouldn't be too far behind this one. This necklace looks really very suitable for you to me. Let me warmly remind you, if you don't buy it today and regret it next time, it will be bought by someone else. At this time, the system that has been silent for a long time coldly grunted. I see that this person is intentionally treating you as a big wrong seed. The recommended necklace is thick like that. It's strange that it can be good looking. It looks cheap, and it actually needs 200,000 yuan. This divine hero system super supports the host to spend as much money as they want, but they can't be fooled. If she continues to harass, let the bodyguard behind you give her a good look. The image of Xiao Tangerine on the living room carpet at home, waving her little fists in the air excitedly, was already floating in Kang Shiyuan's mind. Involuntarily, she spread a smile and then coughed twice. She also felt that the necklace didn't suit her very well, and people with their own aesthetics in general probably wouldn't be able to look at this kind of design that didn't have a delicate pattern and only had a thick strip. The big gold chain around the neck of a triad brother was better looking than this one. Moreover, this teller spoke in a way that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. At the risk of being presumptuous, the one you recommended is so ugly that it makes me doubt your vision. But don't be discouraged. It might just be a different personal aesthetic. Oh. The words were said in a difficult way to stop the poor pursuit. The counter clerk was disliked with a double red face, like a thunderbolt from the sky hitting her head. Say she has a low IQ. Say that kind of blowing people's words. Say she has a high emotional intelligence. But she also knows to add a word of comfort. But it was true that there was a selfish reason for recommending this thick necklace. I just want to find a wrongdoer who has too much money to spend, and then use my sense of vanity to kidnap her to buy it. I didn't realize that I had lifted a stone and smashed my own foot. The teller squeezed out a forced smile. This necklace, I'll buy it. The lady behind her, who hadn't made a sound for a long time, took the necklace with a haughty stance, like she was disdainful of everything. Su Xiaoning originally wanted to go out and enjoy the life of being held up, but the woman who suddenly appeared stole her sharpness. In particular, the counter clerk inexplicably left her behind to warmly receive the woman who didn't have 300 on her entire body. This makes her very upset. Su Xiaoning directly paid the bill, carrying a shopping bag as she passed by Jiang Shiyuan. her eyes measuring her from top to bottom with contempt. Jiang Shiyuan helplessly spread her hands. There really is a big wrong seed. These words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Su Xiaoning's lungs were about to explode. Wasn't this woman just calling her stupid? The tall bodyguard blocked in front of Jiang Shiyuan. Imposing. In such a comparison, Su Xiaoning instantly became weak. Tiptoeing on her tiptoes couldn't even touch other people's shoulders. She swallowed her saliva. The fire in her heart just now was instantly extinguished by a pot of cold water, and did not dare to speak again. But wherever Jiang Shiyuan went, she followed. On the second floor, she bought women's clothing, inner pajamas, and various styles of shoes. Buy what you like without hesitation. Occasionally, she turned around and realized that Su Xiaoning, like a bat, always wanted to buy things that were a little more expensive than her. Jiang Shiyuan, where is this epileptic woman from? It looks like she was previously pissed off by who knows what to be like right now before trying to rely on this method to satisfy her sense of superiority. But sadly, she doesn't care about that. And the person who made this woman's angry like this now did a great job. Realizing that she was being ignored made Su Xiaoning remember the broken story of being crushed with her absolute financial power, and that 7-7 still didn't even put her in her eyes. And so it started to mess around and vent bad feelings. When Jiang Shiyuan wanted to take something, she snatched it away one step ahead of him. Su Xiaoning dejectedly raised the corner of her mouth. Childish. Jiang Shiyuan hadn't intended to buy this dress. She just saw that there was dirt on it and wanted to help get it off. You buy it. Su Xiaoning glared at her and went to the checkout confidently without trying it on. But when she saw the payment information she received on her cell phone, her face went white. This seemingly unremarkable skirt actually cost $300,000. After buying this dress, she basically has no money left. Next month has not yet arrived. Pocket money spent. She was going to enjoy it, but she didn't. Also suffered a bellyful of anger. Bought a whole lot of ugly things that do not look good. Su Xiaoning's hands were full of shopping bags, wretched and tired. Then look at Jiang Shiyuan, shopping tired with a small fork blueberries to eat, buy things someone to help hold, all in one, so relaxed and pleasant. Noticing Su Xiaoning's angry gaze, she was not affected by it at all. The things she wanted to buy were all bought. The person who was somehow sulking didn't need to be put in her eyes at all. At the same time, one could not help but lament. Who on earth was this girl angry with to become like this now? As if she had lost her mind. That person who pissed the girl off like this is also awesome. Making an adult turn back into a 3-year-old and playing around with his temper. Ha ha ha. Chapter 15 Sweeping. Further up the street, Su Xiaoning didn't follow and stood in place with her head hanging down in disbelief. She was still a bit self-aware, having her wallet emptied by stimulating consumption. Even if she continued to follow, it would be a slap in her own face. Even if she was angry again, she could only hold it in herself. Since she was a child, how could she have been so angry? Not only was he crushed by 7-7 on the internet, but he was also no match for this strange woman. Originally untamed, now the sharpness has completely disappeared. There is no more of that high and mighty energy. Now she was only full of frustration. Jiang Shiyuan began to pick out some smart homes. The villa was fully equipped, especially the appliances in the kitchen. There was a dishwasher, juicer, coffee maker, ice cream maker, steam oven, wall breaker, microwave, cooking machine, but she always felt something was missing. A film machine, a drone, a floor sweeper, etc. The mini-mart next to the living room needed 2 types of refrigerators like the ones in the supermarket outside. One transparent type for direct selection of drinks, the other with lots of space for ice cream and gelato. Quickly follow the salesman to find both refrigerators and buy 2 of each. Fill in the address and choose to have the door delivered to your home. Seeing the address, the salesman stood at the door, his eyes fixed on the young girl who leisurely walked out of the store. Was it the Kyoto City manor he was thinking of? Passing by the rows of cool and neatly arranged road bikes and mountain bikes, Kang Shirwish was attracted by one of the good-looking road bikes. The car sales were also muscle-bound, but standing in front of the bodyguards that Kang Shirwan had brought with him, they were instantly dwarfed and completely incomparable. Hello, I can pick it out for you. Just this car. Jiang Shiyuan pulled out his cell phone. Go pay. The car sale was very pleasantly surprised. The first time a sentence was not finished, the buyer had chosen his favorite road car. If he encountered this kind of unrivaled and non-choice impaired customer every day, he would probably have a smile on his face even in his nightmares. Kang Shirwish looked at the payment message. This road bike is $100,000, and the quality is definitely excellent in all aspects. If you want to go out for a ride by yourself, you can go have some fun. Although there is a probability that it will be dusty in the underground garage. As he was about to fill in the address, one of the bodyguards stepped forward with the word honorable written all over his body in a righteous manner. Then he carried the very heavy roadster with the momentum of pulling a willow upside down. It seemed so easy that even in his suit you could vaguely see the muscle lines inside. Soon, he took off the suit in a sharp manner, revealing the gluttonous abs that made people want to cover their eyes but couldn't help peeking. Tiny road bike, take a pinch. Kang Shiyuan didn't hold back from looking at this bodyguard a few more times. He obviously could have just taken off his suit, but had to find an excuse. Never have I seen such a top-notch social cow. Is there no one he cares about in this world anymore? Toes are buckling to the ground, but there are really a few points of color. Forget it, look down at the phone to ease the embarrassment. It was only then that I realized that the phone had been used for 3 or 4 years, and occasionally it was a bit laggy. Just for example, the last reward, it was slightly stuck, but fortunately did not die. Passed by the specialty store and bought another computer and the latest version of the phone. Next went to stock up on snacks. The bodyguards were seen carrying a full load in each of their hands, and one had a pricey road bike on his shoulder, pulling with power. They didn't feel tired at all, but rather enjoyed it. The people passing by couldn't help but look sideways frequently, and even when people walked a long way away, they were still staring stupidly in that direction. 1,000 words of amazement can't match up to one sentence. Awesome. On the way to the parking lot on the second floor, I received 99 plus awesome comments from strangers. Jiang Shiyuan, in fact, the roadster can also choose to deliver to the home, but this bodyguard seems to like to pretend to be a bully, and had to reveal his 9-pack abs in this way. The remaining 3 bodyguards have glared at each other. Come on man, quickly drag this conspicuous bag down and reward him with 50 big boards. The conspicuous bag upside down shoulders of the highway car, face hanging confident smile. Hey, brothers awesome you guys cannot imitate. To the underground parking lot, the 2 drivers have been waiting for a long time, but when they saw the situation, they still showed a shocked look. Jiang Shiyuan took his cell phone and searched for the nearest 4-story hypermarket. Uncle, let's go here. Then go to the pet store to buy some cat food and cat litter or something. It's almost done. The driver and bodyguard scowled at each other towards each other, and finally tacitly revealed an expression of habit. Each of them was eager for this employer to come back to them next time. Entering the large supermarket, Jiang Shiyuan had long been immune to the gazes of strangers, with 4 bodyguards following behind. It was hard to keep a low profile. Only 5 people each had a shopping cart. When Jiang Shiyuan saw the snacks she liked to eat, she swept them into the shopping cart, more capricious than some companies' year-end snacks randomly grabbing activities. From the first row, then sweep to the last row. Fresh and hot chicken claws, chicken thighs, duck meat slices, these also by some. Ice cream and the refrigerator are carried in large boxes. 2 shopping carts full of drinks and alcohol alone. Daily necessities are not forgotten. Surprisingly, this supermarket has pet products such as cat teasers, airline boxes, cat litter boxes and toys. Now you only need to buy cat food and cat litter when you go to the pet store. It was only after shopping until the supermarket closed at 10:30 that Jiang Shiyuan finished her purchases. The bodyguard went up and down 3 times, and just loaded the last thing into the van, and came back to see the 2 big shopping carts placed next to Jiang Shiyuan. He covered his face. The boss is ready to open a supermarket at home? Jiang Shiyuan let out a long breath. This kind of hoarding feeling is too decompressed. The total consumption of buying snacks was 292,537. Supermarket cashier saw this big spectacular. Eyelids kept jumping. Help! This is ready to empty the supermarket. Her boss doesn't even shop like this. At this time, the pet store was also closed. So, Jiang Shiyuan purchased 3 packages of cat food and cat litter on the regular pet platform of the cell phone software and chose to have the order delivered immediately. Jiang Shiyuan didn't put the high shipping cost in his eyes. When he returned to the capital city manor, the delivery man just arrived, without Jiang Shiyuan personally getting out of the car. The bodyguards thoughtfully carried the cat food and cat litter to the van, arriving at the back door of Jiang Shiyuan's villa in 2 minutes. They were once again refreshed in their worldview by Jiang Shiyuan's financial power. The 2 drivers were calm, but when they entered the oversized garage of Jiang Shiyuan's villa, they still couldn't control their mouths from opening into a big O shape. Jiang Shiyuan turned on the garage's air conditioner so that it wouldn't be so hot for them to move things. As for her, she moved a small chair to sit next to her. Shallow supervision it. You guys just move everything down. I'll get an organizer to help me organize and store it tomorrow. Driver, bodyguard. It was they who were alone, hearing the profession of organizer for the first time. There is power in numbers. At 11:30, the work was over. These people stood at the back door, waving reluctantly. Boss Jiang, next time you need something, be sure to come find us. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Shiyuan had found an organizer, they couldn't wait to do the work of organizing those things all night long. Be careful on the road. Kang Shiyuan hummed a little song and took some needed things to the backyard. This time, she bought a barbecue grill, so she could grill it on the table in the backyard. Cold vegetables and meat, fruits, drinks and wine were available. In no time, the colors and flavors were all there. While eating a late-night snack, I looked at the unread messages on my cell phone. Chapter 16: The Secret to Becoming Beautiful and Stronger. When she was shopping and pulling small groups, Jiang Shiyuan had noticed that Lan Yanyu had sent a message, but she was only thinking about shopping and didn't have the heart to reply. Lan Yanyu was eager to report on the progress of the national service. Seeing that she hadn't replied, she didn't cross the line to ask anything. In just one night's work, Jiang Shiyuan's account had hit 10 stars from Exalted Platinum to King. With such a fast speed, she should basically have never lost, and she can start playing the Grand National Standard tomorrow. Jiang Shiyuan, okay. Lan Yanyu didn't reply right away, probably because something was busy. Just at this time, Jiang Shiyuan receives 2 messages from Wenwan Air. Wenwan Air? Wenwan Air, what's going on in your house? It smells so good. Jiang Shiyuan, sister, you actually know where my house is. The reply over there was also quick. Wenwan Air, just saw you on the side of the road in a van. Wenwan Air, dear, you tell me, you are not here where the gossip. No, the end of the world is coming soon. So pulling goods or pulling a van? Wenwan Air, shy little white cat hiding behind the wall JPG. Wenwan Air wrapped the tissue paper into 2 small grips and blocked both nostrils. There's no way. That smell next door is just too fragrant. If she continued to smell it, the sound of her stomach protesting wouldn't stop. But that freshly roasted meat mixed with other food flavors, it really smells so good. Oh, Jiang Shiyuan, I have a lot of it here. You can come to my house and eat it together. Wenwan Air, how can this be good? Jiang Shiyuan, it's okay, just as a friend party. There was no reply from there, probably considering how to politely refuse. Jiang Shiyuan pondered for a while. They had just met, and Wenwan Air was a popular actress, so it was normal for her to have a problem with people she didn't know well. If it was her heart wasn't that big and she wouldn't dare to come easily. Thinking like this, the distant doorbell echoed throughout the villa. It was the bell of the front door. Someone was visiting. Kang Shiyuan blinked quickly. Soon, arriving in front of the front door, a face with a bright smile and beautiful appearance came into view. When Weiner came in her pajamas and embarrassedly put her hands behind her back. Excuse me, I actually didn't really want to come. My stomach growled too much. She had an embarrassed look on her face, drawing awkward little circles on the floor with her right foot. It's so late. Why don't I just order a takeout, so I won't bother you? Saying that, she suddenly turned around and made a move to leave. After taking 2 steps, she stopped in surprise and perked up her ears to listen to the movement behind her. Jiang Shiyuan was amused by this act of desire and opened the gate. I have a lot of food here, so it just so happens that I'm bored eating alone, and a sister can nag me by accompanying me. Of course, if you really don't want to accompany me, sister, I can't force you. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Then I'm sorry to interrupt. He. Wenwan Air bounced and walked over in 3 steps, baring her teeth in a very cheerful smile, with no trace of an actress's demeanor. Wow, you have a very nice design here. The various flower scents are refreshing. You have this courtyard style. The exterior is too tacky. Inside, gosh, you have vision. Idle inside just that sunbathing. When Wenwan Air saw the garden in the center of the quadrangle villa, her eyes were bubbling with light. Feet of the small orange proudly raised his head, dejected to walk or shaking, with the same as bungee jumping. That's, without looking at who chose it. Going to the table in the back garden, Jiang Shiyuan put the already baked food on a plate and handed it to the side. You eat first. I've just eaten some of it, and put on a full load. It'll be baked in no time. Idol pointed to the side again. There's watermelon and spoons, and other fruits, beer and wine, side dishes and such. You need drinks, snacks, ice cream and sorbet can go to the mini-mart to get. When Wenwan Air realized that she was as new to town as she was to the city, and took a few steps back at that. What mini-mart? You even have a mini-mart in the villa. Jiang Shiyuan Air suddenly remembered that things hadn't been packed yet. I forgot. I have to wait for the organizer to come tomorrow. The mini-mart isn't ready yet, but those ice cream and drinks were in the refrigerator. The bodyguard and the driver, they made a concerted effort to place them for her. The ice cream and drinks can be taken from the refrigerator. When Wenwan Air giggled as she looked at the ordinary girl in front of her, suddenly felt that she, an actress, was living like a social animal. Sighing to herself, the electric fans on the left and right were particularly powerful, and the night was cool. The 2 of them were happy and ate soundly. When Wenwan Air lamented that she had never been so reckless before, but this was too good. The girl in front of her was like Doraemon's pocket. She had everything she wanted to eat. Having such a friend was simply too happy. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points. The system was only upgraded once for 60 points, and being close to the supporting cast for a while gave her 20 points. It seems like Jiang Shiyuan has discovered the secret to becoming beautiful and strong. Rewards can earn 10 times the money and points back. Making friends with supporting characters could easily earn points to improve their looks, voice cuts and so on. And they could also buy props from the system mall. Sister, do you know Lin Xingyu? Jiang Shiyuan asked naturally, like she was bored and chattering. Chapter 17, I people are people's best toys. When Wan Air's body snapped, and in one bite, she smoothed all the meat from one barbecue into her mouth. Sprinkled with chili powder and tomato sauce, the barbecue's meat was fresh and flavorful. I wonder if the Lin Xingyu you're talking about is the same person as this one I know. He's an anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans, and he's also from the capital city. Then it might be the same. Why are you suddenly asking him? He is my ex-boyfriend. In the past when I had no money he disliked me and cheated on a list of big sister. Jiang Shiyuan purposely did not say when it was, and sincerely reminded, if you know him, you must stay away from him. I don't know if the other party will believe it. The odds were that it would be skeptical at first, but there's only so much you can say straight up. It was better to be straightforward than to bend the rules. When Wan Air heard these two words, she almost subconsciously swung the barbecue in her hand and slammed her arm on the iron plate. He's really a deserving dead scum. You're so nice that he dares to fail you. Next time I see him I must find a way to make a fool out of him. She was filled with righteous indignation in every word and chattered endlessly on behalf of Jiang Shiyuan. She was on the verge of cursing all 18 generations of Lin Xingyu's ancestors. Jiang Shiyuan. She herself didn't even have such a big grudge. Those who didn't know thought that the person being bullied by Lin Xingyu was Wan Air rolled her sleeves in indignation, remembering that when she had just added her friend, this girl had said that her name was Jiang Shiyuan. She instantly collected the bad mood she had just felt and acted like a gentle and knowing big sister. Little Jiang, I'll be honest with you. He and I met by chance at a branding event, and we've been ambiguous for almost a week. Female stars and male netizens ambiguous. This kind of thing certainly cannot be exposed. But when she met Jiang Shiyuan, her sixth sense told her that she could trust the other party unconditionally. Jiang Shiyuan helplessly held his forehead. That bad guy had raised a lot of fish. I just don't know what kind of famous scene it would be if his fish pond was blown up one day. Wan Air was afraid of being misunderstood and hurriedly explained, but he's not my cup of tea. I got in touch with him because a fortune teller said that his botsy is prosperous for me, so I wanted to get in touch with him on a trial basis to see if it's true. As soon as the words left her mouth, she found her repaired cell phone and searched for Lin Xingyu. After entering the chat page, she sent several very dirty and beautiful words, greeting the ancestors in passing. Then without waiting for the other party to reply, she tapped into the main page and chose to delete her friend. Tapping confirm without hesitation. I'm too disgusted to have this kind of person stay on my friends list. I'll definitely give you a fierce revenge when I find a chance. Hearing the words fortune-telling and botsy, Jiang Shiyuan silently gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being a career batch, the circle of friends reveals the worship of money everywhere. Further to the back, Jiang Shiyuan didn't even expect Wan Air to be so overbearing and directly confront her head-on. The speed of deleting friends is so fast. Why do you believe in me unconditionally? Wan Air furrowed her brows in confusion. I'm not stupid. Do you need to personally come and make a rumor about a third-tier male netizen? You just have the money to directly buy out the media. Besides, you invited me for a late-night snack. I think you're a good person. In the front, Jiang Shiyuan still felt that it made sense, but this sentence directly afterward made her almost dry spray the beer in her mouth. What kind of logic is this? Buying a late-night snack equals good person? This sister trusts people too easily, so she's really afraid of being abducted at some point. When Wan Air herself found it unbelievable. She was usually a very vigilant person. For some reason, she subconsciously believed the words spoken by Xiao Jiang without even a hint of doubt. In her own subconscious, she naturally had a favorable impression of the girl in front of her. Little Jiang really seemed like a standard good person. A good person's life is safe. It's better to eat barbecue. Don't chat. Host, congratulations on getting another 20 points. 20 points for deleting a friend? Jiang sure wished to give the system points. With you, no surprises. She now had 40 points. So she wasn't in a hurry to use them yet. It wasn't too late to use them all together after completing the level 2 bounty mission and gaining more points. There was still a kind of ho-hum coolness to using the points this way. When Wan Air noticed the growing smile at the corners of Jiang Shiyuan's mouth, did you think of something happy? Curious about little Jiang's previous experience with the scummy man when she was down and out, but she purposely changed the topic. After all, having been hurt by that scummy guy, she was afraid that mentioning it too much would remind Xiao Jiang of the love wounds she had suffered before. Every day without worries, the mood is always involuntarily pleasant. Jiang Shiyuan casually found a reason to put it off. Talking about this, when Wan Air sadly hugged her head, I really envy you. Seeing her so sad, Jiang Shiyuan wanted to comfort a few words. In a blink of an eye, a happy and loud song suddenly rang out, permeating a positive and relaxing atmosphere. Green grass is fragrant, berries are sweet. When Wan Air, who was still crying in the last second, heard the cell phone ringing and immediately got it to her ear. Performing a Sichuan opera face change, her brow furrowed to death. Hearing the familiar voice, The tone of his own words was even more suppressed impatience. Didn't I tell you? Do not disturb me during non-working hours. Just for a few dollars is it easy for me? 2 o'clock in the morning and call me. What girlfriend's variety show? The main shooting content is to record celebrities and girlfriends traveling together. Do you think I look like the kind of person who has girlfriends? The further down the conversation went, the more insane the mental state became. Jiang Shiyuan lamented that she was worthy of graduating from the Water City Theater Academy, but she seemed to be able to understand when Wan Air's cranky mood. Before, when she worked 2 jobs a day, she only rested for 4 hours a day, and she was woken up by her boss's phone calls from time to time in the middle of the night. She didn't understand why she had to take up her rest time when she was off work. Even though she was dissatisfied, she didn't dare to resist for the sake of her paycheck. When she heard Wan Air's dislike of her like a barbarian, it inexplicably came as a relief to Jiang Shiyuan's ears. She even wanted to hear Wan Air dislike her more. Ha ha ha. Not long after, the phone was hung up with a snap. When Wan Air's entire body looked like it had been roasted by fire. Where was the image of a gentle and sensible big sister? I can't understand why they always come to go so formalistic. Every time in the middle of the night to disturb my rest, ask my opinion and never respect my wishes. They have already decided in advance. Just come to notify me. Said many times. Since so send a text message to inform me on the line. Have to call to pull 7-8. I was afraid to miss what important information cannot easily hang up. I seriously doubt that they are intentionally trying to disturb me. Jiang Shiyuan didn't chime in. She wasn't good at comforting people, especially in this kind of fire and brimstone. Holding half a watermelon, she dug it with a large spoon and ate it. It was cozy and loose. When Wan Air was carrying a wine glass, sipping on a good red wine every now and then, even though Jiang Shiyuan didn't pay any attention to her, she didn't terminate the spitting. There are only half a month left before the start of the variety show. Where do I find a best friend to accompany me in the variety show? It's really difficult for me. Kang Shiyuan ate his fill. Guyu palsy. Money can solve most of your worries. Rent a professional BFF. It's not a bad idea, but it's embarrassing to be poked and prodded. Are you free on May 14th? This variety show is a girlfriend's travel variety show. The 2 of us girls will go to play. It's safe to have the program team follow us, and we can also find someone from the program team to solve any problems we encounter. If you help me with this favor, I promise you a request. I'll do what I say, and you don't have a burden. I understand if you don't want to. When Wan Air blinked her bright and nice peach blossom eyes, her hands folded together against the front of her mouth. Very sincere. I don't know if I'm available. I can only know if I can participate after some time. Although she didn't directly agree. When Wan Air happily hugged her shoulders tightly, Xiao Jiang actually didn't directly reject me. It's a great person. I'm going to work harder to earn money to support Xiao Jiang in the future. Listen, what kind of words are these? It's just a big pie in the sky. But after this, it's really a bit like girlfriends who are familiar enough to draw cakes for each other. Jiang Shiyuan recalled a comment he had seen on the internet before. I-people are the best toys for E-people. Shut up, don't come over. When Wan Air, that's so funny. Paste. Chapter 18 True or False Young Master. 1 hour later, after exchanging goodnights with Wan Air, Jiang Shiyuan returned to the villa alone. She realized that there was a cobbled path on the side of the villa, which had the same fitness equipment as in the park square. There were also 2 swings situated close to the fence. Sitting on the swings, leisurely swaying and swaying, playing with the phone in comfort. Reward a wave, and then wash up and go to bed. If you reward more before going to bed, your sleep will be more fragrant. After spending another $6 million, you'll get $100 million in rebates. 12:12. Only 10 minutes later than the time she returned the message. Blue Yenyu, sorry, I was busy with something just now. Blue Yenyu, I'm usually around. Perhaps because Ryoga didn't get a reply and it was getting late, and she had to broadcast live the next day. Half an hour later, Jiang Shiyuan was also a little tired, but at the thought of the reward, not a single bit of tiredness. Jiang Shiyuan, good night. After sending the message, he tapped into the note number short video. Not surprisingly, the message box was 99 plus again. The fans continued to rise to 17,000. The people who followed her, which also included some anchors with 10 million followers. Right at this moment, a message surfaced on top of the cell phone screen that had just been sent. JPG. Blue Yenyu over there was sleepy, but since he hadn't been waiting for a message, he held on to his sleepiness and waited patiently. Every time 10 minutes passed, he would silently recite in his heart, wait for another 10 minutes. If Sister Shaoqi hasn't returned the message, I won't wait anymore. But many 10 minutes passed and there was no message. Lan Yenyu can only jerk a cat, thinking that the last 10 minutes, and then did not return. I will not wait. Finally, the message sounded a very loud ding-dong. Quickly picked up the phone to reply to the emoticon. Now I can finally sleep in peace. Jiang sure wished to directly slide the message to the right, Did not click into the chat page. Know what the other party back on the line. Idly picking some private messages to read. Found that some big sisters challenged her. Maybe it's because she's not happy to see the anchor she's powdered following her? I don't know what kind of psychology. Or maybe too bored to find gas out. Looked around all the same private messages. So not interested in reading. Randomly enter a live room. Account number 77777777 enter the live room. The man was sitting in a wheelchair. His two legs bent in a weird shape. After seeing his appearance, a name suddenly popped up in Jiang Shiyuan's mind. Lin Yan. This was the original male protagonist who had been robbed of his chi by Lin Xingyu. I didn't expect it to become so miserable nowadays. This was the plot of the real and fake young master. Lin Yan grew up in a billionaire's house and was an only child. His appearance was that of a hard and handsome one, full of masculinity, and could be described as a one-of-a-kind. Even if a man saw him, he would sigh to himself, and from then on, when he was narcissistic, he would only say, "There is no man in the whole world who is more handsome than me." Except Lin Yan. Lin Yan grew up with good grades, good at everything, and was ready to inherit the family business. Unexpectedly, he met with an accident, and his legs were broken into irregular shapes, and he lost the sensation of his calves, and needed to spend a long time and money to cure his legs. Suddenly, one day, the real young master, Lin Xingyu, shows up with a paternity test. The adoptive parents looked at Lin Yan, who could no longer walk, and tearfully said, "I'm sorry, he suffered for so many years, so don't rob him anymore." Lin Yan's wishes were not respected, and the foster parents focused on raising Lin Xingyu. Gradually no one cared about him as a fake young master. The latter was directly thrown out as trash. This was the original plot. Strange. Looking at Lin Xingyu's appearance yesterday, it's clear that he hasn't been recognized back by the family yet. So why did Lin Yan become so shabby and get kicked out by his adoptive parents who are billionaires so far in advance? Chapter 19, Giving the Villain Living Expenses. Starting off too high and falling into a muddy and dark quagmire all at once made Lin Yan completely like a different person. The rich second-generation heir who was supposed to be spirited now became an alternative with a gloomy and withdrawn personality and physical defects. Who would have thought that he, who had been groomed as the heir of the Lin family, would now throw his head in the sand to make money live? Jiang Shiyuan held admiration as he carefully observed Lin Yan's every move. Is this the villain who made Lin Xingyu almost become a vegetable 3 times in the later stages? It really had the air of a villain. From the original male lead turning into a villain, he had probably experienced a lot of setbacks and blows. Now being kicked out of the Lin family early has accelerated the progress of his darkening. Oh ho ho. So looking forward to the big scene of the century when he and Lin Xingyu go hard. It was a good show, but now that the plot had changed and Lin Yan now seemed to have been kicked out of the Lin family, the opening situation was not good. There were even only 100 or so people in the live broadcast room, and almost no one was sending gifts. Either that or they were looking at Lin Yan's good looks and molesting him. Handsome face is good looking. It is a pity about the legs. How come you don't say a word? It can't be a mute, right? Either that, or the people who had previously been at odds with Lin Yan were falling on their sword and kept mocking like a fly. You have your day too. Ha 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 ha. Dang it. Young Master Lin is poor and comes to live broadcast to make money? Laughing to death. Lin Yan sat in his wheelchair. His hands clenched so hard that he couldn't wait for his nails to be embedded in his flesh so that he could always remember today's humiliation. He was in any case did not expect his adoptive parents to be so ruthless, so that he was driven out penniless, without a penny to eat. No one dared to help him. The foster parents wanted him to die, not willing to wait for death, only to put down their pride to do such an unreliable thing. 2 hours on air and only 2 penny gifts. It seemed like he really didn't have a chance. In order to survive, it seemed like he could only go begging. Just as he was about to go off the air, the entire screen was massively occupied by magnificent special effects. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1. Account number 777-7777 reward Carnival X2. Account number 777-7777 rewarded. The 77 continued to send the platform's most expensive gift, the numbers increasing without a hint of hesitation, as if it was a simple matter of tapping the screen twice. This also caused the pop-ups that were just chattering to instantly shut up. Only a steady stream of passers-by were attracted by this grand carnival reign. This familiar scene, I've seen it twice yesterday, and as expected, it's still the same little seventh sister who has too much money to burn. This rich woman's taste is really unique. She also likes a man with no legs left? He's got no legs, but he's handsome. He looks like a showbiz guy. Xiao Qi's strict selection is certified. No, this male anchor looks familiar to me. Isn't this the heir to the Lin Group? I'm an employee. I've seen him a few times before. What changed? How did he become so miserable now? Screaming wildly, upstairs, hurry up and quit. I guess Lin's group is going out of business. Maybe Sister 7 and Lin Yan used to know each other. and now that Lin Yan is in a bad situation, she's here to help? Seeing this comment, Lin Yan, whose eyes were dull and colorless, pondered for a moment. Now in this situation, those fox friends who were close to him before for the sake of profit were already good enough not to come and throw stones. They couldn't possibly stay away from him, and couldn't possibly come to help him. Then who exactly is this 7-7? Lin Yan did not move, just like that, coldly glowering. The whole person was very depressed and misanthropic, as if he was out of the picture. Some passers-by began to fight for Jiang Shiyuan, who had been constantly swiping gifts. What's the point of pretending? Did Sister Shaoqi give you too much face? You didn't even say thank you. How rude. The whole network's big sister, just our little 7 sister is the best, was ignored but also rewarded. She really, I cried to death. Weakly speaking, the anchor seems to have never spoken. Maybe a mute. Lin Yan indifferently opened his mouth. Thank you. The voice is hoarse and magnetic, like it hasn't spoken for a long time, but it's unusually good. Handsome and good-sounding voice. Alas, it's a pity. Just to thank you? Oh, anchors make money really easy. Shaoqi's sister don't reward. For this kind of person, reward is not necessary at all. If you have so much money that you have no place to spend it, just transfer it to me. I happen to be short of money. There were many people who wanted Jiang Shiyuan to stop rewarding her, but she didn't see them. She swiped away at herself. There was only one sentence in her eyes. Hurry up and finish rewarding. I want to sleep and sleep. Who is this man that Sister 7 likes so much? He's just a second-generation rich guy who's down on his luck. And now he's nothing. The rhythm was quickly brought up, basically questioning and belittling Lin Yan. Lin Yan himself was like a blind man with his eyes open. Just like the emo monkey king who was still unaffected by the Tang monk reciting the tightrope incantation 300 times, surrounded by a layer of shielding that couldn't do him a bit of damage. On the other side, Jiang Shiyuan was really a bit sleepy, and his frantic movements of tapping the screen became slower and slower. Without realizing it, she glanced at the comments, all fighting for her and asking who exactly Lin Yan was. This is the big villain of Tianklin's Starry Night. Hey, I spend money to make myself happy on the line. You guys don't bring up the tempo. The moment such domineering and protective words came out, it instantly silenced many people. It's only my little sister 7 who dares to say this kind of words, because she really has the ability to pretend to be a pussy. Yes, my sister is happy to spend money just to have fun. What kind of bulls and horses are you all in the comment section? How dare you command others? Don't you get it? Sister 7 and the anchor know each other. They're acquaintances. Oh, suddenly understand. Account number 7777777 rewarded Carnival X 500. Up to this point, Jiang Shiyuan finally stopped and went back to the villa to rest. As for the mess of eating late-night snacks, someone will come tomorrow to clean it up cleanly. It's too late at this hour. Rest up and fight again. Coming to the large second floor, he randomly picked a suite with all the amenities. Kang Shiyuan was too lazy to walk more and entered the suite near the stairs. Turning on the light, one could see that the style of the room where he slept today was a light luxury style. Marble for accents, stable and luxurious, surrounded by the texture of glass, cool and spiritual. A look at the past to make the space more spacious and transparent. The small round table in front of the cloud sofa also has a vase of flowers with a willow branch. The entire wall is translucent floor-to-ceiling windows. The windows have a great night view. You can see the other villas around, like looking at a city. The bathroom was 15 square meters and had a large bathtub. Jiang Shiyuan nodded in satisfaction. The style of today's pampered suite was to her taste. OMG. This sister rewarded another $1.5 million. Rich sister, look at me. I cook super well. I'm not bad looking, and my body is top notch. Can you give me a chance to get to know you? Shy. It's horrible. In less than a day, I'm about to level up to 56. Those who wanted to command Sister 7 before, why didn't they say anything? This anchor does have a look. Temperament is like a rich man. How to come to the live broadcast? Anchor next month paycheck can get nearly $1 million. Hey, who envied me not to say. Lin Yan just breathed a sigh of relief. Saw this pop-up heart again lifted up. Today is the first day. It will be next month to get the money. Then what about this month? Only one sentence, and then fell into the cold ice cellar of all hell. Without saying a word, he directly went off the air. Just then, he received several private messages. The first thing that caught his eye was the large rosy red packet. Jiang Shiyuan transferred 100,000 to you. Jiang Shiyuan, this month's living expenses. Lin Yan was confused, but his heart still trembled when he saw these two messages. His temperament was extraordinary as he sat straight in his wheelchair, downcast and out of place in the small and gloomy rental house. Who the hell are the 7-7s? The Lin family told everyone else not to help him, and this 7-7 dared to go against the Lin family. Lin Yan, can I add a contact number? He then sent his cell phone number. As long as he solved the problem of food and clothing, he had more than enough ways to make more money in a month. And the wind rose again. Chapter 20, a mini-mart that has everything the villain needs. Pausing for a few seconds, Lin Yan still chose to collect the payment. With this 100,000, he could repay 77 1,000 times over in the future. The moment he chose to receive the transfer, the 77s had become very important benefactors in his heart, even if it wasn't for himself. In order to live up to his benefactors' expectations, he had to redouble his efforts to change his current predicament. Lin Yan raised his head, his jawline clearly defined on both sides. He pursed his lips tightly, his obscure eyes flashed with a hint of determination, but it quickly disappeared and changed back to his previous gloomy and lonely appearance. What happened today he would never forget. In the future, he would definitely repay 77's kindness 1,000 times over. If it wasn't for 77, he wouldn't even have a chance to turn the tables and be isolated until he starved to death alive. As for the cruel foster parents who put him to death, there is only hatred between them now. The next day, early morning, the streets were misty, the air was cool and cozy, and a bright dawn was revealed in the distant eastern sky, illuminating the bustling and inch-perfect city. The doorbell has been ringing for 10 minutes, echoing in the large villa. Jiang Shiyuan woke up leisurely, wearing a cute Doraemon pajamas, and went downstairs as if sleepwalking. 2 minutes later, the two organizers and movers that had been booked in advance were let in. Jiang Shiyuan took them to the underground parking lot. Seeing all the things arranged in a jumble, the organizers looked like they were already accustomed to it, gathering around to observe what items were there. They then discussed how to organize and arrange them. The porters had already started moving things. Everything was in order. Jiang Shiyuan casually lay down on the recliner in the living room and squinted a little more. Thinking about the $100,000 given to Lin Yan, she actually didn't feel much. $100,000 was just small money for her right now. A small investment in exchange for a favor from the future villain. This deal was a sure thing. Jiang Shiyuan was just thinking about the reason why Lin Yan was kicked out early. Where did it go wrong? Or was there a mistake in the memories she received? These were all unknown for the time being. After thinking about it for no more than a minute, she didn't bother to think about it. Enjoy your future days as a rich woman. Kang Seokwan shook her calves in a nice way. When these people saw her sleeping, they even tried to make the commotion as small as possible for fear of disturbing their employer's rest. Every moment she stayed here, she was shocked by the luxury of the rich. There was no supermarket under the door of their neighborhood, and this employer had opened a small supermarket directly at home. And there's a lot of variety in everything here. Can't dare to imagine every day to recline on the recliner. The air is fragrant flowers. The sun shines in. On one side is the green indoor garden and fountain. Not far away is the small supermarket full of all kinds of snacks. Organizers have looked up at the magnificent chandelier. So want to live here for a few days. Enjoy the blessings. 3 hours later, all the stuff was processed. The organizer carefully pushed Jiang Shiyuan's shoulder with a gentle movement. Hello, can you take a look to see if it's full? Kang Shiyuan immediately woke up and saw the well-organized mini-mart, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Worthy of being an organizer, he was still very experienced in this area. It was simply refreshed and with things at a glance. It looked very pleasing to the eye. Jiang Shiyuan gave a thumbs up. Nice job. The organizer's hanging heart instantly relaxed, and began to patiently explain her placement ideas, such as where to place the French fries and chips. But within a few words, she was interrupted. I'm tired. You guys get off work? Just set up the mini-mart. Organizer, well, I'm just a tool guy. After sending these people off, voice turned on the automatic song-playing system in the living room. The bright sunlight shone in the center of the lush indoor garden, and the entire villa was filled with a romantic singing atmosphere. Jiang Shiyuan wandered through the small supermarket, humming a small song in satisfaction. The things were neatly arranged, and as long as there were snacks in the supermarket, there were all of them here. Who could not love having an all-inclusive mini-mart at home? She even bought a shopping cart and put what she wanted to eat in it in style. Then she lies on the couch and eats like a champ. At this time, the tiny little orange popped out of nowhere, and the way it exploded its hair was adorable. Host, remember to eat on time. Jiang Shiyuan was not impressed. Anyway, as long as there are points, I can be very healthy. Small orange, you do not believe in the points of your own family. Not let you eat snacks, meaning that the meal is good to eat at least a little. Oh. Jiang Shiyuan took out delicious cat strips and canned cat food in the organizer, and the aroma filled the room the moment he opened it. Little Orange's eyes went straight for a second, staring unblinkingly at the food in her hands. What's this? It smells so good. Snacks. You can't eat. Oh, you have to eat the main cat food first. Well, everyone can eat whatever they want to eat at their own heart's desire. Happiness is most important. Little Orange wolfed down the food and wailed. Jiang Shiyuan clapped his hands in relief and happiness, then went to the door to get the giant Boston lobster he had just ordered. It was spicy flavored and felt like it weighed at least 10 pounds in his hand. The packaging is very delicate. Placed on the table, the moment you open, the aroma of the nose Jiang Shiyuan casually took a picture, but also sat on the sofa and took a picture of the small supermarket. Beautiful life. Recorded well. The TV in the living room occupies an entire wall, and when it is not turned on, it is still transparent, so you can see the scenery of the outer garden behind the wall. Jiang Shiyuan was too lazy to take the remote control and called out to the artificial intelligence. With the mechanical reply of the artificial intelligence, there is no need to personally go to the operation, automatically logging into the note number short video. Eat food while watching the live broadcast of the next meal, forcefully breaking the tail of the big lobster, tripping on the unique sauce, taking a big bite, super refreshing. Just then, Jiang Shiyuan saw a familiar face on the big screen, the somewhat haggard-faced Lin Xingyu. Chapter 21. Either fans or money. Lin Xingyu's face wasn't the kind of face that was very common on the net, and had the same recognizability as a male celebrity. It was a little bit handsome, and it allowed people to memorize the appearance with just one look. Now that he had learned makeup and image management, he was even more prominent than the average face anchor. At this time, his mood was slightly low, and his tone was very weak as he responded to the pop-up questions. Babies, don't worry too much. I've been busy moving recently, so I'm rather busy. Finding a random reason to put these questions off. His body was so tired in the past 2 days that walking was a bit unsteady. But what struck him even more was that as soon as he clicked into the note number short video, he saw a video of marketing numbers touting account number 777-7777. This nickname was most familiar to him. It was the same fish that he had kicked away 2 days ago for being too broke. Lin Xingyu had mixed feelings, and it was very unpleasant. Even the first reaction was to not believe that this was Jiang Shiyuan. Clicking into the homepage and seeing the familiar avatar and unique profile, he was struck and couldn't return to his senses for a long time, as if he had been struck by lightning. How could this be possible? 2 days ago, Jiang Shiyuan was still a poor man who couldn't even take out $5,000. Lin Xingyu was very confident in himself and felt that the $3,000 to $4,000 that Jiang Shiyuan had rewarded him with was all she had. By all rights, Jiang Shiyuan should not even be able to afford to eat anymore. Now there were only two possibilities. One was that Jiang Shiyuan was deliberately pretending to be poor before, but in fact, behind the scenes, he was playing even more spendthrift than him. Maybe he was also just a fish in her fish pond. So all those reasons why his parents were seriously ill were fake. But he clearly saw that Kong Shirwish's recent photos became ugly. Suck that up? When he encountered this situation, Lim Songwoo subconsciously thought of everyone as being like himself, as if this would alleviate his sense of awe. There was a second scenario, which was that Kong Shirwish had won the jackpot by buying a lottery ticket. This probability was too small. The most likely is the first one, that Jiang Shiyuan made up stories and is actually a playa. The original book didn't have any ink about Jiang Shiyuan, the passerby, so he couldn't get Jiang Shiyuan's life from it. He could only rely on his own conjecture. Right at this moment, an extraordinarily gorgeous entry special effect appeared in the lower left corner of the screen. Account number 777-7777 enters the live broadcast room. Within a day's time, 5 million crazy rewards in the whole platform, jumping up from a nameless shrimp to become a 55-level godly big sister. Only 300,000 short, can still be upgraded to become level 56. Although there were quite a few level 56 big sisters across the platform, none of them would reward so much in a single day. This was too terrifying as it was. This kind of explosive financial power also made quite a few big sisters daunted. They all understood the word bully. Anyone with a bit of brains knew that this 7-7 that came out of nowhere was not to be messed with. When the gorgeous and attention-grabbing special effects appeared in the live broadcast room, almost all of the viewers present noticed Jiang Shiyuan. This was the big sister who had taken the entire live broadcast circle by storm, and her reputation was very loud. There were quite a few people who had missed yesterday's rewards and were very much looking forward to seeing the extravagant picture of this little sister 7 rewarding as if she didn't want money. Ooh-hoo, little sister 7 actually came to my favorite anchor's live room too. Looks like I'm going to see the world today too. Xiao Qi, don't miss it. Xiao Lin is a treasure anchor that you'll regret if you miss it. He's got a lot of strengths and specialties, and he's got a very sweet mouth, so I'm sure you'll like him more and more. Sister 7 sticker. Even little sister 7 is interested in Xiaolin. I knew I had a good eye for the rich woman's aesthetic. Rich bitch sister. Can we make friends? Shy. Watching his own fans go up the pole to lick the ever-silent Jiang Shiyuan, Lin Xingyu wanted to say something, and a rare look of embarrassment appeared on his face. He, who was always good at pleasing his big sister, couldn't say anything now. Thinking back to when he broke up with Kong Shiyuan, the reason he casually dumped on her for breaking up. Money. Even though Jiang Shiyuan didn't say a word, it was like she was slapping him in the face every now and then. Jiang Shiyuan took a big bite of the fresh and bursting spicy shrimp tail, a big bite full of blissful satisfaction, raising her eyes for a few moments to look at Lin Xingyu, who had an ugly expression. she couldn't control her desire to laugh. It's so dowdy. On the contrary, Xiao Tangerine was lazily lying on the carpet, her bulbous belly flopped out, her 4 feet spread out as if she didn't have any life breath. Next to them were 4 empty boxes of canned fish, already comfortable to the point of not wanting to move. Host, look at this man. Why? Really bad luck. There are so many beautiful men and women waiting for the host to enjoy them. Don't waste your time with this kind of person. Jiang Shiyuan nodded in approval. Indeed, it's not worth wasting precious time for this kind of person. Just let Lin Yin teach him a lesson later. But, she spread a smile and got up to enter the mini-mart, taking out an ice cream carton in the freezer and digging into it slowly with a spoon. I'm a person who holds grudges. Or maybe it's OCD. If someone hurts me an inch, I'll make sure to return the hurt 100 times over. Personally coming to give Lin Xingyu some blows, and then letting Lin Yan come later to deal him a fatal blow. Such an arrangement I think is very good. Confirming that Jiang Shiyuan did not have any feelings for Lin Xingyu at this time, Xiao Orange felt very relieved. Yes, that's the way to do it. To let him know that we're not easy to bully. But this is too good to be true. The host I chose is simply too much to my liking. Conjure Wish patted the little orange's head and helped it roll over so that it could sleep more comfortably on its back. Seeing those pop-ups that wanted to get close to her again, she remembered that there were a few familiar IDs among them. Back when she had no money and lost to Lin Xingyu's big sister, it was also these same fans who were shading and sneering at her. These people were really faded, spraying so many people that they forgot who she was. Jiang Shiyuan drew out 2 tissues to wipe her mouth and used her voice to control the AI to send her a comment. You ban all those fans on your list permanently, and I'll reward them. Why isn't Anchor Lin saying anything? Lin Xingyu knew what she was trying to do. Those fans on the list right now were the ones who had cursed Jiang Shiyuan. Obviously she was still angry and wanted to punish those people out of anger. Lin Xingyu hesitated. After all, these iron fans had followed him for a long time, and doing this would directly turn them from pink to black. However, he was also aware of Jiang Shiyuan's current financial power. If he could make Jiang Shiyuan lose her temper and coax her again, it would be like marrying a truly rich woman. If he really didn't like Jiang Shiyuan, he could still kick her out after making enough money on her. During the time he was silent, those fans who were still licking Jiang Shiyuan exploded. What do you mean? Having a few dollars really gives you face, doesn't it? We're all iron fans. How can Shaolin permanently ban us? You're really whimsical. Shaolin is not like the anchors you've known before. He's not the kind of person who forgets his own money. I have no grudges against you. Why are you banning me? If you're worried about us affecting your position in Shaolin's heart, you're overthinking it. Shaolin's real big sister isn't online yet, and she's the one you're up against. Chapter 22 Playing Lin Xingyu like a dog. 1. Jiang Shiyuan's short 2 sentences caused these fans to passionately protest and collectively change their faces. Instead, some passers-by who couldn't figure out the situation were eating their melon. There were also some small fans who were up in arms, wanting to see a good show. Capital City Manor. There were foraging birds flying over from time to time high in the sky of the large quadrangle-style villa, and occasionally a few of them stopped on the flowers in the garden, seemingly attracted by the smell of the meat inside. The system asked suspiciously, Host, what do you want to do? If Lin Xingyu really banned those fans, you're not really going to give this stinky man a reward, right? While asking, Xiao Orange rolled around on the somewhat dirty floor, finally rubbing it clean to the point of reflection, using the action of spilling and rolling to show his protest. Kang Xiaoquan had no choice but to take off his gloves that were covered in the delicious sauce and came next to Kotaru. Xiao Tangerine rolled around and stopped in surprise when she heard the movement next to her. As a result, the next second the back of its neck was lifted up by a big hand and turned into a fat and short catstrip. It subconsciously resisted, but suddenly felt that it was so comfortable to be lifted like this, and had a familiar feeling. Seeing Xiao Tangerine being so well behaved, Jiang Shiyuan's eyebrows curved into a gentle crescent moon. Don't worry, I just want to play with Lin Xingyu. I definitely won't spend a dime for him, even if it's just bounty money. Seeing Lin Xingyu's furious and unable to do anything about it. That's nice, isn't it? Xiao Tangerine's eyes instantly glared like copper bells. Yeah, playing Lin Xingyu like a dog. It knew the host wouldn't let itself down. Just the fact that Jiang Shiyuan described it like that made Little Orange feel good. Mulling it over in its mind, when the host completed the level 2 divine bounty mission, it quietly sent another red egg to the host. According to the usual practice, there had never been 2 consecutive levels that issued colored eggs, but there is no way. Who called the host every sentence and do everything in line with its preferences? Hey. The host is happy. It is more happy. Seeing that Little Orange is no longer splashing and rolling around, Jiang Shiyuan puts on his gloves again and opens a bottle of drink without any panic. There is a small orange in. Never need to be afraid of gaining weight. Can eat and drink with abandon. At this time, noticing the pop-ups on the big screen, those familiar fan IDs were still active. Jiang Shiyuan raised his eyebrows lightly, kind of wanted to laugh at what was going on. Lin Xingyu definitely wasn't disrespecting the money. He was just getting in the way of his own face and pride and was tangled up in it. This kind of person, as long as they added a few more words of jealousy, they would throw that so-called face behind them. It's just a few fans. The anchor doesn't seem like someone who would care about a few fans, right? I know these people very well. Without these few fans, you'll never know. Without these few fans, you'll have more if you're popular. I'm sure you're not such a short-sighted person, are you? The words that those brainless fans used to disparage her were all returned to them. These words were undoubtedly putting Lin Xingyu hard on the fire. Lin Xingyu's vanity was taken hard. He knew very well that many anchors were now eyeing Jiang Shiyuan, even including 10 million fan anchors. If he missed this opportunity, there might not be another one. But licking Jiang Shiyuan directly like this definitely wouldn't work, and would cause the passerby viewers and other fans to resent it. So, after a few moments of idle chatter, the moment was finally caught. Those few fans got furious and started posting comments full of asterisks. Personal attacks as well as attacks on their parents. The level of abuse was such that many viewers expressed their dissatisfaction. Feeling that it was too much to watch, Lin Xingyu deflated his mouth, revealing an unhappy expression. The unhappy look also looked aggravated, like he was helpless. Where's the administrator? Manage these babies. The emotions are too unstable, affecting the view of other little cuties. Those administrators in the live broadcast room were definitely on the side of those few fans and wouldn't listen to him. Lin Xingyu lowered his head and quickly used his cell phone to enter the live broadcast room with a small number that had an administrative title, permanently banning these fans who were causing trouble. By banning a few fans who didn't have much money, he could regain Jiang Shiyuan's forgiveness. This practice was a steady profit, but he was still puzzled. Where exactly did Jiang Shiyuan get so much money? Find a good time to ask. As long as he had a good attitude, Kang Shiyuan wouldn't choose not to say anything. The next second, Lin Xingyu hooked his lips as if he had thought of something very happy. He was sure that Jiang Shiyuan wouldn't deceive him. As long as he permanently banned those fans, Jiang Shiyuan would definitely do what she said. Thinking of the screenshot images of those marketing numbers, the endless carnival reign, Lin Xingyu felt that the days had something to look forward to again. In this moment, the day of becoming a multi-millionaire was close at hand. Chapter 23, playing Lin Xingyu like a dog too. Right at this moment, the fans who were spitting Fangfang tapped the comment send button, and at the same time realized that they had been banned by the administrators, or permanently banned. Looking at the 3 comments that 77s had sent later, they remembered who the 77s was. 77 was the person who couldn't even come up with $4,000 2 days ago and was completely crushed by Sister Little Dream. At that time, they had also used such words to taunt her. Today 77 taunted with the same words. These few immediately understood what was going on. This was retaliation, and it was still such a vicious revenge. For them to be permanently banned and backstabbed by their favorite anchor, to make a fool of themselves in front of so many people, and to be loathed by their other fans. 10,000 swords stabbed to the heart. What's the difference between that and killing them? If I had known that 77 was coming from such a big place, I wouldn't have raised a ruckus and taunted her at the time. Now it was all regret and humiliation, and they didn't even dare to watch the live broadcast, just like emo. Most importantly, they saw Lin Xingyu's true colors and instantly turned pink to black. Before, they were all praises for Lin Xingyu, but now there was just as much abuse in their hearts. There was even one of them who felt that she had been let down with her true heart and was so angry that she directly sent out a dynamic, announcing that she had withdrawn from the network for 3 years. If they had the chance, the one they wanted to teach a lesson was not 77, but Lin Xingyu. If Lin Xingyu wasn't driven by interests, 77 wouldn't have slapped them hard in the face. The likes that had been there only felt wasted and disliked. Seeing those obtrusive fans go away, Lin Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. In between chatting with the pop-ups, he also didn't forget to send a private message to Jiang Shiyuan. Lin Xingyu, baby, I'm sorry, it was all a misunderstanding before. I was in a bad mood and stressed out that day. Lin Xingyu, baby, forgive me. I'm so happy. Seeing these 2 private messages, Jiang Shiyuan almost spit out what she had just eaten. This was urging her to reward her. At this point, Lin Xingyu didn't know what he was going to face next, right? Ha 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 ha. Kang sure wish, playing PK. While Lin Xingyu was live streaming, he didn't forget to keep an eye on the private messages in the background at all times. Receiving only a brief message, he also replied immediately. Lin Xingyu, okay love you yo. Lin Xingyu, big love JPG. Lin Xingyu did not have a trace of doubt. After all, in his eyes, he had long since taken Jiang Shiyuan this love brain. Babies, let's play PK for a bit of fun. It just so happens that our sister Xiaoqi is here. Without even waiting for the fans in the comment section to reply, he obediently entered PK matching. The first person he matched with was the talented male anchor, Xingxing Zidi, a likeness that would make people turn around frequently when walking in a crowd. At first glance, He didn't look particularly stunning, but after a few more glances, he felt that his features were great, rich in classical flavor and durable. Qingqing Zidi was wearing a watery blue ancient dress, holding a withered yellow lute in her arms, like an exiled immortal figure who walked out of an ancient painting scroll. Pursing her lips, she smiled slightly and nodded her head lightly, her gesture gentle and very unique. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The next piece that I brought is Moonlit Night of Spring River Flowers. The voice came slowly like a small stream of water, very pleasant to the ears, like a lullaby that could soothe one's inner irritability and restlessness. Not only was the pop-up screen aghast, even Jiang Shiyuan was attracted to it, frequently looking up to view it. A sense of uneasiness rose out of thin air in Lin Xingyu, and he politely refused. I'm sorry I have to. Today. Before the words were finished, he saw the shiny level 55 sign in the comments section. Don't change it, just play PK with him. Jiang Shiyuan had spoken. Lin Xingyu forced himself to hold back his uneasiness and nodded. PK begins. Old rules, whoever loses accepts the other's punishment. Qingqing Zi always had a gentle smile on his face. He knew that Lin Xingyu wanted to refuse at first, and as for why he held his refusal back later, he was curious. Fine. PK started. Since Qingqing ZD had millions of fans, the progress bar soon crushed Lin Xingyu. The fans were getting anxious. It's over. Sister Dream isn't here today. Definitely going to lose. Alas, Shaolin is still too young, but this is good. Rubbing off on the traffic. Lin Xingyu is not panicked in the slightest. After all, the 55-level rich woman is in her own live room. Moreover, Jiang Shiyuan had promised him to reward those fans as long as he permanently banned them. There was no way this stupid woman would lie to him. Before, as long as he casually verbalized and coaxed a couple of sentences, she couldn't wait to pull out her heart to him. Thinking so smugly, when he looked at the upper right corner of the audience again, Jiang Shiyuan's avatar was gone. The smile at the corner of Lin Xingyu's mouth instantly disappeared, and his heart missed a beat. After confirming that Jiang Shiyuan had left the live broadcast room, he panicked to the point that he couldn't even grip the mouse. He hurriedly clicked into the private message page, and it was then that he realized that Jiang Shiyuan had shut him down. Lin Xingyu, baby, are you still angry? Just scold me if you're angry, you. Lin Xingyu, don't not reply to my messages, baby, where have you been? This way. Jiang Shiyuan received a bombardment of chain messages from Lin Xingyu close to collapse and didn't even bother to click in to read them. On the large screen in front of him, the image of Qingqing ZD drumming on the strings of the zither was clearly displayed, as well as Lin Xingyu, who had lost his expression management and broken his defenses to the point of blackface. On the side, it's so good for dinner. Ha ha ha. Isn't this better than a variety show? Kang Shiyuan laughed heartily, and his appetite for food went up quite a bit. As soon as he was happy, he picked up his cell phone to give a reward to Qingqing Ziki. Chapter 24 God of Wealth plus Koi Physique. The large screen that occupied the entire wall and the cell phone could be logged in at the same time. When rewarding with a cell phone, one could look up to see the gorgeous special effects that filled the screen in the live room. How is it not considered a pleasure to watch the gifts you give on the big screen? Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival times 1. The moment this special effect that wasn't often seen came out, it silenced the entire 3 big fans who were chatting furiously in the comments section. Still, some passers-by who had never seen this scene before were excitedly posting exclamation marks. This big sister doesn't have the anchor's fan sign and actually started popping gold coins at the drop of a hat. So this is the legendary Little Sister 7, truly living up to her name. Trenchless, stunned old iron. She was not just in the opposite live room. How there is no gift there. As soon as she came here, she began to send Carnival non-stop. I guess Dicky didn't even expect it. Qingqing Zidi's zither skills were exquisite, and with just a few gentle strums, it was like heavenly music that healed the heart. He was almost completely immersed in it, substituting his emotions, so much so that anyone who heard this music could empathize with the intended meaning. Without realizing it, he lifted his clear eyes. The Carnival special effects in the live broadcast room were the first to be strongly reflected in the eyes, and one could not help but frown lightly. As a recent figure in the live broadcast world, Qingqing Ziki was familiar with this nickname. He didn't expect Sister Shaoqi to actually come to his live broadcast room. Noticing the comments, he realized that Little Sister 7 had just come from the other party's live room. Only slightly lost in thought for a moment, Qingqing Zidian continued to play with single-mindedness, becoming one with the music. The large villa echoed with hi-fi live sound effects, restoring the live listening experience and being able to hear the true sound quality of the song. Kang Shi wished to lie down on the sofa in a casual playing position, with his right leg resting on his left knee, more comfortable than a horse's leg, listening to pleasant music, gently tapping a little bit of the cell phone screen, enjoying the pleasure of rewarding without having to spend their own personal assets, will also get the pleasure of 10 times the rebate. Hundreds of thousands of carnivals, just a few million. Suddenly, A doubt popped up in Jiang Shiyuan's head. Cute little orange if I establish a live broadcasting platform by myself in the future, and reward on this platform in the future, will I be able to set some of the reward money to my personal assets as well? Ha ha ha. Xiao Tangerine raised her white-gloved leg and rubbed the dirt on her neck. The first time I saw want to drill loopholes, but also blatantly told it how to stupidly not fall too straight. It's just a matter of turning a blind eye. The host is free to play, but don't be too obvious on the line. Don't deliberately tell me, when the leadership inspection, I give you a cover. I'm just kidding. You can get a tenfold return on your reward, so this small profit is not tempting. But in the future, establishing my own company and software is something I can consider, so I can also ask when one heir to help me endorse. Jiang Shiyuan's thoughts of starting his own business bubbled up in more than one source, but thinking about it more and more, in the end, it was still denied by himself. As the saying goes, not afraid of the second generation of rich people losing their homes, but afraid of the second generation of rich people starting their own businesses. Carefully perceived that the self-host is a little unconfident. The little orange in the form of a small milk cat exploded and jumped up, and could not wait to jump on the sofa. I drop a good boy you are not confident in what the hell the data show what the probability of luck burst, the host actually do not know. This means that even if you invest in a piece of wasteland, this piece of wasteland will soon be expropriated by the state and the price will be super doubled. You go out and casually take a bottle of Nutella. You can draw another bottle. Even if you rely on masking all the multiple choice questions in your exams, you can get them all right. In a sense, you're the god of fortune plus koi physique, and you'll make a fortune from all the cooler projects you've invested in with your eyes closed. The dinky little orange jumped up not as high as her calf, and her round belly was like a spring ball, and brought back to pop. I see, then what else do I reward? Hurry up and go crazy to buy lottery tickets. I want to buy all the lottery tickets in the lottery store. I'm going to buy all the lottery tickets from the lottery store, and all the ones with high prizes. Jiang Shiyuan couldn't be happier. I can also post a few random numbers I want to buy in the comments section of a certain book in advance, and bring my strange sisters who trust me to get a little rich together. No, host, if you do this, it will seriously affect the world's economic balance. Take it easy, can't be too ostentatious. Well, imagination is beautiful, reality is very bone skinny, but it's still okay to buy a lottery ticket once in a while and invest some money. Roger. 3 minutes later, the song ended. After originally all being brought into the music and walking out in a daze, these audience members all reacted. They all grabbed their knees and shouted, "You're my god." Even the fans in Lin Xingyu's live room were attracted away quite a bit. This made the already irritated Lin Xingyu's emotions no longer stabilize. Jiang Shiyuan hadn't been returning his messages, and it was only from the pop-ups that he realized she had gone across the street to reward the carnival. By this time, he realized that he had been tricked. He was fooled. Seeing the PK progress bar in his live room completely disappear, Lin Xingyu panicked and sent a message to Sister Little Dream. "Happy little dream? Happy little dream, don't worry, I'll take care of it." Lin Xingyu was instantly delighted and prepared to send a message of thanks. "Happy little dream, remember to stay with me more after you win the fight." Seeing this message, he almost spit out his overnight meal. How did not expect this happy little dream circle of friends to create the image of a rich second generation. The results of a meeting. At the beginning, it was still good, and when he ate, he suddenly couldn't even control his feces and urine. In this case, he also had to endure and could not show any dissatisfaction, taking advantage of the other side to go to the restroom to look at her cell phone, only to know that this is a lover who was adopted by a certain tycoon. That tycoon called her and asked her to go back to accompany it. If I had known this was the case, I definitely would not have gone to the face base. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X500. The Grand Carnival rain hadn't stopped yet. The graceful people playing ended, and everyone just stared at the still rapidly rising number on the screen. Qingqing Ziki held her breath and slowly said in a pleasant voice, "Sister Shao-Chi, what tune do you like? I'll play it for you, and I can learn what I don't know." He was extremely talented. No matter what tune he pondered for a while, he would be able to play it. Even the three big fans in the live broadcast room were very harmonious, and like Qingqing Ziki, they were gentle and friendly. "Welcome Sister Shao-Chi / Scattering Flowers. Sister Shao-Chi, can we get to know each other privately? Make a friend. I can't believe I'm in the capital city too. Little Sister 7. I'll treat you to dinner." Jiang Shiyuan's little finger gave a beat, then continued to reward. "I'll reply after I finish the reward." There were almost $3 million left in level 2 bounty. Immediately, 100 million rebates would be available. From a deposit of $6 to a billionaire in less than 2 days. Not sure if there will be an egg this time yet. Hey, looking forward to it. Chapter 25, 10 million rewards in 2 days? From my experience, 3 million plus the 500,000 or so that the three of us sent before. There's just one big sister on the other side. Even if she dumps her family's money, she won't be able to beat us. At one time I thought I could fight all over the world and have no more rivals in this world. Until I saw Sister 7. Sisters sent you a private message. Seriously, we can be shopping partners later. The comment section was brushed with rows and rows of shiny comment special effects. All 3 of them were level 55 accounts. It was obvious that all of Greeny's die-hard big fans were here. This made many passers-by very puzzled. It's okay for the anchor to be nice to 7-7. What's up with these 3 big fans? Under normal circumstances, 7-7 shouldn't have been ostracized. You guys don't know. All of our fans are very good-tempered, go along with Dickie's personality, and love to make friends. I don't understand the infighting among the other anchor's fans. It's good to be friendly and get along as friends. It's true that like attracts like. It's nice to have peace and harmony without fighting. Lin Xingyu's side. The few fans that he had previously permanently banned in order to curry favor with Jiang Shiyuan were all opening their trumpets to swipe the screen in mockery. Unconscionable. Just this and you still want to beat Little Sister 7? If it wasn't for Little Sister 7, they wouldn't have been able to recognize Lin Xingyu's true face. Even if Happy Little Dream came. It's useless. Didn't the anchor enjoy backstabbing her fans? Do you still like it? It's bad luck that your fans have their brainstems taken away by aliens for research. You don't look that handsome. How can you call yourself a face anchor? At this moment, the difference in treatment from pink to black has become visualized. Not only that, due to the former iron powder, and a lot of fans' relationship is still good, along with a lot of fans also together pink to black. All along, Lin Xingyu had been reading comments and then chatting with fans. Now is not even dare to put a fart, just blearily watching, eyes also red, like very aggrieved. Happy Little Dream, who had just entered the live broadcast room, saw this situation and looked puzzled. These screaming people are fans. This is crazy? His own man was being bullied and immediately couldn't look away. Account number 777-7777 rewarded helicopters x20. Account number 777-7777 reward carnival times 1. Account number 777-7777 rewarded carnival. It was also at this time that she noticed the PK progress bar in the opposite live room. She had sent so many gifts, and Lin Xingyu's progress bar was still invisible, as if it had disappeared. How many gifts had that 77 sent? What was the point of spending so much money for a male netizen? However, what shocked her the most was the 77's financial power. Is this the same 77? There shouldn't be a mistake. Unwillingly, she accelerated the speed of sending the carnival, comforting herself in her heart. The other party should stop soon. Otherwise, if it continued, she would really run out of money. Just as the comment section was chatting furiously, account 777-7777 still didn't stop rewarding. Greeny never waited for a reply and couldn't decide what to do. He proceeded to play the next piece, during which he wouldn't be able to get distracted, and if Sister 7 said what she wanted him to play at that moment, then he wouldn't be able to give timely feedback. Just then, the numbers everyone was staring at stopped. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X 700. The level also rose to the special effects eye-catching level 56. As the entire platform looked around, there were very few users who had reached this level in just 2 days. Just one live PK had given out gifts worth $1 million. Is Sister Shaoqi finally going to stop? There were at least 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, and quite a few of them suddenly had the same thought pop into their heads. No, it can't be. This sis shouldn't be trying to reward 10 million in 2 days. I think it's very possible. Looking at her rewarding speed, watching a live broadcast with a minimum reward of 1 million, by now it's already 8 or 9 million, isn't it? In one afternoon, she can reward 2 million more. Whoa, hold on tight to your thighs. Can Sister 7 give me 10,000 for no reason? Rich woman, bowl, rice, hungry, I'm not greedy, 5,000 is enough. I'm still studying, just 1,000. I want to eat durian, can I have 200? I don't think you guys are like this. How can you even roll this? If you don't buy 2 packs of chili fries for $10 each, he. Unfortunately, it's just a dream. Sister 7 won't even bother with us. I've broken my defense. I'm so hungry. I haven't been paid my living expenses for this month. I'm going to be hungry today. Jiang Shiyuan put his cell phone aside and focused on eating the oversized Boston lobster. One bite of fresh, bursting juice, couldn't help but want another one. She had always had a habit. That is, if you like to eat one thing very much, then you will eat this for 10 days and half a month, just to figure out the word cool. When she got tired of eating it, she would go through a long period of time without touching it. So, Jiang Shiyuan decided, 1 10-pound giant Boston lobster every day, switching to a different flavor each time. Somehow, a meal of only this still feels not enough. but also need to go to the home mini-mart to eat some snacks. Then cuddle up with a big seedless watermelon and dig in with a spoon. Occasionally looking up at the pop-ups and noticing that someone seems to be asking her for money? Suddenly remembering the previous time when she didn't want to spend money on food. She had no choice but to make a post, specifically meaning to explain the situation at the time. Two kind people had transferred $10 to her, a total of $20, which made her happy and grateful for a long time. Only by experiencing it could she realize that $20 at that time was a huge sum of money for her. It was hilarious to think about. Transferring $520 to lynching you without blinking, and buying her own pack of $2.50 packs of instant noodles without hesitating for half a day. Jiang Shiyuan was speechless, wanting to travel back in time to give his former self a few hundred slaps, slapping his relationship brain until it shriveled up. 2 seconds later, picked up his cell phone and built a Q group. Since the ordinary group could not hold many members, she filled up 10 years of VIP plus SVIP by hand, so that she could upgrade the group. There was that rumor that spreading your wealth a little would gain you more money. Tap into mine. Fans have gone from 17k to 21k. Notification page 99 plus and still growing fast. Choose a few photos just taken to send a video. Fan group 3 Woo umbrella. From time to time there will be red packets. The soundtrack is randomly selected from the hottest pop songs on the current platform. Before this video was released, it was also set to be visible only to fans. $100,000. The red envelope is not particularly large, but the average person can eat a self-heating rice. A small amount of money. A small amount of money. Although only fans could see it. 1 minute after it was posted, the number of views reached 2,333. Almost everyone who saw this video liked the favorites and commented, "I love you." Lunch break time casually brushed the video. I saw this. The original brush video can really make money. Not only can you make money, but you can also see the other side of the world that you haven't seen yet. The indoor garden in figure 1 is really beautiful. Laughing. The cable is still short when I turn over/smile. My house isn't even as big as an indoor garden, so I'm crying. There's a supermarket in the living room. Can I stay there for a night/poorly X7? This lobster looks even bigger than the one in the food broadcasting room. Me. I'm begging the group administrator. Chapter 26, Feng Shui turns around. Jiang Shiyuan didn't reply or nod. On the oversized screen, the number of pop-ups in the live broadcast room multiplied, sliding by as if n times the speed had been added. Obviously, the viewers here also knew about the video she had just posted. OMG. You guys quickly follow Sister 7 and go see her homepage. There's a surprise on the homepage. She's really a rich woman. She's just sprinkling red packets. After reading this, I'm really laughing at my own poverty. I've become a fan. 99 plus. Why are you guys so excited? She's rich and doesn't donate. Isn't she just a rich second generation with money? Agree with the upstairs point of view. God opened this window for her. We'll close the other window for her. I guess it's only money. Her voice and looks are not good, but any rich woman with a bit of looks would have already posted selfies to show her face. And this 7-7 has just a few daily pictures. You guys are just jealous of Sister 7. Who says you have to show your face? She's as rich as she wants to be. What if Sister 7 simply doesn't want to show her face? If you have the money to take care of it, your face shouldn't be too bad either. Some people are so sour that they should look at themselves in the mirror to see if they're qualified to judge others. Xiaoqi's sister also gave a grandmother rewarded it, and now is very spoiled to build a random red packet fan group. Visible very goodwill. Who can not love it? The first thing you need to do is to get into the pit and get into a good place. At least it won't collapse the room. However, I am still quite looking forward to the day in the future. Xiaoqi's sister show her face. Looking at her own loyal fans disliking the sky and the earth in the comment section, Jiang Shiyuan inexplicably felt quite restful. I never thought that one day she would be defended by so many people. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. As soon as she was happy, she clicked into her fan group and sent out $100,000 in red envelopes, with 1,000 people being able to grab it. The red packet note was, "The day is getting hot. Please eat an ice cream." There are now 234 people in the group, with new people entering the group every second. At the same time, this conspicuous red envelope also blew out many fans who did not watch the live broadcast. The group that was already chatting hot, all swindled at once. Back in the live broadcast room, some fans who grabbed the red packet made a big show off. This silenced those who maliciously speculated about Jiang Shiyuan. I don't know if they were jealous, or if they sneaked into Jiang Shiyuan's fan group to secretly grab the red packets. Soon. I'm sorry, I was the one who spoke too heavily just now. Little Sister 7 is a perfect person who doesn't have flaws. It's not too much to say that Sister 7 is as beautiful as heaven. The fastest face change in the universe / crying and laughing. I was just joking. And the rich woman actually gave me a red packet. We're not related to her. And she bought us ice cream for no reason. so I love her even more. I bought the ice cream. It's so sweet. I'll never lose my fan base. Since then, Sister 7 has had a room collapse immunity with me. 99 plus. Jiang Shiyuan, who had millions of fans, pondered that she would specifically send a video thanking Sister Xiaoqi when she got off the air, just so she could also help her rise in popularity. The moment he saw that dynamic from Sister Xiaoqi, he was faster than anyone else and became one of the top 10 into the fanbase. Whether little Sister 7 counted as his fan now, he didn't know, but what he could be sure of was that he was now a fan of Sister Xiaoqi, or a fan who wanted to work hard to get to be an administrator. In the group, Qing ZD saw eye candy at a glance. His 3 big fans were all here and very active. The 4 of them looked at each other with 8 eyes, and tacitly sent messages with the same meaning in the group. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! I knew we were destined to meet here. What a coincidence! Even Ziggy is here. Ziggy, don't compete with us for administrators. The corners of Cyan's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like they had become little Sister 7's big sisters? Of course he didn't enter the group to grab red packets. He sent a friend request to the group owner, Little Sister 7, at fire speed. Lin Xingyu on the other side was driven to a dead end. For the sake of that little bit of pride, he said all the good words and promises to Happy Little Dream, even though he knew that some promises weren't always kept. This kind of thing could be reversed at any time. Happy Little Dream looked at her too. 5 million balance and swallowed. For a Lin Xingyu, was it so much? But she had always had soft ears, and she still couldn't resist the kind words that were holding her up. Gritting her teeth, she continued to reward, determined to defeat the 7 sevens. After rewarding all 5 million, Lin Xingyu's PK bar was also a little bit longer than Jiang Zid's. The opposite side, on the other hand, hadn't moved, as if they didn't care about such a small PK bar beyond. Having won temporarily, Happy Little Dream was still incredibly empty. She really didn't have any money left. Ever since she followed that person, she hasn't been this poor. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she sneaked across the room to peek at the screen. From the pop-up screen, I learned that 7 had sent a video, and clicked into the homepage to see nothing. Hesitation for a second, or choose to follow. The moment she saw the video, she was thunderstruck. These ordinary people might not know where the first photo was, while she knew best. The capital city manor that was worth at least $80 million. The rich second-generation man that she had fallen in love with. His main wife lived in this place. I've heard that the main wife is also playing with each other. They are all playmates, and there is a chi character in their name. She wouldn't be so unlucky to run into the wife she's never met before, would she? Sneaking into 7's fan group again, she tried to click into the red packet to see what it was. There were a total of 1,000 spots, and she just happened to grab 50 cents, casually giving fans 100,000 red packets. 7 had actually been deliberately pretending to be a pig before this moment of remorse. This too, 5 million is afraid that it is not smashed for nothing. For that matter, she couldn't compare to 7 no matter what. Lin Xingyu on the screen breathed a sigh of relief and happily hooked the corners of his mouth to chat. Happy Little Dream was apprehensive at every moment. As expected, 7 seemed to be resting well. The progress bar was growing rapidly. Account number 777 rewarded Carnival X1. Account number 777 rewarded Carnival X100. Account number 777 rewarded Carnival times 500. Just 2 minutes before the end of PK, Jiang Shiyuan rewarded another 5 million, with a high reward of 6 million. He completely crushed Happy Little Dream, who was already penniless. It was also at this time that those cynical comments popped up enthusiastically. Laughing to death. Still thought how powerful it is. It turns out just 2 clowns. The 5 million you've scraped together from your family's pockets is nothing compared to what Sister 7 has done. 7 has rewarded her with nearly $10 million in less than 2 days. $10 million is only the amount that Sister 7 has rewarded on one platform. If it's the whole platform, it's unimaginable. This scene made Lin Xingyu and Happy Little Dream of yesterday, like a flashback before dying. These cynical remarks were still made to Jiang Shiyuan yesterday, and now it had become the 2 of them. Chapter 27 Woman, don't love too much. Lin Xingyu saw Happy Little Dream go offline, and hurriedly held back the dissatisfaction and humiliation in his heart, sending a few private messages to comfort. But over there was a delayed reply. Happy Little Dream, this was being alive and angry offline. At this time, in another chat software, received a message. Happy Little Dream, don't mess with 7 anymore. She's not someone you can touch. If you can't fight it, you can't hide it. Moreover, she is still a bit self-aware. If 7 is really that rightful wife, 10 of her can't win. You know, to raise their own rich second generation are considered to be high climbing their own main wife. So repeatedly warned her not to make trouble to the main wife. If she didn't give face to the main wife, then the one who was abandoned by the rich second generation would definitely be her. Seeing this message, Lin Xingyu was instantly groundless, doubts and unwillingness occupying her heart. What exactly was Jiang Shiyuan's origin that he could make Sister Little Dream respect her so much? The fan group he also entered, and in the list of those who had received red envelopes, he saw a familiar name, and listening to the meaning of the words just now, Little Dream's sister wanted to protect Jiang Shiyuan and also became Jiang Shiyuan's fan? It was as if that little bit of pride had been repeatedly rubbed on the ground by Jiang Shiyuan. Her face was suffocated into a pig's liver color. The punishment is set on our side. It's the punishment proposed by Sister Shaoqi, Qingcheng Z1, but there was no arrogance or bossy stance at all. You have to broadcast continuously for a month as usual with no leave of absence, and during each broadcast, you need to write the words in front of Little Sister 7. I'm the damned clown on a third of the screen right above the broadcast room. Although I don't understand why Little Sister 7 is doing this, but if Little Sister 7 says so, there must be her reasoning, so just obey. In the live broadcast room, the fans of Qingqing Zishi and Jiang Shiyuan were satisfied with the punishment. I don't know what kind of grudge Sister 7 had against Lin Xingyu before, but I raise my hands in agreement. Let's go and supervise once in a while. If we don't see that sentence within a month, let's say Lin Xingyu can't afford to play. Yes, once a day is enough. And don't supervise for too long. Don't add to Lin Xingyu's popularity. Good scolding. Hearing that there was a new punishment in the live room with Sister Little Dream in it, the previously aggrieved Yusanyi came sniffing around. Last time in the street crazy shouting video, no surprise hair on the internet fire, likes more than 1 million. This not only increased his popularity, but also made Shaoqi's sister's reputation even louder. Only, the comment area are all mocking him. This makes him a face value anchor, forced to become a funny bear. Alas, his handsome and beautiful image however, he was still infinitely good to Sister Shaoqi. After knowing what the new punishment was, he was in such a smooth mood that he couldn't help but post a pop-up. Sharp, is metaphorical Trinity crazy? Lin Xingyu is being punished. What's so cool about him? You guys don't know. It's a long story. My little sister 7 is very powerful. Omit 10,000 words here. Ha 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 ha. In this comparison, you Trinity's punishment really isn't that bad. From the face anchor, to the man who went crazy on the street. If you don't understand, don't you think Yusanyi is a funny anchor? Yusanyi forced up a smile. It's okay, this is also quite good. Adding a lot of heat, it is also considered to be an inexplicable transformation success. Lin Xingyu didn't say a word all the way through the scene, his brain buzzing as he looked at the stinging comments. Tentatively, he asked, can we change the punishment? Qingqing ZD was originally a gentle nature that wasn't good at making things difficult for the other party. And after getting a no from Sister Shaoqi, he also gave an immediate response. No. Oh, Lin Xingyu. After being forced to agree, the defense was broken to a quick downcast. Due to this outburst, everyone knew that Sister Shaoqi didn't like Lin Xingyu. As a result, everyone did not have a good feeling towards Lin Xingyu. Even Lin Xingyu took off 50,000 to 60,000 fans within an hour. At this time, Lin Xingyu finally realized that Jiang Shiyuan was trying to mess with him, prying away his big sister, trying to make him lose his once proud career. Was he going to be screwed over so easily? No, he wasn't willing. Of course, Jiang Shiyuan knew what kind of angry Lin Xingyu was right now. Lin Xingyu had a pair of biological parents who were billionaires, but waiting to recognize them was estimated to be a while away. Most importantly, the district billionaire could not yet enter her eyes. No, there was still 800,000 to 900,000 dollars left in the bounty. She was about to get $1 billion rebate. Not surprisingly, the private messages, notifications and video comments exploded again. Jiang Shiyuan didn't choose to watch it, so she could pass the time when she was bored. Last night, with the guidance and help of Xiao Orange, he contacted a teacher in a poor mountainous area. The specific content was to subsidize these children who had limited family conditions and had learning qualifications and motivation to study. After Xiao Tangerine's 100% confirmation, this Ms. Wu is a trustworthy person with high moral character. She didn't even need to look at each child's qualifications and introductions before she could safely trust Mr. Wu. Xiao Tangerine pouted her little head and buttocks arrogantly. Obviously trusting me. Ha ha ha. Love you, baby. Woman. I know I'm good, but don't love me too much. There was no way to be too loving. Love grows for the divine hero system and Orange's completely trustworthy encyclopedic abilities. Death by laughter. Jiang Shiyuan, Teacher Wu. Just open a random live broadcast. Don't need you to say anything. You can just get off the air after I reward you. Teacher Wu, who just happened to get out of class, received this message and tensed up, anxious and nervous, then immediately replied. In the shade, apprehensively opened the live broadcast. Behind her was the playground with uneven dirt all over the ground. the old and one-story school building, and the layers of mountains that were hidden in the white clouds. Chapter 28, When the Stars of Humanity Shine. At first, Mr. Wu didn't believe this person who came out of nowhere. Opening his mouth, he wanted to fund the entire school's students to study, proposing that the money for the funding was still given by live streaming rewards. Why not give the funds directly? Live streaming reward will also deduct a part of the money. This kind of situation, put on anyone cannot believe, but Jiang Shiyuan people ruthless words, directly give their own note number account. After Ms. Wu went to look at it, she also searched for a number of marketing number videos describing 77. After determining that the identity was correct, she was slightly relieved and paid extra attention to Jiang Shiyuan's messages. It was rare to see rich kids subsidizing these children who could only barely get enough to eat. And it wasn't just one alone. Jiang Shiyuan's image in her heart turned into that of a kind and caring rich second generation. Being given high expectations, the money will certainly be calculated carefully. Should be spent, should not be spent, counted clearly. Every cent will be spent on the children. After the opening, since Mr. Wu did not speak, but silently took out the notebook with a withered yellow cover in his hand, holding a pen in his hand and writing something on it. Not long after, she took out another stack of workbooks and started correcting them with a red pen. During this time, she paid attention to the movements in the live broadcast room from time to time, but each time, there were only one or two viewers who found it uninteresting and left before long. There wasn't even a single comment. In the mini-mart in the living room, Jiang Shiyuan pushed the shopping cart and took some fruits and drinks, washed the fruits and arranged them on the coffee table. How can a reward be watched dryly? Re-enter the note number short video and search for the name that Mr. Wu sent over. Tap into the live broadcast room, and then tap follow. One could clearly feel the panic in Teacher Wu's eyes. Thank you 77 for your attention. Jiang Shiyuan was also unwilling to talk nonsense and directly tapped into the gift bar. In the next second, the plain screen was occupied by luxurious gift special effects. Account number 777-7777 rewarded really love you x1. Account number 777-7777 reward really love you times 100. 5,200 blocks. Mr. Wu had spent the night last night understanding the exact amount of each gift, and when he saw these gifts, he then stopped the pen in his hand. Account number 777-7777 rewarded with a private jet times 100. $30,000. The gift rewards that suddenly popped up also caused the heat in the live room to rise quite a bit, but there were still only 1,000 or so people. Anchor fans are only one. Receiving so many gifts? Wow! This 77 is the golden legend that has been passed around by the marketing numbers in the past 2 days. The title I saw outside the live broadcast room was, Subsidizing Students in Mountainous Areas. Sister, you're my forever sis. She did what I've always wanted to do. If I had money, I'd do the same as her to help those in dire straits. Sister 7 usually only swipes gifts for carnivals. What's going on today? I'm not used to swiping these small gifts. You guys don't get it. I think she wants to do something new. Look at the special effects on the other gifts. This is like something she would do. Hey, when Jiang Shiyuan sees a gift she's interested in, she'll click 100 to try out the special effects. It was too tiresome to always look at the carnival's flowing special effects, but soon felt uninteresting. It was better to be quick about it. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival. As soon as the familiar special effects came out, everyone got that familiar feeling back. This is the right thing to do. In just a day or two, the first thing everyone associated with the scenes where little sister 7 was present was Carnival. It can't be helped. Who asked 7 to be so extravagant? I told you, this is the 7th sister I know. Little Miss 7's strict selection. I follow all the anchors that Sister 7 has rewarded. 99 plus. For a while, not only did Jiang Shiyuan's fan base increase, but Mr. Wu's fans also rose along with the audience in the live broadcast room. Wherever Jiang Shiyuan was, there were more and more regular viewers. They were all following Jiang Shiyuan's footsteps. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X240. At this point, that ever-changing number stopped, although it disappeared into that column. The gorgeous special effects of the entire screen did not end. After Jiang Shiyuan finished giving the gift, he sent out a pop-up screen and went offline. Teacher Wu, you can get off the air immediately if you're busy. Have a good rest. At this point in time, it must have been Teacher Wu's lunch break, so she was free to broadcast live. And since she said that she was just busy, it seemed that she didn't even have time to eat. This school contained both primary and middle school, yet there were very few teachers, so there were often cases of one teacher with 4 classes. This is a very normal phenomenon. Like Mr. Wu was the language teacher for 5 classes. Facing the sudden concern, Mr. Wu, who was so hungry that his head was a bit dizzy, was touched fiercely inwardly. Busy nodding her head, her eyes full of gratitude and exhaustion. Chi, I'm really thankful for your financial support to these children. I'll let those children who were subsidized by you to always remember this favor of yours. With $80,000 to $90,000, one could get $30,000 to $40,000. Usually, they don't eat snacks, they are able to have enough to eat, and they don't have to worry about tuition fees. This was enough to allow at least 6 children to learn until they graduated from middle school. Although high school spending became bigger, she would never give up on these students. She had watched them grow up, and it was as if they were her own. If she could let every child out of this mountain and see the wider world, her life would be worth living. Jiang Shiyuan observed the moistness in the corners of her eyes, and a determined and heartfelt smile appeared on her face. At this moment, that rotten and wet heart began to beat violently and gradually grew vibrant. Like a dead tree on a deserted island coming into spring, the sunlight became dazzling little by little. She suddenly remembered the name of a book, When the Stars of Humanity Shine. Cheer up, I'll be your backer from now on. Let go and do what you want to do. This meant that the funding would continue in the future. Anyway, it was with the bounty money that was given away for free. Jiang Shiyuan always felt that every bounty had to have a reason. Because of something. Blue Yin Yu, it was out of youthful affection. The grandmother with cancer, it was out of empathy and compassion. Lin Yen, it's for lending a hand and investing. Qing Cheng ZD, it's out of face value and talent for playing the pipa. Mr. Wu, it's to help students who are in dire straits. Seeing Chi-Chi's words, Teacher Wu instantly wet her eyes and her nose turned sour. Finally someone understands her. All this way, the heavy questioning she faced, the lack of understanding from her relatives and friends. No one would think that she was doing something meaningful that she wanted to do, and would only look at her like a little cutie, looking at her the same way. After all, whoever was able to graduate from Qingbei, which one of them didn't live a glamorous life? Even if the job wasn't as good as they wanted, at least it would be decent. She was so determined to get into the mountains that no one could pull her away. She had seen the heartache and disappointment in her parents' eyes, the reproach in their mouths, and the bloody wounds from walking up the mountain when they had traveled thousands of miles to visit here. At that time, she asked herself in her heart, whether she really did wrong. Do these really know the destination of life? Later, in the midst of self-denial over and over again, she very firmly confirmed, this was her life's mission in life. Chi-Chi, you're a good person. You'll always be happy. Chapter 29, 100 million cashback arrives. Drop another good guy card. So many people say she's a good person. It seems like she's really a great person. Ha ha ha, good guy card, 99 plus. Laughing my ass off. Little sister 7 sleeps at night with a blanket of good guy cards. Even Jiang Shiyuan herself was crying and laughing. She will not become an officially certified good guy in the future. She won't become an officially certified good person in the future. After going offline, I was about to open a bag of potato chips when Orange popped out of a small corner. The dirt on her own body cleaned up by some method. Congratulations to the host for completing the Divine Hero System Level 2 reward mission, gaining 100 points. At the same time, Jiang Shiyuan's cell phone had just exited the note number short video and received a text message. Nonya Bank, dear customer, Shanghai completed a transfer transaction of 100,000 soft pesos to your account with tail number 7777 at 1406 on May 1st, with a balance of 108979386. 100 million cashback also arrived. Oh ho ho, in the blink of an eye in less than 2 days, she became a billionaire. Level 3 bounty of 20 million is about to be refreshed at 12 tonight. The host now has a total of 140 points. Jiang Shiyuan barely hesitated. Face value plus 60, voice plus 40, health plus 40. Okay. Host, Jiang Shiyuan. Age, 20. Height, 165. Face value, 100, a great beauty loved by all. Voice, 100, makes people's hearts melt when she speaks. Physical strength, 60, can carry 100 pounds of pork with just 1 grain of dried mama. Guts, 20, when there are many people, I get panicked, not to mention the more exciting scenes. Luck, 100, you're lucky to have encountered this godly system. Health, 10. Lifespan, 10 years, go for it. Keep up the good work. Points, 0. System level, 3. Personal assets, 108999386. Egg, red-colored egg X1. Kongsher Wish's attention was attracted by the face and voice. Tentative, hey. There was some disappointment upon hearing his voice. Why does it feel like nothing has changed? It's the same voice as before. Little Orange patiently explained. The host casually converts his voice. It can become an imperial sister voice, a young imperial voice, a lowly voice, and even a teenage voice. As long as the host wants, he can even imitate the youth voice and uncle voice. Wow, then won't I become a voice actor? Saying these words, realizing that it was a soft lowly voice, Kongsher One silently lifted his hand that was pointing. What about this one? The super domineering imperial voice. The chips in his hand suddenly stopped smelling good and headed towards the floor-to-ceiling mirror not far away. Seeing his current appearance, Kang Shiyuan pinched his soft face in satisfaction. The features hadn't changed too much, but it was just so that people would be sure that this was a big beauty at a glance. Standing on the street, it was definitely an attention-grabbing existence. Looking closely, one would realize that it was the eyes that had become bigger, spiritual and clear. The lines of the face became smooth, with long and curved eyelashes, a high nose, and smiling lips. Especially before, she was a short-lived ghost with a look of having her essence sucked out, but now her color was very rosy and she gave off a sunny and cheerful feeling. She also finally had the young look of a 20-year-old. With this kind of appearance, it didn't lose out to the Miss Universe World Champion in the slightest. Ha ha ha, it's really good. Kang Shiyuan happily touched Xiao Tangerine's head. Sis is also the one who has big Kazran eyes. Ha ha ha. However, with $100 million in the card, Kang Shiyuan didn't know what to do for a while. Before, when there was no money, it's not that she didn't think about getting rich overnight, and before going to bed, she was writing herself a glorious story for the rest of her life. For example, how to be so dashing when you have money. In short, just think about the most luxurious things. Now, Jiang Shiyuan just wants to go to the sweet store to get whatever cupcake he wants to eat, have a cup of cold milk tea and coffee, then go to the park to take a walk. And those who also live here together to talk about lying flat retirement leisurely life, and then listen to gossip. When you're tired, go home and lie down, cuddle up with your cell phone and computer, and enjoy yourself. Want to eat what you can eat? You can go to any place you want to travel immediately. Tired can rest directly. Even lying a lifetime can be alone, zero pressure and zero burden. If you want to say that there is any pressure, it is too much money and you don't know how to spend it in different ways. In fact, inwardly, Jiang Shiyuan is still quite curious about those extreme sports. Bought that mountain bike. I hope that one day she has the courage to sit on it, with a group of protection behind the security team traveling around the world. But for now, just think about it. Growing up timid, a mouse could make her jump in fear. Ooh, suddenly so afraid of death. I have to cherish this life. I can't live up to my bank card. The host's lifespan has been fixed, and your luck is bursting. You can't die any way you want. It doesn't matter if you're scared now. If you use your points to boost your guts later, it'll feel like a small case. Then if I play high-altitude skydiving and forget to bring my backpack, I won't die either? What do you think? Of course I can survive. With the cute and charming little orange around. This little thing is nothing. Being praised like that, Xiao Tangerine blinked in embarrassment. Since the host has said so, if you skydive without an umbrella in the future, then I'll definitely try my best to make you land safely. This can even live? Jiang Shiyuan was also just casually joking. How could she not check if there was a backpack on her back before jumping? I didn't realize that Orange really had a way to save her. Woohoo! Kang Shiyuan hugged Xiao Tangerine and rubbed herself with happiness. Xiao Tangerine sweats and forces a smile. Hiya, I hope it won't be found out by the top, or else it'll be locked up in a dark and gloomy confinement room. But if the host is happy, it is also happy. On the wide road, Lan Yenyu is 1.89 meters tall. Standing in the crowd is the most dazzling existence, coupled with the fact that he dresses pretty well and his appearance is that of a high cool handsome guy. There are many men and women who come to add friends. He seems to be used to it, and naturally refused. In the airbox held in his hand was a litter of young milk cats that had just been born not long ago, as well as the alertness pulled full of the cow cat mom. Received a message from a good person that there are bad people in the area where these cats and kittens are located who have tried to poison them 3 times, not wanting the stray cats to reproduce. Knowing this news, Lan Yenyu did not hesitate to rush over in order to stop the cats and kittens from being harmed by the bad guys, and it took a lot of hard work to catch them all. Soon after, they arrived at the pet hospital, ready to be sterilized. He is familiar with the staff here, and there will be an exclusive stray cat discount. The little milk cat couldn't keep its eyes open, occupied by worms. It took several hours to get it right, and incidentally, the cat's mother was given a physical examination. Unfortunately there was no feline distemper. Lan Yenyu sighed. Looks like the live broadcast won't be possible today, so he hurriedly went online and prepared to send a vacation video. As soon as I clicked into the note number short video, I saw the familiar and unique nickname. Nickname 7777777. Little Sister 7 actually sent a video. Chapter 30, Private Chauffeur. This is Sister 7's family's supermarket? A small supermarket is as big as his house. The indoor garden is also nice to look at. Lan Yenyu's protruding throat knots rolled, and a face that had always been facepalmed once again reappeared with a shocked expression. It took a while before he reacted. I clicked into the homepage and found that Little Sister 7's fans had risen to 36,000, and the trend was still steadily rising. Her profile changed from "I'm really tired of eating" to "I'm a good person." There are only 5 followers. From top to bottom, him, A grandmother. Lin Yan? Who's this? Clicking in isn't on the air, and it's not posting a video. Could it be little sister 7's boyfriend? Lan Yanyu was inexplicably a little lost and overwhelmed. He certainly wouldn't be paranoid about anything in his current condition, but he still panicked for a split second inside. The next one to watch. Xingxing Zidi. It's a talent anchor. Well, not as good as he could play games. Finally, Mr. Wu, who teaches in the mountains. I can't help but feel that Sister 7 is still as kind-hearted as ever. Subsequently, secretly searching for the fan group and lurking in as well. Now the group has more than 2,000 people, and the administrators are Qingqing Zidian and a girl. This girl seemed to be little sister 7's hardcore fan. Hesitating for a few seconds, she still chose to send a message to little sister 7. Blue Yanyu, Xiao Xiao and De Qiao already have provincial bids, and the current peak race is 1500. Blue Yanyu, does sister Xiao Qi need to play the game? I can notify the beaters in advance and have them return your number. Blue Yanyu, or maybe I can borrow a small number to play for you. Blue Yanyu, currently my trumpet peak race 2000. King 50 stars. Then sent 2 more dumb and silly kitten emoticons. At this time, Jiang Shiyuan was at the dessert store, carrying a small shopping basket. She used a clip to clip in what she wanted to eat. Hey, don't even need to look at the price. Without being careful, she took a dozen desserts, 457 in total. Right now at this time of the day, they are usually on lunch break and there are very few people, so the shopkeeper was enthusiastic to recommend the store's signature. Jiang Shiyuan felt that it suited her tastes and took them all. Just as she was paying, she saw a message from Lan Yanyu. There was no rush to reply immediately, but to pay first. Under the gentle smile of the shopkeeper's young lady, carrying the beautifully packaged dessert bag, she sat on a stool in the store. It's too troublesome, and I have to take a taxi. If only I had a driver's license, I could just buy a car, but it will take a few more months to go and learn how to get a license. And most importantly, I don't want to drive myself. Suddenly, Jiang Shiyuan had a flash of inspiration. Just buy a favorite car and hire a private driver. Choose the kind of high-class driver with a high price and many talents. And you can also be your own assistant and bodyguard to help carry things. At this point, Orange had just gotten down for a nap when her doze was awakened by these words. Host, we might want to take a closer look at the egg column. After being reminded, Kan Shirwan then realized that there was an extra red-colored egg. Wow, can we just unwrap it now? Of course you can. In the next second, the big red egg jumped into midair as if it had energy. The moment the lid was lifted, there were still colorful ribbons. The likeness of what was inside came into view. What kind of luxury car is this? The corners of Jiang Shiyuan's mouth twitched. Forgive her for her shallow knowledge. She didn't recognize the car's brand. She only knew that the car's appearance was cool and the price must not be cheap. And there was also a small green electric donkey following behind it, as if it was a freebie. Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth only $10 million. But don't worry, host, next time I open an egg, I'll try to stuff at least a few $100 million worth of cars into it. Jiang Shiyuan wanted to hug Xiao Tangerine and spin around in circles. Ha ha ha. Little Tangerine is really the person who favors me the most in the whole world. That's for sure. Although with the first luxury car, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Kang Shiyuan still wanted to collect stamps in the future. The other cars, when the time comes, also buy one each. As for those especially expensive cars, there was Xiao Tangerine to give it away. The next step was to find a private driver and bodyguard assistant. After Xiao Tangerine's recommendation, in less than half an hour, Jiang Shiyuan found a suitable candidate. After adding his friend, without saying much nonsense, he directly sent the address of the dessert store. Jiang Shiyuan, please come here for an interview. Job description: 24 hours a day as a car. Variable working hours. Employer sends a message must quickly arrive. Requires IELTS 6 points or more. Part-time assistant and bodyguard when necessary. Accompanied by shopping and carrying things, to protect the personal safety of the employer. A month of guaranteed salary of 200,000 yuan, with 5 insurance and social security. Shaochen students, right away. During the waiting period, Jiang Shiyuan ordered 3 cups of milk tea. Sitting in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside, the sunlight shone impartially on these desserts. Jiang Shiyuan dug a mouthful with her fork, and it melted in her mouth. She still preferred fruit tea to coffee, taking a sip every now and then. She exuded a lazy aura all over her body. When the shopkeeper saw it, he couldn't help but take a picture of the side of her face. Looking at the photo, I still can't get back to my senses for a long time, and it looks so good on camera. Raising his head, he met the eyes of the beauty and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, it's just too good looking. I didn't hold back to take a picture. Should I send the picture to you? Jiang Shiyuan nodded lightly. After receiving the photo, he was very satisfied and looked at it a few more times. A random shot is a beautiful photo. Nice. During the period, occasionally, Customers came in and were coincidentally attracted by the beautiful woman with a loose temperament in front of the window. Seeing that someone had been staring at himself, Jiang Shiyuan shrugged indifferently. She wasn't used to these gazes when she first went out, but now she's almost used to them. Outside the window, a white ordinary car parked in front of the dessert store. From it, a tall and powerful young man came down, looking like an older man around 30 years old. The appearance carries a mature charm. The facial features are standard handsome. At a glance it looks like a boss in a novel. How is it? The person I chose for you is not bad, right? Xiao Tangerine's tone was arrogant, waiting to be praised. Not bad looking, just don't know what skills he knows. But since you chose him, little orange, he must be the best. Hey. I didn't know if you like milk tea or coffee, so I ordered 2 cups for you. Jiang Shiyuan pushed the milk tea and coffee in front of him, taking the man's resume in the process. Chen Xuanbei, 32 years old, graduate from a prestigious school, born in a martial arts family. Black belt in Taekwondo, IELTS level 7, knows Japanese, English and French, driving experience of 14 years, senior bodyguard experience of 10 years. First, briefly introduce yourself and what other talents you have. Jiang Shiyuan picked 2 desserts and put them in front of him, then ate them by himself. Chen Xuanbei's posture was erect, always alert, serious and meticulous. In addition to what's on my resume, I can write PPT reports. I'm moderately good at cooking. I'm capable of being a driver, assistant and bodyguard, and have had years of experience. He was also quietly sizing up the boss in front of him. At first glance, he was stunned by the boss's appearance, not expecting to be so young and beautiful, and it was filled with an uninitiated look and seemed to have a good temper, plus the guaranteed salary of 200,000, with 5 pensions and insurance. He desperately wanted this job opportunity. Kang Shiyuan lazily leaned back in his chair. It sounded good. Orange, you're a good judge of character. What do you think? I chose for you. Of course he has a good character, is honest, and goes to work in a regular manner. Don't worry, he's as reliable as a soldier. With you, no surprises. Chapter 31, Boss, where is your house? Jiang Shiyuan got tired of dessert and slowly wiped the corners of his mouth. Okay, from now on you will be my personal driver and assistant bodyguard. Now go to your company to sign the contract. Chen Xuanbei froze. He had already made a big mental preparation that there should be a lot of competitors for this job. He didn't expect that after just a few simple chats, the boss finalized it. Seeing Jiang Shiyuan get up and head out, he also collected the desserts and milk tea and coffee she gave him and put them on the passenger side of the car. When passing by a hospital, the man uncontrollably looks towards the door. Kang Shiyuan inadvertently saw the scene. Is there a friend of yours in the hospital? Chen Xuanbei looked in the rearview mirror at the hospital that was long gone. My brother is now in the hospital. I don't like to eat sweet things. I'll send it to him later. Children of his age like to eat sweet things the most. Usually not much to say. The moment he talked about his brother, his brows and eyes were much softer. Only his eyes were colored with a few points of sadness. Quite good. Jiang Shiyuan didn't have the heart to listen to people's personal matters. Silently looking out the window at the flickering scenery, he took a few selfies in the car. After arriving at the company, the contract was handled with exceptional efficiency, quickly signing his name. When can you start work? Today. Let's go to the Rolls-Royce store. According to Orange's guidance, Kang Seokwan sent him the address to receive the car. Roger, expect to arrive in 15 minutes. The boss is so rich. As soon as the handsome man and woman walked in, there were 2 sales enthusiastically recommending and greeting them, but all of them surrounded Chen Xuanbei, who was wearing a suit. Instead, Jiang Shiyuan was left out in the cold. Jiang Shiyuan didn't feel much. After all, he just came to mention a car. Finding the relevant person and seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom entity that belonged to him, with its metallic black appearance, his breath still stopped for a moment. Top-notch sense of oppression. Not bad for an aura ceiling. The license plate number was all her lucky numbers too. Orange was too sweet. Took 2 simple photos with her cell phone. The first car in her life. Of course she had to record it. Orange, why don't you have a small electric donkey? Has been sent to the doorstep of the house. Oh, the courier are taking 10 times the salary to wait there, waiting for the host to come back to sign for it. Wait a while, people. Do not have to work on 10 times the salary. I guess the courier is very happy to do so. Then Jiang Shiyuan is not in a hurry to catch up. Slowly wandered around for a while and then did the formalities. Walked out and found that the group of sales was still pestering Chen Xuanbei. Chen Xuanbei has a cold and serious face, a very strong aura, looks very bad to be messed with. But the moment he saw Jiang Shiyuan come out, his expression instantly softened a lot. My boss has come out. Let's talk again next time we have the chance. Coldly throwing down such a sentence, the sales were stunned. What? That young and pretty teenage girl was the boss of this extraordinary man. They thought it was the man's little girlfriend. Jiang Shiyuan held the Rolls-Royce Phantom's car keys in his hand and handed it to Chen Xuanbei. Let's go. Take you to familiarize yourself with my family's basement garage. In a crowd of stunned and shocked gazes, Jiang Shiyuan's expression remained unchanged. In truth, in her heart, I blame myself for being too good looking right now. Hey, stinky for a moment. Even after walking out of the store, the eyes of these sales were still glued to them. Super high face value, looking at most 20 years old, going out with their own handsome and cool drivers. Ooh, another day of envy. After getting into the car, Jiang Shiyuan was a bit unable to reach the car door. Host, there is an automatic door closing button inside. According to the guidelines, various amazing things about the car were discovered. For example, the aero roof, electric footrest, 2 spaces in the center of the back seat to store cups, the same small table as the high-speed train, and the button to automatically close the door. The roof of the car had folding mirrors and so on. Kang Suk-won connected to the Bluetooth in the car and happily hummed along with the music. As if in a home with only herself, it was loose and natural, just humming a few lines. The pitch is 100%, pleasant and sweet. Chen Xuanbei has not driven such an expensive luxury car. The surface is very calm. In fact, holding the steering wheel fingertips are trembling. Fear of an accidental knock. Boss, where is your home? Oh, almost forgot to tell you. Capital City Manor. Silence was the converse of the night. Chen Xuanbei instantly felt that he had hit the turf. He actually got such a good job opportunity. Seeing the man tense to the point of being cold and fierce, Jiang Shiyuan said carelessly, "Don't worry, I don't have any enemies. Every day I go out is to stroll around eating and drinking, or go on a trip. You don't need to have too much pressure. 14 years of driving experience. I believe your car skills." Chen Xuanbei's taut mood was eased, and solemnly nodded his head. "Thank you, boss, for your comfort." There was such a good boss and job treatment. He had to be doubly serious and dedicated. Cherish this hard-won job. Jiang Shiyuan wasn't used to having other people in the house, as long as there was space for him to be alone. So she rented a nice house for Chen Xuanbei in a nearby neighborhood. That way, he could be there quickly 24 hours a day whenever she needed him. After everything was arranged, Jiang Shiyuan laid down on the sofa and played with her cell phone for a while first. Lan Yanyu and Wenwaner both sent messages. Wenwan, honey, are you free on the 14th? Wenwaner, let's go out for dinner tonight. Mwah. Wenwan, damn it, took over 2 more TV series that I don't like. It's all in the daily life. It's just as comfortable as friends talking to each other. Jiang Shiyuan, if I'm free, I'll send you a message 10 days in advance. Jiang Shiyuan, I'm tired today. I want to lie at home at night, but you can come to my house to play. Followed by a message from Lan Yanyu. It just so happens that she wants to play the game. In fact, going out to spend money on shopping is still a drop of tiredness. Game recharge and spend money is not tired. Move the little finger is. Jiang Shiyuan, use my own number, just so I can recharge a full skin. Jiang Shiyuan, right, can you find me 4 accompanying players? Jiang Shiyuan, not only can entertainment, the game technology is also very good kind of accompanied play. It's no fun to play alone. Chapter 32, the first open mic. The other party was probably busy and didn't reply for a while. Jiang Shiyuan was not the kind of person who would keep his cell phone waiting for messages. Reclining on the sofa, voice control turned on the TV. After searching for half a day, I couldn't see any TV dramas that appealed to me. Even the variety shows had become uniform and bland. For a moment, it was so tempting to buy the rights to one of his favorite novels and handpick his favorite actors to star in it. But it's too exhausting to be a director yourself. Draining brain power. She was a rather simplistic person, and didn't want to use her brain for anything she did unless it was necessary. Why make life hard on yourself if you can enjoy it lying down? Luckily, though, she was lucky. It was still okay to invest in some favorite novels adapted into a TV series. Just like Xiao Orange said, with a luck value of 100, she was destined to make money no matter what she invested in. A TV series with her investment would be a small fire even if it wasn't a big fire. If it can be a small fire, it shouldn't be a magical transformation. At least it's still pretty good looking. Ha ha ha. Thinking about it is still quite nice. As long as you see a script you like, just invest in a drama with your eyes closed. No matter what, you will make a lot of money. 2 birds with 1 stone. After stretching, I suddenly realized that the watermelon in the fridge was finished. It was hot outside with the sun again. Jiang Shiyuan, Xiao Chen, bring me 2 seedless unicorn watermelons over. Chen Xuanbei was paying attention to the messages in his cell phone at all times. About half an hour passed. The doorbell of the villa gate rang. Jiang Shiyuan looked at the door and confirmed that it was Chen Xuanbei before opening the door by remote control. Chen Xuanbei was very upfront about putting the watermelon in the mini-market refrigerator. I probably won't go out today. You go back and rest. Don't mute your cell phone in the wee hours of the morning. There's a chance I'll want to have a late-night snack or go out for a drive. Jiang Shiyuan was playing Fight the Landlord and didn't even raise his head. Roger that. This shift is too easy. A good boss was simply his nobleman. The mother cat's family had just arrived at their new home and needed to organize the space at the stray base, isolated from the other cats, or else they would catch fleas. But Blue Yenyu returned messages whenever she was free. Blue Yenyu has pulled the accompanying play group, Little Sister 7's exclusive escort playgroup, 27. Basically, all the escorts who could entertain and had good skills were pulled in. Each chaperone has their own characteristics and advantages. 185 8-pack abs, begging for Sister 7's favor. Lawn mirror double national service in the list. My dictionary does not have the word lose. 172 imperial voice, the only strongest female playing field in the group. The advantage is that from the selection of heroes to the end of the game, all the time will be pampered Shao-Chi sister. Let blue let red or small case. I'll never let the words fall out of my mouth. The national service shooter. I can play for. Let teammates accompany Sister 7 to the canyon shopping. Shopping means picking up gold coins all over the map? Jiang Shiyuan covered her face. Nerves, causing her to laugh a little. To keep every game cannot lose otherwise affect the game experience. Don't worry, 100% win rate guaranteed. In the end, for accompanying players with very different styles were picked. Seeing them happily going to add Sister Shao-Chi's friend, Lan Yenyu was slightly and imperceptibly depressed. However, he still thoughtfully went to screen some more outstanding escorts and pulled them into the group, so that when Little Sister 7 gets tired of this batch, the next batch can pick more types of escorts to play with and have more fun. Will not say sweet words, only silent action. Jiang Shiyuan bought a name change card. Before the game name is called Small Ginger is Not Love Brain. I changed it to I have 100 million points of money. In my impression, there are only 10 or so skins in this number. How to click into the homepage to see 46. It seems that when Lan Yenyu was on the number, she incidentally charged money for the heroes that needed to play the national standard. Jiang Shiyuan almost did not have a moment's hesitation to buy the full heroes and skins. The level rose to level 10 in one go. In this game, level 10 accounts were still quite rare. The 4 accompanying players were invited into the room one after another, all with their mics on. Good afternoon Sister Shao-Chi. We are from the SY Escort Group. They had a very tacit understanding and shouted these words in unison. The first one to introduce herself was Zhang Zhang. Her voice wasn't particularly good, but it was comfortable to listen to, and she spat and organized her words clearly. I'm Zheng Zheng from the SY Escort Group. The main heroes I play are Mirror, Pei Tuho and Ma Chao, and I've been on the top 100 of the peak tournament. Jiang Shiyuan was about to open the microphone and say something. The second person then hoofed it and continued the introduction. I'm Tinkerbell from SY Escort Group. I'm super good at singing love songs. Dedicate a song. I hope Sister Shao-Chi doesn't mind. After a long time I finally look back. You're on the opposite shore walking so slowly. Teenage sense full of pleasant voice. Give a person a very pure love and sincere feeling. Fluttering youthful flavor. Jiang Shiyuan typed his comment. Nice singing. Getting praised. Tinkerbell hemmed and hawed, like a high school student with clear eyes. The next person was a girl, a little nervous, causing the already cool vocal line to become even cooler. Since her avatar was a soft and cute anime female head, her voice was so imperial, very much a reverse charm. I'm Mo Dai. I have a clear waistline. I can street dance. I've played both longboard and shortboard. Lu Chong, the strongest female wild king, has defeated the first 2 in the game many times, and I will protect Shao-Chi's sister with my life. Unlike those who won second in the boss false love, the next second the boss has a difficult branch each fly. The last chaperone was about to open his mouth when he couldn't hold back his laughter. We are all old friends with a good relationship. Why are we still shady at a time like this? Although Tinkerbell's mic was silent, everyone seemed to faintly hear the sound of teeth grinding. This kid, waiting to go to Little Ant Forest after work to steal all her energy. I'm Baboon. I can do somersaults. A wave of curiosity rose in Kongsher Wish. Oh, a heal is 108,000 meters and has a cooldown of only a few seconds. Got it. This one is playing the Monkey King. Zhang Zhang spat mercilessly. No way dude, you play awkwardly right? Only Kong Shurian found the blind spot. 3 fielders, 1 shooter, 3 tigers fighting each other. Tinkerbell was the only shooter in there. Let Sister 7 arrange the split. Zhang Zhang, no problem. I'll listen to Little Sister 7. Moyen, as long as it's Little Sister 7's request, I'll go and assist Tinkerbell who can't do anything. Bei Hao, please, give the poor baby a field position. Otherwise I can't sleep or eat. Just for a second. Jiang Shiyuan thought of a good split for each person. Not wanting to type, he directly opened the microphone. Chapter 33, having 1 billion points of money. Mo Dai plays the field. Zhang Zhang fights against the road. Bei Hao aids it. I'll play the middle. Once the soft and sweet teenage voice came out, everyone heard a hint of a superb voice actor's flavor from it. The voice was very clear, soft and gentle, like an endless silky satin sweeping a plate of sand, causing the ears to tingle. Yet for a moment it was like melting snow water from the top of a Tibetan snow mountain, clean with a slight coldness. Little Sister 7 is surprisingly sweet sister with a cute voice, and sounds very young. Oh, good. As soon as Jiang Shiyuan spoke, the four people who were previously very lively were suddenly at a loss for words. What happened to being a little shy? After the matching was completed, the red and blue teams were divided into left and right. Right above the center point confirmation was a light purple irregular crystal floating in the air. This is the unique sign of having V10 on the team. Entering the game disable hero session. Kang Seokwan shared the skin for the whole team. Positive, let me try this skin. Tinker Bell was like a pet. Sister 7, you're so good to me. Kang Shiyuan laughed. I'm playing dodgy, so protect me. Don't worry, I'll go help you in the middle after I finish playing wild. Let the shooters resist pressure. I'll play Zhuangzhou and follow you all the way through the game. It's okay, I'll take Sun Shangxiang to resist pressure. 2 flashes, quick escape. Jiang Shiyuan, okay, steady. 4 people all emotional value pull full, followed by early champagne. Steady, the tone of voice was faint. Steady, clipped voice. Steady on, chopped. Steady, someone who had been assigned to play support had laid back. The game had just started, and Zhuangzhou had been following. Down the road, Tinker Bell had fought 3, and also counter-killed 1 under the tower. This was still the King's 50-star game, and the gold content was pulled full. Jiang Shiyuan put a 1 skill in the opposite direction, and took a hit on his own Zhuangzhou. It was able to clearly feel that Beihao was silent for 2 seconds, then smiled and chimed in. Well done. Successfully scared off the enemy. Jiang Shiyuan also very much agreed. Yes, this 1 skill of mine is still somewhat useful, since he had brought a support with him, and the fighters had even come to help. Kang Shiyuan was rampant all of a sudden. Let's go to the opposite field and make things happen. With the exception of Development Road, all 4 of them actively followed. As a result, they were discovered by the opposite field just as they went in and played a 2-for-1 wave. Hurry up, it's over. Mo Yan looked at the resurrection countdown that had gone black. It's over. Beihao's big move was reserved only for Little Sister 7, risking her body, using her own life to preserve her alive. Lying together with Mo Die, Little 7's sister survived just fine. Ooh, Jiang Shiyuan can be cute and adorable. Sprinting shoes activated. For a while, those waiting to be revived and those who were clearing the line of soldiers were all eyeballing the movements over here. Even so, it was still a smooth ride all the way to the enemy's crystal. Every minute of the game received the enthusiastic attention of the 4 accompanying players. This resulted in the most rookie, Jiang Shiyuan, becoming the MVP. Tiny game, take it. Worthy of being Sister Xiaoqi, a godlike woman. Damn it, how come my Daji and Xiao don't play as well as you do? Tiny Lanling King, take it. Look at me. I'm aiding and abetting Sister 7 to become the MVP. This game, how come I didn't feel so happy before? Ha ha ha. Before against the road development road playing field middle road auxiliary have played. When I played the middle road, I was either told by the fighters not to help guard the field, or I was angrily disliked by the confrontation road for not giving signals, or I was greeted by the development road with a friendly greeting on the microphone. Even the auxiliary still have to sneer at a middle of the road is really good. Now with 4 highly skilled accompanying players to abuse vegetables. Naturally, playing the game is different from normal. The development of the road to resist pressure. The signal is too lazy to give. Confrontation road to me as a meat shield. Auxiliary at all times to praise her to play great. As for playing wild, Ink Dye first beat blue until only a sliver of blood was left, and then tapped the request to gather the signal. Sister 7, come get the blue. Jiang Shiyuan was not polite and took it with a fan, and continued to open the next hand. Playing the development path next, Mo Yan directly gave her the first red. Playing against the road, the whole team in to help catch the side. Playing wild, Zheng Zhang took a small Ming followed, and then went to casually rub the troop line of the 3 roads. Playing auxiliary, the canyon is so big, she went shopping. I'm not sure if you're looking for an escort to be your teammate, but the game experience is really cool. If it is their own usual to play the game, this will sooner or later be sprayed. I don't know how long it has been, but I still can't stop thinking about it. Blue Yinyu, if you get tired of it, you can get a new group of chaperones. Blue Yinyu, the group accompanied by playing all the time. You have a look on the direct point on the line. JPG, Jiang Shiyuan, tomorrow, another batch of new. Blue Yinyu, good. Then sent 2 photos of the dorky little milk cat, revealing the bony hands. Luckily, Jiang Shiyuan wasn't a hand controller, or else he would have wanted to lick the screen directly. Jiang Shiyuan, both human and cat are cute. Jiang Shiyuan, I realize that you like cats and kittens. Lan Yinyu, you found it out. So smart. Big brother, you first look at your own avatar. Bleh. Host, quickly go to spend. Lying can also spend money. Otherwise your account of more than 100 million to spend. How long? Lying down to spend money is also very tired. When did the host learn Versailles as well? Also right. Not in a hurry. Take your time. Little Seven Sisters exclusive accompaniment group, 50, Tinkerbell, Tomoyo, the boss has such a sweet voice, and he's so young. Zhang, it really seems like the voice in the anime. From now on I have a concrete imagination when reading novels. Mo Dai, Sister Xiaoqi is beautiful and sweet-voiced, and she's also very gentle. Beihao, the game is also played exceptionally well. Then the National Service Center Road will also be able to play. Green Tail, who envied me not to say. A lot of people. Envy 99+. Blue Yinyu happened to be online. Little Seven Sisters voice. What is it like? The heart seems to be tickled by the little milk cat. Itchy. Blue Yinyu, I'm already first in the peak race. When is Little Seven Sister free? I can use a big number to play with you. Just hate to directly say. Little Sister 7, don't look at them. Look at him. However, the whole day did not wait for Jiang Shiyuan's news. Tonight, destined to be a sleepless night. For some reason, Jiang Shiyuan preferred the nighttime, quiet enough to be alone, as if the whole world was his own. Before going to bed, she would brush the short video, and when she saw a nice scenery, she would write down the location. She even recorded a special note with all the locations she wanted to travel to. When Wayner, if you're interested, you can come to my house to play too. Jiang Shiyuan, okay. Jiang Shiyuan, by the way, there is time on the 14th. 1 air. Mama. Suddenly a bit unable to sleep, standing at the attic window, blowing the cold wind that soothes the restlessness of the heart. It's evening and the world seems empty. It's brightly lit and like it's full of endless life and possibilities. The entire floor of the attic is a huge movie room, bigger than a movie theater. The screen looks as if it's being interpreted in real time. Pick a movie with a 9+ rating. The table is set with food and wine, and the air is just right without being too cold or too hot. Either way, so much like staying up late, especially this feeling of being slightly drunk, with an atmosphere and environment that was completely different from the hustle and bustle of the daytime. Anyway, health could be controlled with points, and she had no problem staying up no matter what. A boon for night owls. Little Orange was inexplicably heartbroken, lying in her arms and calling, "Host, if you feel lonely, haven't the fans of Ching Ching ZZZ always wanted to make friends with you? You guys can ask them out to play after you add them as friends. Or worse, you can pay someone to accompany you." Kong Seokwan, his face full of questions, jerked the little orange's head and straightaway smoothed Rua's hair. "I'm not alone. You know, before she went to the movie theater she hated to be alone so she could enjoy the feeling of being in a pack. Now that wish could be realized at home. As for the face-to-face thing, there's no rush. It's still a wonderful feeling to meet up with someone I met on the internet and make a date to go shopping together. Actually, I also quite want to go shopping with one air. I wonder what the experience of going out with an actress is like. She now had a bit of the I-person attribute and a part of the E-person attribute. Tired of playing, she needed to be alone by herself to recharge her batteries. Usually, she was still very willing to be in the company of friends. Oh, then I'm relieved. Orange is physically tiny, as fragile as a butt that could kill a few, but like an old mother constantly worried about her host's mood, being cared for so carefully. Jiang Shiyuan's heart was still quite warm. There will definitely be friends. La, Xiao Orange, don't worry about it. It's also right, the host has banknote ability and beauty, but also very polite. People love people, there are so many advantages. No one will not want to make friends with you. When you say that, I feel like I'm still not confident enough sometimes. She felt that her advantages were having a billion points of money, relying on the system to become beautiful and healthy, and then she just liked to lie down and do nothing. Laziness is also an advantage, okay? It's called being able to enjoy life. In the past, she worked so hard to earn money, but now she is completely lying down and doesn't want to move. She does not want to have money. Every day still live and work like fixed. Always do what? Just do whatever you want. In my eyes, the host is unique and the best. Little Orange is also the most wonderful cat in this world. Commercial mutual compliments. They understood. In order to satisfy a bit of consumerism, Jiang Shiyuan shopped online. Just add whatever you see to your shopping cart and buy it all with one click. Empty the shopping cart and take it all. By the way, now that it's past 12 o'clock, the level 3 bounty of $20 million has been activated. Chapter 34, a model for our generation. Okay, drop. I'll go see who's live right now. Tapped into the follow page, realizing that it was so late. Teacher Wu hadn't gone off the air yet. At this time, Teacher Wu's fan count was almost 10,000 as well. She rustily answered questions on the pop-up screen and recommended favorite books. Nowadays, in this internet era, traffic is important. She seemed to understand why 77 wanted her to start a live broadcast. It was to let her catch this wave of traffic, right? In fact, Ms. Wu was insecure in her own heart. If she relies on the financial support from Chi alone, there is a day when things might change. It just so happens that there is traffic now, so surely she can't do nothing. She herself has to work hard and increase her source of income. Jiang Shiyuan actually quite understood the reason why Ms. Wu was still live streaming so late at night, thinking that it was quite good to have this kind of independent mind, but it's such a laborious effort. It's too much of a drain on the body to rest well every day. It's early in the morning. Good boy, get some rest. Level 57's unique and cool comment special effects blew up a lot of passers-by. Jiang Shiyuan ignored these pop-ups and swiped the gift on his own. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1. Account number 777-7777 rewarded. The live room, which originally only had a few hundred people, quickly received another traffic recommendation from the platform. When Mr. Wu saw her comment, he was first stunned. This messed up Jiang Shiyuan thinking that she was going to send her own good guy card again. Okay, I'll listen to Chi. Aha, it was kinda unexpected. And so, Teacher Wu held back the tears that wanted to come out of her eyes and continued to explain the book she held in her hands. Les Miserables, among other things. Tear incontinence physique. It was too difficult. Conjure wish. On the other hand, freestyle movements lying on the sofa, watching the werewolf killing video posted by the Up blogger on the TV. One hand was fixed on the phone screen to tap and give gifts in quick succession. Mr. Wu's way of speaking reminded her of the fear she once had of being dominated by her teacher. I treat you as a friend, but if you want to give me a lecture, then it's better not to hurt feelings. It suddenly occurred to her that she was still in her junior year of college. The school was completely unknown and under control. She didn't want to go back at any other time except to get her diploma. As for flunking out, there are many ways to solve the problem. Occasionally read a book to calm down, or travel to see the world. Life is all about learning and progress, no matter what you do. The most important thing is that after the card has money, the state of mind has changed a bit. I just want to get away from the hard days of memorization. Of course, reading holy books would make one's learning rich, and sometimes there would be a different kind of enlightenment. She would read a few of them from time to time. The current state of mind was like this due to the fact that she had just realized the life of the rich, but maybe one day it will change. The future had infinite possibilities. Pop-ups. Many people saw this scene and took screenshots, exclaiming, Sister Xiaoqi is too spoiled anchor. Boy, she hasn't even shouted like that to Ching ZD. I feel like I'd be shouting very intimately with other anchors in private too. My mom asked me why I was hugging my phone and crying in pain, and I said, because I love Sister 7 so much. She gave me 2 big bibs. Envious. Stoned. 99 plus. Jiang Shiyuan, don't get high. This cannot afford to get high. I shouted good boy because it was appropriate to do so at that time, and I wanted Mr. Wu to be good and go to rest. If I had said, be good or be good, it would have been too forceful and overbearing. This tone of voice is too forceful and overbearing, a bit disrespectful. Everyone is an independent person. Little Orange was so happy that he wanted to bounce with a glow stick, and dejectedly rubbed his little head against the back of Jiang Shiyuan's hand. The host had called it baby. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X500. It's already won 5 million. Teacher Wu took a look at the number and shrunk his neck like he was flattered. Although he had seen the marketing numbers video before, now he was truly and completely shocked by 77's financial power. 77's bank card. Is it always brushed and not exploded? One day's expenditure. The live broadcast reward alone is at least a few million. 77. Do you want to take a break? Distracted again to read the private messages. After she got off the air at noon today, she compiled the family environment and performance information of those more difficult students and edited it to show to Chi. But until now, there was no reply. Now it seems that Chi might be too busy at work to read it. What kind of job can earn so much money? The probability is that it's entrepreneurship. Starting your own company. 77 was so busy and tired that she even stayed up late to watch her live broadcast and give her children a reward. For a while, I felt that my tired body was refreshed again. 77 is a model for my generation. Well, I just finished watching the movie. I'm a bit tired after playing all day. I'm indeed ready to go to bed. You also rest early. Jiang Shiyuan sat up straight and stretched. I went out to play at noon and didn't take a lunch break, so today's drowsiness came early. Mr. Wu's arm on the desk stumbled and almost planted on the floor. Play all day? Oh, right. It's Sunday, and Chi should be one of the few days she can rest. It was only right to be tired from playing. 2 days later, Jiang Shiyuan grabbed a handful of walnuts and happily swiped through the short videos. The first one was an entertainment chat blogger with millions of followers, exaggerating and praising her one by one to the best. Just watching one I thought it was quite interesting. As a result, I swiped 2 or 3 in a row, all of which were marketing numbers describing her great deeds. Those who didn't know thought that she had taken $1 million on the heads of these marketing numbers and forced them to send out circulars. This led to the heat about her getting higher and higher. The fans have also risen to 150,000, and the rate of increase is faster than those who send videos and live broadcasts every day. Luckily, the marketing numbers that sent her were not particularly numerous at the moment. There are too many private letters. No time to return. Really no time to return. It was then that she realized that the messages from another chat software were no less than private messages. Cyanide, well, I'm going to call you good boy too. Is that okay? Ching Ching Zidian, I'm so envious of Mr. Wu. Sister Xiaoqi will just call me Xiaoqing from now on. Ching Ching ZD, what should I shout at you? Isn't it a bit too rusty if I shout at Sister Xiaoqi? Ching Ching ZD. The opposite side replies in seconds. Ching Ching Zidian? The message after that. Jiang Shiyuan didn't want to read it. Indifferent as hell. The live broadcast room only looks at one of the people and the people who follow every day, or go to the strange live broadcast room to stroll around. Private messages are also rounds. This loving and indifferent appearance. Fishing Ching Ching Ziki's mouth up, day and night, expecting a message in the phone. Even the live broadcast was distracted, frequently going to see if that familiar nickname appeared in the live stream. Lin Yen has earned $5 million. Lin Yen, screenshot of the deposit. Lin Yen, the password is your lucky number. In the picture sent, even the bank card number is not hidden. It seems like it was still purposely entered the password to reveal the bank card. ZFB then received a transfer message for $5 million. Jiang Shiyuan, this guy is pretty fast at making money. Gave him 100,000 and got 5 million in a few days. But, chapter 35 blessed to be here. Only 5 million. Who gave him the confidence to send her a screenshot of the deposit? Transferring the 5 million transferred by Lin Yen back again. Jiang Shiyuan, attached as a screenshot of the $100 million deposit. Jiang Shiyuan, sis just earned the money. But you're also very good. This made Little Orange laugh wholeheartedly. Host, when did you become so beat up? Laughing doesn't live. You don't understand. I'm doing this to spur the villain to work harder. The more incentivized and spurred on, the more motivated and targeted he'll be. Lin Yen, you straight woman of steel. I thank you. Ha 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 ha. There was no immediate message back from there. Obviously busy. Next, Lan Yenyu, I'm already number 1 in the peak tournament. When is Sister Xiaoqi free? I can use my big number to play with you. A message from 2 days ago. I just saw it now. I'm already number 1 in the peak race. I have to admit, Lan Yenyu's gaming skills are really good. In the loading phase of the game after selecting a hero, the hero proficiency of each player's choice will be displayed. The players who participated in the peak match and had rankings would have their rankings displayed to the right of their proficiency. Taking Blue Yenyu to ranked matches to blow up fish is indeed very cool. I want to play the game at night. Only you're on live at that time, so it shouldn't be convenient, right? I thought it would take a while to get a reply. Just quit and was about to go out for a stroll. Blue Yenyu happened to look at her cell phone and happened to see her message. Blue Yenyu, of course there's no problem. Send a message when the time comes. But the image of us playing the game together in double rows should be able to be broadcast live, right? Jiang Shiyuan, it can be just as Jiang Shiyuan and Lan Yenyu were chatting. Lin Yen, then. Lin Yen, I'll work harder. Thanks for the encouragement, sister. Jiang Shiyuan, shouting sister. Lin Yen, dear sister. Jiang Shiyuan, forget it. Just reading the text is too greasy. You should call me Xiaoqi. Looking at the new message on the screen, even though the young girl was being deliberately picky, Lin Yen was still obedient. He hadn't misremembered. This Xiaoqi, he didn't recognize. More likely he hadn't even seen her once. The people he trusted the most before had abandoned him, in favor of this stranger to save him from the depths of water and fire. The small house that was originally dim and looked so stuffy that it couldn't breathe. Now that the curtains were pulled back a little, there was finally a hint of light inside. Lin Yan's body was thin, and his hand on the armrest of the wheelchair tightened. That dusty and elegant face was strewn with light and darkness, hooking his lips in a miserable smile. Slightly lowering his head, a few strands of broken hair hanging down in front of his forehead, completely hiding his face in the darkness, appearing lonely and fragile. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, his arms against the wheelchair, 3 times trying to stand up by himself. But in the end, the man's eyes were empty and pale. The whole person was broken and desolate. Slowly closing his eyes, his eyebrows suddenly tightened, and his pale paper-like lips slowly pursed up. I don't know how long it took. Lin Yan's body paused and slowly reached the cell phone. The original broken temperament abruptly became perverse. Pressing the send voice button, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, his cold lips lightly opened. Dear sister, I will work harder. Strive to be able to match you soon. 7. The low, hoarse voice is like fragments ground on sandpaper. with a few unknown sentiments. In a little bit cut the strings of sanity. Looking up, he looked to the table in the doorway. On it sat an open laptop, the screen occupied by a dense digital code, automatically typing and pulsing in real time, receiving the voice from Ling Yan. Jiang Shiyuan was accustomed to turning to text first. Only after knowing the content did she open it and listen. The voice wasn't bad. He's talking so much today. Seems like he's in a good mood after earning money. Why do I get the feeling that it's because you praised him for being good that he's so happy? Come on, villain brother. Have you forgotten your Garara dark god persona? You're supposed to be rebellious. Why are you being so nice? Whatever the reason, it's good to cheer up a desperate person. After thinking about it, he ended up holding down the send voice button to speak as well. Cheer up. I'm always here. Had. Old line. Forgive her for running out of words when it came to encouraging others. Lin Yan managed to sit back in the wheelchair. When he saw Jiang Shiyuan send over a 4-second voice, his heartbeat became violent and he even forgot to breathe in shock. The young girl's voice was light and soft, like the most lingering winds of Jiangnan, permeated with a sweetness, vibrating in the ears with a rustle, carrying the entire ear, neck, and even half of the body with a burst of tingling and numbness. Really, sweet to his heart. In the days to come, it was as if this voice had become his spiritual food, listening to it over and over again, day and night, regardless of the occasion, as if doing so would make him less lonely. Every moment in his heart, he meditated on the fact that someone was always with him. This kind of feeling, so good. With motivation, the momentum for a career comeback is growing. It's so good. After lunch, going out for a walk has become a habit for Kong Shirwish. Before it was all parks, but there were only a few parks in this neighborhood, and they were all strolled through. Xiao Chen, go to that newly opened mall. I heard that there are quite a few big brands moving in. Jiang Shiyuan liked to look at the scenery outside the window while riding in the car. It was this glance that caught a glimpse of a white shadow that quickly swept by. It seemed like a dying cat lying there with a cloud of flies surrounding it. Wait, quickly turn around. Chen Xuanbei was uncertain, but did not ask anything. After arriving at the place, Jiang Shiyuan was the first to take a cardboard box from the trunk. Looking closer, he found that the thin white cat's eyes were still half open. It should still be alive, but there are too many bugs on it. Chen Xuanbei parked his car, walked over and saw this image, and also squatted down with great heartache. Take it to the nearby pet hospital. He immediately complied, taking out his gloves and carefully transferring the white cat into a paper box. Luckily there is one in the nearest 3 kilometers. The white cat was too thin. Jiang Shiyuan couldn't bear to look at it, so he let Chen Xuanbei look inside. There's no feline plague, just too many parasites on the body that need to be dewormed. And the body is too fragile, so it needs to stay here for a while for observation and treatment. That's good. Walking in, the little white cat was wailing and eating cat food with a lot of vigor. Jiang Shiyuan was still a bit uneasy and asked the system, Little Orange, can it survive? Little Orange was also heartbroken. This white cat's bone age of half a year looked smaller than its 2 months. Don't worry, when it meets you, host, it's blessed to the end. Confirming that the white cat could carry it off, Jiang Shiyuan sighed in relief. At this time, another line of people was seen walking in, each carrying 2 pet boxes in their hands with several cats inside. What is this for? Kong Shiyuan transformed into a curious baby and approached to chat, his tone familiar enough to strike up a conversation as if he was an old acquaintance. Chapter 36 Professional Conduct. Accomplishing great things for the happiness of the cat's life. Really didn't get it. Neutering stray cats. Hiss. So cruel. Jiang Shiyuan spread a smile. But well done. If stray cats are not sterilized, the ones who suffer are the female cats, who give birth to another batch, so their bodies will break down sooner or later. Some even give birth to kittens that don't survive. And if there are too many stray cats in some areas, it will also cause resentment and boycott. In my mind, I asked Little Orange again, you are still small now. Later, before the words were finished, Little Orange automatically associated the second half of the sentence, and refused with a resolute attitude. Duh bah, I've always kept this current form. I'll never grow up. Ooh-hoo, the host is too evil. It's so weak and pathetic and helpless. How can you do that kind of shameful thing to it that you can't even begin to talk about? Even if it's just a thought. It can't. Kong Shiyuan deliberately joked and teased it. The corner of her mouth hooked. The young girl's delicate face had a bright and infectious smile. The staff doing public service couldn't help but feel good about Kong Shiyuan. Miss, are you here to bathe your own child? Oops mom, this girl is too good looking. First time chatting with a beautiful woman. So nervous. Saved a kitten on the side of the road. Brought it to the hospital to keep it for a while. At this time, Chen Xuanbei arranged everything and walked over to Jiang Shiyuan. Boss, are we still going shopping later? Jiang Shiyuan nodded her head. Then he said goodbye to the group. I'll leave first then haha. Until the people walked away, the group of staff sighed. Quite a nice girl, pretty and with a kind personality. The hospital staff, drumming on their computers at the front desk, also very much agreed. The kitten she saved. Choosing the best treatment plan to full recovery will take at least more than half a month, and the medical cost will be several tens of thousands. This amount of money can totally buy a few cats of very good breeds. I also reminded her repeatedly at that time, but in the end, without batting an eyelid, she advanced $100,000, saying that she would call her again when the cost was not enough. Who didn't understand these words? Everyone fell silent at the same time. In this instant, it was surprising that they couldn't think of any shortcomings in that young girl. You guys don't do your job every day, catching batches of stray cats to be sterilized, and flying to all parts of the country to rescue injured cats. Where exactly do the funds come from? Just by posting some videos on the internet to earn some advertisement fees? The staff issued a soul-crushing question, let go of the computer mouse, and went to check the situation of each cat in the cat cabinet. The staff members looked at each other with embarrassed faces. Truth be told, it's basically all out of our own pockets, and it's gotten harder over the past few years. But we're all trying to figure out how to get some side projects going. There's still our boss to hold us over for now. The employee sighed helplessly and kindly made a suggestion. I think that girl just now is quite kind. Maybe you guys can try to make friends with her and pull her into your team. One of them listened to the suggestion and hurriedly went to the door to see if Jiang Shiyuan was still there. But the people have already gone away. Wait, the Rolls-Royce Phantom that I saw at the door just now, is that girl's? Mamma mia. They actually spoke to someone so rich. It was unbelievable to think about. I have her number. Unfortunately, I can't disclose customer information. The employee was also hit over the head with this news. Knowing that Jiang Shiyuan was rich, I didn't realize that it wasn't the usual richness. Alas, it seems like a miss. The staff carried the pet box into the operating room with a look of death. But soon, this expression was transferred to the faces of the cats they brought in. One by one, they lay boarded up and spat out their tongues. Soon after waking up, they realized their bodies had turned slightly blemished, as if they were unclean. Husky possessed, wailing and miserable. There are cats alive that are actually dead. Hello, you see this is especially suitable for your boyfriend. Black new suit. Summer is almost here. Jiang Shiyuan was in the middle of picking out a dress that matched her taste when a sales came over. This was the nth time Chen Xuanbei had sweated today. Hastily, he blocked in front of it. This is my boss. Ha ha ha. So I told you how you guys look a little big age difference. I was wondering if it was a brother. Embarrassed laugh. Jiang Shiyuan glanced at Chen Xuanbei, who was carrying a full load in his hand. Tall, plus mature ascetic looks, wearing a suit every day. It's heating up soon. You can actually not need to be so strict. Use the clothes you normally wear instead of a suit. Chen Xuanbei was still thinking of refusing. How could this be? He had serious professional ethics. You're wearing a suit every day, going out and following me around, suppressing my popularity. Sorry, I'll try not to wear it in the future. Listen to the words of the boss. But in fact, Chen Xuanbei is clear in his heart. Half of the reason is that the boss is heartbroken that he wears a suit in the heat. Instantly, a sentence came out of his mouth. Boss, you're a Jiang Shiyuan? Okay, stop, don't say it again. Old familiar lines. Help, she's going to change her profile to is a super unbeatable great guy. Next, bags from Chanel, Dior, and other brand name stores that are very common on the market. Buy everything that looks good to you. Various kinds of shoes to buy more than 50 pairs. Villa on the first floor has a shoe closet room and check room. At least will also occupy a third of the position inside it. Different cap type: baseball cap, wool cap, beret, fisherman's cap, round top hat, Panama hat, flat cap, Mexican broad-brimmed hat are tried. Their own suitable colors and styles are bought together. In fact, Ginger wished to favorite Celine's black sailor hat, 2 model. There are LV pink and blue wool cap and Dior's black leather beret. The counter lady saw the scene. Organizing the gift bag, fingers are nervous, trembling, numb. Rao has seen a lot of big scene. Also did not see someone buy luxury goods and the same as the goods off. It seems like everyone's money is not a concept. Chen Xuanbei's shoulders were pulled up and his arms were full of gift bags. The purchasing power of the boss, horrible as this. He could not wait to hang 2 gift bags around his neck, but he couldn't lift it. And then look at Jiang Shiyuan, still shopping for fun. I don't know how long it took before he remembered that there was someone like him. If you can't lift it, you can put it in the car first. I'll go and customize a set of gowns. Just come and find me here. Chapter 37: Nurturing. It was logical not to leave one's boss for fear that the other would be in trouble and danger his absence. But for now, the boss was safe. A hint of relief appeared on Chen Xuanbei's cold face, but very quickly. Seeing those example samples of gowns placed in the store, Jiang Shiyuan felt tasteless. From this, it could be seen that the customized gowns would not be particularly stunning. It was rather ordinary and did not have an eye-catching feeling. If there was nothing special about it, why would she bother coming to a customized dress? There was a room inside that seemed to still be live. I'll ask my friends if they have any recommended designers. This place doesn't look too reliable. Seeing this, Chen Xuanbei hurriedly followed behind. Jiang Shiyuan, sister, do you know a designer who can customize a high-class gown? It was now time for the evening meal, when Wan Er just happened to wrap up her work, holding the script that had been changed hundreds of times and memorizing it. It was so annoying that she hated to create the entire universe. When she received Jiang Shiyuan's message, her mood got even worse. What's wrong with little Jiang? Surprisingly, he cannot go to work every day. Whoa, broken defense. Whoever likes to go to this crap class. Anyway, she really does not want to go. Within 3 minutes of escaping, she was brought back by her manager. Like a deflated balloon, she held her cell phone in aggravation and returned the message. When Wan Er, crying towards the sky JPG. When Wan Er, I know 2 famous designers in F country. I recommend their friends to you. And then I told them on the line. Bolted Q. Jiang Shiyuan, next time I come back, I invite you to dinner. When Wan Er, paint me a cake again, but I'll eat this cake. Okay, done. Jiang Shiyuan's cell phone is spread. Lying on the sofa, do not want to move. Going out gaga spending money is really tiring. Host, after identification. This is not enough blood. The body is too weak. Performance O. Only 20 points can be purchased to replenish Qi Dan, so that you instantly spirit it up. 24 hours a day exercise or not with tired. There's no way. I don't have any points right now. I have to move my little finger to keep going to reward. Maybe it's because I didn't meet with Wan Er, and I'm not giving away points for no reason. Jiang Shiyuan went to the tea room and looked around. Let's nourish ourselves first. Drink tea and soup that replenishes Qi and blood, and occasionally practice the 8 Duan brocade. Not wanting to order takeout for dinner, she gave Chen Xuanbei a call. Help me pack a French meal back, and a fresh black chicken nourishing soup. Chen Xuanbei carp immediately went downstairs. French food. Then I'll call you when I get there. Boss, you choose the dishes. Okay. Jiang Shiyuan had thought that he would have to wait for quite a while, so he went to the small supermarket to get some snacks to eat. Half an hour later, Chen Xuanbei appeared in front of the villa. I know the management of that French restaurant. Jiang Shiyuan nodded and turned on the TV, looking for a variety show to eat. Chen Xuanbei was on the side arranging the delicately packaged dinner, a meticulous and serious expression. Those who didn't know thought they were doing something very important. She said a chicken, really a whole chicken soup. What a big pot. Tender and juicy black chicken meat, not stuffed at all. In the soup there are yam, red dates, wolfberries, mushrooms, hishao, Job's tears, astragalus, ginseng, angelica, lotus seeds, lily of the valley, and cordyceps flowers. One sip is addictive. It's so good. Jiang Shiyuan especially liked the cordyceps flowers. It was hard to describe what the flavor was, but mixed in with the black chicken soup, the flavor was appealing. This dude is really solid. He even brought 4 boxes of rice. Is this for fear that she won't get enough to eat? Blue Yenyu, Sister 7. It's nighttime. Lan Yenyu, I have time for all the nights. Jiang Shiyuan didn't reply, knowing that Blue Yenyu was messaging her in between live broadcasts, so the game is definitely online. Directly Timmy, after going online, send an early reservation message to Blue Yenyu who has been on the game for 2 minutes. On the other side, Blue Yenyu, who was skillfully operating, suddenly stopped and did not move. Sister has 100 million points of money. This game finished together hacking? Blue Yenyu, wait for me. It will end soon. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were very puzzled. Who is this? At first I thought it was just another ordinary fan. Brother Blue won't take care of it. Is Brother Blue preparing to take a girl? He's not going to play in the peak match? He's about 30 points away from taking your #1 spot. All the other anchors are trying to catch up with the anchor's score, but he's so laid back that he's bringing up a sister. This is not normal. Brother Blue never brings girls, let alone on a day like this when time is of the essence and the list is about to be finalized. Don't bring a girl. Let's continue to play at the top. I won't watch if I'm going to bring a girl to play ranked. This nickname isn't Little Sister 7, is it? It's Sister 7. She's the only one who would pick a name like that, right? The people who were originally protesting against Lan Yenyu's sisterhood realized that it was most likely Jiang Shiyuan, and then the winds of conversation turned abruptly. Each one of them was the king of face changes. So it's Little Sister 7. Oh, it's okay then. Brother Blue, quick battle. What's the point of watching you play games? I want to see Sister 7 play games. I want to watch Sister 7 play. Yeah, I'm tired of watching anchors who do nothing but show off their skills. I want to watch Sister 7, 99+. Even the 3 big fans of Qingqing Zidi were blown out of the water. Qingqing Zidian was live streaming at the moment, and from the pop-ups, he learned that Blue Yenyu was going to have a sweet double row with Little 7's sister. He hurriedly tapped into Blue Yenyu's live broadcast with his spare cell phone. Dicky Blue Yenyu is on the sweet double row with Sister Xiaoqi. What's your relationship with Sister Xiaoqi like now? Don't mention it. Heartbreak. Alas. He only dares to sneak a peek at the screen too. Anchor doesn't say don't think we don't know you're peeping at the screen. Often look at the cell phone. Why don't you just go straight off the air and watch it? Everyone was just teasing. But the person in question, Qingcheng ZD, pursed her lips in thought and seemed to be really listening. Dear all, I'm a bit unwell, so I'll come back in the early hours of the morning to make up for today's lifetime. After saying that, he said goodbye to his fans on his own. Seeing the screen in the live broadcast room of Blue Yenyu, Sister Xiaoqi has entered the game double row room, numbly and quickly off the air, times 12. In the next second, the screen goes black. 6. And so, the people who were caught off guard by Cyanide's sudden off-air broadcast clicked into the Blue Yenyu live broadcast room. As expected, they saw Qingqing Zishi here. However, everyone did not have any aversion, and their attention was quickly attracted by Jiang Shiyuan. V10. It no longer represents the strength of our little 7th sister. Wait until we get to the game loading page. How will the teammates react when they see Blue's peak match ranking of 1? Ha ha ha. Looking forward to it. In the hero selection phase, since Jiang Shiyuan and Lan Yenyu are on the first and second floors, they are directly selected. Jiang Shiyuan is still dodgy, and Blue Yenyu is playing mirror. The third floor quickly voiced their dissatisfaction. There's actually dodgy in this segment. It's really low level. The fourth floor followed suit and spat, choosing mirror in seconds. It looks like a rookie. The King's 50-star qualifying match. They all felt that there would not be any national service. At best, it would be a provincial standard. And this kind of situation wasn't common yet. Fourth floor, second floor, relying on you to lead the flight. With this sentence, the dark irony in it was obvious. Chapter 38 Love Voice in Dreams. Jiang Shiyuan used to play games, and although he would sometimes have some friction with his teammates, he was rarely yin and yang for no reason. Now it was good that she encountered an extreme character in the first game. The third floor taunted her dodgy, and sent a city sign, or the village sign that everyone usually talked about. The fourth floor pre-selected hero was Sikongjun, which was replaced with Bailey Xiaoyao. Jiang Shiyuan only realized at this time that the beaters had already given themselves dodgy small national standard. Send the small national standard information strip, and there is a winning rate of 70% below. Just for a second, the original complaining dissatisfaction sound ceaselessly of the third floor was silent. Silently changed the heroes whose proficiency was only green beans that he was ready to swing to choose, to his own battle heroes. Then he gave a nod to Jiang Shiyuan's profile bar. I'm relying on you for this one. Withdraws a curse to the sub. Brother Sanlu, it was me who took the liberty. Ha ha ha. It seems everyone is a master of face changing. Sister Xiaoqi is actually the national service dodgy. Must be very good at positioning. Hard to look forward to living. These people even Blue Brother's name do not know. Perennial peak of the top 10 anchors now. He has millions of fans in a certain tooth. But now he has just jumped ship to this. But with his skills, the fans will rise very quickly. What's wrong with this guy on the fourth floor? He'll regret it later. Greeny bites his handkerchief in envy. Great White is the best. Great White? They're so familiar that they have each other's nicknames. Then what did Brother Lan call Sister Xiaoqi? Lan Yenyu's pair of narrow phoenix eyes were slightly upturned, and deep in the bottom of his eyes was total carelessness. Brewed a cup of wolfberry flower tea and sipped 2 mouthfuls. Suddenly not in the mood and appetite. Placed aside. To the game loading page. Blue Yenyu's peak number 1. Hanging there in the open. There was also that most attention-grabbing great national standard. After entering the game, Bailey Shoyo, the fourth floor just now, immediately sent a text. Brother, am I a clown in your eyes? 666. You can eat whatever you want from the troop line on my development path. Can you rub the marker for me later? No one paid any attention to him. I'm sure the big guys are all high and mighty. Jiang Shiyuan's process of playing the game didn't go well, because dodgy was too weak in the early stages. He had to live with it. Those dodgy who could maneuver dared to go out. But she was different. She was an excellent dodgy who could only walk on people's faces and throw skills. But fortunately, Lan Yenyu often came over to help her and smoothly took the first head of the whole game. Little Sister 7's little GB is typed by a beater / this is an affirmative. Ha ha ha, I can see it too. Everyone saw it? Then I didn't see it. Did I? I've heard that when Sister 7 is looking for an escort to play 5-row, she'll open the microphone to chat. Why didn't she open the microphone this time? Is it because she's on the air? I think it should be felt that Blue is a mouth handicap, and very able to provide emotional value of the accompanying players compared to the gap between the bar. Just take Blue as a high-level scoring tool. People on the line. This side. Jiang Shiyuan slightly raised his head, looking at the real-time pop-ups in the live broadcast room on the big screen. Opened the mic halfway through the game. She sweetly and delicately greeted everyone. Hello everyone. The voice was light and oceanic. The gentleness in that tone was like water ripples rippling out with the waves, slowly, but in a circle that penetrated the heart. With just a short sentence, most of the audience couldn't sit still. This is my lost wife of 18 years. Dreamy love sound. Papa's a root. As a big woman, I can't believe my heart was moved just because of one sentence. What's so great about the game? I want to listen to my wife. Crap, there are so many more competitors. It was also the first time that Qingqing heard Jiang Shiyuan's voice, drooping her eyebrows for a long time before she came back to her senses. Envy for Lan Yanyu overflowed into her eyes, exhaling deeply and lamenting why she couldn't play the game. Now he could only watch. Is Z still not feeling well? It may be a few more hours before I'm rested. Resting while watching Sister 7. I get it. We all get it. A loving and soft voice came from the other end of the phone. Lan Yanyu's fingers trembled uncontrollably as she fought the wild monsters. Finally heard the voice that he had been waiting for a long time. Was able to master the rhythm of the game, but now as if he had panicked. He was dropping points one after the other and being collected heads. Jiang Shiyuan was humming a little song to clear the troop line, and once again saw that Lan Yanyu had made a mistake, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you in bad shape today? It's okay to play together some other day," counting on taking her flying. This kind of successive mistakes will lose. Lan Yanyu apprehensively opened her microphone. No, I was probably distracted watching the pop-ups. I'll just concentrate now. Aha, that's good. Lazy and soft, without a lofty tone, but with a few points of careless arrogance. The vocal line was extremely good. Lan Yanyu's ears reddened. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Started operating steadily again, pushing all the way to the opposite side of the crystal, smoothly gaining the game. The teammates and opponents of that game just now have added his friends and invited into the room. Lan Yanyu did not even see you a glance. Rushed to open the next hand, fearing that Jiang Shiyuan would not play. The once undefeated god of war met sweet sister, and ultimately lost. His hand trembles, and his life is given to her. A gaming expert with a bad mouth versus a rich woman with a good heart and a sweet voice. You guys are so oily, ha ha ha, but you're so high. I don't care if it's a CP or not, I'm high on it anyway. Chapter 39, Recognizing the Lin family. After playing 5 or 6 games, Jiang Shiyuan yawned. Every game was a crushing victory, with no suspense or interest at all. Always winning, not playing anymore. Lan Yanyu didn't even look at the battle results anymore, exiting in seconds, and was about to click to start matching the moment he heard these words. Then we can lose too. Kang Shiyu ended up simply saying goodbye and simply went offline. The still intentional Lan Yanyu was left alone in the game room, fuming. His peak number 1 position was about to be overtaken by someone else, and it was time to go to the peak tournament. But he wasn't interested in the peak number 1 position anymore, so he wanted to continue to double row with Little Sister 7. Every time Little Sister 7 cried out in fear, he rushed over at the first opportunity no matter what he was doing. Even if it was too late, he still gave her revenge. When he heard a simple word of thanks from Sister 7, he felt a sense of fulfillment, even sometimes intentionally giving her MVPs. Ever since Sister 7 left, Blue has been lost in thought, as if his heart has also been hooked away. My heart was also hooked away by my wife. Oh, it's so good. I want to keep listening. Concerned, if Sister 7 opens the mic again, remember to kick me in the ass. Everyone pay attention to Sister 7 first. Enter her fan group to chat. The group is very lively, quite fun. The most important thing is that Sister 7 will give out red packets from time to time. I didn't even realize it until now. You guys can really hide it. Jiang Shiyuan wandered around her house and entered the soundproofed piano room. A valuable piano sat in the middle. She had never played it before, and this was even the second time she had seen the piano physically. Lifting the red cloth covering it, she tried to casually press it twice, searching for an introductory tutorial on playing the piano. She again projected the sheet music onto the white screen directly in front of her. It took a while to learn, but still couldn't get the hang of it. Hiya, count the balls. I'd better find a teacher to teach alone. Suddenly remembering that Blue Yenyu's number didn't seem to be all skins, he went back online to give him skins and heroes. The audience in the live broadcast room just happened to see it, causing another wave of envious wailing. Tonight I'm going to soul penetrate Blue Yenyu. The days are going by in style. And then I received a message from my impolite ex-boyfriend. Lin Xingyu, you did those excessive things to me and ruined my live broadcasting career. But you could never have imagined that my real parents came looking for me. Lin Xingyu, I've let you down. They're rich, with a rich family heritage. A thug like you can't even compare. This is to feel like you've flown the coop and not acted at all. Before, even if she was put on the spot, some surface work still had to be done. Licking his face to coax her, a strong admission of fault. But she, just back to some ha-ha-ha emoticons, or not back. The small garden is full of fragrance. The flowers are competing to open. Jiang Shiyuan took a small scissors and trimmed the roses that climbed all over the fence, cut 7 of them and put them in a vase, and arranged them in the suite where you will sleep tonight. The small coffee table in the downstairs living room can also put a vase with 7 colorful hydrangeas. The movements were slow and easy, not rushed. Time seemed to have slowed down, quiet and peaceful. In the face of Lin Xingyu's provocation, her decision was not to respond. But soon, her indifference was like an axe to Lin Xingyu's brain. Lin Xingyu broke his defenses to the point of insanity. She didn't care. He still continued to send messages. Lin Xingyu, you suddenly have all that money, just like the boomers. It's not like you're using your parents' insurance, is it? Lin Xingyu, you this little heartless. Even your parents have those money to use, but not to spend on the right way. Lin Xingyu, you give those people to spend money, and they will not let you live a happy life. You see, you want to get married. Lan Yin, you with or without you to tie the knot. Jiang Shiyuan didn't even click in to read it. It was only when she cleaned up the message spam later that she saw it. These words were literally bouncing on top of her thunder spot. Lin Xingyu has been recognized back to the Lin family. That's why he's so arrogant. In the original book, the billionaire Lin family didn't have particularly large assets though. But because the family has roots, there are a lot of connections in various circles. Network is money. There are so many people network, but still just a billionaire. In the list of rich and famous people is not famous. The Lin family. Is Lin Xingyu's new backer? Then it will be collapsed. Jiang Shiyuan sneered. Jiang Shiyuan, Yendi, how have you been doing lately? Do you need living expenses from sis? Since the last time they chatted, they basically haven't chatted. Lin Yan occasionally sent her screenshots of code she couldn't understand, and she didn't send them without replying. Lin Yan, it's okay, no need. Lin Yan, I'm still making money at a very slow pace, and I'm ready to start my own business. Jiang Shiyuan, oh, is that enough money? Every word revealed a gentle and sincere concern. It looked like he was really worried about him, so he asked in great detail. Lin Yan, it's enough. Don't worry too much about me. Lin Yan, I will definitely succeed in my business venture. He had actually seen those marketing number videos on the internet. Knowing that Jiang Shiyuan liked to watch live broadcasts, her most favorite anchors were Lan Yanyu and Qingqing Zidi. The other anchors for her were all about doing good deeds and helping people in trouble. It was the same as for him. Lin Yan's dark eyes held affection, biting the corner of his lip hard and stopping only until the taste of blood spread in his mouth. Tilting his head slightly, he closed his eyes to calm the raging and struggling inside. When was he in Jiang Shiyuan's heart? He was also the same existence as Lan Yanyu and the others, not one of the many people that the good heart helped. When he opened his eyes again, he resumed his usual calm and cold hostility, as if it wasn't him who had just almost lost his mind. After thinking about it, Jiang Shiyuan still chose to tell him. Although this news might be a bit cruel for Lin Yan, I don't know if he can hold up. Jiang Shiyuan, I knew your original parents from the pop-ups before, and I heard that they seem to have recently recognized a son, saying that he was their biological son who had strayed away. Called Lin Xingyu. Kang Shiyuan, could your sudden expulsion have anything to do with Lin Xingyu? At least the original plot was that Lin Xingyu was recognized and then urged the Lins to kick out Lin Yan. Now that Lin Yan was kicked out early, the reason could be in the Lins couple? Or is it someone else? If I had seen these two pieces of news before I met Jiang Shiyuan, I would have broken down to the point of dropping things and not being able to bear it. But now, Lin Yan accepted this message lightly, and all that rose within him was hatred. Nowadays, his life was controlled and restricted at every step. He believed in his abilities and would one day rise again and sit across from the Lins and that precious son of theirs. Their faces were ugly while he talked and laughed. At that time, it was the day when the statuses were swapped. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Yan's mouth hung up in a creepy smile. He gently pushed his gold-rimmed glasses upwards. His movements permeated with extreme elegance, but inadvertently revealed a trace of mania that made people shudder. Lin Yan, aha. Lin Yan, I will take revenge. A sentence that makes his position clear. Jiang Shiyuan, although I don't know what happened between you two. Jiang Shiyuan, but feel free to go ahead. I'll support you. This unexpected reply caused Lin Yan to freeze for a moment. Then he smiled slightly. The lines of his face were hard and distinct, so cold and gloomy that people didn't dare to get close to him. Even the thin lips that were hooked up were laced with a few chills. However, those deep to the core eyes were actually flushed with a touch of soft color. Jiang Shiyuan had previously been rushed to work, not stopping for a moment. Now there is procrastination. After playing enough, he only rested to watch the live broadcast. Thank you for your support. Big brothers, the little woman is not talented. The first dance after the start of the broadcast is for everyone. Ouyang Nanyang was wearing a pink ultra-short skirt and dancing a hot dance whose movements looked simple. This anchor looked quite familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Jiang Shiyuan had gotten tired of snacking recently and super loved eating fruits, especially the fruit that has not been eaten, the fruit that is rarely seen on the market. I'll eat more. In his hand, he held the sakura fruit and August fry. sweet and lighter flavors, one bite at a time. The flavor is surprisingly delicious, but none of them are as delicious as her wife's strawberries. Chapter 40, If She Were Her. Yang Nanyang finished a dance. While reading the pop-ups, she saw a comment from a level 58 big brother, and suddenly her face became a bit embarrassed. Huazai, Yang Yang ah, why are you wearing so much today? Too cold? Take it off. Hurry up. I don't know why she is so unlucky. Everyone else's big brother is pretty normal, but she's met someone who's hard to deal with. This Hua, on the other hand, is the head of her big brother. The other passers-by and fans in the comments section were also too busy to be bothered, and they were all clamoring for more. Why is the anchor not speaking? Is she trying to escape today? You guys don't understand, pretending to be reserved. Yang Nanyang can't get off the stage, standing there alone, not knowing what to do. Forget it, it's better to do more than less. It's not the first time I've encountered this situation. It's not as bad as this time. If you make these big brothers dissatisfied and make them disenchanted, no tickets and no traffic is even more scary. Moreover, although the big brothers are usually demanding, they are still quite generous when it comes to PK fighting. Originally thought I could quietly watch the beautiful women dance, but I ended up mistakenly entering some strange live room. It's like the bad guys of the whole internet gathered here. The next image, Kong sure wished to not want to see. Little Orange jumped out at this time to remind. Yang Nanyang grew up without parents, raised by his grandfather who was a veteran, and his whole heart is red. When she was 9 years old, her only relative died, and she also grew up in an orphanage, and since she couldn't do anything and no one taught her, she came out to work at 15 years old, diagnosed with depression, and at one point tried to commit suicide. However, thinking of her grandfather's last wish before he died at a young age, to serve the country, she was hospitalized and took medication to survive. Her intention was not to live past the age of 30. Therefore, she donated most of the money she earned after working to the country, totaling more than $5 million. Hiss. I didn't realize that Yang Nanyang's small body contained a great deal of energy in it. If it wasn't for Xiao Orange's introduction, it was completely impossible to tell that she had gone through all this. Jiang Shiyuan put down the fruit plate and picked up his cell phone. On the other side, the corner of Yang Nanyang's mouth pulled up a forced smile, her hand on her short skirt. She seemed to. There was no ego anymore. Just at this moment, a refreshing comment suddenly appeared in the unbearable pop-up screen. Level 58's Dragon Swing Special Effect. Fancy, don't listen to them. This seems to be the big sister that was more famous some time ago. 7-7. It was the first time Yang Nanyang had seen her in her own live room. One or two big sisters and big brothers suddenly popping up in the circle was a normal thing these days. The reason why she noticed 7-7 was because 7-7 did good deeds. This, in her opinion, was quite unexpected. But now, Yang Nanyang was in a dilemma left and right. Those people at the pop-up screen had already started attacking and greeting 7-7. Where did the yellow-haired girl come out from? Go watch your SKI properly. It's none of your business if we watch a beautiful woman dance. This is the one who loves to pretend to be a pussy. I've heard about it before. When did Yo-Yo hook up with her? No wonder you didn't come out to play recently. Are you sure you want to disobey our words for the sake of this one insignificant person? What kind of demons and devils are in the comments section? I suspect I've wandered into the POW scene. Big guts. How dare you bully my sister 7? I'm going to send a message to 7's fanbase. Has this anchor woman been dog whistle trained? She has no self-respect at all. I feel like these big brothers don't even treat the anchors as human beings. All in a commanding tone. The big brothers I've seen before are all pretty good-tempered. This anchor's big brother how? Hard to say. The original 10,000 people live room. A steady stream of new viewers. Soared 30,000 people in a minute. The people who had previously spoken out against the 7-7 were all a lot more honest. Mainly because they couldn't be honest even if they didn't want to. For some reason, 777's fans were all fiercer than one another. And the pop-ups were drawn out in a battle of cursing. Just after the comments were sent out, they were flooded by 7-7's army of fans. Originally their home ground. All of a sudden they didn't know whose home ground it was. And so, Huazai had to send a gift to leave a separate message. Hua rewarded Starlight Bottle X1. Message, how come you have so many brainwashed fans? It's toxic. Hua rewarded Starlight Bottle ×1. Message, girl, I advise you not to come to the edge. ×1, playing really flower. Ha, Jiang Shiyuan didn't even put this person in his eyes. It felt like Yang Nanyang became like this now. Is this still a complete person? First of all, if she is her, she has self-respect and her own life. Secondly, then to fulfill her grandfather's dying wish. But Yang Nanyang now, even in the face of so many people in the live broadcast room, being flirted with and sent as an item, she went against the grain. It is because she is good at bullying. The big brother in the live room is these bad-minded people. Your loved ones don't want to see you trash your own like this, no matter where he is. you probably never really saw yourself. Seeing the word relatives, Yang Nanyang completely lost his grip. The emotions of these years are like taut strings that have long since decayed and collapsed, falling apart at the slightest touch. Tears came out of his eyes and he hurriedly turned his back. Yes, if Grandpa was still alive, and saw her with such a lack of self-respect and humility, he would definitely break a branch and whip her. Suddenly, it was as if an epiphany had occurred. No wonder other people's big brothers were so normal, but her big brother had no respect for her at all times. It was precisely because of what unreasonable demands she accepted, making people feel good control, treated as a barred pet. She was not allowed any disobedient behavior. She was such a proud person before. How did she become like this now? Wachan also kept bouncing on the gift bar message. Jiang Shiyuan didn't want to talk too much nonsense with this kind of person. Send Carnival. The loser and Yang apologize and post a video on the homepage of eating upside down, shouting that he is a waste of space that is worse than a dog or a pig, and set it to be visible to everyone. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1. Account number 777-7777 rewarded. Hua was confident, thinking that 77 was also level 58. The amount of money that could be immediately taken out was at most 10 million. He slammed a bottle of red wine, stroked his beard that he thought was attractive, and sneered. Originally wanted to tease a female anchor that he thought was not bad to play with, but suddenly a Chang Bite Jean appeared. Seeing that the homepage label is only 20 years old, it's probably some thug or rich second generation. It's really young. Well, let her learn her lesson this time. This 7-7, the biggest setback in 20 years, is lost in him. By the way, give disobedient dogs a warning. Yang Nanyang wouldn't think that just because she's surrounded by 7-7s, she can disobey, right? Short-sighted. No wonder there are only a million fans. Hua rewarded the Starlight Bottle ×1. Message, who is afraid of Hua? Come on, this big master is the most money. Hua rewarded Carnival ×1. Hua rewarded Carnival. This made the audience and the comments section happy. The PK between Godly Big Sister and Godly Big Brother relied solely on pure hardcore money power. This big scene like the battle of the century. Walk by, don't miss it. The number of people in the live broadcast room soon far exceeded 100,000 people. The number of people in the live broadcast room soon exceeded 100,000 people. Ilua Bina, 2 or 58 level. The platform total reward amount of more than 12.5 million. The deposit must be quite a lot. This is to fight to win? Everyone buy fixed away. Bet on who will win. Chapter 41, Account Cancellation. Nonsense. Surely our brother Hua will win. Brother Hua doesn't only have this number, but he also frequently explodes gold coins on other platforms. Everyone has witnessed his strength. Brother Hua's strength is obvious to everyone, but he has too many harems, and Yang Nanyang is just one of the inconspicuous characters. Yes, in the past, Yang Nanyang's monthly reward was at most 200,000 yuan, and today she got a bargain. I feel that this time at least 1 million to start. I'm not sure how poor he is, but I'm sure he's got a lot of money to spend on his own. The first time I've ever seen a woman with $1 million in her pocket. I thought I'd be able to get along with her and her friends. I thought it was a big brother who could compete with 7. But this is it? I think, $5 million to hit the bottom. The game can only be ended. The person in question, Yang Nanyang, stood in a difficult position. It seems like she has nothing to do now. Seeing both sides keep sending $3,000 worth of Carnival. Open mouth never closed. Watching other people's live room has seen this scene. Their own live room is still the first time. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X500. Hua rewarded Carnival X500. Up to this point, 1.5 million. However, 77 had no intention of stopping yet. Hua was sweating a bit, originally hanging on for dear life, but now he was also serious. Millions or even tens of millions he could take out. But inwardly, he still felt that it wasn't worth it for Yang Nanyang alone. There are still so many anchors in his harem waiting for him to patronize them. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1000. Hua rewarded Carnival X1000. What's going on here? Hua panicked and his hands were busy. Rushing to use his other phone to log into the note number short video, he tapped into the 77 homepage, realizing a hint of something wrong. A video popped up after tapping follow. This big villa, so familiar. In a flash, he remembered. Back then, his ex-wife, who had loved him dearly with all her heart, had divorced him because she thought he couldn't afford the house in the capital city estate. This became his pain for many years. His heart palpitated every time he thought about it, and he had never dared to remarry. It was so hard to forget that sad time, but now he thought about it again. His heart was trembling and his hands were even more numb. The hate value for 77 doubled again. But the rich second generation who lived in the capital city manor was either rich or noble. It didn't seem like he could necessarily win. The probability of winning was there. It was possible to win when 77 suddenly disconnected from the internet and the carnival combo happened to break. Hua hung his head low, frustration and a slight inferiority complex filling his entire body. Another glance at the pop-ups. Go Hua. Believe in your financial strength. It's an even match. Can't really see who's going to win. It's a good game. Brother Hua has heard that he has some experience, so he shouldn't lose, right? 77 has only been around for a few days and is at level 58. Hua has been a big brother for a few years now and is only at level 58, so it must be 77 who wins. There's also the line that 77 fans keep repeating. Send Carnival. The loser and Ouyang apologize and post a video of them eating upside down on their homepage, shouting that they're a waste of space that's worse than a pig's dog, and set it to be visible to everyone. 7's win is assured. Early group photo. Excessive. These people are so arrogant. Hua sent another $500,000 in a fit of anger, and in the end, he couldn't top it anymore. Seeing the other side slowing down, the 777's fans are back in force. Can't top it, but still have to top it. 99 plus. Hua, what can I do? I'm desperate too. In the end, it couldn't be topped. Hua rewarded Carnival X 1600. 8 million up. His limit. There had never been such a strong feeling of feeling like a waste. However, Jiang Shiyuan hadn't stopped yet. Account number 777777 rewarded Carnival X 1800. Every second of Hua's life was torture. Sis, you're my sister. Don't torture him, okay? Account number 7777777 reward Carnival X 2000. It finally stopped. Some fans were excited and thrilled. I knew it. It's expected. Don't be surprised. It's a basic operation of Sister 7. There was also a part that was dumbfounded and tried to minimize their presence. Hua lost, and have to do the punishment of eating upside down, and have to curse himself out loud. Hua broke down and was in a dilemma left and right. If he breaks the contract, he'll get hit in the face with this all the time when he's pretending to be a pussy in the future. The pussy would all drop several degrees. Quickly apologize. What are you waiting for? Hua held his tongue and gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Central. I love you very much. It's just that the way it was done may have put you off. The mouth is really hard. Ouyang Nanyang had a rare hard time and disliked angrily. Don't use that grand reason to cover up your dirty heart. But it's just to hurt me in this name and use me as a slave. People like you deserve to be dumped by your ex-wife. Being stabbed with the thing he cared about the most, Hua was furious. When he first met Ouyang Nanyang, he used some pitiful past events to gain her sympathy. He didn't expect it to turn into a knife to stab himself. What to do next? Even the comment section was lopsidedly in favor of Kong Shiyuan's side. Hua's eye was so lifeless that he was forced to be ruthless and chose to log out of his account. Account cancelled. You're great. You're great. I'm convinced. A large number of 58 levels has a lot of things in it. For example, and some favorite anchor chat records, and the value of the account. It's a lie to say it doesn't hurt. It's the same as digging out a piece of tutu meat alive next to the heart. It will hurt for a long time. It might even keep a scar on your body. What a loser. Running away when things go wrong. Seeing that Ouyang Nanyang had improved, Jiang Shiyuan was deeply gratified. Watching the live broadcast for a while longer, discovered that Ouyang Nanyang has been changing himself a little bit. No longer humble and cautious, his face has a few more colors. Ouyang Nanyang, sister, can you add a friend? Ouyang Nanyang, no other meaning, just very thankful to you. Let me start to recognize myself again. I will find an opportunity to return you this great kindness. Chapter 42, Fan Group 2. Jiang Shiyuan, I'll send you my cell phone number. Jiang Shiyuan, you are good looking and have a good personality. Be confident. Jiang Shiyuan, have you ever traveled? No matter what, don't treat yourself badly. Maybe you can try to see the world. Ouyang Nanyang, but I still have to make money on the air. Jiang Shiyuan, the 250 and the money I rewarded today add up to more than 10 million. You can get at least 4 million. Maybe you can try to reduce the daily lifetime. Try to be a travel blogger is not a good choice. Ouyang Nanyang, that money isn't mine. I can't spend it. I'm going to donate it to the state/poking my hands to get tangled up. Jiang Shiyuan, never felt so much that it's kind of a mistake to be too in love with your country's brain. First live your own life. This is the most basic. You spend hundreds of thousands of your own is not a big problem. Anyway, you can still earn again. Jiang Shiyuan, make money while traveling. So does not smell good? Jiang Shiyuan, like you have a fan base? Better to be a travel blogger. Ouyang Nanyang. Ouyang Nanyang, thank you Sister 7 for your guidance. I understand. /love. Ouyang Nanyang, hugs JPG. Seeing the pop-up screen, his own fans are still brushing the screen. Kong sure wish a happy, posies, hurry up and go to the group. Due to rewarding Ouyang Nanyang 6 million at once, the fan group exploded. Mamma mia. What magic power does Ouyang Nanyang have to make Sister Shochi give so many gifts the first time she watched her live broadcast? This is a bailout between women, right? That was considered sexual harassment in the workplace. I just want to say one thing. Sister 7 did a great job on this one. Brother Blue is definitely going to be jealous. When the time comes to go and play ranked, abuse the poor opposite side of Quan. Zishi real miserable. How do you feel in the heart of the little 7 sister status has fallen again? Little 7 sister called us to come to the group. What's wrong with the group? Nothing no one quarrel. Jiang Shiyuan smiled. The fans were very active in helping themselves today. You guys, it's super powerful today. A 100,000 red packet was then sent. I grabbed $1,000. Hey, damn, why am I only $1? 100. Oh yeah, go to the supermarket and buy snacks. 7. I'm grateful for you. $10. I was feeling okay. Seeing you guys I'm instantly not he. There are over 3,000 people in the group, averaging $33 a person. This group of up to 5,000 people. Jiang sure wished to feel too many people message brush too fast, and built a second group, then sent a short video. Write the second group number. Remind the fans who have entered a group not to repeat into the group. A total of 3 pictures were sent. The first was a random cake shot at a dessert store. The second is the attic movie theater at home. The third was a small white cat undergoing a checkup. Unlike the first video, this time there was no intentional attempt to show off wealth. There wasn't much point in being high profile all the time. Jiang Shiyuan suddenly realized that his circle of friends is still too small. To make more friends, network is quite important. The video has just been sent out. Even if it is only visible to fans, the likes and comments are popping up. The cupcakes look delicious. Xiaoqi sis went to the movie theater to watch a movie? Jiang Shiyuan replied, this is the attic of the house. I should have known better than to ask. Listen, it's the sound of a broken heart. The little white cat is so pitiful. The stomatitis is too severe. Is this a stray cat rescued by Sister 7? Ooh, want to see the follow-up of the little white cat? I don't know why I'm crying. Sometimes it's true. The feeling of being powerless. Kong sure wish, don't worry about the little white cat. We'll use the best method to save her. When she recovers, I'll send you a video in the group. That's great. Trust you. We are all relieved that little white cat met you. Suddenly it's not hard anymore. With Sister 7 here, she won't suffer anymore. Jiang Shiyuan had another video call with Chen Xuanbei. He was now at the pet hospital watching the little white cat. The kitten was much better than before, recovering a little. Jiang Shiyuan was relieved, then went to the live broadcasts of Lan Yanyu and Qingqing Zidian to take a stroll. Send 300 carnivals respectively. I don't know why, but it feels like both of them are distracted today. Blue Yanyu was always missing out on playing games, not knowing what was affecting her. After seeing the gift she sent and saying her thanks, she stammered, Sister Xiaoqi, do you have time for a double row now? I'll take you to score points. Chapter 43, Dodger. Jiang Shiyuan didn't have the heart to play the game right now, and wanted to wander around the live channel to see if there was a favorite anchor, but now it was a live channel, so he could only politely say, you play the peak match, don't want to delay you. But on the contrary, Lan Yanyu hurriedly replied, no delay. Now at this stage I have a premonition that I'm going to kneel in a row. I want to play the game with you. I'll go. When did Blue become so good at playing straight ball? What the hell? Get off my Blue brother. Did you secretly enroll in some kind of study class? I can't even say such seductive words. I'd love to see them play a sweet double team game. One of them is serious about his jokes. The other one is laughing. But the atmosphere is not awkward at all. When Sister 7 yells out that she's in danger, Blue rushes over at speed, and he can't wait to get out of his running shoes. Blue brother hate to play Lu Bang. Big move only to the little 7 sister. She has danger directly big move teleport over. Am I the only one who wants to hear Sister 7's voice? Upstairs, you're not alone. It's so healing. If my mom woke me up every morning with a voice like that, I'd never stay in bed. Some people do understand metaphors. Sorry, I want to laugh so much. Jiang Shiyuan, I'm a bit busy right now. Let's make an appointment some other time. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. The audience in the live broadcast room followed in silence. Lan Yanyu made a mistake and sent another head. Looking at the dark-colored resurrection page, his voice was clear and calm. Well then, I'll be available anytime. The tone didn't change much, but inexplicably felt a wave of disappointment from it. It feels like he's going to break. It's fine. It's going to be resurrected soon. It can still be alive when put together. Jiang Shiyuan saw that Lan Yanyu had recovered a little bit and started to show his operation. Then he switched to the live broadcasting room of Qingqing Zidian. After sending a gift over, he randomly said a tune he liked better. Qingqing Zidian immediately answered in a soft voice. Good. Immediately afterward, the sound of pleasant music was heard. The His song library was so rich that he could even play this kind of cold tune. You know, the number of people who listen to this song is quite small. Jiang Shiyuan was very pleasant. But still, after feeling tired of it, he went to watch another live broadcast. This caused Ching Ching ZD, who had never played a wrong tune before, to touch the other strings by mistake, causing an obvious error. But soon, adjusted his mind, as if nothing had happened, like an ancient character immersed in an ancient tune. Back to Lan Yenyu again? Could it be that the tune she just played wasn't good and she left? The other side. Lan Yenyu originally got his status back and started to show his operation. Since Jiang Shiyuan had left, he had lost many battles. It took a long time to start a winning streak. When Wan Air called, "Sister, the two very famous designers recommended to you. Have you added friends to chat?" Jiang Shiyuan's heart was so big that she almost got over this one. Should be added, right? Let's see. Added one. The other hasn't agreed to friend. It's Kong Ernan who didn't agree, right? Only he's so puritanical. Still the same old look, like to lick those with power. Well, it's fine, one designer is enough. When Wan Air on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The one you add now is Duo Cheer, also living in the capital city manor. Soon she will come back to live. I will take you to her home to string. Her husband is a director of the third generation. Family marriage. Strong combination. This is, introducing her to contacts? Jiang Shiyuan was not interested in entering the entertainment industry, but it was good to open up her circle of friends. First, she chatted with Duo Cheer on her cell phone. Duo Cheer, hello, any requests for dresses? Jiang Shiyuan, blue one set, green one set. We can talk about other contents in detail after meeting. In between chatting, she didn't forget to look at Duo Cheer's friend circle. The background is her own son. Personalized signature, love brain. Friend circle can only see one. Beautiful and exquisite selfie. With the words, as I grow older, I look at the male gaze has changed sharply. I began to pay attention to their abs and brothers. No longer as in the past, only for the sincere goodness and quality of the three views of the moving. Skin is so well maintained that you can't tell you have an 18-year-old son at all. Dodger, at the risk of asking, your father's name? Duo Cheer, if you feel offended you cannot answer. Wan Air is what I watched grow up. I am just very curious about what kind of person can make friends with her such a small princess temperament. Duo Cheer, this is the first time she took the initiative to come to me for help. She had a car accident before without saying a word to carry her own. Kong Shiyuan, sorry, not really wanting to answer that question. Jiang Shiyuan, I only met her by chance. It's a long story. Fate is quite strange. Sometimes I feel like I've known her for years. Duo Cheer, she usually has a boss temper. I hope you have more tolerance. Duo Cheer, I heard Wan Air say that you also live in the capital city manor. Tomorrow at noon I come back to live. We go out shopping together, and then come to my house to play Willet. Jiang sure wish, good just in the evening you can come to my place to watch a movie and chat together. Duo Cheer, right, how convenient it is for neighbors to string together. I didn't expect this big sister to have such a good personality. Jiang Shiyuan also thought that, like this kind of childhood star-crossed family Missy, and now is still a strong woman in the workplace. Chatting will have a very strong sense of oppressionate. On the contrary, the conversation was all about family matters. There are some questions that do not want to answer, but will also naturally jump over, will not be aggressive. But she knew that if when Wan Air wasn't her friend, Do Chi Air wouldn't have picked up a single word from her. There were some circles that someone still had to bring in. This was considered the Jing circle. Still curious about this unknown circle. Duo Cheer, by the way, Wan Air said that you have suffered a love injury. Told me not to mention my boyfriend in front of you, because she knows that I like to share my daily life with my boyfriend, but I'll quietly mention you as a person who has been there haha. Duo Cheer, we big woman why stay in love with a grasset? Love, acting to deceive men on it. Duo Cheer, like me, every time I break up I love hard to part with. Neat my dishes and support up. To every boyfriend love hard to part with. Duo Cheer, in fact, the other party dumped you is a good thing. At least you can go to find the next darling without fear of dilta. Dodger, he's the one who's going to regret it. Dodger, sometimes when I'm tired of talking about it, I'll lead the other person to mention breaking up and make him feel sorry for me, so that even if I break up I miss his body and can still come out to sleep from time to time. Dodger, you can't get over him because his thing is good? Kong sure wished to feel ashamed of herself. This sis signed as a relationship brain. Didn't realize it was a pig in a poke. At first thought she had a son and husband. Is to the husband love brain it. Boyfriend, every time you break up, even when Wan Air know things, Duo Chi Air husband is impossible not to know. That probability, the two people are each playing their own. Listen to when Wan Air told. This is very common in the marriage of family union. However, how is it not considered an alternative relationship brain? At least during the relationship, there is no sorry for each other, and the breakup is still mentioned by the other party. What could Duo Cheer do when she met someone she genuinely liked? Was she going to be restricted for the rest of her life by a family-bound marriage in name only, and not go to the one she loved? She'd be lonely both physically and internally. She's just too much of a love brain to keep wanting to love someone. LOL, love brain ah. But in normal times, this kind of play each other after marriage behavior is still not supported. Jiang Shiyuan, there is no love injury. It's just an experience of being young and uneducated. A large number of online shopping courier arrived, gave Jiang Shiyuan a phone call. Soon, a pile of express delivery windily piled up in front of the villa. Jiang Shiyuan pulling a 2-meter-long big cart, not slow to pull in. The stout body is good, not at all strained. Jiang Shiyuan was in the shade of the garden, lying on a recliner. Such a good atmosphere, suitable for reading. So, casually rummaged through a book out of the express. After sticking to about 3 pages, one of which was still a picture, she picked up her cell phone and watched the live broadcast, ignoring Jiang Shiyuan's busy figure. I don't know how Jiang Shiyuan do so careful. Express demolition out, cartons and so on put on the cart to take away. Jiang Shiyuan willing to go to see what he cleaned up, are neat and tidy, organized and placed in the empty wall cabinet. What's in each compartment? At a glance, since it was categorized and placed, if you want to use something, you can directly sweep it to see where it is. And the place where the delivery was unpacked was dirty and he cleaned it up. By the way, he also mopped the living room, and it felt brand new. After this busy time, he rushed to the pet hospital to see the condition of the little white cat. The model worker is not Jiang Shiyuan. Give him a raise, give him a raise. To meet Duo Cheer, who is a famous designer, Jiang Shiyuan tried 6 sets of clothes in the closet room. Chapter 44 Sisters Shopping. Finally selected Thug Rose a blue dress, and then wear a small necklace. Fairy and set off the fresh temperament. When you go out shopping, it is better not to wear high heels. Match it with a pair of Prada sneakers. May days, draped hair is too hot. Jiang Shiyuan is a handicapped person, can't tie her hair. But she didn't suffer for long. Xiao Tangerine thoughtfully said, I'll find you a nearby door-to-door hair braider. You quickly add her friend contact it. Her craftsmanship is awesome. Makeup and hair braiding, as long as the image management aspect can help you. It just so happens that I'm not very skilled in makeup right now. Omnipotent orange. The hair was coiled up in a blue bow and draped in the back, with evenly distributed blue ribbons mixed in. A little bit of small broken hair at the corner of the forehead was just right. The makeup artist matched the mint mambo makeup with Kang Xuan's outfit today, with blue hanging from the end of the eyeliner and lips like water. With a whole set like this, the already stunningly beautiful face had a little more delicacy. Delicate and dreamy, like an aristocratic Xinjin. Kang Wish nodded in satisfaction. Surprisingly, after trying it on his arm, he was able to find a lip glaze among the many that suited today's makeup and outfit. It looked so good on a plain face. And sure enough, it's simply stunning with makeup. I've never seen such a beautiful face with my own eyes. And I feel like I still haven't recreated your beauty 100%. The makeup artist looked at the young girl in the mirror and deeply lamented. The beautiful girl was still living in the capital city manor. Which window did God close for her? Ah? Kang Wish was so happy that he wanted to hug Xiao Tangerine in a crazy rua, but he still coughed and chose to be a bit more reserved. No la, they're all ordinary people. Ha ha ha, oh ho ho, ha ha ha. I never thought that one day she would be able to say such Versailles words. She used to be an existence that wouldn't be treated well when she went out. Makeup artist. You call this a normal person? What is she then? The appointment was at a lesser-known mall, some distance from the Kyoto City Manor. On the way there, Jiang Shiyuan was driving seriously in front, but he couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror while waiting for the traffic light. There was no way. The boss is usually good-looking. Casually lying there is a landscape. Now that he has dressed up, the more he looks, the more beautiful he looks than the stars on TV. Jiang Shiyuan naturally noticed his line of sight, but she was currently thinking about one thing. It's not a solution to have to call someone to do my makeup every day. I'm going on a trip with Manhwa Air in a few days. I heard that it's still traveling while broadcasting live, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to make up to my liking if I let the show's makeup artist do it. Little Orange positively popped up. It is very simple. Call a teacher to come home every day and night to learn so quickly learn to make up. Then forget it. I just want to pose badly. I just want to do it all. Just now is a joke la. Shopping malls have makeup dano. Buy it can immediately learn to draw this world all the makeup. But to 15 points. Actually only 15 points can solve the trouble? Xiao Orange you have this kind of good stuff in the future remind me earlier Mall things too much I cannot find over. Good drop. I'll be the first to remind next time. Immediately shopping with Manhwa Air and the girls. The points will arrive immediately. I've chatted a lot with Duo Cheer on the internet, but I was still quite surprised to see her in person for the first time. With a gentle smile, her entire body exuded a sensual beauty. Manhwa Air, on the other hand, was fully armed with a mask, sunglasses and a duck-tongue hat. Has little Jiang had lunch yet? Almost didn't recognize Xiao Jiang. The first time they met, they thought she had a good base. It seemed like she didn't dress up to look ordinary those days. Now once the skincare products are used, along with the makeup and dress, she is directly stunned. Ginger wishes to shake her head as she sees Duo Cheer reaching over and politely shaking her hand. Wait a minute. You guys keep this pose and don't move first. I'll take a picture of you guys. When Wan Air was like a living treasure, her cell phone clicking away, Jiang Shiyuan was puzzled, and when he saw the picture she took, he immediately understood. Leader photo pose. Successful people's special hand gestures. When Wan Air is worthy of being a 5G surfer. There was nothing I wanted to eat, so I followed the two. Ended up at a hot pot restaurant. This, simply fantastic. Kang Sukwan had no spice every day and was thinking of coming for a hot pot one day. This was still an authentic River City hot pot restaurant. Seeing that Jiang Shiyuan was a bit dumbfounded, when Wan Air came over and thoughtfully reminded her in a small voice. Sister Chi is from River City, and she's a very low-key person, usually living a plain life like a pension. Jiang Shiyuan also lowered his voice. Such a life is good. When Wan Air nodded her head in agreement, the envy in her eyes overflowing to the surface. Don't look at her appearance, looks like a person light as a chrysanthemum. In fact, when she was single, she went to nightclubs to pick male models, can do a lot of things, and her biggest hobby is to fall in love with different types of high-quality men. What are you guys whispering there? Isolating me, aren't you? Duo Cheer feigned anger and crossed her arms in front of her body, at the same time, sizing up Jiang Shiyuan in secret. This time, she wanted to see how special the woman who could be friends with Wan Air was. As a result, she was first attracted all the way by Jiang Shiyuan's beauty, and almost forgot about the main event. Now that she explored carefully, she found nothing but so beautiful. She also wanted to make friends with Jiang Shiyuan. A beautiful woman with a good temperament is hard not to like. After getting along for half a day, Jiang Shiyuan felt that Duo Cheer was completely different from what she had imagined. At first, she might be more reserved, but later she transformed into a chatterbox and said everything. Chen Xuanbei carried the shopping bags behind him. Duo Cheer swept him from top to bottom and deliberately walked a few steps faster. Jiang, you found a good driver. At first glance it's pure lust. How is it? Have you tried it? Jiang Shiyuan? Sis, what about the sensible image you had at the beginning? It's falling apart so fast. Chapter 45, Slowly Getting Acquainted. When Wan Air hurriedly came over to relieve herself, and ranted, Sister Chi, what are you doing? Xiao Jiang is not in love with her brain like you are, and the driver are trying to fall in love. You're really hungry. Duo Cheer was unimpressed. What's wrong with drivers? You discriminate against people's jobs. If fans know you're like this, sooner or later they'll take off their fans. Love is not bound by all the worldly things. I support you. Jiang Shiyuan, Wan Air. It's hopeless. Just cane it. Jiang Shiyuan raised her eyes to look at Chen Xuanbei. Her face calm. Silhouette hard features. Calm and indifferent. Broad shoulders. Arm muscles strong and powerful. Smooth and sharp lines. With a precipitated aura. Stable and stern. Everywhere with a sense of detachment. So that people do not dare to approach. Favorably, when she called out to him, her expression instantly turned gentle. It was indeed quite high quality. Appearance, body and talent. Find a chance and try it out? Chatting before, there was an understanding that he had never been in love. Kang sure wished to leisurely and diffidently sit in the car, but she does not intend to fall in love with him. If you don't fall in love, you can still share your life together. Chen Xuanbei noticed that his boss looked at him quietly from time to time, and his heart fluttered, but the surface did not reflect the nervousness. Before, the boss does not even look at him, just completely as a tool person. After returning home, Jiang Shiji wished to look at Chen Xuanbei's tall back as he left, and his thoughts reversed again. Even if it is high quality again, this man is 32 years old. There is no need, really no need. If he was a few years younger, it would still be okay. Like Lan Yenyu, Qingqing Zidi, Lin Yan, they were only a few years older than her. In fact, in her private heart, Jiang Shiyuan liked the 18-year-old just adult little brother the most. Perhaps in the future, when she got tired of innocent little brothers, she would like the type of mature uncle. This was also very possible. But for now, pure love little brother smelled better to her. The host was shopping just now. I purposely didn't disturb you midway. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points. Sister Wen is my shaking points tree. I can't imagine how happy I'll be when I participate in the traveling variety show. After buying the makeup, Kang Sure-wish picked up the makeup brushes with confidence. Last night when she was going through cosmetics and preparing to practice her makeup technique, she was still hesitant and was not confident in every step. Now, every movement was smooth and flowing. It even took less time than that makeup artist. Kang Sure-wish looked at herself in the mirror. The makeup that was put on again was exactly the same as before removing it. although the brain doesn't know how. The hands are like muscle memory. By the way, playing the piano also allows you to buy elixirs. 10 points of Piano Dan can make the host you to the Piano 3 level, 15 points of Piano 5 level, 20 points of Piano 7 level, 30 points of 10 level. No, can vigorously shelve sister 1 alone grips? Obtaining points is too slow. Can you tell me the position of the other supporting roles? Host, don't be in a hurry. One of the supporting characters is already close. We'll meet up before too long. Okay. Rolling down the car window, Duo Cheer's brows were furrowed in a very serious manner. It was completely different from the sensible and immodest Jiang Shiyuan's when she was shopping. An atmosphere of saber rattling also permeated the car, and the sense of oppression was strong. It seems that even though they are not from the same circle, their family background is not bad. It wasn't until Jiang Shiyuan's car was completely out of sight that she held back such a sentence. When Wan Er couldn't stand to look at her in this deadly pretense. What are you pretending to be serious about? You're the most immodest of all. Duo Cheer's fists hardened. I still want to ask once again. You debuted in the first place under the name of the little princess of the capital circle. Are you sure she wasn't trying to use you to enter the circle? Damn time. Returning the Wanner that she had grown up following behind her ass and softly calling out to her sister. When Wan Er absently skimmed her mouth. She didn't say anything. It was me who invited her to accompany me to a traveling variety show and then took the initiative to introduce you to her. Indeed, it was never her who took the initiative. It was reasonable that people would normally try to approach her. But on the contrary, Jiang was as bland as if she didn't know who she was. The other day when she wanted to ask to come over to the house to play, Jiang Shiyuan even rejected it outright. If she hadn't sold Sister Chi this favor, she wouldn't have been able to ask her out for a shopping trip. People with little heart like this, she had rarely encountered. I can't see that you're still a face controller. Just because of her face, you hate to hand over your family's wealth. Duo Cheer glanced at her with hatred. She didn't wear makeup when we met before. Now she should be maintaining in wearing makeup. But it's true that she has a good base. When Wan Er was puzzled for a split second when they first met, but soon figured it out. As long as one was willing to spend time and money to dress up, they could all become good looking. It's just that this is becoming too wow-inducing for little Jiang. While shopping, there were quite a few passers-by staring. She thought she was being recognized, only to find out later that it was little Ginger who had caught her eye. Woohoo! Did she even become dwarfed in front of the big beauty? But this big beauty was little Jiang, and she surprisingly couldn't afford a trace of jealousy or envy. Standing next to little Jiang, her heart was only filled with pride. Head high, chest out, feet happy. Look, this was her friend. I like that girl any way I look at her. As long as she didn't approach you on purpose, that's good. Let's go to her house later to play for a while, and we'll ask out more often to play in the future. The corners of Duo Cheer's mouth were upturned when she thought of Jiang Shiyuan. Ugh, if Xiao Zi could look this good, I can't wait for him to be home every day. At the mention of that little old cousin, when Wan Er gloated and bared her teeth in a smile. Isn't that kid just turned 18? It's normal for him to be playful, and it's not like he's playing something bad. Playing with a motorcycle is pretty cool. Not only locomotives, mountain bikes also like to play. Flying from this hill to that hill. I look at it all disturbing. What's not good to play? You just like to play that kind of extreme sports. Is it exciting? A mistake is the kind of less arms and legs. You're so young. What if there's an accident? Can't you find a safer hobby? Like falling in love. It's a safe hobby. The good mood was gone. Duo Chair huffed and got out of the car without closing the door to show her annoyance. When she entered Jiang Shiyuan's villa, she was greeted by the scent of flowers and the architectural style of the courtyard in front of her. It made her forget the unpleasantness at once. Jiang has taste decorated so well. Seeing the small supermarket that had everything in the living room, it was even more astonishing that her eyes popped out. In this world, there is such a lazy foodie? It feels like you can stay at home for a month without going out. But she inexplicably liked it. When she goes back, she will also have a small supermarket at home. The foodie herself, Jiang Shiyuan, gave each of them a shopping cart. Feel free to take whatever you want to eat or drink. The elevator at the end of the corridor. We'll go straight to the attic to watch a movie. The projection effect of the movie was not inferior to a movie theater in the slightest, like being in the realm of reality. When Wan Er couldn't help but ask, the entire villa. It wouldn't be you who personally participated in the design throughout, right? It's very distinctive. It came to the episode where the female protagonist slapped the trafficker. Jiang Shiyuan was watching with vigor and responded perfunctorily. No, Duo Cheer, also watching mesmerized, coldly warned. Wan Er, you be quiet. It came to a touching moment in the plot. When the heroine was kicked in the stomach to save an abducted child, the two hugged tissues and cried. Sometimes they even hugged each other, comforting each other not to cry. Soon they were gleefully discussing what to watch in the next movie. When Wan Er hugged her cell phone and played, I Am an Actor. I am tired of acting. I really don't want to watch, but she still didn't spoil their fun. Silently on the side without disturbing, just enough to let Qi and Xiaojiang slowly get acquainted. Chapter 46-18 Manhwa. A few moments later, a phone rang suddenly. Duo Cheer picked up the phone casually and frowned impatiently when she saw the name on it. What was this kid preparing to make a scene in the middle of the night again? Still, he got up and left. Coming to the living room on the first floor, she took a seat on the couch and pressed the answer button again. When it was answered, the image from across the room appeared on the screen. The light in the bar is dim. He is half leaning on the edge of the table, wearing a plain black t-shirt. His physique is on the thin side. Slightly lowered his head. His black hair is dry and fresh, and some fine bangs are scattered in front of his forehead. Seeing this side of the ancient style of the ancient background, eyes dark, the corners of the lips lightly pulled, slightly cynical. Which man's house are you in again? But this time you seem to have found a man with good taste. Duo Cheer was furious, but still pursed her lips and smiled. Son of a, have you been fooling around at the bar again? She couldn't muster up any good feelings towards her own son. There was nothing nice to say the whole day, and over time she had become nonchalant. Obviously she never let him know about her having a boyfriend. Once he told himself, the dead father cheated on another woman, or brought home to see with their own eyes. She would not have cared about this, but that dead man is too flashy. No matter what, cannot let the child see. Went to a big fight, but was overheard. From that moment on, the image of loving parents that she tried to maintain in front of her children collapsed. Zinc used to be a good kid, but that was the year she started to rebel. LOL. Because of this incident, hired someone to beat the dead man with a sack over his head for half an hour. Still not relieved. Mom, you don't make up rumors about me. I'm still very simple. Don't keep slurring. One Zinc posture is light and slow, still carrying a half a beer in his hand. His face is half bright and half dark in the purple and blue light. The earlobe, however, reddened a little imperceptibly. I've been single all this time. I don't give a damn about that love thing. It's only love brains like you who will believe that there is love in this world. Such stubborn words made Duo Cheer want to roll her eyes. Indeed, haven't seen my own son change his couple avatar, let alone a girl in the background of his friend's circle, either a car or a steep hill for a mountain bike race. But when he first started high school, the background in avatar was all black. He was laid up for over half a month because he broke a bone playing on a skateboard, and the daily wheelchair to school after that. It seemed the fun and sweetness of falling in love was something he would never experience in his life. Cut a watermelon and eat it. Jiang Shiyuan and Wan Air pushed their shopping carts down just in time to get inside the phone screen. When Jin poured a mouthful of beer, attracted by the nice voice, and looked down, the young girl was wearing cartoon American Girl Warrior pink pajamas, casually tied in a double ponytail, cute and playful, especially that face, eyes buring, features exquisite like a character that came out of anime. The temperament was outstanding. Even if you look at it with your cell phone, you can't help but look at it twice more. When Jin's breathing stalled, and he couldn't help but clutch the beer in his palm, his eyes trembling slightly. In the next second, he coughed twice as if he was restrained, and the words that came to his mouth were blocked back. Dodger spread his hands hopelessly. My kid is probably a mom and pop guy, worrying about my well-being this late in the day, calling me on video. Duo Cheer, I'm not a mambo man. When Jin has always been very calm, and he is used to being disliked by his own unreliable old mother, and he has not been disliked and angry. But this time, the bottom of his eyes darkened as he tried to suppress the chi and blood that was churning up. I don't call you once in 800 years. It's not like you don't know. This time I'm only looking for you because Grandpa's 70th birthday is coming up. Grandpa asked me to ask if you have time to be there. Duo Cheer looked faint. Oh, then I know. We'll see what happens then. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Wait. When Jin hurriedly opened his mouth to stop, the words were addressed to Duo Cheer, but his line of sight stayed on Jiang Shiyuan. Who's that behind you? And where are you now? Duo Cheer's face was ugly. It's really a mama's boy who cares so much. Wenjin, at my friend's house. That's my friend back there. What's up? You wanna come hang out too? Duo Cheer just casually asked, getting up and going to the kitchen to get a piece of watermelon. Jiang, let's meet again some other time. We had a great time today. Jiang Shiyuan had a piece of watermelon in each hand. The left and right hands were so powerful. Every move was natural. There was no stance. Good. At this time, the untimely male voice came from the other end of the phone. I want to come and play. It was also with these words that Kang Shirwan noticed the man in the video. Not bad looking and can dress well. This is your son. Just now I heard you say he's a mommy's boy. No way? Nonsense. Anger attacked. Yes, plain and simple. Just through a small conversation. Duo Cheer guessed her own son's small mind. It was probably because he was seeing color in Jiang. You only know how to play with your life all day long. It's very likely that you'll suddenly be gone one day. Don't come to mess with other people's Jiang. She looks like a long-lived person. Saying these words was also meant to irritate people. Otherwise no one would be willing to say such unlucky words to their own son. Chapter 47, Flirting with Each Other. Wenjin subconsciously counter-disliked. Don't talk nonsense. My botsie indicates that I will live to be 99 years old. Jiang Shiyuan's mind was jumpy, thinking about how old she could live. If she kept using her points, she wouldn't become a 1,000-year-old demon in the future, living for 1,000 years and still looking young. By that time, the TV stations would come to interview her. Nope, probably by that time, the end of the world was coming and humans were already close to extinction. The Divine Hero system also transformed into a post-apocalyptic opening system. Xiao Orange admired her imagination. The host can survive up to 100 years old. And if you find it boring, you can decide to leave painlessly on your own. A life free of disease, disaster, and worry. And after a good night's sleep, you'll go to heaven to continue enjoying yourself and unlocking new maps. Nice. Eventually, unable to resist Wenjin's stalking, Duo Chier shared Jiang Shiyuan's contact information. Beforehand, he also asked Jiang Shiyuan, the person in question, for his opinion. Jiang Shiyuan nodded in agreement, although he had only looked at him twice. Wenjing's tenderness and handsomeness made it hard to forget in a short period of time. There was a bit of teenage boyishness and stubbornness, and it was obvious that it was the kind of person who was bombastic, cool on the outside, but more like a small adult secretly wearing adult clothes. Finally added to the friends, Wenjin's purpose was accomplished, and he hung up the phone without hesitating for a second. Duo Chier squeezed the cell phone hard, as if a displeased iron lump had sprung up on the back of her hand. This brat who saw color and forgot about righteousness, still spoiling him too much. Jiang, just play and knead him to death. Don't be merciful for my sake. Still have to let this brat go through some setbacks, or else the days are too comfortable and you only think of playing with your life. Words and phrases gritted his teeth. Jiang Shiyuan tried to stifle his laughter. You're not afraid that he inherited your love brain? It's better to have a love brain for you than to have a love brain for those dangerous cars, right? It's not like you don't want him to die. Those hobbies are like playing with your life every time. So reasonable. Even when Wan Air couldn't help but nod in agreement. My old cousin grew up being held in the palm of his hand, playing with him until he doubts his life is for his own good. Jiang Shiyuan felt how this was so much like PUA talk. But people's moms don't object to anything, so she shouldn't shy away from it. After sending off the two of them, she agreed to Wenjing's friend request. The avatar was a picture of his own locomotive race, valiant and handsome. The perseverance and determination between his eyebrows is admirable. The background of the circle of friends is that the motorcycle and off-road vehicle located under the sunlit Jinshan mountain. Personalized signature, playing with fate and ties. The circle of friends one is not. Wenjin, hello young lady. Jiang Wish, hello JPG. Wenjing, call you small wish can? Wenjing, I still the first time to chat with girls, not quite used to. Steps should be like this, right? Jiang Shiyuan, I don't believe it. Wenjing? Jiang Shiyuan, you don't look like someone who has never been in love. Brother. Wenjing, I just graduated no friends in the class. Friends are older than me 10 or 20 years older brother. Motorcycle friends or car friends. Wenjing, show you some video of my race. Not long after, received 3 videos. The first is a locomotive race. Super fast, shiver and turn. The feeling of speed and passion. Jiang Shiyuan had never been exposed to this kind of race before, and found it kinda clean and hot-blooded. The second was a mountain bike race, weaving in and out of steep mountains and forests, turning at breakneck speeds, and even flying directly over the road below to another mountain. It's a test of skill, concentration and stamina. At this altitude, if there is a very small mistake, it will be scattered all over the bottom of the mountain in the west and east. The third is a video of skateboarding in the city. Seeing him look serious, he slid over the corner of the short flower wall next to the road, did a maneuver, then landed firmly, then jumped over the garbage cans, and continued to do a super difficult flip in the air. After successfully and perfectly completing all the movements, Plankton's face was filled with a bright smile. As the sunlight of youth shone on him, it was as if it was plated with a layer of golden light. Young and youthful, in the prime of his life, Kangshir wished to hold his cell phone excitedly, pacing back and forth in the living room. It had been a long time since this super heartwarming feeling. It's hard for whoever watches these videos not to be excited. It's simply too handsome, like pushing the limits of life, breaking through and running towards freedom. Kang Shiyuan, my younger brother is still only 18 years old and he's so awesome. Envious ooh. Jiang Shiyuan, aren't you afraid? Wenjing, at first, I was afraid, but then I enjoyed the fun, and I've been playing for 6 or 7 years. Wenjing, after a while, I'm going to play high-altitude skydiving and learn paragliding. I have a bucket list, step by step to complete. Jiang Shiyuan, cool. I hope I can try these unknown and new things in the future. Orange said. How long she'll live is fixed and can only be changed through points. and as luck would have it, no matter what extreme sports she did, she wouldn't get hurt particularly badly. Warm zinc in the process of typing. It seemed to be writing and deleting, hesitating. Jiang Shiyuan, on the other hand, went to read the messages sent by the others. Both Lan Yanyu and Qingqing Ziki were sharing their daily routines. Kang Shirwan perfunctorily replies in unison, "It looks great, hey," then sends a cute emoji. This distant attitude of hers was full of mystery. It also made the two men not understand what they were feeling in their hearts, itching like they had been scratched a few times by a kitten's pink paws. A mood between suffering and curiosity. Lan Yanyu watched her newly posted video and his mind was all hooked up. While playing the game, he was still paying attention to the background messages and the list of users in the live broadcast. He picked up a chubby, long-haired blue cat and asked the same question as the queen asked the magic mirror. Potato, potato, can you tell me why Sister 7 is so perfunctory? Potato struggled twice. Meow, meow, grumpy voice. It was as if Lan Yanyu had understood the meow language. So you think so too? Because she met a more favorite anchor, even though he didn't want to believe it. But the truth was that Sister 7 was tired of the game and tired of him. Before the message though returned late, it would not be so perfunctory. He had, recently, become more and more rambunctious. It was also possible that Sister 7 had been busy lately. The Peepa tunes that Qingqing ZD has been playing lately are all tinged with a bit of sadness. There is a sense of sadness and confusion of a wife at home, waiting for her husband to return from an expedition. None of the topics he deliberately chatted about were of great interest to Chi-Chi, but it can't be helped. He only knows how to sing and play the pipa. Piano and guqin can be played, but not as well as the former. Wenjin, it's okay, the days are still long. First fine water, then roaring, both are a choice. Jiang Shiyuan, I will play the king. Play together? Wenjin, good finally no anti-sedimentation. A long time did not log in. After numbly going online, saw that Lan Yanyu was playing ranked matches. The new season dropped to Star U1. It is so late, it should not be in the live broadcast. Jiang Shiyuan clicked into the ranking page, and 5 national costumes appeared. Daji, Xiao Xiao, De Qiao, Luban 7, Yao. This big national standard looks just more imposing than the small national standard. Since it has been too long since I logged in, I have to update. After about 10 minutes, when Jin came online, at this time, Lan Yanyu had also finished his last game. He clicked match, unintentionally saw Little Sister 7 online, and hastily cancelled the match. Hesitating for 2 seconds, he sent out a request to invite me to Little Sister 7. Jiang Shiyuan directly invited. And so, when Wenjin entered the room, he saw that Lan Yanyu's CPU was dry burning. Wenjin, Xiaowan, who is this? Inside, there was an ominous premonition. He should not be. A light bulb? Jiang Shiyuan, a game hitchhiker. This answer caused a wave of loss to rise in Lan Yanyu's heart. Lan Yanyu, Sister Xiaoqi, can I ask what kind of person he is to you? Jiang Shiyuan, a friend's son. Lan Yanyu suddenly rained down, and her listless back straightened up again. Subconsciously, Wenjin turned into a child of only a few years old. He was happy and sent several love you emoticons after entering the game. Wenjin went home after he added Jiang Shiyuan's friend. His face was so dark that it couldn't be any darker, and he reluctantly pulled the corners of his mouth. However, what was said was the truth, so he started then playing the game. He didn't realize that no matter what, he wasn't as good as Lan Yanyu. Lan Yanyu was so focused on taking care of Jiang Shiyuan that he remembered that there was another child who was playing with vegetables. Blue Yanyu, little friend, uncle to help you. Jiang Shiyuan Bungbu Live. Chapter 48, Sleeping with a Mic. When Jin wanted to drop his phone, you're the one who's a child. Your whole family is a child. To show his anger, he deliberately snatched the blue buff that Lan Yanyu was playing. Lan Yanyu was confused, but considering that this was the child of Little Sister 7's friend, it was not good to directly dislike him back. Little Sister 7, did I say something wrong? Jiang Shiyuan calmly took away the red buff that Blue Yanyu was playing. She was playing as shooter. It was time to take red at this stage. It was just a pity that Blue Yanyu was standing there all alone, with nothing on her as a fielder. But for him, it was simple to go get the opposite sides red and blue. He just turned 18. It's really a bit inappropriate to call him a kid. It's better to call him his brother like me, 18 years old, only a few years younger than Little Sister 7. Lan Yanyu comforted herself in her heart. Just treat Wenxink as Little Sister 7's younger brother. He still deliberately tried to help Wenxink because he felt that this younger brother was playing too much of a dish. Wenxink had to mouth off, there's no need for you to help me. I just haven't played for too long, or else I'd be even more showy than you. Lan Yanyu mercilessly hit his face, you send too many heads. If you continue like this, you will lose the game that you are sure to win. As soon as I heard that it affects the winners and losers. Jiang Shiyuan, brother you lewd a little bit. Follow your blue brother. When Jin only felt that she was biased, and her heart was very bad. The game is not even finished. Shut down offline. Lan Yinyu, it's okay, the human machine plays better than him. Jiang Shiyuan very much agreed. At a glance, his brother hadn't played this game much. Not only did he take the wrong path, but his skills were also misused. But she still went to private messages to comfort in between playing the game. Jiang Shiyuan, it's okay, brother, you're young, smart and quick to react. As long as you put your heart into it, you'll definitely play better than him. These words can make the sullen one Zink happy and fast. The smile at the corner of his mouth was as worthless. Yes, that's right. He is young. It was just that he didn't play this game often enough to be skilled. When he practiced hard for 3 days and 3 nights, he was definitely better than that old man. Wenjin, I'm not angry. It's just that the network wasn't very good just now. Jiang Shiyuan, okay. Jiang Shiyuan, then I'll play a few more games. When Zin, it's just that the network wasn't very good just now. He left him alone. And that old man's sweet double teaming. Wenjin, I'll be right on the line. Let's play together. Jiang Shiyuan, you're tired today. Rest first. Don't play. Playing too much of a rookie. At most a few words of comfort. If you really come to pit her, it's better to forget about it. Wenjin, you dislike me. Crying and blinking JPG. Jiang Shiyuan, no, I don't. Jiang Shiyuan, let's sleep together at night. Okay? Wenjin, yes. Her heart suddenly beat very fast, and her face turned red. More nervous than when playing locomotive. Hands are sweaty. Just do nothing, obediently guarding the phone, waiting for the message. Kamshur wished to play the game for 3 hands, advance to the king and then do not want to play. It's late, go to bed early, good night. Oh, Lan Yinyu wanted to hear her voice version of good night, but in the end he didn't dare to say it. With his current status, how dare he presume to make demands? It was more like it for little sister 7 to make demands. Aha, good night. Putting down his cell phone, he got up and entered the bathroom. The glass door was covered with fog, pattering. I don't know why. After playing a few games with Sister 7, I was able to sleep soundly. Jiang Shiyuan didn't even reply to the message, and directly made a voice call. In fact, she wasn't prepared to go to bed so early. With the phone in her hand, she went back to prepare the evening snack. Fresh desserts bought in the afternoon. All kinds of fruits, drinks and beer, some cold dishes and snacks, all laid out on the table in the small garden. The garden and the sky look good at night. When you look at the view, you naturally have a better appetite. The oversized chiller is blowing there and there is not a single mosquito. Want to eat crayfish? Ordered 2 different flavors of crayfish, other seafood and barbecue. And by the way, a staple hot and sour cold skin. Of course, it is not the takeout that is ordered. It was to send these to Chen Xuanbei and let him buy them at the store and bring them over. Anyway, the system is there. It won't grow fat. How comfortable, how to come. Chen Xuanbei, it is expected to be delivered in 20 minutes. Aha. Efficiency is not bad. What are you doing, little wish? As he heard the incoming call alert, Wenjin kneaded and created a perfect pose. Pretending not to notice, he lay on the bed, revealing his handsome side face and the bustling skyscrapers outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. It turned out to be just a voice call, and he sat up, his posture casual. Have a late-night snack. There's a lot of stuff. I'll take pictures to show you. Kang Shurian clicked and took 2 random pictures. There's also crayfish and stuff. It'll be delivered right away. This was the first time Xiaowen sent him pictures, and curiously clicked in. Lots of fruits and dessert gazpacho, looking quite gluttonous. The scenery of the small garden was also photographed in. Colorful flowers, pleasing to the eye. Wen Xing's first thought was, this kind of life is so comfortable. You also live in the capital city manor. I haven't gone back for a long time. Recently I'm ready to go back to take a look. Otherwise that villa is really going to be deserted. It's just the right time to ask someone to take care of it. He wouldn't just say that it was because of her that he wanted to come back. Well then, when the time comes, you are welcome to come to my house to play. Kangshur wished to eat dessert first to fill her stomach. Came a durian on the plate and peeled some lychee longan. What are you eating now? Strawberry cupcake. I really like this. What's the name of this cake exactly? Can't remember. Everything about strawberries I like. Do you have any other favorites? I seem to be hungry too. For some reason, Kangshur one always felt that he spoke with a biker flavor. Kinda his personal style. Various fruits. I can't say anything else at once. At this time, the doorbell echoed throughout the villa. Even when Zinks and heard it. At this late hour, there are still people coming to see you. With such an obvious implication of suspicion, how could Jiang Shiyuan not hear it? Driver and assistant. A single sentence dispelled the suspicion. Wenjin quietly sighed in relief. After opening the door remotely, Chen Xuanbei arrived in front of him in no time. He was still surprised for a split second when he saw the table full of fruits. The boss loves to eat so much, and actually did not gain weight at all, nor did he grow acne. Like no matter what, the beauty will not weaken 1 point. Jiang Shiyuan still asked a symbolic question. Do you want to eat together? Chen Xuanbei hastily shook his head like he was flattered. No no no, I'll leave first boss. Noticing that Jiang Shiyuan was on the phone, he deliberately lowered his voice, but it was still heard by Wenjin. This dude's voice sounds handsome sister little wish. You're looking for him to be your driver. You don't have another plan, right? It's not like he doesn't know about those messy things in the circle. Wenjin played with the air conditioning remote control as soon as he started and stopped, trying to suppress the uneasiness. Jiang Shiyuan sweated. How did he know that she had generated any thoughts? Don't get any ideas? Oh, he's 12 years older than me. I only treat him as a brother. Hearing this, Wenjin inexplicably settled down. Putting down the air conditioner remote control, he pretended to be busy and picked up a book to read. Oh, Chen Xuanbei's eyes darkened for a brief moment, his body still exuding a cold, stern, uninviting aura. He lowered his voice and appeared to have a few moments of gentleness. Boss, then I'll leave first, not to disturb you and your boyfriend on the phone. Chapter 49 Poor Male 3. Jiang Shiyuan was eating seafood with relish. Trouble peeling so many crayfish was too tiring. If there was only one serving that would be fine. A total of 20 pounds. Nodded and didn't refute anything on the spot. It was only when the people were almost gone that she seemed to react. No, what did he just say? She was still single. Directly send a message to Chen Xuanbei. He is not my boyfriend brother. Chen Xuanbei stood in place. Do you need me to help you peel the shrimp? Jiang sure wish. No me, you also. Chen Xuanbei couldn't help but smile, not even realizing it. He probably misunderstood. But it's almost time. Wenjin put the book down and flipped out the basketball to slap it again, though he didn't know what he was busy with. In short, he was busy. Before long, the familiar man's voice was heard again. Chen Xuanbei was wearing gloves and was slow. Boss, do you want the different flavors of shrimp meat to be packed separately for you? Just put it directly in the box. It tastes better when dipped in the original sauce. Good. Jiang Shiyuan first peeled and ate it herself. She liked the sauce. When she was tired of peeling, she ate the shrimp meat that Chen Xuanbei peeled. Dipped in the sauce, left hand spicy, right hand garlic. This atmosphere is joyful. For a moment, Wenjin looked like a light bulb spying on the sweetness of a couple. It would be good if I was by your side. Jiang Shiyuan raised his eyebrows. Aha, Wenjin sighed. Putting down the basketball, he picked up his tablet to play king, practicing his skills hard. That way I can shell shrimp for you, instead of having an old man accompany little wish in the middle of the night. Jiang Shiyuan idea came out of his mouth. The steel-straight woman spoke. Don't. Peeling shrimp shells isn't a very good thing, and your hand will still be spicy for a long time if you accidentally touch the spicy flavored juice. The words just fell. Even Chen Xuanbei couldn't help but cough twice. Boss, he is flirting with you. No wonder the boss looked so pretty and still didn't have a boyfriend. She was kinda cute and dorky like this. Wenjin's young mind was hurt by tons of injuries, and he choked on his words for a moment. Jiang Shiyuan also knew what he meant when he said that. This person of hers was, when she was free, she could flirt. When she's not free, like when she's having a late-night snack, she doesn't want to part with her idle mind to talk about all that nonsense. But still, she added a sentence to mediate the awkward situation. Brother, aren't you getting ready to come back? The day we meet is coming up. When the time comes, I'll buy 40 pounds of crayfish and let you help me peel them. I'll make sure you get enough. Wenjin heard the first half of the sentence and was looking forward to the next sentence. As a result, now, bolted Q. In that case, he felt like dreaming and talking in his sleep as I peel. Nevertheless, when it came to the meeting, he couldn't help but look forward to it. When the time comes, he must make a handsome entrance. Host, congratulations on gaining another 20 points. What happened? Did I lose any memories? I was so focused on seeing the miserable appearance of that scum Lin Xingyu's live broadcast that I forgot to tell you. Wenjin is the male third. Lin Xingyu's future control group. Even Duo Cheer will favor Lin Xingyu. His end is to die in a locomotive race accident. The locomotive tires suddenly rolled down, causing the whole person to fly out, smashing his head open. How can it be? Such a big difference between one's own flesh and blood and an outsider. Duo Cheer was worried about Wenjin's safety even if she disliked him no more for playing extreme sports with his life. Favoring Lin Xingyu. This is influenced by the plot. Yes, Lin Xingyu still had to fulfill his promise even though he had found his biological parents now. He has to live broadcast continuously for a month as usual and cannot take time off. And during each broadcast, he needs to write the words in front of Sister Shao-Chi. I'm the damned clown in a third of the screen right above the broadcast room. Ha ha ha. Torture him for a month first. I can't believe he didn't play around. It seems like he still wants to hang out online. Jiang Shiyuan patted his stomach and ate his fill. Chen Xuanbei stood up and took the initiative to clean up the mess. All she had to do was lie down in the living room and turn on the TV to watch the live broadcast. By the way, she watched Lin Xingyu's embarrassing behavior. Lin Xingyu's live broadcast typed that line, so that many uninformed passers-by saw it very puzzling. After learning about it, not only did they become familiar with the name Little Sister 7, but they also couldn't afford to feel good about Lin Xingyu. The pop-ups were all malicious flirting. The administrators couldn't even ban them. There were even quite a few administrators who had been dematerialized. Lin Xingyu gritted his teeth and smiled, his face red with anger. Everyone don't bring the tempo. Oh, it's just a PK loss. It's not like I did anything to hurt the world. Anchor, you first look at the sentence hanging above your live room. Mannequin, I heard that you have a lot of fish in your pond. I didn't expect it, but Xiaoqi's sister directly exploded your pond with a deep water bomb. No one dares to have an affair with you now, right? The original fans have all become black fans. Jiang Shiyuan has an entrance special effect. There will be a special reminder. Account number 777-7777 shines. Lin Xingyu couldn't say anything anymore and just stared like that. Send a private message to the administrator. Quickly ban 77 and kick her out of the live room. Administrator, her level is too high. Can't kick, can't ban. Lin Xingyu received this message and realized that he was angry. I thought that I had been recognized back by my biological parents, and that I could hit Jiang Shiyuan hard, but I didn't think that people didn't care about him at all. Seeing Lin Xingyu so stifled, Jiang Shiyuan took out another plate of prunes, sweet and sour. Chen Xuanbei cleaned up the outside, said hello and left. Wenjin looked at the game failure screen and fell into self-doubt. There seems to be other men's voices on your side. Watching the live broadcast, Jiang Shiyuan also didn't want to look at Lin Xingyu's obscure face. Sha Bi. After posting this pop-up, he directly switched to the next live broadcast. Jiang Shiyuan took the lead, and the others followed. Sha Bi, 99+. Lin Xingyu was originally able to hold his breath, now pursing his lips. His cheeks are bulging, his fake smile mask cracking. Jiang Shiyuan was gone, and there was no place to vent his anger. Can only pretend not to see? Intentionally or unintentionally revealing their own brand name watches, rings and clothes, trying to comfort himself, but still no one complimented him. Poor taste, such an ugly top. He doesn't match that watch at all. It's like he stole someone else's watch to wear. Chapter 50 Love Request. I was so out of my mind before. I actually thought he was not bad looking. +1, but it's not too late to wake up. These clothes are so cheap on him. I'm still my little sister 7's brave. Jiang Shiyuan has never slept in a street before. Today, the proposal to sleep in the company is also a sudden idea. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. The two eyes closed. Sleep. Wenjin inappropriately found a topic to talk about. Do you usually sleep at this hour? How many relationships have you been in? Jiang Shiyuan replied with a hitch. One. Wenjin always felt that the words carried a bit of detachment. What does it feel like to be in love? I haven't been in a relationship. Jiang Shiyuan, don't believe it. Another disbelief. Wenjin was so anxious and incoherent that he punched his pillow. Why don't you believe me? I'm still young. If you really don't believe me, try to fall in love with me. Then you'll know if I've talked before. The words came out. He held his breath and collected his voice. His entire body was like being frozen, not daring to move a muscle. The other end of the phone fell into a dead silence. Nothing could be heard. Jiang Shiyuan raised his eyebrows. Are you sending me a love request? There was silence for 2 seconds. Sort of. Stammering. Wenjin's heart rate spiked, and she could clearly hear her heartbeat even when she covered her chest. But we've only met on the first day, and you want to fall in love with me. It's hard not to suspect that you're an old hand at this. Young people, don't be impulsive. Enjoy the ambiguous period. Jiang Shiyuan changed to a comfortable position, his cell phone on the side. Wenjin's eyes rolled straight up, and after just a few words of conversation, she blushed. Jumping up from the bed, he paced back and forth. I can prove it with actions and facts. Jiang Shiyuan didn't want to fall in love with him that easily and pondered for a moment. While waiting, Wenjin anxiously tried carefully. Did you hear it just now? Won't fall asleep. Let's get to know each other initially for a period of time first, to understand each other what kind of person they are. Meaning, I can fall in love with me after my test period is over? Wenjin was like a person who had been widowed for hundreds of years, and couldn't wait to fly over and fall in love with Jiang Shiyuan. Not only your test period, but also me. What if you think I don't meet your expectations? Jiang Shiyuan was really sleepy and spoke drowsily. His tone was weak and his speech was slow. Wenjin snapped. No way. I like whatever you do. You hit me, slag me. I won't blame you. Okay, point to point. Break time. Sleepy. Good night, Makabaka. Jiang Shiyuan's voice was low and mute, with lethargy and slight drunkenness, and a few moments of glutinous softness, as if it was dyed with the smoke and rain outside the window, and curling up like a weeping willow. When Zinc felt that his heart was about to melt, for a moment, he forgot to say anything. Good night, little wish. The cell phone was placed by his ear as he slept. Hearing the calm breathing on the opposite side, there was a marvelous feeling of mutual companionship and dependence. It was a particularly peaceful sleep all night. Yet, after waking up, there was a sense of frustration when he saw the phone that had hung up. Jiang Shiyuan, I'm going out to play. Get up early. Jiang Shiyuan, yesterday, I saw a tourism video in the next city, and I was attracted to the whole thing. Jiang Shiyuan, it's better to go than to act. It was an hour ago. Wenjin, I also went to South City to play. Know a few store owners. Need I ask them to give you as a tour guide? Knowing that those few bosses have ordinary looks, they were introduced with confidence. The friends who looked pretty good directly skipped. After lunch, you start practicing hard on your gaming skills. Before Jiang Shiyuan left the capital city, he came to the pet hospital. The white cat's wound was healing a little. It could already walk slowly, but it was still limping. Separated and isolated from the other cats, it looked a little lonely, but with a large luxurious single room and many cat strips and canned cat food to keep it company, it was recovering well. Jiang Shiyuan gently petted and fed the cat strips. Xiaobai, don't feel lonely. Oh, there is a friend who has always wanted to play with you. When you are healed, you can go home and play with Xiao Tangerine carefree. As if Little White understood, she behaved herself and did not resist, casually letting her touch her. It was even clingy enough to follow behind Jiang Shiyuan's butt. Although she was only planning to go next door to South City for 3 days, she was still uneasy about Little White, afraid that if something happened, no one would be around. No matter how reliable others were, they still weren't as reliable as Chen Xuanbei, the attentive man. You stay here with Little White every day. I'll go out to play for 3 days. Chen Xuanbei didn't ask anything more and nodded obediently. The doctor said that Xiao Bai is recovering well. In another week he can be brought home to recuperate. He only needs to apply medicine every day. Jiang Shiyuan nodded in satisfaction. It just so happened that Little Orange often cried out of boredom these days. There was no cat to play with it. She was relieved to leave Little White in Chen Xuanbei's care. She casually brought a set of clothes and enlarged the bag a bit. Other things can be bought at the place. Anyway, there are so many shopping malls. Chen Xuanbei sent her to the high-speed train station, waiting in the VIP waiting room for half an hour. There are a lot of snacks and drinks here, and if you are thirsty, you can drink a can of Coke. It is also very convenient to enter the station. Take the business seat special channel. No need to queue. There are only 5 seats in total in the business compartment, and the independent space is very comfortable. Lying down to sleep for a while, there are boxed lunches, snacks and drinks. Jiang Shiyuan has no appetite, casually ate a couple of bites, and continued to catch up on sleep. Did not set the alarm clock. Chen Xuanbei memorized the time and called her on time. Boss, we're at the station. Remember not to forget your bag. Jiang Shiyuan picked up her bag and got off the station. Convenient and efficiently fast. It was more comfortable than even coming by car. Only after leaving the station did she see Wenjin's message. Jiang Shiyuan, yeah, I'm in South City. Subsequently, send the positioning. Wenjin, good. They will come to pick you up right away. Jiang Shiyuan, tough on you. Oh. Wenzink, small matter. It felt like it was going to be a long wait. Jiang Shiyuan sat down in the seat next to him for a while. Add Wenzink friend. Share the location. I didn't expect it to be quite close to here. Came in a hurry. Even forgot to book a hotel. Flipped through the 7-star hotels on the website. Not long after, she was surprised to find a large group of shadows standing in front of her. Doubtfully, she raised her eyes, and 2 burly big brothers came into view. The aura was powerful. One of them still had a scar on the left side of his face and both had large tattoos on his arms. Ah Biao, Tiger? The 2 nodded at the same time. Ah Biao carried 4 cups of milk tea in his hand, scratched his head in embarrassment, and handed them over. I didn't know what you like to eat, sis, so I had a cup of all the signatures. Jiang Shiyuan happened to be thirsty, chose a cup of favorite flavor, sucking and sucking. I didn't realize that the 2 whose avatars were anime Q-girl heads. The reality was this image. I'm not very familiar with this place. Want to participate in the Lantern Festival? Other places did not do the strategy. Tiger naive smile. Don't worry, sis, wrapped in us, native of the southern city, very familiar with this place. 2 oversized, shouting a young teenage girl sister. The attitude is still very respectful. Chapter 51, Traveling and Relaxing. The picture was mismatched. The atmosphere was yet inexplicably harmonious. Following the duo to a Porsche. Sister, please get in. Ah Biao took a step ahead of Tiger and pulled open the passenger door. Smiling smugly, Tiger glared at him. Jiang Shiyuan did get a little carsick, so she got into the passenger side. The reason she usually sat in the back was because it wasn't very far to go back and forth. Sis, let's just go directly to Brother Wen's hotel. Brother Wen has already arranged it. Glancing at Jiang Shiyuan flipping through the hotels, Ah Biao thoughtfully reminded. Jiang Shiyuan put down her cell phone and looked ahead. Coming to the hotel, The exterior was opulent. Inside was a high-luxury Middle Eastern style. The roofs were made of gold. Right in the center was a huge hall with beautifully carved tables and chairs and artistic sculptures. Ah Biao and the receptionist seemed to be familiar with each other, and the formalities were quick. The receptionist secretly sized up the young girl and wondered who this was. Totally raw face, but looks like a star. Ah Biao inclined his head. Sis, then we'll leave first, haha. Call us if something happens. Be there immediately. Tiger was already using memos and making plans for the 4 days of fun. He was bound to leave no omissions or mistakes, so that sis would have a high sense of traveling experience. Jiang Shiyuan nodded calmly. She is not poor in this amount of money. Too much with one zinc also seems to cross the line. Just say thank you when the time comes and bring a gift for the meeting. I'll rest for half an hour and then have lunch. I want to eat food with local specialties. There was a French restaurant on the first floor of the hotel, but she didn't want it. Ah Bao responded quickly. We'll immediately arrange a place to eat, and make sure that you'll be able to savor the food that's only available in Nan City. The presidential suite was satisfactory in every way. Apart from not having the small garden and movie theater loft at home, it was basically as comfortable as living at home. Outside the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows was the endless blue sea. There is also a pool and facilities for fun downstairs. Everything went very well. It looked like it would make for an enjoyable trip. Lying on the bed, I clicked into the short video of the note number. Currently 203,000 followers, followed by 6. Entered Mr. Wu's live room. Just entering, I received a warm welcome from Ms. Wu and the pop-ups, but she didn't know why. But she was wearing a mask today. Jiang Shiyuan started sending gifts at the drop of a hat. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1. With her help, Mr. Wu had risen to 50,000 fans, and as long as the broadcast was on there was at least 1,000. But from start to finish, she didn't let any of the kids show their faces in the live broadcast. Suddenly, a dark, dry face of the child curiously came over Ms. Wu immediately and sternly held her away. Just don't want to let it be exposed to the public. Don't want these kids to be exposed to this too early. Being disturbed by the tediousness of the outside world and affecting the mindset. Jiang Shiyuan used a cell phone to send gifts, another tablet to read the news. Teacher Wu persistently sent her every day the grades of the sponsored children, as well as the daily performance. Teacher Wu, today Cauliflower's father wanted to take her home to marry her. I stopped her. Teacher Wu, Dog Egg's family thinks he can't help the family by studying, so they want him to go home and work first, and then come back to study after he finishes his work, which I also stopped him from doing. Teacher Wu, these children, in fact, their hearts cannot leave the school, are crying. Ms. Wu, stay here. You can obviously see that they work harder. Ms. Wu, really thank you for your help. Without you, I have no backbone and the child's parents to fight. Jiang sure wished to look at the live broadcast of Mr. Wu again. The reason for wearing a mask, it can't be an injury, right? Jiang Shiyuan, it's fine. Jiang Shiyuan, the face of the injury to buy medicine coated it. Your age should have been a very beautiful age. Do not leave scars. Jiang Shiyuan, just live, that child is too thin. I know that there are many like this. Learning to learn, the body should also take good care of. Jiang Shiyuan, every day to the children to eat enough. Learning more energetic. Consuming brain power will be very hungry. Account 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X 1000. A mouthful of rewarding 3 million. She really didn't want to see Mr. Wu not having enough to eat in order to save money for the children to study. By then, even if they went to college, how could they mess up their bodies? Teacher Wu clasped his hands together and worshipped. Full of gratitude, he said, "Thank you." The pop-ups were harmonious and friendly. My friends don't understand why I've become a die-hard fan of a godly big sister. That's why I like Sister Shaoqi. People who don't like Little Sister 7 are in trouble. Wherever Sister 7 is, I'll be there. If I had the money, I'd do the same thing. Sister 7 did what I wanted to do. Who understands the feeling? The world is broken, but there's always someone to mend it. Sister 7 has her reasons for being rich. If all the rich people in the world could be like this, I wouldn't hate the rich so much. Every time, Jiang Shiyuan would feel a sense of accomplishment. Immediately after that, there was the happiness of being about to receive another $200 million in cashback, $20 million of bounty money, with $6 million left. The random live broadcasts that I had watched before and thought were not bad had all rewarded some money, but not to the extent that I like it very much, so I don't reward much. Waiting online for an eye-catching anchor. $6 million was beckoning. $200 million is also beckoning to her. Taking a break and going downstairs, the two burly bodyguards followed behind her, feeling very secure. Walking on the road is not to be messed with the existence of the retreat. Ha ha ha. Although she looks like a bully and a stupid beauty, she has backing. Away from those commercial streets, She came to the street with the most characteristics of the southern city, which was basically filled with locals. Walking around, buy what you fancy. Biao and Tiger carry it in the back. Eat while shopping. Today is still cloudy, not cold or hot weather. No sun. Green sycamore trees on both sides of the road, giving the city a somber and unique atmosphere, yet it exudes the flavor of youth. I happen to look at the ropeway in the distance. What is that place? You can take that ropeway up and down the mountain. Sis, want to go? Go! I don't want to climb the mountain. It's too tiring. The view from the ropeway is just right. At first, I was a bit scared to go up. As soon as I thought that I was so lucky that there wouldn't be any accidents, I suddenly wasn't afraid. Just then, the boldness of Jiang Shiyuan's profile page, from the original 20, quietly became 30. Little Orange was silently proud of his own host, wiping tears of relief with his little handkerchief. The baby has grown. Woo-hoo-hoo. There are still mysterious statues and platforms in the mountains, and in the distance is sea level. Kong Xiaoquan was thinking, if I let that little bitty orange sit on top of this ropeway, would I be scared? Chapter 52, Wanting to Meet. The scenery in May and South City was just right, not to the point of being very hot, but Biao and Tiger were still uneasy, fanning themselves with fans on the left and right respectively. Jiang Shiyuan was wearing a sports suit, not climbing a mountain for exercise, just to see a view. The people passing by thought that this beautiful woman climbed up without taking a breath, and there were quite a few people who gave a thumbs up, plus 2 people were helping to fan themselves on the side. It was more like climbing up. You know, all the people who climbed up from the foot of the mountain were sitting on the steps. Kong Shiyuan stood on the observation deck and raised his hand. Forgive her for her shallow talent. There were no words to describe the view, just one word, beautiful. She laughed at herself. It's okay. I've got 25 points so far, so I'll earn some more points to buy the talent pill. Biao blowing the mountain wind, open hands to feel the nourishment of nature, did not hold back the foul mouth, his father. This is really. Tiger hastily covered his mouth and gave him 2 pulls on the buttocks. Biao's entire face instantly swelled into a pig liver color. Seeing that his sister did not care, Fong was relieved. The experience of this day's tour was still very good. There was nothing bad, and it was all stuff and things that I hadn't seen before. Fully feeling the charm and uniqueness of the city of South City, back at the hotel, a kudzu session on the windowsill of one of the rooms. The balcony in the living room has a better view of the ocean, but there are no recliners. But the scenery seen from the windowsill isn't bad. Unintentionally, I saw that Lan Yenyu's IP address had been changed from Water City to South City. Last night he was still in Water City. How come once she came to South City, he followed? Even the people in the fan group didn't know that she came to South City. One of the big sisters in Qingqing ZD is from South City and said she came to South City to meet her for a dinner date. And even she didn't know. Did Blue Yenyu plant a virus in her phone? Little Orange, the host is thinking wrong. Ask and you won't know why he came to South City. Fate, this thing is really unimaginable. Lan Yenyu sent 3 messages last night, and she shared her midnight snack by the way. Jiang Shiyuan, I just came to South City. Why are you here too? There was no reply from there for a while. Usually in this situation, he is busy and doesn't have time to look at his cell phone. Jiang Shiyuan ate some fruit and watched those inspirational and healing must-brush movies, in order to facilitate the catching up of dramas. The TV drama watching software of love, Fruit, You, and Tang was filled with SVIP for 20 years. But, daily needs in this regard. She has requirements for age, appearance, technology, long, can pick and choose, naturally try to find quality, do not want to fall in love, bother and add trouble. The sweetness of those relationships can be experienced without talking about it. Blue Yenyu, just now and busy. Lan Yenyu, my dad was working in the South City and suddenly had a relapse of his old illness, so I came to see him for a while. Lan Yenyu, he is living happily with his new family. I am not going to continue to disturb. Now I am ready to go back to Water City. When sending this message, Lan Yenyu was sitting on a chair in the hospital corridor. The whole person seemed a little disheveled, although he had quite a lot of money thanks to little sister Seven's care. Most of the money, he kept to feed the stray cats and dogs base, so the car he drove was still a $20,000 used car. When Dad saw the car he drove just now, the contempt in his eyes was undisguised. It is undeniable that his good skin is inherited from his dad. Blue Dad was assisted out by a woman with gold jewelry on her neck, wrists and fingers. He saw that this indisputable son was still here and just glanced at him. Born you this face for nothing. The woman who was old enough to be Lan Yenyu's grandmother, heavily made up, looked him up and down wistfully. Oddly enough, she said, Lan, why didn't you tell me that you have such a handsome son? It just feels a bit fierce and too cold. People who had mixed with the underworld all carried a ferociousness with them, even though they were chatting normally. Lan Dad's face went white and he glared fiercely at Lan Yenyu. What are you still standing here for? Not doing your job every day? Is it possible that you're still thinking of seducing others? Compared to being young, he definitely couldn't compare to his son. So many years to be able to evening this rich woman. All rely on that skill, appearance and natural advantages. At least it's his son, so naturally he won't be any worse. He does not want to struggle for so many years, by his son to insert a foot, boiling this childless and grandchildless old woman to death. Inheriting her legacy will boil out. Seeing this, the woman left behind Lan Dad. Walking over to Lan Yenyu, she took out a bulging large red envelope from her pocket. Son, as a little meeting gift for the first meeting, it's all small money for me. Let's add a friend. I'll treat you to dinner then. Lan Yenyu's ice-cold eyes looked upwards, not even wanting to look at this woman. Throwing the red envelope to the woman, he turned to leave. It's indeed a small amount of money, not as much as I make in an hour. Just like that, he left in style, not wasting one more second with unnecessary people. Things come in small packages. People come in small packages. The tall back disappeared around the corner. The woman's face was so colorful with anger. Didn't you say that this son is a game anchor, doesn't make much money, and has to raise a bunch of stray cats and employees? Papa Lan bowed his head, also falling into self-doubt. Couldn't it be that this kid was intentionally hiding and deceiving him? Making tens of thousands of dollars in an hour. How much money would that be in a month? No, have to find a chance to ask. Because of this matter, Blue Dad returned to the ward with apprehension. Not surprisingly, he was whipped for another 2 hours by a woman with a special hobby. The whole thing was agonizing. After the lesson was over, before his injuries had healed, he was brought back to his home in a 200 square meter upscale neighborhood. What greeted him was the agony of a soul that could drift away at any moment. Life is worse than death. Jiang Shiyuan, why don't we meet up? Lan Yenyu, good. The fact that he could have the courage to punch those two in the face today was all thanks to the courage given to him by Sister Shaoqi. When he saw this message, he even almost rear-ended the car in front of him. Then, he saw the other party send over the name of a hotel. Such obvious intentions, how could he not know? Since he was a child, he was relatively abstinent. Every day is very busy. Do not have the leisure to think about that, not to mention falling in love. In the past, there were quite a few women chasing after him, and there were attempts to chat, but he didn't chat for a while, and then he lost his patience. He thinks it's a waste of time to fall in love. With this time, it would be better to practice hard and earn more money. Lan Yenyu pulled over and stopped, patting his face to calm down, took a picture of his face with his cell phone and became a few points more confident, but never managed to start the car, just sat there like that in deep thought. Currently this hotel is Zinc family. Jiang sure wished to pull the bag, take a taxi and go to another hotel that you find. It won't be much worse than this hotel. On the table in the living room, there were all kinds of food and fruit drinks. The air conditioning was turned on. She would first watch the live broadcast. If Lan Yenyu didn't come, she wouldn't say anything. At most, the frequency of going to Lan Yenyu's live broadcast became less. Chapter 53, No More Abstinence. I don't know how much time passed. Ginger Shiyuan received a call from the front desk. Yes, I'm the one who told him to come up. The receptionist then led Lan Yenyu in the elevator to the top floor. The large top floor was a suite with a spectacular starry sky roof. Lan Yenyu panicked, his palms constantly sweating. The door to the room opened slowly, revealing a face as stunningly beautiful as a fairy's, clear and gentle with a crooked smile. Surrounding her body was a tranquil and restful aura that slowly spread out in the air. Seeing this man in real life, his appearance looks pretty good, and the appearance of the live show is not too bad. Lan Yenyu figured Gulong, a slim white shirt, the light penetrated through, outlined the broad shoulders and narrow waist hidden inside, full of power posture. He coughed lightly, and his cool male voice fell. Hello, I'm Lan Yenyu. At this moment, the heart of not regretting coming to meet piqued. Jiang Shiyuan nodded his head. Come in, I've prepared a lot of food. A trip to South City. How can I not savor some of the unique cuisine here? Seeing a large table of food, Lan Yenyu was surprised. His breathing seemed to have become faint and rapid, his chest rising and falling gently, as if he was trying to stay calm in order to hide his inner nervousness. It's true that he's inexperienced, but Shaoqi-san is just as good in person as she is on the internet, and actually left food for him. Seems pretty good to get along with. The real-life look is so surprising, and so gentle. The initial uneasiness blew through him like a gale, and after the gale, only a wave of inferiority and nervousness remained. He understood very well. After today, they wouldn't be a couple, still the same as before, anchor and big sister, but he willingly sank into it. Thank you, Sister 7. Jiang Shiyuan was still reserved. She liked men who took the initiative. Lan Yenyu was also well behaved. The little orange cat is lying at home, sitting up in shock from a dying illness. What? The host is eating meat. Ooh, I'm not your only favorite anymore? Joking tone. But what's going on with this screen? To the most exciting stage. How suddenly black screen. The host will eat more meat in the future. Like this high quality and loyal to you more men. Little Orange had been chattering in his head. Jiang Shiyuan's forehead corners were beaming with sweat, and his breath was untidy. I thought you've never been in love. Why do you know so much? Lan Yanyu stoically held back until the veins on the back of his hands rippled. The entire time he followed Jiang Shiyuan's orders. He was very obedient. Have stumbled across H books. Hehijia. This reason was too far-fetched. Kang Shirwan's main fight was one of disbelief in anything. Little Orange realized that he couldn't see the picture but could hear the sound and cried frantically. Host, I've looked up the information and can believe his words. Jiang Shiyuan. She hurriedly blocked the sound from being heard by this light bulb. Until 3 in the morning. The time in between was intermittent. Kang Shiyuan was hungry and temporarily tired of it. Don't move around and sleep. Lan Yanyu looked blearily like a big dog with drooping ears. Do you want me to help you wash up? How can I help? In the next second, he was picked up in a princess hug by the boyfriendly Lan Yanyu. Jiang Shiyuan enjoyed it peacefully. During this time, Lan Yanyu was peaceful and didn't touch anything. Woke up after a sleep. The cell phone was turned on and found that there were several missed calls on the phone. It's from Biao and Tiger. Jiang Shiyuan, don't worry. I came to play with my friends here, and my cell phone automatically turned off when it ran out of battery. Ah Biao, I'm relieved then. Boing boing, you don't know how worried we were. Jiang Shiyuan, haha, exaggerating. Seeing that Jiang Shiyuan had just woken up, he took his cell phone and sent a message. Lan Yanyu didn't come over to look. Just silently, just gazing at her like this. Still didn't dare to imagine that he could meet such a good person. A precious person who saved him from the depths of the fire. Also, the one who makes his heart flutter every second he's together. You also woke up? Let's go. Pack up and take you somewhere. Jiang Shiyuan got up, walking weakly. Hiya. Still can't go too far. Lan Yanyu didn't ask where to go and followed along with unconditional trust. In front of the car, Lan Yanyu was apprehensive, secretly observing Jiang Shiyuan's expression. Jiang Shiyuan didn't have much of an opinion. He just thought that he might meet again in the future. And it's not a solution to keep driving this car to dates. How much this car does not matter. But the inside of the car is too simple, but also with a bad smell. When they arrived at the car store, they saw the wide array of luxury cars. Lan Yanyu immediately looks at Jiang Shiyuan in shock. Shao Qi. The car sales took the initiative to walk up to Lan Yanyu. Hello, may I ask what you need? We are here. Jiang Shiyuan had no reason to choose a car. It was just which one looked good and chose which one. Soon enough, she had her eye on a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Seeing Lan Yanyu being pestered by the sales, he walked over. You go see if you like that one. Lan Yanyu didn't even look which one was pointed at, and was busy shaking her head. I don't want a car. Thank you Sister Shao Qi for your kindness. The salesperson next to him, whose eyes hovered between the two, quickly reacted and explained to Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan knew that Lan Yanyu wasn't paying attention to see which one it was, but she didn't care at all if Lan Yanyu liked it or not, and if she needed it or not. It was just a token question, treating Lan Yanyu as just another driver. That Mercedes-Benz Big G, she thought it was okay, easily taken. There's $1 billion in her hand, and she can make more. What is this $2 or $3 million? Just the tip of the iceberg. Don't even want to listen to the sales talk. Lan Yanyu looked at the car pickup contract. All this information and formalities. His hand holding the pen was shaking. This is a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Little Seven actually wanted to give it to him. Did meeting Little Sister Seven cost him the luck of 3 lifetimes? Little Sister Seven. I don't want it. He spread out the pen that was handed to him and only felt flattered at the sight of a car worth $2 to $3 million. Next, he continued to refuse. Seeing him like this, Jiang Shiyuan was too lazy to push with him. She went up herself and signed the contract in a sharp manner. The car is in her name. Give it to Lan Yanyu to drive. It's always okay. After swiping her card, Jiang Shiyuan went shopping again. Fancy a red Ferrari. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was a gift from the system. How can just one car work? The basement garage is so big and empty. Then without hesitation took the Ferrari. She signs a second contract. Lan Yanyu's entire body is empty. Not accepting the car given by Sister Shao Qi, his heart is a lot more at ease. He didn't want the relationship to turn into that, although the reality is cruel. But he could self-deceive that Little Sister Seven still had a liking for him. Jiang Shiyuan was 80% satisfied with him. It would be even better if he had a sweet mouth. In fact, sometimes, she also had a small self-doubt. Playing like this, what if she hurts those who are simple and innocent? But it was only a second's thought. She spends money, a willingness to fight and a willingness to suffer. Chapter 54, You Old Den. Full payment taken. The insurance aspect of the car is dealt with. Delivery ceremony, actually prepared a lot of flowers on it. Jiang Shiyuan felt that this link, tasteless, but still beautiful smile, took 2 pictures. then arranged for people to transport the Ferrari home. Lan Yanyu sat on the side and was slow to come forward, didn't even participate in the group photo. Jiang Shiyuan noticed, but didn't say anything. The staff was on the side, smiling. The whole process was so pleasant and it was all purchased in full. I was going to remind that it would be cheaper to pay in installments, but at a glance, this beauty was someone who didn't lack money. After completing all the formalities, Jiang Shiyuan held 4 keys in his hand, 2 for each car, throwing Lan Yanyu a Mercedes key. Let's go. Fill up the gas. Go out and have some fun. Tiger had already made a PPT of the South City tour guide and sent it to her. There were also specific pictures and visitor reviews. 5-star recommendations are specially labeled. Which location's minefield was also drawn with a red circle exclamation mark. A special reminder not to step on the pit. Lan Yanyu was originally standing alone on the side. Her mood was still a bit lost. Seeing little sister 7 laughing so happily, her face couldn't help but follow suit. Suddenly there was an extra key in his hand, and it still felt a bit unreal to sit on it. Every step was taken carefully, for fear of bumping into it. He had never driven such a nice car before. Jiang sure wished to see his nervousness. A handsome tall man with a handful of looks. It was pleasing to the eyes. Where is your house? Lan Yanyu's nerves were tense, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Water City Watermelon Neighborhood 18 Building 102. Ha! Jiang Shiyuan sipped the zero-sugar coffee she just bought. Her brows furrowed. She still wasn't too used to drinking one without sugar. It was too bitter, yet she felt it was okay. I'm just asking, why are you going into so much detail? Trying to ask me out? A very obvious flirtatious tone, with the naughty cuteness of a teenage girl's delicate gluteinousness. Lan Yanyu's afterglow sneaks a look at her. Little sister 7. You're 2 or 3 years older than me. Right, just call me Xiao Qi, or Chi Chi. Okay, 7. You're welcome to come to Water City to play anytime, as long as you need it. I'll accompany you. Then there was a pause. If you want me to accompany you, no matter where you are, I will rush over. Ginger Timothy was willing to think about it. Well then, Water City, I haven't seen the bustle of the Magic City yet. I'll definitely go there for some days when I have the chance. Arriving at the destination, Lan Yanyu was uppity enough to help hold the bag and carry the coffee. Jiang Shiyuan was frantically shopping in the front, and he was obediently carrying it in the back. Do you think this dress looks good in pink or blue? The green one seems okay too. Local specialty clothes? Of course, can't be missed. Lan Yanyu's thick ink-like eyes stared at the 3 dresses as if he had discovered the puzzle of the century. The blue one is very suitable for you. Originally your skin is white. The blue color is even whiter. He replied very seriously, meticulously thinking about how to make a choice. Sniffing, Conshur Wish happily took all 3 colors of dresses to the checkout. I think you have a point, but it's better to buy all of them without any regrets. This person of hers just bought the red one and craved the blue one, and bought the blue one and craved the green one. Blue Yanyu arrived at a specialty food store. Jiang Shiyuan was having trouble choosing again, pursing her lips in agony. The black chicken stew with wild mushrooms here, which has a wide variety of ingredients, seems to be pretty good, and I heard that the wild mushrooms are all freshly harvested in the morning on the mountain, so it's very fresh. There's also this. What to do? I want to eat it all so badly, but I can't finish it. Lan Yanyu looked at the menu, thinking hard and patiently making suggestions. You can try all the specialties, but the other snacks can be eaten elsewhere and are very common. Jiang Shiyuan suddenly had a flash of light, looking at Lan Yanyu with his eyes brimming with little stars. Order them all. You must be hungry if you didn't eat breakfast. I'm sure you can finish them. Lan Yanyu nodded helplessly, with a hint of doting in his eyes. Good. The whole process was still quite pleasant. Jiang Shiyuan was all relaxed and didn't have to do anything, and she didn't have to carry anything herself. Eating also because this is a niche local food restaurant. There are very few people, and the food is served in no time. Take 2 photos, and then gaga dazzle food. The custard was topped with wild cranberries and was fragrant. Roasted milk fan, with a milky flavor, filled with rose sauce, not her favorite flavor. Lan Yanyu did enjoy the baked milk fan and ate one after another. During this time, he also didn't forget to serve her a bowl of chicken soup. There were many types of wild mushrooms in here. Trust the boss. This store should be fine after so many years. Xiao Tangerine intentionally intimidated. Otherwise why are there so few people in this store? No way. Do I have to serve it in front of a hospital? No wonder there's a hospital right near this store. I'm just kidding. I've tested the wild mushrooms in this pot and they're all edible, even if it's mixed with poisonous ones. Host, you're lucky. You can't die from the poison. That's good. Jiang Shiyuan gave it a try and ended up getting addicted, getting more and more out of control. This pot is actually not enough to eat. Lan Yanyu immediately put down her chopsticks and got up. I'll go talk to the boss's wife and order another order of wild mushroom stew with black chicken. Jiang Shiyuan didn't say anything and bit into the sour and spicy boneless chicken claws. The guide that Tiger sent over said that the boss's wife made it herself. The sauce was unique, and it was healthy. It really lives up to its name. Love, love, love. Caught off guard, a clamor sounded at the door. Someone was arguing with the owner. You old dang, coming to eat overbearing food for 3 days in a row. You're too meaningless to be a human being. 2 days ago I took pity on you and invited you to eat twice. But things don't come in threes. You're going too far. The boss crossed his arms and his head seemed to be on fire. In front of him was an old grandfather with gray hair, hunched over with a dumb expression. His speech was broken. My old partner will come to pay. The boss was furious. You say this every day. Which time has come? If you don't pay again, I'm going to call the police to call your family. The old grandfather's eyes were lost and empty, as if he had no soul. Lan Yinyu was right next to him, unable to bear it. But Jiang Shiyuan was one step ahead of him and helped the old grandpa up. Boss, how much does he owe you for 3 meals? I'll pay for him. The boss sighed deeply when he saw that it was the big customer from earlier. Girl, I don't mean to make things difficult for his old man. It's just that I'm also in business to support my family, and I can't afford to do this kind of loss-making business all the time. Jiang Shi wished to pay with a cell phone scanning code, thoughtfully said, It's okay, I understand you. It's not easy for everyone. Chapter 55 Owe a favor. After saying that, he paid an extra $1,000. Boss, hey, consider this old grandpa's damage fee for causing you trouble. The boss's wife hastily patted the boss. Girl, let's send you 4 dishes. Jiang Shiyuan shook her head. Can't finish it la. You can give that dish to the old grandpa. Lan Yinyu was beside her, shaking her head as fast as she didn't want her head. He really couldn't eat that much. He also didn't want to waste food, even when little sister Seven had money. But after that outburst just now, the corners of Lan Yinyu's mouth turned up slightly. His eyes were filled with admiration and praise, and his gaze rested intently on her, just staring in fascination. But when she looked over, she hurriedly lowered her head and lowered her eyes to hide her expression. A pair of cold pool-like eyes showed an unnameable complex color, both difficult to conceal the sheer affection, but also a wisp of sentimentality, a variety of emotions intertwined together, and disappeared after a short while. The root of his ear, but I do not know at what time colored a red, hand percolating thin sweat. Jiang Shiyuan just felt that someone was staring at him, only to incline his head and find that Lan Yinyu had his head down. It seems to be the wrong feeling. The old grandfather drank 2 mouthfuls of soup, looked up and saw his old companion, and hurriedly stood up in a regular manner, like a child who had done something wrong. The grandmother, who was dressed in an easygoing manner, straightened up and rolled her eyes, quite elegantly. Old dang. It turns out that sneaking out these days behind the back of the bodyguards arranged by your son was to come to this store. You told me that I would bring you here, all day long like being a thief. What a shame. The boss's wife took a look. Isn't this an old acquaintance? The entire South City knows that this is the mother of the famous local philanthropic entrepreneur Jiang Shiyuan. The entire family is old and rich. Never heard that his father was still alive. Thought he was long gone. It turned out to be this Alzheimer's condition. Never went out. The old grandfather protected the soup, as if it was some rare treasure. Xiang, I don't want to go back. Xia's mom was not used to him and gave him a big nose pocket. Don't come out and cause trouble for people. Come home with me. Xia dad's mouth nervously chanted. I'm not going back. I don't want to see you square dancing with other bosses. Xia's mom, her only hobby is square dancing. Old Den couldn't accompany her, but the hobby couldn't be broken. Boss lady, how much did he eat you guys these days? I'll pay. The boss's wife picked up her cell phone and flipped through the photo album. No need. There is a girl to help Lao Deng. Xia Moncler Outlet Store pay, and also paid an extra 1,000. Want us to forgive Xia Moncler Outlet Store. This is the girl's photo. I think she looks pretty good, so I took a picture with her. Xia's mom took a look and was instantly attracted to the young girl in the photo. This girl doll is indeed pretty. Do you have contact information? No. Alas. It's a pity. I owe a favor I can't repay. Xia's mom hung her head in shame. The boss's wife consoled. I think she looks like a star. Maybe you can find her on TV? Xia Ma was half convinced, but she also felt that this girl child was likely to be a star. Delicate and tender. Alas. She had 3 sons, and for so many years seeing other people's baby girls made her so envious that she wanted to cry. However, this boss's wife had given her thoughts. Xia's mom saved Jiang Shiyuan's photos. When she goes back, she watches dramas and variety shows that young people watch whenever she can, trying to find this little benefactor. When she's almost done playing, she reaches out to say goodbye to Lan Yinyu. That's it for today. We'll meet again later. Tomorrow afternoon back to the capital city. It's the last night of the day. Let Ah Biao and Tiger take her to the Lantern Fair. I heard there's also a bonfire party. Getting off at the entrance of a script kill. sending a message to Biao to come pick up. Lan Yenyu drove far away and stopped at a hidden place around the corner. Looking at the people in the distance, his eyes slowly burned up, like two jumping and burning sparks. His lips hung a shallow smile, penetrating sincerity, and the love in the bottom of his eyes did not have a trace of concealment, such as seawater like waves. When Jiang Shiyuan unintentionally looked this way, knowing that the other party could not see himself, he still subconsciously and woefully averted his eyes. 10 minutes later, Kang Shiyuan got into the passenger side of a Porsche. He stayed where he was, looking at the corner where she disappeared. Sis, there are a lot of people tonight. We can watch the performance on the Kaiha above the restaurant first, then go to the release of the Kongming lanterns, followed by the performances of painting, calligraphy, paper cutting, shadow puppets, embroidery, sculpture, and ancient-style songs and dances. Tiger was in the back seat, holding the computer and flipping through the PPTs like he was reporting to his boss. Jiang Shiyuan went in his left ear and out his right. Okay, with these two around, she followed just fine. No need to use her brain or worry. Feeling the culture shock, Kang Shiyuan played until the early hours of the morning. The sky was full of lanterns, like the scenery and the wallpaper reflected into reality. Everything went smoothly on this trip to the South City. Jiang Shiyuan boarded the high-speed train back to the capital city. Although Biao repeatedly requested to send herself back, she refused. The high-speed train was a bit more comfortable, the location was still empty, and everything could be bought. As soon as she left the station, she saw a familiar figure. Chen Xuanbei grows so big, his body is good, and his appearance is even more outstanding. It is difficult not to notice. Boss, is South City fun? Did not encounter trouble. Is the hotel not as comfortable as home? Just met. The bag was carried by Chen Xuanbei initiative. He began to worry and ask questions. Jiang Shiyuan wanted to call out to him as grandpa, but it was also worried about her, so she patiently answered. Chen Xuanbei was relieved to see that she was not aggrieved. Jiang Shiyuan was used to sitting in the backseat of a Rolls-Royce. When she got on the car, she saw a very breathable cage, inside which was the sleeping Xiaobai who was awakened. When she saw Jiang Shiyuan, she tried to stand up in the rickety car and used her small pink paws to pull at the cage, desperately wanting to stick with her. Jiang Shiyuan opened the cage and held Little White in her arms. Finally out of the hospital. Play with mommy in your new home. Little White was docile, not struggling at all, and retracted her claws, obediently enjoying being Rua. Arrived at the villa's parking lot, Jiang Shiyuan held Little White and rode the elevator up the stairs. Little White's medicine and other necessities were left for Chen Xuanbei to bring up. The elevator doors slowly opened. Little Orange couldn't wait and flew an arc in the air. Meow. My little old brother is here, Jiang Shiyuan reminded. Little Orange, the new friend is very timid. Don't scare it. Little Orange forced himself to act reserved and sat very standardly. Seeing this unfamiliar kindred spirit, Xiaobai hid in fear at Kang Shiyuan's feet, obviously not having been bullied by other cats when he was wandering in the past. Meow. Weak and as if pampering. Seeing this, Xiao Tangerine rushed to the corner of the sofa, took his favorite small fish toy, placed it in front of Bai, and pushed it forward with his hand. Crooked his head. 4 eyes. Chapter 56 PK Lost? Xiaobai seemed to drop his guard for the time being, tentatively touching the small fish toy, then looking up cautiously to see Xiao Tangerine's expression. Little Orange was friendly and didn't wag its tail grumpily. Soon, the two cats were playing together. Ginger Shiyuan flipped out the canned cat food, one for each cat. Little Orange was the first to smell the fragrance and left behind Little White to rush over. Little White realized it afterward, then obediently ate his own can. The scene was harmonious. There was no scrambling. Even when Little Orange saw Little White devouring the can, his heart softened and he pushed over the half of the can he still had left. Meow. The villa was cleaned up. Chen Xuanbei had arranged for someone to clean it a day in advance. He held a paper box and came out of the elevator. Little Chen, I bought a Ferrari in South City. You go drive it back in 10 minutes, Jiang Shiyuan wandered in the small supermarket. The fruits inside were fresh. It seemed that Chen Xuanbei replaced them. Took 2 bunches of sunshine roses, washed and packed in a small basket. Last time Ann and Weiner discussed the dress. The design draft is also done. The sample she has not yet seen. First looked carefully at the pictures, felt that all aspects were satisfactory, and then finalized this draft. She loved blue everything too much, except, of course, the color-changing poisonous fungus. Suddenly it occurred to her that it was almost May 14th, and today was May 10th. That's what brought the forgotten Wenwan Air to mind. Wenwan Air, sister, why do you always disappear for days at a time? Wenwan Air, 514 the first recording location in the R country. I do not know if you can adapt to the lifestyle and slow pace there, but there are fruit trees all over the roadside. The fruit fell to the ground or no one to pick up. Wenwan Air, many famous tourist attractions are there, and there are a lot of green forests. When one air, I paid money to inquire with the staff, and every installment after that was in the country for a week. When one air, Moses, people low? Jiang Shiyuan, good drop/okay gesture. Our country's scenery, she has heard about it. Unique buildings, the roadside falling a variety of rare and precious fruits, connecting grasslands and mountain tops of the roller coaster, wild blueberries everywhere in the forest. But she felt that even if it was more beautiful, it could not compare to the country. But unlocking a new map of life is still worth making people look forward to this journey. Before the program started filming, there was a place to go, and the director had a meeting with all the people attending. When one air had said it was 5:11, which is tomorrow, with the advanced technology nowadays, the signal wouldn't be too bad even when arriving far across half of the air country. In other words, while traveling in our country, one could still brush up on the live broadcast during leisure time. It's been a long time since I've watched Ching ZD's live broadcast. Jiang Shiyuan clicked in and saw Ching Zishi playing a game. Talent anchor turned into a game anchor? Seeing the long-awaited comment, Ching Zishi's soft voice rang out. Welcome 7 to my live room. Do you need to see a talent? I recently learned a piano playing tune. Anchor goes overboard. How come I haven't heard you talk about this? Eccentric, though, but the person that Dicky is favoring is Sister 7. I don't have a problem with that. 7 hasn't been online for a few days. Is she busy with something? Ching ZD saw this comment and wanted to say something. This was also the question he had always wanted to ask, but didn't dare to cross the line and ask too much. Jiang Shiyuan answered graciously, I've been traveling for the past few days. I just got home. What's wrong with Xiao Chang? Why are you playing games? You don't know. When you're not here, he often plays the wrong tune, so he plays games to relax his stress. Xiao Qi is Zidian's sister. Xiaoqi is ZD's heart. Only Xiaoqi likes more than just ZD's anchors. Oh. Yesterday, ZD played oboe, thinking of playing PK to fulfill the guild's performance. Who knew that she would be crushed by an anchor who tells yellow jokes, and lost the game miserably. Losing to a serious anchor, we would still feel no complaints, but it was to that kind of goods. Give me angry. Xiaoqi, while you were away, Dicky suffered a lot. I'm speechless at how many people like that anchor's vulgar jokes. He's still using women as jokes. Dad by batch. I want to give him 2 slaps on the face. What? She just didn't go online for less than 2 days, and her favorite anchor was bullied. Jiang Shiyuan suddenly felt like she understood Ching Zidian, because he lost to that kind of person because of the talent he was so proud of. He got a little depressed and wanted to play a game to relieve his stress. As a result, he realized that his gaming skills were not good, and his stress increased. Is that person online right now? Ching Zi froze and excused himself. Forget it, Sister Xiaoqi, there's no need to take it out for me. Before Jiang Shiyuan could say anything, his own fans transformed into black fans and started cursing. You bastard grandson, you can endure this anger? Breathless, you think you're being merciful like this, right? Ha, contemporary holy father. Xiaoqi's sister said so. You even this eye color do not know. These years live how to mix down? I'm so sick of being stupid. I'm shutting down, but I'll never shut down Sister 7. Threw up, really small knife pull ass, open eyes, and this kind of speechless people. Is it too late to take off the powder? Cyanide then realized what stupid thing she had just said. Tears were welling up in her eyes. Aggravated. I'm sorry, Sister 7. I didn't mean to reject your kindness. I saw that Xianda Desire is still live. I will immediately invite him to PK. Jiang Shiyuan was also a bit surprised by his rejection. Was just about to take it off, fighting on his behalf. He ended up saying that he didn't want to cause trouble and rejected her without hesitation. Does she look like the kind of person who was afraid of getting into trouble? Besides, what's the point of feeling sorry for someone like that? I'm sorry. If she met this kind of person who made fun of girls in reality, she would hire someone to put a sack on him and beat him up. The fans of this kind of person were probably also in the same category. On the other side, Xianda wanted to heave a smile and took out a JK suit. Brothers, this is what my wife is going to wear tomorrow. If we don't lose in today's PK, I'll let her wear it for you. How about it? The woman next to the camera's body shook, gritted her teeth and lowered her head, wanting to leave. I'm sleepy. Nushinda Lust was displeased with this evasive reaction of hers, and slapped her shoulder twice with his broad hand. What are you sleepy for in the middle of the day? You stole someone behind my back last night? The woman's face was pained and she shook her head quickly. I'm not sleepy. Chapter 57, Information Cocoon. This conversation was not deliberately lowered, and the audience in the live broadcast room heard it. My new brother is still powerful. He can easily take this woman down. I really want my wife to learn from me. It feels so good to tell her not to go west. I've already learned it from my wife's head. That's right. You have to do something to get them to listen. HSIN. How do you get your wife to listen so well? Your wife is the woman of my dreams. I'm going to find one like her. Against all odds, a contemporary chow thief. Seeing these words of envy, Xin Shinda Desire proudly held her head high, seemingly enjoying the bragging. Don't even think about it, guys. My wife is unique in the world. If she doesn't listen, I won't want her yet. Just then, a PK application was suddenly received, was having a huge morale boost. Relying on that JK promise just now, he had won 9 consecutive victories. Brothers, 9 consecutive victories. Let's have another PK 10 consecutive victories. Let's keep it up. He didn't even pay attention to see who it was before he clicked agree. Seeing that it was yesterday's defeated man, the corners of his mouth couldn't be strained and he teased. You kid. What? You don't want to lose. You have to lose enough to be convinced. Young when I was at your age, also like you so unconvinced, but I have never lost. This wasn't just being conspiratorial, saying that even if Ching Ching ZD was younger, he was still inferior to him. Kang Seokwan had never witnessed someone he was protecting being bullied. Looks like he must be given an old age setback and blow. Old age? Ching Ching ZD realizes that this is a deliberate attempt to piss off Xin de Lust. As expected, someone peeks at the screen and goes back to complain. The older sister across the street mouthed off about you being an old man. What? Although my new brother doesn't look good, his real age is only 40. He's in his prime. Don't you guys get it? This is a deliberate attempt to piss us off. When Xin wanted to get this news, he did get angry for a moment, but he quickly laughed it off. If you really have the strength, have already started to send gifts. Not much money, only play mouth cannon well. Come on. Brothers, let's end the last game of the day. Strive to get to 10 consecutive victories after winning 2 more PKs. I'll let my wife wear the latest bot JK to dance for you. These words could make the fans excited fast. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Xion's wife dance before, only that they hadn't seen her wearing a JK. This was not a small temptation for them. Most importantly, new brother's wife had a great body. Brother Xin, your wife has such a good body, and you're so willing to show it to your brothers. We must keep you on a winning streak today. Wrap it up on us. Hey, let us look at your wife so that giving gifts will be better and more positive. Not hesitating at all, Shinsign Lust tugged on the woman's hand and pulled it into the shot, only to see the woman's mask covering most of her face, only revealing a pair of spiritless eyes, wearing a small halter, bending her back, completely afraid to look at the camera. Her eyes flickered. She kept scratching the backs of her hands as if she had been suppressed for a long time. Why are you wearing a mask today? It's not like you haven't seen the face before. Xingxindalu's face changed for a split second, and quickly laughed. She has a cold today and is not feeling well. This is not wanting to infect me. It's very sweet. Ooh, simply my ideal type. More love. Do not look at the face. I also like, when Chow Thief's so happy. Immediately afterward, the live broadcast gave out a mixed bag of gifts. Basically every type of gift is there, but there are no gifts above $3,000. This side. Unfortunately, the 3 big fans are not online at this time. Yesterday, when they first faced off against New Shindig Lust, there was only 1 big fan online as well. Some of Greenie's fans also started to send some small gifts, but they could never catch up with the opposite side. Even though Sister 7 is present, I'm going to do my small part. If they don't understand, don't they have heard of Little Sister 7's name? Not even a single carnival. Do they really think they can defeat Little Sister 7? Know the term information cocoon? Different circles naturally receive different messages. Have you noticed? I have 2 cell phones, 2 XHS numbers, 1 profile labeled female, both objects and husband cheating and catching adultery, the other profile labeled male, both rubbing. Upstairs said 2 absolute. Cannot use an example to represent everything. Men have good and bad. Women also have good and bad. Children have good and natural bullies. The elderly also have good and bad. Can only say that everyone touches the world differently. I have a friend whose circle is full of promiscuous people, so he thinks he's a good guy and thinks that if any woman meets him, she'll win the lottery. But my circle is full of honest people and there's never that kind of rumor, so I think that kind of bad guy is the rarest of the rare. Why is your topic getting more and more skewed? Jiang Shiyuan did think that this comment section was still quite interesting, the same as a thread to express one's opinion, so she could see different people's thoughts and world, but she didn't forget about business either. Account 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X1. PK bars still didn't overwhelm the opposite side. Account number 777-7777 reward Carnival X10. Exactly equal PK bars on the left and right. Go on. It's only just begun. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival. Half a minute in, the progress bar on this side was well pressed to the point where only a small dot could be seen. Shinshin Delus just yawned and opened his eyes to see this scene and thought that he had blurred his eyes. After realizing that something was wrong, his eyes widened steeply and he turned pale with fear. The brain went blank. like being cast as stasis. What the hell is this? Hastily picking up his cell phone, he tapped into the live broadcasting room of Qingqing Zidian. Yesterday, there were only 10,000 people in his live room. Now 100,000 plus. What's going on here? Then he fixed his eyes on the comments. These people posting comments didn't seem to be fans of cyanide. They were all showing love to an older sister. Nickname 77. Who is this? How come he had never heard of it? Brothers, what's the origin of the big sister across the street? Smashing so many carnivals at once and with so many fans? Is this sure it's not some internet celebrity? There weren't even that many water armies. These fans who originally felt that they were sure to win were confused and went to the opposite side to cite rape. There was no impression at all of this unknown nickname 77. Never having heard of such a level 58 big sister. There is a passerby who once passed by the live broadcast room where Jiang Shiyuan was, and couldn't help but introduce it. How come you guys don't even know the name of Little Sister 7? Her deeds have been spread by the marketing number. Every time you make a bid of at least a few $100,000, the most can be tens of millions of dollars. What are you talking about? You're bragging too much. I don't believe it. If it's true, I'll do a handstand. Tens of millions of dollars. Even the son of the richest man is not this generous. Chapter 58 Negotiated Deal. WC. You can check out her homepage. You need to follow it to see it. I just watched it. 2 videos. Someone in the comment section of the first video said that Big Sister lives in the capital city manor. Really good at bragging. Must have bought a water army. Agreed. Why not set it to be visible only to fans? Just don't want the really rich people to recognize her lies. I searched for the word Sister 7, and many videos came up that I hadn't seen before, and they were super hot. I also saw that all the major anchors are sending videos to rub the heat, and there are anchors with millions of fans inside. Come to a big brother of the live room to answer. Her video photo is not really in the capital city manor. 8 Several big brother have not answered. Tacit silence. Ghosts no. They did not live in the capital city manor. If you answer, you'll be exposed. If you insist that it is false, others use evidence to lose their face. So now the smart thing to do is to observe a little longer. Hiss, really ran into a hard case? Gradually, these questioning voices became less and less. Even the gift givers have become fewer. Alarm bells went off inside Nu Shinda Desire, but at least he had so many fans. What kind of scenes had he not seen before? And quickly calmed down. Snickering, he said, no way. Do people really believe that she, a little girl whose homepage label is only 20 years old, would have that much money? He didn't believe that he was so unlucky to meet any rich second generation. If it was that easy to meet a rich second generation in this world, he would have become a multi-millionaire long ago. Even the big platform of the Fuhao video, there are only a handful of full-grade godly big brothers and big sisters inside. Last month, according to official statistics, there were only 3 users at level 70. This nickname 7758 levels, total reward 2000 W. It must have taken a few years to accumulate to this level. Brothers, don't worry about sending gifts. With you guys around, I believe the package will win. Don't look at nickname 77's strong momentum right now. They won't be able to shell out any money later. They're swollen and deliberately trying to confuse us. New brother is right. The opposite side only a 58 level sister. She is a small shrimp. We live room but there is a 48 level of God big brother. A level 58 big sister is really precious. That's why those people send videos to lick her. But you're saying she can take out tens of millions of dollars at once. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If she could get tens of millions of dollars in a single broadcast, she'd be leveled up by now. Send more. Do your part. The beauty in the JK is waving at us. Finally, the gifts kept coming again. Nu Shinde Lust, however, was not happy at all, because even though all the fans were working together, the PK progress bar was still not moving. That is still giving away carnivals? Deliberately lowering his voice, he muttered in a low voice. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the woman into the shot from the side again. If we win this PK, I'll not only let my wife wear JK for the brothers to dance, but also wear black silk and high heels, dancing a newly learned rubbing dance, guaranteed to make you all so happy. You'll be up at night until you can't sleep. The woman bit her lower lip in shame and gathered her gag upward again. Not a word was spoken. It's still you. I'm not taking my girlfriend shopping this month. Love is a yo-yo reward carnival ×1. Love is a yo-yo rewarded carnival. The most powerful big brother made his move, and the other big brothers followed in his footsteps. In this situation, he definitely couldn't be left alone in the limelight. Half a month without going out to buy those women which has someone's wife fragrance. I am the emperor rewarded carnival x1. Banana and milk reward carnival ×1. Xinda wanted to be happy and applauded enthusiastically, as if he had now won the PK. Watch, making money so easily. A good obedient wife has everything. The woman was so startled by such a maniacal action that she fell from her chair to the floor, unable to stop her body from trembling. Jiang Shiyuan's brows furrowed as he heard what Shinsign Lust had just said. How nasty. People like that get together. The speed at which she was sending the carnival was getting faster and faster. Account 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X 1000. Even though there were more people on the opposite side, the PK progress bar was still crushing the opposite side. The fans found it too boring and opened the champagne early. As long as Sister 7 makes a move, it's impossible to lose. As soon as she strikes, we know whether we'll win or lose. There's no need to even guess the result in cases like this. I don't know what the other side is holding out for. They're not waiting for Sister 7 to pull the trigger, are they? The world has ended, and this situation is impossible. On the other side, we are indeed waiting for the moment when the nickname 77 swipes, but after waiting so long, the PK time is about to end in 10 minutes. Nickname 77 hadn't stopped. On the contrary, the big brothers on this side are not able to brush. Nickname 77 is what the hell? So many of us can't compete with a little girl like her? She doesn't really live in the capital city manor, right? Brother XIN. Why don't we not count this PK? We can't win against this kind of monster. At this point in time, there was no need for others to use evidence to distinguish between true and false. The obvious facts were right in front of them. The crowd that was originally full of confidence, all hung their heads and felt deeply frustrated. The new Shinda Desire expression was like eating, pursing his lips in a deadly manner, and his nostrils all became obvious due to his stoicism. The already ugly face at this point made the fans who gave their all want to beat him up. When it came to this situation, Shinshine Lust had no choice but to use his best trick, lifting the woman who wanted to run over. He stiffly held up a smile that imitated a razor blade-laden smile. Ching Xiao Di Ah. Let's talk, shall we? On the surface, he was talking to Ching Ching ZD, but in actuality, he was conversing with Jiang Shiyuan. Ching Ching ZD saw the fearful look of the woman across from him and asked, Xiao Qi, this man definitely didn't have a good heart. Jiang Shiyuan insists on giving away all of the level 3 bounty, which is the remaining $6 million, letting the victory be the nail in the coffin before replying. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Carnival X2, 000. Don't talk nonsense to him. After the PK is over, taunt him with a wave and disconnect. Ching Ching ZD obediently nodded his head, pretending that he hadn't heard what XIN de Lust had just said. New Virtue Desire reluctantly asked several more times, never getting a response. Discovering that the opposite side of the live room directly banned the sound from his side, the person who went to peep the screen reported the nickname 77 answer. The whole person of Xingxin Desire was like being pressed on the fire, but still, he said what he wanted to say. Sister 7, if you come to my side to deliver the carnival and let us win the game, I will no longer let my wife appear in the camera in the future. How's that for a deal? Chapter 59, Hit Your Face Tough. As soon as these words came out, someone immediately typed the original words in the comments section of Ching Ching Zidian's live broadcast. After so many years of live broadcasting, it's not like there weren't some smelly ES in the live room before. Don't know the sky and the earth. Mouthing something like, he's insulting her person's character by doing this, and is bullying his wife. Also encouraged his wife to resist and divorce. All the time, snickering. How could he not understand that these pussies love to meddle? Didn't the marketing number say that the nickname 77 was a kind person? When encountering this kind of situation, it was impossible to just let it go, right? Previously, there are also encountered tough. PK cannot win the situation. With this trick never lost PK. Seeing this familiar operation, the old fans understand. New brother is great. This is a good move. I love the feeling of making a tough woman bow down. It's so cool. She'll be coming to our booth to give us gifts in no time. It's one thing to say yes, it's another thing to do it. A gentleman's word is a promise. But unfortunately we are the villains. Ha 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 ha. One dead pig after another. Don't reveal the information. Don't let the opposite side know. Ha ha, 99 plus. Fans who are new to this live room peeking at the screen, seeing everyone laughing, don't know what they're laughing at. There's really something wrong with that. But those who were watching the live broadcast with two devices at the same time noticed the comments that were being swiped up on the screen. Sister Xiao Qi, don't believe his words. He's used this trick before. And even though he won, he didn't fulfill his promise. I also saw those two comments looking for a fight, substituting the feelings of those who have been tricked before. And I'm about to cry with anger. Even if he actually managed to get that woman to stop entering the country, he'd still use other methods to bully. Too despicable. Moral abduction. Jiang Shiyuan hadn't been prepared to agree. The wife of the new Xinshin de Desire. So tolerant. She can rely on this one thing alone to rescue Ader. No longer inbound. In case it still harms the woman. Can only rely on that woman's own awakening thought. Divorce away from scum. No one else can change it. However, she looked at this new der desire. How to look at how to feel ode a beating. So sex heart rise a plan. Come to the new German desire live room. This thing I promise. You first look at the private message. The new moral desire is very surprised, but still obediently go to see the private message. Afraid of missing something. Jiang Shiyuan, now come to your live room reward. Time is not enough. There are 5 minutes to end. This PK certainly cannot win. Jiang Shiyuan, this way. You phone tell me. I give you ZFB transfer 5 million. You don't let your wife enter the live room lens again. Aha, there is this good thing? Xin Dewant was only puzzled for a second and quickly agreed. After all, he had never failed to threaten with this before. Directly sent the phone number over. Shinshin Diaquang, you're really a good person. Kang Suquang, my site shows that the transfer amount is too large. I need to know your name and where your home is. Xin Dewant? He hasn't transferred such a large amount. He doesn't know. But it is true that the amount is too much will have a limit. There is this situation is normal. Zhang de Day. SFZ address is East City times. After sending this message, the opposite side did not reply. Suddenly, I had an unsettling premonition, and my eyelids were jumping. Returning to the live room, I found that PK had already ended, and the streak was broken. In order not to do the punishment, directly disconnect and escape. Some of the fans in the comment section had invested quite a bit of money in exchange for this result, and there was a constant sound of dissatisfaction. Even, a lot of people off the powder. Liar anchor, I think you are intentionally looking for such a person. At the beginning, you know you can't win, pull out all our money, and then the streak is interrupted, and you cannot do what you promised. You just don't want us to see your wife. It's not the first time you didn't keep your promise. You're just that kind of person. Xin, please, I want to see your wife. Xingxin's eyes have been throbbing with desire. PK lost and was in a cranky, annoying mood. How could I have known that I would lose? If you guys hadn't not gone all out with your gifts, we still might have won. Don't open your eyes. Just look at the PK bar at the end. 600314333, 11444336. Absolute crushing. With a black face, Xianda wanted to go look at the backstage, but he never got the news that the $5 million had arrived. That's when he realized that he was ruthlessly tricked by that girl. Kang Shiyuan, you're the one who's a good person. Jiang Shiyuan, Ghostface JPG. He immediately pressed voice and recorded the nationalism he had learned all his life into it, but it failed to send. It was pulled black. Xianda wanted to lean paralyzed against the back of his chair, falling into deep self-doubt. He had actually been fooled by a yellow-haired girl. At this time, Ching ZD thought that Jiang Shiyuan had left and was going to the opposite live room. It was still a bit lost. I didn't expect PK to win after all. Then where did Xiao Qi go? Not long after, Jiang Shiyuan came back. Just now the family cat accidentally fell down. I went to take a look. Xiao Tangerine looks up sharply. Little white Abba. Is that the little white cat? I saw the follow-up in the fan club. The little white cat is recovering well. It's not going to fall down again, is it? PK has won. Oh yeah. The other side is still trying to trick Seven with their little schemes. Seven is great. Ha. Jiang Shiyuan turned her back sheepishly, not daring to look at the two cats. It didn't hurt anywhere, so don't worry. Sister Xiao Qi, Xin Shinda wants to escape the punishment of losing PK. Really no downside. This kind of person, really bad luck but he won this time and fought a good turnaround battle. It's still worth being happy. It must be hard for him to have his 10-game winning streak broken. Just thinking about that makes me want to laugh. Xianda wanted to break the line immediately to avoid punishment. Kang Shiyuan wasn't angry in the slightest. Got Zhang Dao's old home address and cell phone number. Enough to pick up where he is currently. The cell phone number first arranged for someone to give him a wave of harassment. When today's matter has passed for a while, then find someone to give him a clean up. After all, Zhang Dao likes to attract hatred so much. After a while, what happened cannot be suspected of her. Little Orange smiled. Host, you were so dark, but I like it. This kind of person should be punished. It's not called being a belcher. I'm the embodiment of justice. Capital City Television Station Building. A Rolls-Royce winds up parked at the entrance. Jiang Shiyuan was wearing a rather plain blue dress. Ordinary clothes, not very expensive, but it just looked good on her and looked high class. The general meeting before the variety show started filming was held on the 3rd floor. It was a good time to get to know and get in touch with the other celebrity co-stars who were traveling with them. I decided to lay low. Orange, unbelievable. Even if you want to keep a low profile, the financial resources won't allow it. I've already found a hitman. I'm begging for compliments. Jiang Shiyuan already had a string of numbers in his head, took his hand and saved the number in his address book. Adding friends breaks a lot. This spare cell phone she had bought a second-hand number and could not check her information. Entering the 1st floor lobby, Wan Air had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 60, Her Occupation. Here, Wan Air didn't cover up her appearance. The makeup on her face was done by her own studio's makeup artist, and the makeup was rather thick, setting her off more and more brightly. There was that sense of delicacy that came with being on camera. Are we going to shoot even if we have a meeting today? Kang Shirwish couldn't help but wonder. It was just a meeting before filming, but it was like filming was about to start. When Wan Air became reserved, without a joyful smile and expressionless face, she came closer and reminded in a low voice, "My persona within the entertainment industry is the cool breeze, not to be messed with poisonous type. There are a lot of TV station staff here who usually deal with each other frequently. If they want to see me smiling, they can't be sure that one day, they will secretly post a post on the internet to break the news." Once it was a crew member who deliberately took ugly photos of me and posted them online, causing me to be criticized by my agent for a long time. The professional heart of an actor has to maintain a persona. Jiang Shiyuan was glad that he could do whatever he wanted. When Wan Air got her card from somewhere and swiped it twice to get in, the receptionist greeted attentively, "Sister Wan Air, long time no see. Director Su and the others are waiting for you on the 3rd floor." When Wan Air nodded coldly, "Aha." Seeing the sis in a serious manner, Jiang Shiyuan, who had seen her true nature, didn't hold back a light smile. The receptionist noticed that this was an unfamiliar face, with an aura and appearance that didn't lose out to most celebrities. Following Sister Wan Air, could it be a newcomer to her company? How rare, but Sister Wan Air never brings in newcomers. Another receptionist was upstairs on business, and as soon as she came downstairs, she saw a strange woman next to Wan Air. That's Sister Wan Air's best friend, right? I can't imagine that kind of person would still have a best friend. What a joke. It's true. They went upstairs just to sign a contract for a BFF travel variety show. I was just up there organizing the information when I passed by and heard Shaolin chatting with someone. Sister Wan Air's BFF looks pretty down to earth and good looking. I thought she was a newcomer to her company. That one of hers is very ordinary. Sister Wan Air might really be trying to bring in the company's newcomers. I don't believe that kind of cold person will have a bosom friend. I have never seen any positive expression on her face. All day long is just pose face. Let's just gossip in private. Don't talk about it in front of people, and don't tell anyone else. Aha, it's also possible that they're besties. It's just a random guess. The entire 3rd floor was a conference room. When Wan Air seemed to be familiar with this place, explaining as she walked, "I've been treating this place as home since I started out." Caught off guard, the door of the room in front of them opened from the inside. Director Su, who had a beard, revealed his bare head. I thought to myself, who is it? Actually treating the TV station as home. So it's Little Wan. Little Wan? So meaty. When Wan Air walked in, and Jiang Shiyuan followed closely behind. Inside the conference room, the screenwriter, the marketing director, and the producer's representative sat on the left side of the long table. There were also 2 other groups of BFF partners that had arrived. What a big official authority, arriving last and asking us to wait here. This person was Jiang Shiyuan, a famous actress, with a short white rose dress. She had a warm and weak juvenile face. The words spoken were yet so aggressive. It seemed that the timid and gentle image in the eyes of the public was also a persona. And, within the circle in recent years, there had been rumors that Yang Xie and Wan Air did not get along. Before Jiang Shiyuan came, she had also done her homework in advance. I didn't expect the program group to be so good at messing things up. In the future, there was a high probability that there would be a famous scene of the two confronting each other. Even if there wasn't, the program group would find a way to make them not deal with each other. She didn't really feel anything. When it really came to that time, all she could do to help Wan Air was to quietly add 3 spoons of salt to Yang Xie's coffee. Other than that, nothing could be done. She wanted to spend every trip in peace, no more, playing by herself and ignoring these people, and then come back after the fight, like nothing happened. Yang Xie sat next to a man whose appearance was the same type as hers. His appearance is the same as hers. He's all weak, and he doesn't have enough yang energy. He was white and tender, with a small mole at the corner of his eye and decent features. It was a member of an unknown male group. Jiang Shiyuan just took a hasty look and didn't even memorize his appearance. Wan Air arrived long ago and was waiting for me. I remembered that the agreed time was 9 o'clock, and I arrived 10 minutes early, but I didn't expect to still be late. When Wan Air snorted coldly, "It's not late. It's certain people who are deliberately taking the bull by the horns. 9 o'clock isn't even here yet." Yang Xie rarely continued to choke. Her probing eyes fell on Jiang Shiyuan. "This one is?" Director Su introduced. "Little Wen's best friend, Jiang Shiyuan." Everyone's eyes followed from the moment Jiang Shiyuan entered, curious as to what the background of this not-so-young blue-skirted girl was. Why haven't I seen her before? What kind of work does she do? Director Su shook his head helplessly. The first time he saw Jiang Shiyuan, he still wanted her to be the female lead in his new drama. There was no need for acting skills. Standing there, it gave people the desire to continue watching. Little Wen Wen, sure Wang's occupation is? You'll need to introduce it when the show airs as well. Jiang Shiyuan answered himself, a junior in college. The school is not famous. Host, I detected 6 miniature cameras in this room. It seems that the program was filmed in advance without prior notice. The recorded segment was intended to be placed at the beginning of the first episode, right? Kong sure wished to see through it and not say anything. The people here, hearing this kind of answer from her, thought that this was an ordinary vegetarian. Even apart from her appearance, the conditions weren't very good. It seemed like when Wan Air really didn't have any friends and found a random person to attend. Only the fan siblings, who had been silent all this time, looked at each other. Obviously, they thought of a piece. Even if when Wan Air was looking for a random person to attend, she would still be looking for a relatively good condition. Fan Yutong didn't wear any makeup and was purely vegan. Her face wasn't really good looking, but she had a calm and heavy temperament. At a glance, she was very intelligent. She was also wearing a competent suit. Can I take the liberty of asking how you met? Chapter 61 The Biggest Points Earner. It's a long story. It was an uneventful afternoon and a sunny day like today. I was wandering on the road, bought apples at the fruit store and went. Jiang Shiyuan's watery deer eyes looked at the white wall. Her eyes were empty, and her thoughts were empty, as if returning to the day of recognition. 5 minutes later, everyone had their hands propped up on their faces, bored. Fan Yutong couldn't help but interrupt. Honey, can you make it short? She looked serious and her bite was clear. One could guess from the opening that this was a stand-up comedian. Jiang Shiyuan felt that this process, so boring. Isn't it signing a contract? Why are they chatting? One by one, so interested in her, coming one by one to ask questions. Around the corner, I accidentally broke her cell phone and got the contact information. I see so. Next, the screenwriter rationalized his thoughts and stared at the PPT that had already been written on the computer. Wan Air and Yang Xia's personas remain unchanged, and Fan Yutong is free to play. The other 3 co-stars, the persona is. When Wan Air sensed that Xiao Jian was not interested in this, Xiao Lin, don't customize my bestie's persona. Let her have as much fun as she wants. The tone was cold and hard, with a meaning that could not be resisted. The screenwriter obeyed at his word, so he only talked about the other 2. When Yu is a gentle warm man, so he can appropriately have some sweet scenes with Yang Xia to get the audience high on CP. Fan Yunshin is Fan Yutong's vegetarian cousin, lively and enthusiastic little milk dog, appropriately funny. Fan Yunshin was slender, wearing a mask and sunglasses, with his arms crossed. His hands were bony and long and clean, like glistening and translucent white jade, like carvings under the lamp. This is the most seductive slender jade hands Jiang sure wished to see. Obviously just a pair of hands. She felt like seducing herself. Fan Yutong saw him pretending and gave him a slap on the head. What's going on? Fan Yunshin, as if he was suppressed by the blood engraved in his bones, immediately corrected his sitting posture and sat upright. I don't know if it's Jiang Shiyuan's illusion. It felt like he was also looking at her. The process of signing the contract was quick. Jiang Shiyuan casually flipped through it twice. Host, confirmed that there are no problems with this contract. Then, without hesitation, she signed. Wan Air, is there anything else? When Wan Air shook her head. No, you can go home and rest first. There's often traffic jams in this neighborhood, and it's even more jammed by noon. The tone couldn't help but carry a hint of tenderness. Jiang Shiyuan didn't push back and got up. Everyone, see you in 2 days. After saying that, to the other people who said polite things, he nodded his head. With that, he slipped away and left. The corner of Yang Shiyu's mouth tugged. Is this BFF of yours in a hurry to go to class? Really doesn't want to stay here at all. When Wan Air just glanced at her, there's a lot you don't know about her. You think she's just an ordinary student? She didn't know why Xiao Jiang didn't tell the truth about living in the capital city manor. Since little Jiang was intent on hiding it, she wouldn't say anything more. It was only that she really looked at Yang Shiyu with displeasure and bluffed with her aura first. Moreover, until now, she hadn't seen little John's family. In her heart, she guessed that it might have something to do with the red background. When Wan Air's voice was not too big or small, but everyone heard it. If it's not an ordinary student, what else could it be? Jiang Shiyuan came back and lay down for a while before getting up to pack his luggage for the trip to R. When going on a long trip, the necessary things should still be brought. After not 10 minutes of being busy, he laid down again. Tired. Xiao Tangerine, I want to buy chi replenishing pills. There's no way. My body is just too weak. Good oh. It was this instant that Jiang Shiyuan felt all the dampness in his body dissipate. In the last second, the waist was not even strong enough to stretch straight, and standing up from the sofa was dizzy and bleary-eyed. Now, she was full of energy. Doing 100 push-ups is no big deal. When the host has her aunt in the future, she won't be in pain. And she won't have numbness and discomfort in her knees anymore. If I can give you a favorable review, I will definitely give you 5 stars. Had ha. That's right. The level 3 Divine Hero system has been upgraded to level 4. The tenfold rebate for bounties has arrived. Congratulations to the host for gaining 40 points. The level 4 bounty of $30 million has also hit your bank card. Nonya Bank, dear customer. The Shanghai market on April 30th, 11:43 to your tail number 7777 account to complete the transfer transaction soft money 200 million. The balance 300,963,367. Seeing this text message, Jiang Shiyuan felt his heart getting fuller and fuller. The level 4 bounty of $30 million arrived immediately after. Check the profile page. After buying the chi replenishing pill that required 20 points, there were still 45 points left, compared to the previous situation where it was used up after one use. That's considered a large amount of points. Needle not poking. The doorbell rang outside. Chen Xuanbei returned with her lunch, tired of eating big lobsters. The meal she ordered today was an authentic national rice dish. 10 dishes, with lotus root rib soup in the center, and a hot pot where you can shabu-shabu lamb on the side. After all, it's going to be a week in our country. The national dishes in the store outside would not be 100% authentic. Chen Xuanbei placed all these dishes on the large dining table that could be rotated. He knew that the boss liked to eat some fruit before the meal, and took a watermelon and durian in the supermarket. After handling it, it was arranged on a plate, and it was also carefully plated. Jiang Shiyuan searched for the scent and floated over, seeing Chen Xuanbei standing in a regular manner, holding a small fork, eating a watermelon cut into small pieces, one bite at a time. Have you eaten lunch yet? Come along if you haven't. Chen Xuanbei hurriedly waved his hand, a flustered expression on his face. No, I'll go back later. Just eat something random. Jiang Shiyuan went to the supermarket and took 2 bottles of drinks, handing him one. I have something I want to talk to you about. Go to the kitchen and get a bowl. Sit down and eat together. Chen Xuanbei nodded hesitantly, holding the chopsticks of the boss's house. Sitting still, he did not even dare to look up and meet her eyes. Could it be that he did something wrong? Secretly glancing at Jiang Shiyuan with his afterglow, his heart was like a string pulled full. The man with a tall and powerful body and a strong aura was as if he was going to break at this moment. He actually didn't know why he was so nervous, subconsciously feeling that leaving his boss was a big deal. He finally blamed it on the fact that he was slowly getting used to following his boss around. What's your hand shaking for? Kang Xiaoquan unintentionally saw this little action of his and was bewildered. Was she that mean in his eyes? In 2 days, I'm going to participate in a girlfriend's travel variety show, the first installment of which is recorded in R. Since it's abroad, I want to bring you along to protect my safety. With the people from the program, of course it wouldn't be too much of a problem, but it was still good to have someone with her, to be able to carry her luggage. Other celebrities had assistants. She was going on a trip, not to suffer. Chen Xuanbei's body shook. He was also confused. But I've never been abroad. I haven't prepared my passport or anything. You don't need to be concerned about this. I'll pay for you to do it in 2 days is all. Jiang Shiyuan wore gloves and immersed himself in peeling spicy kippers. As for orange and white, come with us. Xiao Tangerine, who was wailing dry rice, heard this and looked in Jiang Shiyuan's direction. Woman, this is the surprise you gave me. Wha, ha ha, even though you told me that you can introduce me to reliable people to take care of you guys, I still want to take you guys along for the trip. Xiaobai doesn't get motion sickness, and there is a possibility of tinnitus when flying, so the 10 points of non-sickness stand from the system mall can be used for her. I've checked the precautions. Spend 10 more points. You can give it to creatures other than me. Eat the non-dizziness pills. Ride in a car or airplane or boat. You'll never feel uncomfortable. To have fun, we'll all go out together. Chapter 62 Live Variety Show. Little Orange and Little White ate and drank their fill, neatly planking their ducks on the ground. Bright sunlight sprinkled on them through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The indoor garden in the center was lush with greenery, and a small fountain nourishingly flowed with cold, clear water. A young girl's voice echoed in my ears, full of energy and vitality. Each word is like in the Su fiddled with its heart. There is a hint of surprise and leap quietly climbed up to the heart, such as dipped into the lake buoy gently pleasing to move a little. That I Lu, woo 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 host you biased. Jiang Shiyuan slightly stunned, immediately said, I thought you wouldn't be uncomfortable. Then I'll buy you a non-dizziness stand as well. Little Orange he smiled. I'm just kidding la. Of course I won't feel anything. I won't even feel any pain. The certificate related to Xiao Bai's departure from the country was done at the pet hospital. Xiao Tangerine your certificate. Don't worry, I can take care of it myself. Just then, on the chair in the second floor corridor, the vaccine certificate, physical examination report, cat copy and other relevant documents appeared. It only costed a month's salary. In order to travel with the host, everything is worth it. Chen Shiyuan's five senses went out of control, his eyes wide. But I've heard that the procedures for pets traveling abroad are troublesome. Jiang Shiyuan chucked up a sea cucumber and shabu-shabued 2 more slices of lamb, wrapped in cheese and a slice of lettuce in the center. Homemade way of eating. It's fine, the documents are all done, so you can join us in the passenger cabin at that time. Having eaten his fill, he realized that Chen Shiyuan hadn't moved his chopsticks yet. I'm done eating, you eat slowly. Oh, I remember you said that your brother is in the hospital. Remember to accompany him before you leave. Chen Shiyuan nodded, waiting for her to leave before opening the food. On going to work, what kind of experience is it for the boss to bring himself to the world? Finished eating at fire speed and cleaned up all the round dining table. Snapped a greeting. Boss, can I take a day off? I'd like to check with the doctor about things related to my brother's surgery. He inquired carefully. Jiang Shiyuan didn't have much of a problem with it. It was always impossible to work every day for a month, and taking a few days off was normal. With her hand propped up on the handrail of the second floor, she was eating her favorite store, the new strawberry dessert. Go ahead, accompany me abroad this time, and your salary will go up. Considering the high expenses at the hospital and the fact that his brother was only 19 years old, he had no earning power. If you have difficulties, an advance on your salary is also possible, or the salary is settled a week. Chen Shiyuan looked up at the lazy and reckless young girl on the balcony. When he met her eyes, he staggered away in less than a second. Like the sun that cannot be looked at directly, the light is too strong and will burn his eyes. Thank you, boss. No need to trouble you. The man's back as he left was a little flustered. Jiang Shiyuan didn't notice it at all, and went downstairs on his own, laying down on a recliner and taking a nap. The upstairs also needed a recliner. It was too sunny outside to want to go out, so called a rider and sent it to the back door. Opened the door and the big 2-meter trailer comes into view. Rider, is this the trolley the customer was talking about? He moves 2 cardboard boxes onto it and calls. It's already here. Aha, I clicked to confirm receipt. There you go. Pulled the cart into the basement and left it there unattended. When Chen Shiyuan comes back, he'll dismantle it and carry it upstairs. On his way to the hospital, Chen Shiyuan saw a dessert store and stopped without hesitation. He bought his brother's favorite flavor and went to buy a few sets of clothes and shoes. After meeting Jiang Shiyuan, he had free time almost every day and was still able to go and take care of his brother. The previous boss had a lot of things to do and also needed to live at home, and didn't have much time to go to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, he couldn't help but walk a little lighter even though his nose was filled with the most annoying smell of sterilized water. Beijing Airport, first class. Jiang Shiyuan had brought a whole bag of snacks and fruits. Little Orange's cage was right next to it. Little White followed Chen Shiyuan behind her. Outside the window were boundless clouds, and the land and ocean underneath looked like a map. As the scenery changed, it passed through country after country, and finally landed smoothly in R. Just as they came out, they saw a line of people standing in a row, surrounded by cameras and staff. Luggage, small Orange and small White let Chen Shiyuan carry. Jiang Shiyuan today made light makeup. Inside is a khaki color undershirt with a small black skirt. Outside the Mayumi a black jacket. Feet Stella Luna Martin boots. Camera brother almost at the same time. Cannot help but turn the camera to her. The young girl's face is exquisite. Her steps are light, like a fluttering butterfly, glittering. Her long, fluffy, soft curls were casually draped. Her hair wanton and free, blinking her autumn water-like eyes. Her lips were smiling. Sorry, am I late? The co-stars whose backs were turned back in unison, and at the first sight of her, without exception, they were stunned. Originally, the first time they met was stunning enough, but they didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to help but be attracted to each other again. At the same time, the BFFs Who Walk the Flower Road or Superman variety show was broadcast live on all major platforms at the same time. Note number live room. When Wan Air is so cold. Ooh, I love it. Look at when Wan Air and Yang Shiyuan arguing, laughing. I was also attracted by the hot search. Why are the two vegetarians both male best friends? Are male best friends so popular now? Is Wan Air here to be a light bulb? She doesn't even have a best friend, so let her manager take the top spot. Wow, who is this? A passerby? No, the cameras are filming her. She can't be Wan Air's best friend. When Wan Air has a best friend? Ooh, but I really like this vegetarian's face. Who understands? I understand. Liking, licking, finally, a female best friend. Pretty and gentle looking, for all. Good guy. Really let Wan Air this kid get off on it. When Wan Air walked next to Kong Shiyuan, and the two cameras dedicated to her came over, she introduced with a familiar tone. This is my best friend, Jiang Shiyuan. I have a new wife. +1. Take your places. Director Su held the script in his hand. The country known as the World Park, in a land that looks like a natural gallery, attracting global attention with the magnificent scenery of the Alps and a cozy lifestyle. Its country are welcome guests. The The first place we'll be traveling to in this issue is Lake Geneva. Yang Xie partner and Fan Yutong all cooperated by making very expectant expressions. Director Su added, the small town of Mat next to Lake Geneva. Come and experience the fun of skiing. Everyone fell silent. If it wasn't for the need to maintain her persona, Yang Xie wanted to dislike. Can you say a complete sentence? Chapter 63, Skiing for the first time. Fan Yunshan tucked his hands into his pockets as if he didn't know what it meant to be a rival. However, his face was also exposed to sight for the first time. Black crushed hair fell in front of his forehead. His face was as clear as the moon. His eyebrow bones were profound, and his nose was high and straight. Today he perversely wore the same brand of suit as his sister, his tie loosely tied at this moment, and his jacket open, revealing the white shirt inside. This solemn dress did not let him more rules. Arrogance did not suppress half, but more. Isn't this so battle team shooter Shaoshan? So he and Fan Yutong are siblings. I happen to like both of them. What a coincidence. Fan Yunshan. I guess he's the funny guy of this program. I remember. Shaoshan speaks with a harmonic flavor. He said that if he lost the game, he would eat the keyboard. In the end, he really broke off one of the shafts of the keyboard and chewed it in his mouth. Also, when he won a professional match, he jumped up and down in front of his opponents and circled around them. Because his teammates often robbed him. Because his teammates often steal his own head. Secretly put his teammates' feet in 6 boats, with a small number to report out. Teammates have conflicts. Quarrel. He played in the middle of the song The Road to See the Injustice. The time to take action. There are so many other things. I can't even turn over the old scores. Just search for Shaoshan and it'll come up. Nerve. Won't he really get beaten up like this? He participated in the program. It's not to transform the high cool handsome guy, but I see him laugh. Ha ha ha. After getting on the car, Fan Yunshan quietly sat next to Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan didn't even notice. He got into the program's car by himself, but he still had to pay attention to Chen Xuanbei and the others. Jiang Shiyuan, have you called the car yet? Chen Xuanbei, not yet. Chen Sunbei, I just asked as your assistant where to stay at night. Do you want me to send Little Orange and Little White to the place to stay first? Jiang Shiyuan, no. My car is not yet gone. You come over. Not long after, Chen Xuanbei sent over the 2 cats wearing a leash. There were also some canned cat food and cat strips, and even cat food in separate bags. Just bring the food with you. I just told the director that you can go get on their staff's car. Chen Xuanbei was like a nanny, bringing a big bag of things, and when he turned it over, he could still see sunscreen, mosquito repellent and paper towels. Good. Raising his eyes, he met Fan Yunshan's 4 eyes, confirming that there was no more business for him. He turned around and left. Jiang Shiyuan had no distractions and jacked up his cat. Was that your assistant just now? Fan Yunshan asked, pretending to be very offhand, looking at Bai, who was lying obediently on her bag, skinny but healthy. Kangshir wished she had cat strips in her own bag and started feeding them. Little Orange was round and had gained a lot of weight from eating, and had developed gills at a young age. It felt good to touch though. Little White was thin though, and his body was almost healed. After Jiang Shiyuan's daily feeding every now and then, fearing that she wouldn't get enough to eat, she was also slowly growing meat. It was a completely different cat from the way it was when it was first picked up. Such a cozy picture. Fan Yunshan also want to rue a cat. However, what came out of his mouth was, why is one a pig and one a monkey? This remark came out. Little Orange instantly couldn't lie down, and fiercely meowed twice towards the man, her body exploding with hair. Dead man, give me death. Fan Yunshan leaned towards the car window in fear, the corner of his mouth twitching awkwardly. This cat, as if it could understand him? So spiritual, comparing his own cat like that. Jiang Shiyuan didn't want to laugh in the slightest. He rubbed Xiao Tangerine's head to comfort it, and even Xiao Bai stuck with it. Xiao Tangerine was easily calmed down. Humph, I don't bother with dead men. Jiang Shiyuan also directly ignored the man. Although, Fan Yunshan's analogy was apt. Jiang Shiyuan muttered in her heart, it's okay to talk about Little Orange, why talk about Little White? It's not like he wants to be so skinny. If he could, he'd want to be just like a normal human cat. Xiao Tangerine wanted to cover her chest and fall to the ground like Lindayu, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. It was a mistake to pay after all, wasn't it? It clenched its hands into fists and shouted, meow, host, I beg. It was so loud that it bluffed Jiang Shiyuan. Hastily, he stretched the cat strip to its mouth. Dry Rice King Small Orange's next words were instantly blocked, subconsciously opening its mouth. Oh, so delicious. After finishing one, he asked again petulantly, I also want another one, equals carrot smiley face. Jiang Shiyuan was truly amused by the whole thing this time, a gentle smile rippling at the corners of his mouth. Don't rush, there's still a lot more. Fan Yunshan was beside him, and his eyes were always involuntarily attracted to the young girl. especially when Jiang Shiyuan let out that soft laugh. Come on, he was a face dog. Strictly speaking, a super first face control who believed that face value is justice. This meant that even if Jiang Shiyuan gave him a slap right now, he'd be dead set on it and wouldn't have any bad temper. This guy is being funny again. How long has this high and mighty persona lasted? And it's collapsing so quickly. Wife actually brought her cat out to play with her. Boing boing more love. Little Deep is going to describe it. There's such a big difference in size between the white cat and the orange cat, and she's still biased. Maybe the white cat is a picky eater. My fur child is also a picky eater every day and never develops skills. He's so sharp. If you don't know, you'd think I mistreated him. You guys don't think so badly of your pretty sister. The skiing mountains are rolling. A misty, vein white of snow. There is a viewing platform at the top of the mountain, and Jiang Shiyuan took the two cats and sat in the best position to watch this view. He seems to have dipped into the light of the cats. However, he didn't stay idle either, taking out two sets of clothes prepared in advance and putting them on the two cats. The cat was lying on the blanket, covered with a thick quilt. Jiang Shiyuan, you can't freeze, being wrapped into a small hill of small orange and small white. So, lifting the quilt. Jiang Shiyuan, recovered. Humans, our patience is limited. Lift the quilt. Cover up. In the end, it ended with Jiang Shiyuan fearing that they would catch a cold, reducing the number of small quilts by 2. Cover the small quilt. Oh. Seductive tone. No, you've really become a male mama. Kang sure wished to put on the protective equipment for skiing. There was a specialized instructor on hand to guide her. She didn't understand it very well. Seeing that the others had gone out, she followed and nodded her head to show that she understood. Ski Dan only costs 10 points. Buy it. After eating the skiing Dan, those difficult maneuvers can be easily accomplished, comparable to the level of an athlete. Dependable. When Wan Air waited for her at the door uneasily, a little worried about the skiing competition that was to follow. We've all played skiing before. Seeing as you weren't very skillful just now, why don't I teach you for a while first? Chapter 64 will be a little bit. Following behind her were the two camera brothers of her group. Facing the camera, Jiang Shiyuan was calm and unruffled. It's fine. I'm not very good at skiing, but I know a little bit. When Wan Air breathed a sigh of relief, not doubting the truth of her words. That's good. When Wan Air has never been so sweet and caring. At this moment, I'm convinced that the two of them are BFFs. Why do I feel like my wife won't press it at all? We'll see in the next match. It's really the sun coming out of the west. How Wan Air is like an old mother. This person is the former cold and ruthless Wan Air. My wife has changed into a black ski suit. I also like it. This one. Cool. All the partners arrived. And then Director Su announced the rules of the skiing competition. He was wearing a green cotton cap of Chang's brand. The wind was so strong that he had to hold it down with his right hand, otherwise revealing that bare head, knee so bright in the snow like an oiled egg. The left hand held a small trumpet. This ski race is a point system. From here to the finish line where you can see the sunset and the ocean. 6 points for first place, 5 points for second place, and so on. In the process, we have 4 task points. And completing a task will earn you the points corresponding to that task point. In addition, completing difficult maneuvers in professional competitions with no flaws will earn points based on the difficulty of the maneuver, respectively. All the rules were narrated. Yang Xie was excited. This was her specialty. She had even learned it from professional players before. For safety reasons, we've deliberately divided 3 routes, all of which can pass through the mission point and reach the finish line. Only they are the beginner's track, the normal track, and the advanced track. The beginner's track is relatively gentle and safe for the less skilled. The normal track has no obstacles and is occasionally downhill. The advanced track, on the other hand, is the most dangerous and tests the skill of the participants, with multiple uphill and downhill slopes, as well as obstacle chases that require flying up in the air to land. Big jumps in professional competitions, U-shaped courses, sloped obstacles, and a combination of ski jumping and freestyle skiing. At this point, the camera also switches to each of the 3 courses. Beginners are as good as children playing house. They can take a sled and slowly slide down. Advanced is so scary. I just saw the near vertical slopes. This program is too daring. Help! Does the program group have a grudge against the guests? They're trying to murder them. Are you kidding? What if there's an avalanche if we slide down that mountain? Trust Wan Air. She's a skiing enthusiast. If she encounters an avalanche, she'll have a very professional way of dealing with it. Wow! I've been looking forward to this program. It's the first time we've let a star play with his life. This is the spirit of struggle and challenge that makes people feel hot-blooded. May my wife. Let's do as we're told and build a snowman on the primary track. It's not like we have to play this game. When Wan Air quickly made a decision and raised her hand. I choose the advanced track. Seeing this, Yang Xie followed closely behind. Cocking her head, she put her hand against her lips and blinked innocently. Sister Wanner, I've long heard that you like skiing, so today I finally have the chance to spar with you. Most of the people in the crowd had goosebumps. Before and after the camera, it was a completely different look. Those who didn't know thought it was a double personality. When Wanner was also not willing to show weakness, her smile was like laced with ice slag. When you lose to me, don't cry. Jiang Shiyuan timidly nodded her head. I hope that sister will say the same thing later. I'll be happy to lose to sister. When Wanner turned her head, her back to the camera, and gave a blank look, she usually wasn't this hostile towards others, but that incident 1 year ago had always haunted her. Originally, they were on good terms, friends who skied together, and it was because of that incident. Now they were at odds with each other. When you stood in the middle of the duo, weakly raising her hand, about to collapse at any time in general. Director Su, I choose the beginner's track. This battlefield was too intense. He was afraid of being injured by mistake. Hurry and hide far away. Fan Yunshan was originally prepared to go to the advanced track when he was pulled by Fan Yutong. Go with me to the junior track to play in the snow. Fan Yunshan hurriedly shook her off and crossed his arms over his chest. I'm not going. That's for kids to play. I'm an adult. 3 vertical lines sprouted down the corners of Fan Yutong's forehead, looking at this younger brother like he was looking at 250. You haven't played skiing a few times. There's nothing fun over there. We used to play building snowmen together when we were kids. We rarely played together back there. Don't you want to relive your childhood? Fan Yunshan coldly turned his back. Since growing up, you don't understand me at all. This was followed by, he moved skillfully. A standard half-pair turned to the starting point of the advanced track, braking steadily. Although he didn't look at his sister's expression, he could guess the surprise on her face. Thus, Fan Yunshan raised his head condescendingly. When he saw who was beside him, his eyes stared like bronze bells in frozen place. Sure one, did you come to the wrong place? The junior track is over there. When Wanner answered for her, didn't come to the wrong place. Are you kidding me? I was just indoors and saw that she was having a hard time skating. When Wanner coldly gouged him out. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yunshan, you're noble. You're marvelous. Is it hard to believe that Jiang Shiyuan easily learned skiing skills in a short period of time? It's impossible. A genius couldn't even do this level, unless she was born with a talent for skiing. Jiang Shiyuan gave Jiang Shiyuan a meaningful look. Little sister, it's normal to be young and energetic, but pay attention to safety. This little girl, just now indoors, couldn't have been pretending to be a pig in a poke. After all, in the variety show, the audience loved the pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger persona. Kang Wish politely nodded her head. Aha, I know just a little bit. Knowing just a little bit, he came to the advanced track? Is this coming to give away your head? Whoa, wife, you mustn't think about it. It's not easy to have a new wife. I don't want to be in tears and watch you get hurt. Upstairs, who was your last wife? Not self-conscious. When the time comes, the program will have to arrange a rescue team to save her. Alright de. Is not just shallow challenge the god of death well. In case the wife is the daughter of the god of death I cannot deceive themselves and others. Wife, you quickly change the track. Do not force me to the original place. Crazy delusion. Let Xiang heap to our country to go. All the way to the good. Director Su had been paying attention to the pop-ups in the live broadcast. He got up and came in front of Jiang Shiyuan. Little Jiang, why don't we reconsider? Jiang Shiyuan raised his head and looked at Little Orange and Little White on the observation deck. The eyes of the two cats were wide open, and they found her in the crowd at a glance. From some distance away, she seemed to hear a milky meow, as well as the out-of-place, shrill-voiced meow. The host is the best in the world. Go for it. Chen Xuanbei also stood up, his tall body very striking, picking up the two dumpling-like cats. The line of sight was broader this way. One could even vaguely see the end of the race. The surroundings were densely covered with white clouds, and above the mountain top of the finish line, the warm light emitted by the sun was haloed into an orange sky that looked like a beautiful oil painting. The whole world seemed to be divided into layers with P.S. He who didn't like taking pictures didn't hold back and took a picture of the cat separately. Finally, he took a group photo to record the beautiful scenery. Chapter 65 Crazy Fan Circle. The staff member in the little green suit quickly waved down the red flag. The race begins. In a flash, the guests of the advanced track all flew out, sliding out on the snow. They made a trail of various colored silhouettes. The camera's close-up view first captured the side faces of each contestant. Then, the live feed was converted into a view captured by the drone. From the top of the mountains, the map was narrowed down a little bit, and the rotating viewpoint hovered around the contestants, recording the individual movements. Just then, the live feed of BFFs who walk the Flower Road or Superman is divided into 6 screens. Each person had a separate live feed. Viewers could switch live rooms at will when they wanted to see whoever they wanted to see. This allowed everyone to see, more closely, each contestant's movements. The starting point of the advanced track was located on the edge of a cliff-like area. After sliding down 20 or so meters, it was immediately followed by flat ground featuring 4 large jumps. Kang Suk-won controlled his speed very smoothly. As he approached the big jumps, he suddenly accelerated, his eyes filled with determination and perseverance. However, when he was suspended in mid-air, he saw that it was actually several hundred meters high, and his heart missed a beat. Help! Help! Regret! So want to go back. Ooh, so scary. The guts were scared out of her wits. Her body, however, continued to complete its movements in an organized manner, as if it had muscle memory. The other 3 started to drop their speed, seeing a black figure swoosh past them. Yang Xia, which big stupid deer is that? If you can't control it, it's easy to form a dangerous lightning bend. Fan Yunshin, dare to do that? Who's so powerful? When one air, let's see who it is. I Lu a bean. Isn't this Xiao Jiang? When one air subconsciously accelerated some speed, it is also this action. Let her see the scene that shocked to a long time cannot return to God. Only to see Jiang Shiyuan first in doing an aerial skill. Frontal rotation 360 degrees, fast and accurate, then calmly leaning his body forward. He made an acute angle with the skis, and after flying out along a parabola, he finally landed on Shanpi. There was a U-shaped field at that location and a parallel slalom was done. There was not a single mistake in the whole course. Even in professional competitions, it is rare to do an aerial maneuver and then jump snow. However, this platform has several hundred meters. There is indeed enough time to do aerial movements, but it needs to be done perfectly even at a very high speed. Kang Suk-won did it. At this level, it definitely wasn't too much worse than a professional. When one air didn't have time to continue thinking and focused on completing her movements, the person behind her followed closely behind. This caused the pop-ups in Jiang Shiyuan's livestream to instantly explode. There were quite a few passers-by who were attracted in by the dashing aerial pose cover. Who is this? Why don't I remember such a professional player? Is it hard to believe it's from abroad? This is a vegetarian. When one airs BFF, I throw. This superb reverse charm. I really can't resist it. Handsome. Husband. I'll never call you wife again. Cool. Girl. Do you have this girl's account number? I want to follow her. I can't find her name. It's a shame. Hubby, open an account. How can someone be so cool? I'm crying. Our pride. The pop-ups were like crazy and the heat kept rising. This made the heat of the program reach the first traffic climax stage since the start of the broadcast. Director Su held his binoculars and was enamored because of that scene just now. Let me see where my precious little Ginger is. He was going to do everything he could to get little Jiang to star in his drama. Even if it was a cameo, it would be worth it. In this way, there was no regret in dying. Although, when one air had told him, he was dreaming, little Jiang wouldn't agree even if the world ended. Jiang Shiyuan, yes, acting in a drama is absolutely impossible. 3 minutes later, Kang Shiyuan reached the first mission point and braked to a halt handsomely. The quest points were all set on flat ground, so braking wasn't difficult. Hello, do the mission. The R-man looked at her appreciatively, and in broken rabbit language, explained the rules of the game. Hello, my name is Gao, and I'm more than stabbing a western. Melon? Win to mess with and you win chicken poop. Kang Shiyuan could barely understand and gave him a thumbs up. That's not good money. It's hard for you. Ko, blonde and blue-eyed, didn't seem to understand. The game begins. Kang Shiyuan was quick to play and had no idle baggage at all. Eating watermelon was easy for her. Even in the snow, it couldn't stop her foodie heart. 2 bites were swallowed. I win. Ko studied her movements, sticking out his thumbs in appreciation. Great. Here's your chicken. Jiang Shiyuan collected the 2 points and put them in her pocket. Seeing one air catching up, she even waved her hand in greeting. I finished the quest. You're not hurt, right? One air didn't rush to catch up very fast and subconsciously gave her a friendly and curious smile. Don't worry, no injuries, little Jiang, so you're an expert. I underestimated you. Jiang Shiyuan gave an embarrassed smile. I'll go first. Then following the route, he continued to slide down. In the middle of the way, he also saw that the primary track next door was empty. It seemed that no one had gotten to this position yet. The starting point of the primary track. Fan Yutan's expression was extraordinarily serious, like she was solving a math problem left over from 1,000 years ago. In front of him was the snowman with a small head and a big belly, also scratched with clear smiling features. I don't know where to find the tree branch. When the snowman's hand. When you looked at his snowman and commented, the one you made doesn't look as good as the one I made. Afterward, he walked over and pretended to accidentally kick over Fan Yutan's snowman. Fan Yutan didn't spare him either, and gave his snowman a kick to flatten it. Netizens' spicy comments. While others are diligently competing, these two are makabaka? Snowman race? How can it not be considered a race? It seems that these two have given up the game. The first place is not unexpected. is the Manhwa Air Group. Both of them are strong. Jiang Shiyuan's skiing level, still leaving the other three far behind. It's hard not to win. Chapter 66, A Shot in the Dark. Jiang Shiyuan brought the two cats with him, keeping an eye on the form of the match. At first, he was able to recognize where Jiang Shiyuan was. When he saw the super dangerous movements, his breath stopped with him. At the back, only 4 small black dots could be seen. Boss, so powerful. He only knew that the boss liked to lie flat, but he didn't realize that he could also ski. It must have taken a lot of effort to get to this point today. The boss had worked so hard before, and now lying flat, he had the feeling of a master returning to his roots. It's hard to imagine a small body that explodes with so much energy. Wherever Jiang Shiyuan arrived, Jiang Shiyuan's heart followed. Little orange and little white, the two furry little heads, brushed to the left, to the right, and up again in unison, enjoying the best viewing position, as well as a warm and cozy little nest. After eating the skidan, Jiang Shiyuan reached the finish line unhindered. Having completed 4 tasks, he was first again, earning a total of 14 points. Director Su had been waiting at the finish line for a long time. His hands couldn't help but tremble. He was too excited. Little Jiang, you completed 3 aerial maneuvers and have 9 points. Congratulations on a total of 23 points. They won't arrive for a while, so you can rest here first. After saying that, a recliner appeared next to Jiang Shiyuan. Was she remembering wrong? Didn't this director call her Little Jiang before? After a match, these staff members seem to have become solicitous, taking the initiative to serve hot tea, as well as small desserts. Jiang Shiyuan was here and was actually able to comfortably lie down on a recliner, next to Director Su. His eyes were glowing and he was very enthusiastic. After tasting 2 cups of tea personally brewed by Director Su, Manhwa and the other 3 people arrived at the finish line one after another. Seeing this picture, no one was not dismayed. Realizing that he was last, Fan Yunshin didn't get frustrated but consoled himself. This score is already pretty good. Just, glancing at the points leaderboard summarized by the staff, he was in 4th place with a total of 9 points. In front of him was Jiang Shiyuan with 13 points and Manhwa with 16 points, and the first place was Jiang Shiyuan with 23 points. Fault crushed the crowd. It was almost 3 times as many as him. No comparison, no harm. Fan Yunshin hung his head in shame, not having the confident energy he had at the beginning of the competition. When he walked into the shot, he even accidentally tripped over something and fell on his ass. It was also this movement that made all the cameras favor him, broadcasting this embarrassing look of his all over the live broadcast room. Fan Yunshin's smiling face, camera big brother, I have a grudge against you, right? This time, completely lost face. However, knowing that the first place was the group of Manhwa and Jiang Shiyuan, he still gave a sincere applause. Woohoo! It's so awesome, Jiang Shiyuan, I'm your fan. While saying this, he also danced the subject 3. Jiang Shiyuan clearly heard the words, looked at Fan Yunshin, and instantly turned away his eyes. Top that face. This is letting himself go? This little man said the opposite, right? Wife, you are my fan. This is the exposure of the true face, not the slightest bit of posture. So look much smoother. Laughing to death, Ginger turns her head in disgust, pretending not to see. The staff can't hold back their laughter. The staff can't hold back their laughter. Bending over with laughter. Ha ha ha. Sure Wang, you did a great job. Yang Xie took off her ski suit and couldn't wait to find the program to watch the recording of Jiang Shiyuan's wonderful moves. After watching the drone filming in its entirety, her eyes lit up and she looked at Jiang Shiyuan as if she was carrying little stars in her eyes. She coughed twice and walked quietly to her side. That's great. If only I were as good as you. Even though this person was Manhwa's best friend, the Muchang mentality in her bones prevented her from feeling any antipathy towards Jiang Shiyuan. Receiving her expression of goodwill for the first time, Jiang Shiyuan humbly shook her head. Just a little bit la. Ha ha. Knowing that this was pretending to be a pig in a poke, but Yang Xie couldn't give birth to the slightest bit of revulsion, and also felt that the big brother was so modest. You know, she was a huge skiing fan. How could she not see the strength that Jiang Shiyuan had just embodied in that part of the race? Yang Xie followed Jiang Shiyuan without moving an inch. When Manhwa was annoyed and blocked her blazing line of sight. What the hell are you up to again? The eyes were very unkind, surveying with a familiarity like the various torture instruments used to judge prisoners in ancient times. Merciless and disdainful. Wow, it's going to be a fight so soon. The war of the century is about to start. Everyone take out their melons and get ready to get high. What the hell? This Manhwa is not afraid to have that problem. Right, you just politely come to say hello. She stress reaction so big? Manhwa is as unqualified as ever. Why did the program team hire this kind of person? Seeing Manhwa is annoying. This kind of unqualified person is still active in the entertainment circle. Is there no one left in the entertainment circle worthy of being the little princess of the capital? 666. I go. There are a lot of black powder. Really rely on the black powder have traffic. I am a passerby. Do not understand what you have a grudge. When one air from the start of the broadcast to now. Our cold face and did not do anything excessive to Jiang Shiyuan. You have so much hostility. Why? Paralyzed face. What's wrong with you guys? I'm furious. This is my wife's best friend. I still have a good feeling about her. Don't bring up the tempo of the black fans in the screen. There are black fans everywhere who like to bar. When one air didn't have so many black fans in the past, since she broke up with so-and-so, is it against the law to hit the name? I'm afraid of being mobbed by her fans. I think I can guess who it is. I seem to have guessed who it is. +1. Jiang Shiyuan smiled faintly. This time you have to be a good person. If you bully Wang, I don't mind snatching her away from you. Although saying this with a smile, a strong threat was heard from it. When one air was baffled. If she wasn't on a live broadcast, she really wanted to curse Jiang Shiyuan for 7 days and 7 nights. What nonsense are you talking about? With that, the two of them broke apart, turning their backs to each other. The corners of Jiang Shiyuan's mouth tugged, her brain buzzing. Why is it so much like a scene from a drama? But that was two men fighting over a woman. Just then, she generated deep thoughts. When Wan Air and Lin Xingyu had flirted, so it shouldn't be a lesbian, right? What about Jiang Shiyuan? But after that scene just now, it was very possible. Combined with the fact that when Wan Air often shared her daily routine with her, even if she didn't reply, it's really possible. On the way back, the heart that had been bottled up for a long time was still spoken. Wan Air, are you straight? She thought to herself that it was still more euphemistic to ask. When Wan Air was replying to the message, finding a good angle to keep the camera from capturing what was on her cell phone. In the entertainment industry, relationships are messy. Everyone knows it by heart. Watching a TV series, you can find two people talking about the same object. It's all a circle. Raising fish ambiguously. All very normal things. She was now bored, so she began to go from one to another back to the fish messages, and in the meantime pretended to be very knowledgeable to report. Chapter 67 Reason for Hating. When Wan Air raised her head sharply as an afterthought. What did you say? Only to see her good girlfriend, hiding far away. 3 black lines sprouted from the corner of her forehead. Little Jiang, although you're very good, I want sexual bliss. Jiang Shiyuan, who was sitting in the passenger side, tightened her fingers. Opening the car window, she blew the wind for air. Hair fluttered messily. This time, Jiang Shiyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heroes see the same thing. However, what was the definition of liking? She was more of a narcissist now, unable to wholeheartedly like only one person anymore. All types of men around the world that fit her aesthetic. She liked them all, and the ones that she liked were just friends. As for falling in love, you can talk about it once in a while when you're bored. Maybe many years later. She had never tasted marriage and was ready to experience it. Sign a prenuptial property agreement, get married to experience a month, and line up for a divorce cooling off period on the day of the wedding. Once the experience period is up, automatic divorce. It's okay to put together a marriage license stamp collection. And what's wrong with her? She just wants to give all the good men a home. But for now, Jiang Shiyuan didn't want to experience falling in love and getting married. Just want to enjoy ambiguity. As for not having children, with money, it's not hard at all to adopt a child. If you like children, adopting 9 won't be a problem. Other people's domineering CEOs even had 8 children and ran with the ball. She has the money and time, so she doesn't need to worry about bringing up children. But 9 did seem a bit much. By the time she wanted to adopt, she shouldn't be able to adopt so many. Now that you've adopted, give plenty of companionship. Too many children would be too much company, unless each child gets her a father to keep her company. When Kong Shirwan had nothing to do, she liked to think about the future like this. Anyway, whatever she dared to think about, she could basically do it. With a great future. Not to think, not to do. How can it be? Lifting her eyes, looking out the window. Not long ago was still snowy mountains, the roadside green more and more. From winter, a switch to spring and summer. Not cold and not hot. The 1,000-year-old castle of Hittendale, nestled in the middle of a forest with a huge blue swimming pool and manicured lawns. At the highest point of the old fort, a 1,000-year-old white rose vine has formed the shape of a sturdy stand, blooming with pure, flawless white roses. Below is a table with a great view, where you can sip while overlooking the entire old fort. The buildings of the old castle are extremely dated and characteristic of the Yar country. There were large trees growing luxuriantly all around. Jiang Shiyuan saw, for the first time, images from a foreign movie. Unexpectedly, the program group was so willing to spend a huge amount of money. The area contained in the 1,000-year-old castle even had horse and soccer fields. Jiang Shiyuan followed the others and said wow just as cooperatively. After the tour was complete, Director Seo was all smiles. The order of picking the rooms is by the ranking of the skiing competition. In that order, with little hesitation, Kang Suk-won picked the best one. No. 2. The largest in size. It was more luxurious than the hotel's presidential suite, with a bathtub with microbrew lighting. The room was even more impeccable its shortcomings. It was said to be the room where the queen, hundreds of years ago, resided. Fan Yutong, and when you ranked the furthest behind and could only go to the small outhouse where the servants lived. It's fine. Small problem. There was no half-hearted mood swing. Oh, it was the same as if he was going to hang himself every now and then. Kang Seok-won had watched a lot of variety-type web series some time ago. Thought someone would come out at this time to morally kidnap, or exchange rooms. I didn't expect everyone to be amicable, taking the keys corresponding to their numbers and immediately going back to their respective rooms. Since the night was a bonfire party, Xiaobai seemed to be a bit afraid of fire. So first, Xiaobai was sent back to his room. Host, I'm going to accompany Little White. Good. I can always call you in my head anyway. Yang Shiyu followed at some point, walking in, and making a show of it, as if she was awestruck, taking Jiang Shiyuan's hand. Sister, I'm alone in a strange environment. I'm so scared. Can I sleep with you one of these days? Jiang Shiyuan shook her head in a hurry. I think our relationship is a bit ambiguous. This was just getting to know each other. Even as a girl, she wasn't used to it. On the day with Lan Yenyu, it was because she was too tired to sleep. If it was normal, it wasn't too used to sleeping with someone else, especially a stranger like this. Yang Xia's entire body felt like it was frozen in gray ice, like it was about to break every now and then. This gets a new way of refusing. I think our relationship is a bit ambiguous. Ha 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 ha. Is that a high emotion speech? Learned. It made Yang Xia speechless in one go. So it's clear that this statement is really useful. Jiang Shiyuan suddenly remembered something. Why don't you tell me what happened between you and Wan Er that caused you two to look at each other now? If you answer seriously, I'll let you stay here. But no matter what, sleeping in one room was out of the question. It really wasn't something to get used to. At the mention of that woman, the smile on Yang Xia's face stiffened for a few moments. Good. That matter, she originally didn't care to say it to the fans. Since they were now in the same variety show, they couldn't see each other without raising their heads. Sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to hold it in one day and argue. At that time, what if there were still people saying that her persona had collapsed? Nowadays, the reason for hating when Wan Er was stated, it was also a good choice. It was also a good idea to live with Jiang Shiyuan, so that the relationship would gradually become better. And in the future, she could make a date to come out and ski, so that she could teach herself the skills. One arrow, two birds with one stone. Only, wait a while inevitably and when Wan Er, quarrel for a while. In fact, the old fans all know, I and Wan Er, was once the best friend, just debuted when, help each other, someone mentioned her name, will inevitably think of me. Of course, it's the same now, only in a different way. The corner of Yang Xia's mouth curled into a bitter smile. We were ski hitchhikers, the people who knew each other best. But after that incident, I realized that I was the one who thought wrong. I never really knew her. Kang Suk wished to be exuberant, but was too embarrassed to tell her to speak faster. Seeing that she had been waxing lyrical and patting, she simply sat down and got high on melon seeds, afraid of dirtying his hands. Chen Shuanbei also handed over 2 pieces of paper. Jiang Shiyuan waved his hand. Stoned melon seeds also take paper wrapped. That will lose the fun of stoned melon seeds. Chen Shuanbei also turned out a pair of transparent white gloves. I want to get high on melon seeds, elegant and ceremonial. Jiang Shiyuan, 6. All handed over. Better put it on. Chapter 68. Is it a misunderstanding? Getting high on 2 melons and taking off my gloves. It was a little bit in the way. At this time, Chen Shuanbei thought she was thirsty. I don't know where I ground fresh coffee powder and brewed a cup of warm coffee and handed it over. With a respectful attitude, he crossed his arms in front of him and lowered his head. Yang Xie, who was gushing next to her, paused. This figure, this appearance, this temperament, it was almost exactly like the butler in the drama. This assistant of yours is so sweet. I'm truly envious. Yang Shiyu took another look at her own assistant behind the camera. See, how attentive people are. The assistant pretended not to see it and looked down at her cell phone. After leisurely sipping her coffee and seeing Yang Shiyu didn't say anything else, Jiang Shiyuan glanced at Chen Shuanbei. With just a glance, Chen Shuanbei knew what she meant. Afterward, he immediately made another cup of coffee and walked forward. Hello. Yang Xie politely thanked her and sat across from Jiang Shiyuan. Actually, the question you just asked involves privacy, but since this question was asked by you, that's why I'm willing to answer it. If someone else asked, I would never be able to answer it. The more Kang Shiyuan heard, the more he felt that something was wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that she had just searched Yang Xie romance with her cell phone, she had really been misled by her. Aha, I know yeah, you're a good person. Yang Shiyu? What a greasy salt. Has this woman been killing fish in RTD for 100 years? She coughed twice and said with a straight face. Things have to start from an ordinary night a year ago. I had just announced my relationship at that time, and I saw it at the hotel at night, my best friend and boyfriend in a room. I was alone, and I quickly understood the cause and effect of the incident. On the spot dumped that scummy guy a dozen slaps, knocked him into the hospital, stayed for more than a month before being discharged. As for that friend, I dumped her and left her alone, and since then, there has been no contact. In one breath, he said the whole story clearly, without dragging his feet. Jiang Shiyuan heard the previous words, thought she was trying to stall for time just like herself. With a coaxing sound, something in someone's hand in front of them fell to the ground. The staff all looked at each other with their hands touching their mouths. Straight away, they exclaimed, "My goodness." Director Su couldn't help but cough, but didn't stop it. After all, bursting out this kind of big melon would definitely be on the hot search. It was estimated that as soon as this sentence came out, it was already on the hot search within a minute. Silently, he extended a thumbs up to Jiang Shiyuan. This question was asked well. At this moment, the topic about Wenwan Air and Yang Shiyu was on 3 hot searches in a row. #explode. Wenwan Air Yang Shiyu became the resident guest of the same variety show. Yang Shiyu tells the reason why she hates Wenwan Air. #shocking love triangle. Wenwan Air's mistress? Gong Yulin cheating on a scumbag? Heat post 1, how these two tear each other up every day. Tired of watching. Change 2 people. Heat post 2, the man is Gong Yulin. Paparazzi had photographed them shopping. This is the circle recognized scum. Heat post 3, Yang Xia really took great pains to make up such a long list of stories in order to slander my family Wanner. If you have the ability to post the photos. Otherwise it's all rumor mongering. Beware of the studio suing you. The reply at the bottom. Some fans are really the same as the main owner. They can't get on the stage. You guys still like Wenwan Air even though you know she's a mistress. You're not the same type of people, are you? The 2 fans are arguing again. For the 100th time this month. There's also the phrase about the show that made it to Hot 5. #bestie walking flowers is Superman. Meanwhile, all 6 of the show's live broadcasts exploded. The ones with the most heat were Jiang Shiyuan and Yang Xia's respective live rooms, where the number of people soared. Live streaming melon eating in real time. 99 plus. Jiang Shiyuan really doesn't know anything. How dare she open her mouth and ask this kind of question? She does ask questions. Wenwan Air hates not having this BFF now, right? Ha ha ha. If I remember correctly, the only boyfriend Yang Xia has ever made public is Gong Yulin. He was indeed hospitalized for a period of time. At that time, his studio said it was just a physical problem. He had an operation, but his fans were heartbroken. Gong Yulin. Circle playing with flowers. The list of top 10. Yang Xia dumped Gong Yulin a dozen slaps. Are nothing. It turns out that because you cannot leak this news, Gong Yulin had to put this breath held Wenwan Air is this kind of person. No wonder I felt so bad when I first saw her. When wish wife, do not play with this kind of person. Afraid that she teach you bad. This melon is really explosive. The novels do not dare to write so. Jiang Shiyuan put down her delicate cup and subconsciously looked at the camera. Everyone present was eating melon with wide eyes. This melon, she was just curious and casually asked. Unexpectedly, she got this big melon that exploded. Even though Yang Xia didn't say who that friend was, everyone guessed that it was Wenwan Air. Impossible. Wan Air isn't that kind of person. With Wenwan Air's condition, there was no need to steal her friend's boyfriend. There were plenty of people chasing her. When she said what Lin Xingyu had done, Wenwan Air directly defended her and scolded him and deleted her friends. It was simply nonsense. It must be a misunderstanding. Yang Xia seemed to know that she would answer like this with a knowing expression. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. Although I did take pictures of them sharing a room. It touches on privacy and can't be publicized. Everyone's melon-eating mouths opened even wider. They also asked Chen Xuanbei for melons and sat down one by one to get high. It would have been nice to have a watermelon at this time. Jiang Shiyuan could do nothing about it, but she believed in her friend. If Wenwan Air had really done this kind of thing, Xiao Orange would not let herself make friends with Wenwan Air. Wenwan Air wandered around for half a day and didn't see Xiao Zhang's figure. At the same time Yang Shiyu was also missing. There was an ominous premonition. After asking people along the way, she realized that she had gone back to her room to rest. The staff member who told her this message seemed to have something to say, looked down at his cell phone, and glanced at her again. The look made her uncomfortable. Then she picked up her phone and saw the hot search. Soon, it was clear what happened. With a black face, he very valiantly pushed the door open, letting it hit the wall heavily with a rebound. Wenwan Air swept a glance at Yang Shiyu and pulled a smile disdainfully. It's only been a short time since I wasn't there. And you're starting rumors about me again? This is the extent of your tactics. Chapter 69 Merit plus N. Those words confused everyone. A rumor? Just whose words were the truth? Only Jiang Shiyuan firmly looked at Wenwaner, waiting for her explanation. But Wenwaner, like she didn't have a mouth, snorted coldly and sat there sulking with her hands on her shoulders. Jiang Shiyuan didn't even want to recognize this friend anymore. No wonder the misunderstanding has been going on for so long. Without a long mouth, these two can act out an entire sadistic bully drama. Wan-air, I believe you wouldn't do something like that, but you need to talk to everyone to understand what happened at that time. The truth of the matter is only known to you. If you don't explain, everyone will misunderstand. To prevent adding fuel to the fire, trust was expressed first. When Wan-air's expression loosened, in the face of Xiao Zhang's advice, it was impossible for her to not listen to a single word even if she was angry. Things aren't at all like what Yang Xie said. It's just her subjective assumptions. It's not that I didn't explain at the time. She kept saying I don't listen, completely unable to listen, and even threw me a slap, being so distrustful of me, not even listening to words of explanation. She's the one who wants to break off the friendship, and also spread rumors about me everywhere, saying that I have a messy private life, multiple P's and whatnot. I've been putting up with her for a long time. Yang Shiyu couldn't maintain the emotions that came from her heart and angrily rebuked. You fart. A lone man and woman sharing a room. Can't it be that you're just discussing the script? What kind of gentle and good-tempered persona was left behind? This anger could not be endured a little. She hated Wan-air. In fact, she didn't have much affection for Gong Yulan. What she couldn't accept the most was that her self-professed best friend betrayed her at that time. She had 2 ribs and a knife in her back. To be precise, she broke her defense, being stabbed by Wenwaner so hard that she didn't even dare to fall in love or make friends back there. And Wenwaner, still safe and sound, engaged in ambiguity in the entertainment industry. Why? When Wan-air is fine with everything. She, however, gradually unable to make friends with people, from the simple and lovely before, turned into the current resentful woman like, a year ago, what was originally exposed to the sight was the real her. Now, her past self transformed into a showbiz persona, and she could only change her appearance to a bright and shiny one that was actually false, and continue to stay by her side. She only wanted to ask, on what basis? Just because when Wan-air was the little princess of the Beijing circle, could she do anything without repercussions? Doing that kind of thing? That's not a rumor. You're just that kind of dirty person. Occasionally, she would be nostalgic for the person she once was, but the truth was, after that incident, the current her couldn't change back. Unconsciously, a clear tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Immediately after that, it was more tears that quickly flowed down, yelling out the words, even though she didn't want to cry in front of the camera. Her body couldn't control it. Ruined. Everything was ruined by Wan-air. It was the first time everyone had seen Yang Shiyu lose control of her emotions like this, and the scene was terrifyingly silent. One could even hear the light footsteps in the corridor outside. Almost subconsciously, Jiang Shiyuan drew a few tissues and handed them to Yang Xie, but there was a hand holding a tissue that was also handed over at the same time. When Wan-air herself was dismayed, now that they had become enemies who looked at each other. They still couldn't see Yang Xie shedding tears. The body made an action before the brain. Her voice was smaller, and her tone was not as cold as before. I really just saw a woman enter Gong Yulan's room, and I wanted to help you catch the adulterer. After going in, I realized that the woman had disappeared, and soon after that you walked in, completely disregarding my explanation, and slapped me. Shouldn't I be the one who's angry? Shouldn't I be the one crying? You stubborn what gas. So distrustful of my character that I'm too lazy to explain too much. Yang Xie choked. Where's the evidence? After you left, I checked the surveillance and captured who that woman was, an unfamiliar woman in that kind of business. Even after being slapped by you for no reason, I still wanted to send the video to you. You deleted my friends, didn't listen to any of my words about me, asked someone to forward the video to you. You didn't seem to look at it either. When Wan-air told about this incident, feeling that her face still hurts now, his dad's, really no mercy Knowing that Yang Shiyu doesn't believe it, he even handed the video directly to her. Yang Xie with tears in her eyes. I saw it and watched it on the spot. After watching it, the emotions in her eyes were complicated. There is guilt, self-blame, and sadness and bewilderment. At once, the crying became even more fierce. When Wan-air patted her shoulder and helped her to clear her air. So what if the misunderstanding was lifted? She was always mustard. Once a good friend would unconditionally misunderstand her because of a man, so ruthless not to listen to a trace of explanation. Even if they became friends again, the rift was still there, and it wouldn't be the same as it was a year ago. She really couldn't figure it out. Why would a once best friend slap her and not listen to her explanation for the sake of a man? It was just a man. Was it worth it? What's even more ridiculous is that man is still only talking to Jiang Shiyuan for half a month. One of the few strokes in life. This is not the plot in the sadistic love text? The two actresses interpreted with reality. So dedicated. Oh, no matter what, the misunderstanding is finally solved. I announce that this is the grand finale. Ginger is a good person. It has to be my wife's appearance, or else this misunderstanding will probably take years to be solved. Without Jiang Shiyuan, it's a life of love. Without Jiang Shiyuan, the misunderstanding may remain like this for the rest of my life. Good man +1. Good man merit +2. Kong Shiyuan. The insiders were surrounded by a fog, each with their own perspective and idea stance. And she, as an outsider, saw it clearly. Yang Xie couldn't accept her good friend betraying her, didn't dare to face it directly, and kept escaping. Now, it was even more important to take time to accept the message of misunderstanding for so long. When one heir is very mindful of her friend doubting herself because of a man having made up, she also felt that Jiang Shiyuan would still suspect her in the future because of something, for no reason at all. Neither of them seemed to be able to go back to the old days. However, time was a good thing. Slowly getting along, the damage that this matter had caused to both parties would gradually fade away. It takes time to get along to maintain trust again. Kang Xiaoquan was sincerely happy for them. More importantly, for the rest of the journey, there would be no saber rattling and bickering. The trouble was solved. It's just a pity that Jiang Shiyuan won't be able to drink her coffee with 7 spoons of salt. Next, when one heir tried to chat with Jiang Shiyuan to familiarize herself, however, she couldn't find a topic. Looking at each other without words, it no longer seemed like the old days when there were always endless words. In the end, Yang Xie went back to her room to live. Jiang Shiyuan is lying comfortably in a large position. Hiya, can't watch that sad scene. She took Little Orange and Little White behind her and went out to wander around the old castle. A relaxing moment before bed. Watching a live broadcast. Casually watched the passerby girl group male group dancing live. The beauty of the handsome men like clouds. The dynamic dance is quite magical and energizing. I don't think there are any highlights, but I can't help but watch it for a while. Slide down. The system automatically recommended. She followed the person's live room. Chapter 70. Nothing to do with her. Lan Yenyu was still playing the peak match as usual. It was now past 11 p.m. on home time. Jiang Shiyuan looked at the clock on the wall. It was only after 5. It was still bright outside, and when she heard the people from the program chatting, she had said that it didn't get dark until 9 o'clock over here, but she was already sleepy. Sleepy enough to only have the strength to watch the live feeds and videos. Today's schedule was considered busier for her previous day. Little Orange was on all fours, rolling her belly to sleep. Host, aren't you forgetting that it gets dark at 9 o'clock and the bonfire starts? I don't want to be jet-lagged and stay up for another 3 hours at most. Although by taking the chi replenishing pill, she could stay up all night, but she didn't want to. Account number 777-7777 shines. The originally calm pop-up screen suddenly became active because of this special effect. It blew up quite a few viewers who were watching the live broadcast for their next meal. Good evening, Little Sister 7. Did you have a late night snack? I haven't seen Little Sister 7 for a few days. What is Little Sister 7 busy with? Has my brother Blue come out of the cold again? Brother Blue has finally been turned over. I'm happy again. Seeing the word midnight snack, Jiang Shiyuan was indeed a bit hungry. She had just eaten dinner, which was a local delicacy such as ours salad. She couldn't eat it. It was as tasteless as chewing vegetable leaves. Eating dish after dish of fresh blueberries. Barely ate a popped pork chop. That cheese fondue. Didn't touch it for a second. She didn't like this super sweet food. It was all blah 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 sauce, with so many delicacies in our. I don't know why the program group prepared so much sweetness. A few bites and I'm sick of it. Hiya, Jiang Shiyuan, Xiao Chen. Go buy dinner for me. Nothing sweet. Chen Xuanbei, Roger. Recently, there are a lot of things to do. It is really busy. Jiang Shiyuan eats some fruit first. Lan Yenyu just happened to end the round. The peak match can only be played from 12 noon to 12 at night. At this point in time, there was still time to start one last peak match today. However, he clicked into his game's homepage, revealing an all-conquering record. It was as if he was begging for a quip, pretending to be very careless. He saw Jiang Shiyuan's comment. Xiao Qi, long time no see, can we double row together? My net is a bit poor. It's fine. I'm here. I can win. My teammates definitely won't blame you. This sentence could make the pop-up people laugh to death. Teammate, you're noble, you're marvelous, you're awesome. Teammate, 6. Brother Blue, I can bring down 4 people by myself. How come I can't answer in place of my teammates? Brother Blue snickering. As I wish. Finally cannot let MVP music. He. What's wrong with Little Miss 7 dropping out? Even if Little Miss 7 plays the game with her feet, she can still win. Contemporary netizens are really talented. I'll be your netizen in my next life. Jiang Shiyuan took out her cell phone for playing games. Good. It's been a while since I've played. Let's have a good time. The familiar double row started again, deliberately facing the camera in the room, not letting the camera capture the game screen in the cell phone. Put on the headphones. With Blue Yinyu in the room, the gaming experience was excellent. Occasionally, because of an accidental rubbing a wave of Soldier's line, then someone opened the spray, chattering and getting an inch. Blue Yinyu was also very forceful, turning off the mic in the live broadcast room, warmly reminding Sister Shaoqi turn off the earpiece. Only when Jiang Shiyuan turned off the earpiece did he begin to show his amazing fighting strength. He directly disliked the man to the point of autism, unable to say anything. He had thought that this peak top 10 person had nothing to do with the middle. He didn't realize that he was double rowed together, and his relationship was not ordinary. In a fit of anger, he went to send heads on purpose. Jiang Shiyuan didn't say a word the whole time, and she didn't need to take care of this person. Just play your own game at ease. Inadvertently rubbed that wave of soldiers. Not much money. It wasn't as much as this person's economy from eating Blue Yinyu's wild. What's more, she was in a situation where she was helping him on this path and also took a blood. Blue Yinyu had a lot of super god actions, even with the voice output. In the end, this game 4v6 still easily won the victory. Blue Yinyu took the fly by strength. Jiang Shiyuan gave him a nod of approval. When he returned to his room, he saw the message he sent. Blue Yinyu, can I tie a couple tag? Blue Yinyu, it's just for the game. Jiang Shiyuan, good. Tie a game couple label for fun. But before that, she first tapped into the system and set her homepage battle record and relationship to private. After binding the couple tag, Lan Yinyu used the props that could raise the intimacy. Their couple level rose to level 2. Blue Yinyu, I still have a lot of props, but the gift limit is up. Lan Yinyu, I can't believe I can only use this little bit of props for one person every day. Jiang Shiyuan, I can't believe you just realized that. Ha ha. The audience in the live broadcast room once again laughed heartily. Many people commented evilly. Dead straight girl, 99 plus. I didn't expect it, but Blue met someone even more straight than himself. Entering the next game. During the hero selection session, Lan Yinyu sent a dozen or so cute emoticons of love it in a row. Jiang Shiyuan saw it and didn't bother responding. Jerking the cat. It was still Little White that was sticky. She was playing a game, and it gently sticked and was next to her. Meow lingering and sweet. Orange came along for the ride, jumping over rudely, accidentally stepping on Kahaku's leg. Meow. The clip sound from earlier disappeared in an instant. Dropping his ears, he huffed at Little Orange. Turning back again, he looked at Kong Shiyuan. For the first time, Kong Shiyuan saw an embarrassed expression on the cat's face. Ha ha ha. 2 hours later, Kong Shiyuan didn't want to play the game for the time being, chatting in the live broadcast room, swiping some gifts in the meantime. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Dreamcastle X1. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door rang out slowly. The staff member's voice was not too loud or too small as he reminded. Sure Wang, the bonfire party still has half an hour left to start. Kong Shiyuan opened the door and nodded. I'll be right there. It wasn't still half an hour. Lay down in the room for a bit longer. Account number 777-7777 rewarded Dreamcastle X43. I'm busy with something. I'll come back to see you when I have time. After sending out this pop-up, Jiang Shiyuan didn't even wait for a reply before switching to the next live room. Lan Yinyu just opened her eyes and watched her leave. Words didn't even come out in time. Little Sister 7 is as usual like the wind. Little Sister 7 was quite idle a while ago. What exactly are you busy with these days? Curious +1. Poor brother Blue. He's been knocked out cold again. Slide to the next live broadcast. Surprisingly, he is live broadcasting himself. This live broadcast number. The name is The BFF Who Walks the Flower Road is Superman Jiang Shiyuan. Live broadcasting in real time for a day. This number already had almost 100,000 followers. Sure enough, the flow of variety arts was still greater. Her own number only had 300,000 fans in half a month. Is the wife playing a game? What game? Ooh, I want to play too. Why doesn't my wife have a number? Quickly open a number. Otherwise I really want to commit harakiri. Why can't she see our comments? There's a sense of powerlessness across the screen. Think boldly, in case she's in this live room. Jiang Shiyuan is still playing here. Yang Xie, when Wan Er and Gong Yulin are tearing each other apart in WB. I just came from WB. The battle of the century is just like this. He, it's so exciting. Jiang Shiyuan, I'm a good person. It's none of my business. This game is really fun. Jiang Shiyuan raised his eyes and glanced at the camera. Inexplicably vain. Her psychology was really guessed. The love triangle thing has nothing to do with her. Chapter 71 Bonfire Party. Chen Xuanbei stomped at wind turbine-like speed to deliver the dinner. if you don't eat very sweet food. The specialties of the R country are actually quite delicious. Jiang Shiyuan first filled his stomach, then stepped on the spot and came inside the hall of the old castle. On all four walls, hanging were animal heads with a sense of age. There were also introductions at the bottom, and some of them had been preserved for thousands of years. When they were alive, Zhu Yuan Jiang was still picking up garbage. When Qin Shi Huang saw them, he had to shout senior. Jiang Shiyuan casually took 2 pictures. At the door, he met the other guests who had a delicate atmosphere. The bonfire was already up. When people arrived, Director Su didn't take a script this time and said casually, "For today's bonfire, everyone will sing and dance together, with the 6 guests at the front and the staff at the back, except for the camera teacher. Starting tomorrow, the tour in the R country will be free for each of your groups to play wherever they want to go, and you can also discuss touring together. There will no longer be missions or competitions, and the money for purchasing things will be at your own expense. The program will not limit your shopping." That's good. Kong Shi was relieved. She was afraid of restricting spending money. That would affect the tour experience. Even though she had already entered the official content of the program, when Wan Er was still frantically outputting on her phone, Yang Xie was the same. Jiang Shiyuan, a big feast. This melon is fidelity and enough. The followers can all see it with their own eyes. Sweeping over with a glance, quite a few staff members were also holding their cell phones and eating melons. The expressions on their faces are all tireless, hungry and thirsty, studying hard, searching for the root of the problem, and scrutinizing the words. 99% of the world's people, reading is not so serious. Soaring freely in the melon field, even Jiang Shiyuan's interest was aroused. Take a look at the battle. Gong Yulin, you guys open your mouth and start rumors. Some people do not autonomously substitute me. All have nothing to do with me. I and Yang Xie was a peaceful breakup in the beginning. Yang Xie directly not spoiled. Sent a dynamic. With the picture is the middle finger. Someone's mouth is the hardest in the whole body. No finger long, don't be so hard. Some things are most clear in their own heart. When Wayner also broke the record and sent a dynamic. The last dynamic was half a year ago. Video and photos are available. Into the fan group can be shared. Just my own beautiful photo. Some people do not think nonsense. Gong Yulin directly did not squeak. Some people point out that he opened a small number to go to the Wan Air fan group, scolding to go 1-on-2, being crushed at all times. Jiang Shiyuan, cool. It was the first time Kong Shi had witnessed such a huge fire. It burned brightly in something that resembled a holy grail. The melodious Free and Pleasant our hit song echoed in this large square. Jiang Shiyuan was holding one Wayner in his left hand and Yang Xie in his right hand. Never played before, but soon the movement of dancing while spinning in circles was no longer rusty. It was kind of fun. This atmosphere, overflowing with warmth and recklessness, made people feel cozy and cheerful. At this moment, no matter whether it's a star, a vegetarian, or a staff member, it's as if they are all a family, having a good time. The smiles emitted when immersed in it are the most innocent. So far, this travel program is good. It doesn't deliberately make things difficult for the guests. There's no competition, no contests, and no need to travel poorly without suffering. This program, I'm in. In here, only Jiang Jiang is smiling the most happily. All the other guests are suppressing their nature and maintaining their personas. Beauty is beauty. Grinning like that. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. Grinning like that. I think it's very sunny. Exuding her unique charm. Wife's face is perfect no matter what. Which angle? Laughing to death. How in Wan Er and Yang Shi look like parents who are forced to accompany their children to play. That helpless expression. These two still want to continue spraying each other with Gong Yulin, wanting to leave overflowing on the surface. South City. Rose Manor. After having a hard time putting Lao Deng to sleep, Siama removed the jewelry from her hands and put it into the jewelry box, rubbing the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. These days, she had deliberately paid attention to the TV dramas that contemporary young people watched. There was nothing to be found. The favor can't be unpaid. This is the rule of the clan. The next second, dialed a number. It was quickly connected. Hello, old madam, Mr. Xia is busy. May I ask what you want? Xia's mom sent over the photo of the girl from that day. The old man owes this girl a favor. Have boss Xia look up her information. Saying so, she turned on the TV again. It was also this glance that made her immediately sit up straight. The BFF who went flowery was Superman? This newly released variety show, the cover that advertised it, had someone who looked a lot like that girl. Check again. The BFF who walks the flower road is Kong Shi from Superman. The secretary over there choked. That's variety name. Finally, it simply hung up. Xia's mom clicked into the live stream of this variety show. Jiang Shiyuan fell to face the camera with a smile. She then clapped her hands together. Jiang Shiyuan was definitely that girl. She couldn't be mistaken. The other side. The top floor of a high-rise building. The whole floor is pitch black. In the corner, there were some vague noises, clang several times, as if it was the sound of a bottle breaking. Instantly, the office echoed with the ringing of the phone. The man in the darkness forced himself up and staggered over. It was such a short distance that it hit 4 unknown obstacles. Yes? Drunk with a few moments of confusion, one word at a time, he opened his lips, his voice as cool as seeping ice water. The secretary downstairs gave a full account of the matter with the fastest speed of speech and expression. Xiao Lao owes a favor. The old lady entrusted you to look for that girl. The photo has been sent to you. The girl is suspected of walking the flower road. Snapped. The man hung up the phone without hesitation. Continue like a puppy dog, step by step back to that corner, dispelling sadness like, drink a bottle, then vent emotions like breaking the bottle. In a daze, pulled out the cell phone. The young girl on the screen has a delicate and small face. Her eyes are bright like stars. Her beauty is like a flame in the deepest part of the darkness, like an out-of-this-world fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. The smile that hooked up at the corner of her mouth was as bright as a spring flower and as bright as an autumn moon. He looked like this, seemingly sobering up a bit, but unable to return to his senses for a long time. Chapter 72, Kyushu Casino. On the first night in R. Khan sure wish slept comfortably, probably due to jet lag. It was a dreamless night, and when she opened her eyes, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning our country time. Torn internally for a second, he touched his cell phone from the nightstand. Struggling to open his left eye, he saw a message from Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan, our country 6 days travel guide PPT. Opened and took a look. There were pictures and historical knowledge introduction. Instantly closed the phone and fell asleep in seconds. By 9 o'clock or so, I was woken up by the sound of birds chirping outside. Bright sunlight shone through the white curtains that fluttered in the wind, reflecting on the ancient floor that was already 1,000 years old. Jiang Shiyuan was sitting on the edge of the bed with sleepy eyes and messy hair. Pure vegan face was also beautiful and fresh, with clean and delicate features. I wouldn't be born with a cow and horse saint body, right? I was so tired yesterday. I can't actually sleep this early in the morning. Little Orange, who climbed up early to dry his meal, shook his small furry tail, which seemed to mean the same thing as a human shaking his index finger. No. Host, more than 9 o'clock is not early. I 5 o'clock on the balcony with Small White to see the sunrise. Excellent location to see the sunrise. I also saw the sunshine of the Gold Mountain. I don't know if Xiaobai sensed something. The second before the small head buried in the cat food dry rice suddenly jumped to Jiang Shiyuan in front of her, rubbed her calf. The touch was soft. Jiang Shiyuan picked up Little White, combed its fur with a small comb, and in the meantime stroked its round little belly. Xiaobai saw a nice view today. His appetite is very good. Mom went to play paragliding in the afternoon. You can see a wider view. Go or not. The words have not finished. Just now also very good behavior of the small white body moved. Began to struggle. With the escape like jumped down. Did not stand still, also swayed left and right 2 times. Little Orange hurriedly came over. And Little White stick. Host, too high. White will have a stress reaction. If the host bought the pilot plane Dan, often fly the plane in the future to take Xiaobai to go shopping. Maybe so it will gradually adapt. Oh, still you are thoughtful. Khan sure wished to check them all and found that the pilot plane Dan required 15 points. There were 2 considerations. Deciding not to purchase this prop for now. First, she only had 15 points left. Second, the stress reaction needed a little bit of adaptation and could not be solved at once. Little Orange, I want to accompany Xiaobai. I can accompany you with my mind. The words were rough. Little Orange could indeed accompany her in her mind with her thoughts. At the mention of paragliding, Jiang Shiyuan got motivated. Arriving at the first floor dining room, Jiang Shiyuan had already made breakfast by hand. Jiang Shiyuan came down just in time to eat it hot, without Jiang Shiyuan having to heat it up again. Little Jiang, you got up so late? When Wan Er was dressed in sportswear, her hair was tied up concisely, and she only applied a veil cream. With a line of staff, she walked in. She had sunscreen in her hand and started applying it as soon as she sat down. I went for a run for more than an hour in the morning, and I just experienced a local's breakfast outside. Khan Shiyuan filled her stomach and took a slow sip of milk. The unhurried look, like he came here to retire. Uncontested, not caring about anything. It's 10 o'clock. It's still early. A beautiful day has just begun. Jiang Shiyuan quickly handed over a handkerchief. Jiang Shiyuan naturally took it and wiped the corners of her mouth that had food stains. Wan Er, where are you planning to go and play here? Since they met, they asked in passing. When Wan Er suddenly felt that Sister Chi's advice to little John was quite good. This male assistant, indeed, was not bad, and the circle of friends should be clean as well. Yesterday, seeing that you ate a lot of blueberries for dinner, and since you like blueberries so much, I agreed with Fan Yutong's group to go to the forest to pick wild fruits and mushrooms, and there are patches of wild blueberries in the forest here. Considering the sun is too high, I think you can just rest here. I'll come back after picking. Wash it and send it to your room. There wasn't much point in buying them. Picking them herself was meaningful and rewarding. Moreover, she hadn't gone to do something like going to the forest to pick. Big Sun. Jiang Shiyuan was afraid of being tired and hot. She didn't want to use up too much energy today, or else she would wake up tomorrow all sore. In that case, then I wish you all the best, and I'll return some gifts to you at night. When Wan was about to leave when she heard this and hurriedly refused. Why are you so polite with me? Just treat me as your mom. Don't say such things. Tai. There were always unruly people who wanted to be her mom. Jiang Shiyuan joked. Then I can call you. When Wan took several steps back and waved her hand frantically. Don't. I'm just being metaphorical. Helplessly, she wiped the sweat from the corner of her forehead. It was as if she could already see the hot search title. Hashtag when Wan actually has a daughter. Hashtag when Wan takes her daughter on a travel show. Hashtag when Wan's daughter. Jiang Shiyuan. Of course, these hot searches were all made up in her head. When Wan left with an awkward smile, the viewers in the live broadcast room were sour when they saw this loving scene. Ha, I see that you like to eat blueberries. Specially went to pick them for you. The yin and yang upstairs makes me feel like she's swearing. Is when Wan changing her persona? So cold to others, so warm to this person. Come on, this is her best friend. If she's not nice to her best friend, why would she be nice to a stranger like you? When Wan is a different person when she meets Jiang Shiyuan. Look, she was smiling with Jiang Shiyuan a moment ago, but now she's indifferent to Fan Yutong and the others. She's expressionless. What's going on? Why is she still treating people differently? I can only see that when Wan and Jiang Shiyuan have a good relationship and can joke around freely. WB's hot search updated in real time. Hashtag when Wan's persona is collapsing. Is she unable to act anymore? The dynamics under this hashtag triggered a battle between fans and blacks. Mutual spraying cultivation field. Hashtag Conquer Wan who is the post with the highest number of likes so far. There is the following known information. 1. Female. 2. Young and stunning. 3. Student. 4. When Wan BFF. 5. Has a very sweet male assistant. 6. Browser check no such person. Hot take, you do know how to talk crap. Hashtag bestie love. Post 1. I called my husband. Go buy me a bottle of soy sauce. Can't even call him. Post 2. When Wan is so spoiled. I'm going to change my name to Jiang Shiyuan. So, am I getting closer to my idol? Post 3. Identification is complete. This can't be sprayed. It's a real bosom friend love. Lin's mansion courtyard. Lin Xingyu paced back and forth in the garden. Anxious. It was hard to wait for Lin Yuanquan and eagerly came up. Dad, what should I do? I saw Lin Yan at the Kyushu casino. He was accompanied by bodyguards and I heard that he won tens of millions of dollars back then. Didn't you say that when you kicked him out? You searched his entire body clean and there wasn't a single penny? And with our family's connections, it's reasonable to say that people who are friends with us wouldn't be able to shut him down. Chapter 73, Playing Paragliding. The further he spoke, the more frightened and dazed Lin Xingyu's expression became. When he was at an impasse, he was caught off guard and retrieved by his biological parents. The moment he knew that his birth parents were multimillionaires, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't happy, but they had also adopted a boy before and raised him carefully from a young age. He knew nothing but live streaming, so he definitely couldn't compare to Lin Yan. If Lin Yan hadn't gotten into a car accident, his real parents wouldn't have kicked Lin Yan out and gotten him back. He was just terrified that Lin Yan would rise again and come to steal his position as the young master of the Lin family. Multi-millionaire? That was just counting the money alone. The family had accumulated for generations, and already had very local real estate, and also had dealings with family businesses in various industries, and had very wide connections. If it was not for Lin Yuanquan's gambling when he was young and lost all of his previous billions, their family's popularity would only be more prosperous. Lin Yuanquan smiled coldly and touched his beer belly. Just a sinner. Not enough to worry you. Now you just need to learn how to manage the Lin clan. Lin Xingyu was only slightly happier when he saw that Lin Yuanquan didn't care about Lin Yan. He was still thinking poorly, but he won tens of millions of dollars at once, and our family fortune is only a few tens of millions. Lin Yuanquan gave him a displeased look. His own son's current eyesight was still too small. You think our family has only accumulated this much after so many years? Ha! Basically every city has a high-rise built by our family. It's just that I haven't gone to sell the houses. I've arranged for my men to collect rents all these years. The houses in the capital city alone can be sold for at least $600 million. Strength is the second most important thing. Connections are the first. So many of our family's lineage. When you have your birthday party, I'll take you to recognize them one by one. Lin Xingyu half understood. At this time, Nya Meiyu carried many shopping bags and came back. Baby son, this is what mom went out today to buy for you. I owe you for so many years. Lin Xingyu's eyes glowed as soon as he saw these name brands. Thanks mom. you're so good to me. Whatever, it's just fine if it lets him show off. Returning to his room, the first thing he did was to match the newly purchased ones, all adorned on his body, and open the live broadcast. These days, Jiang Shiyuan wasn't very active on the internet, and those water armies of hers didn't come to yin and yang him much. Relying on showing off his wealth, he has increased the number of fans again. The profile of the homepage has changed. The homepage introduction and the title of the live room is a rich second generation. Don't brush the gift. Half a month of suffering, half a month of being sprayed. Enduring humiliation for so long, that thing finally faded on the network. Lin Xingyu also took another cell phone and watched other people's live broadcasts to brush gifts. Really rich second generation. Ah, brother, look at me. Can you ask brother what kind of girls he likes? /shy. Return the private message. Handsome. 6. This guy looks familiar. Lin Xingyu picked 3 as administrators and banned such people who had the desire to mention Kong Shiwei. Since Jiang Shiyuan from The Girlfriend Who Walks the Flower Road as Superman had endorsed the short video platform, the program was not only hot in WB, but also in short videos. The platform gave a lot of traffic to the program's livestream. Soon, Lin Xingyu swiped to one of the live rooms. In the green forest, when Wan Er used a tool for picking blueberries, tugging one after another, that eyes full of seriousness, and soon filled the small pot. This familiar face, wasn't it the woman who had inexplicably scolded him a while ago? Lin Xingyu was instantly furious. This person has bad character. Looking at the pop-up screen again, learned about the process of when Wan Er and Yang Shiyuan making up yesterday, and so on. Jiang Shiyuan? Was it the Jiang Shiyuan he knew? That Jiang Shiyuan's looks I like so much, and her person is as light as a chrysanthemum. She's so pretty. She joined that variety show because she wants to enter the entertainment industry, right? Seeing the word pretty, Lin Xingyu instantly excluded Jiang Shiyuan. How could that be? He had seen Jiang Shiyuan's recent photos, clearly so ugly and skinny as a skeleton. If 2 years ago, describing Jiang Shiyuan in this way, he still thought there was a 10% chance. But, Lin Xingyu was still curious and clicked into Jiang Shiyuan's live broadcasting room. The young girl in the picture was lying on a lounge chair on the balcony, her right leg resting on her left leg, not caring about her image. Next to her was her country's specialty food, as well as some fruits. From here you can see the Jungfrau in the distance, and the higher snow-capped mountains behind. The camera switched to the viewpoint of Kong Shiyuan's position, which also overlooked the entire view of the old castle, like an old walled city with evenly distributed towns. Here, it was as if it was a paradise, isolated from the world, without any worries or stress. Lin Xingyu's first reaction was envy and jealousy. After seeing Jiang Shiyuan's appearance, he felt a hint of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere. Yet, he immediately denied it. If he had seen this kind of beauty before, he would definitely have a deep impression, and he would 100% chase her for a long time. It's actually when Wan Er's BFF. Lin Xingyu didn't hold back his foul mouth. With when Wan Er around, this Jiang Shiyuan, wouldn't he not be able to talk about it? So what if it's the same name as that woman? Grow like this and do whatever he doesn't mind, as long as don't green him. After all, only he green others. Lin Xingyu's interest in Jiang Shiyuan rose very strongly. With curiosity, the whole day is to watch Jiang Shiyuan's live broadcast. When Lin Yuanquan saw him like this, his back teeth were about to be clenched. This biological son had really inherited him and was uneducated. You're not going to the company? You don't want the position of general manager? Ah, management knowledge you haven't learned yet. The teacher I arranged for you also drove him away. Lin Xingyu hugged his cell phone. Since he wasn't worried about Lin Yan as a threat, he didn't bother pretending. Sooner or later, Lin's will be mine anyway, leaving me plenty of time. Lin Yuanquan. He thought the same thing when he was younger. His son had just returned, so he shouldn't push too hard. Maybe in a little while, his son would pull himself together. Lin Yuanquan took a deep breath and recited this in his heart 500 times. Finally comforting himself, the lunch break was over. Kang Suk wished to dress up and on the way to First Mountain, he encountered the program's car. Stopping and realizing it was when Wainer and the girls. I'm going paragliding. Wan Er, you guys just got back? When Wainer was so tired that she fell asleep in the car and immediately came alive when she heard this. I've played paragliding. Why don't we go skydiving together? Jiang Shiyuan barely hesitated and directly refused. The timidity in her bones. She was already challenging herself by being able to play paragliding. On the way, she couldn't control her legs and kept shaking. Forget it. I'll play paragliding next time. When Wan Er could see her withdrawal and didn't ask anymore. Let's go play skydiving then. Turning around, she realized that Fan Yutong had gotten off the bus long ago. Wan Er, I'll join Shi Wang. You jump all the way. Fan Yunshan had long gotten into Jiang Shiyuan's car and sat next to her. Helplessly, he waved his hand. Sister Wan is sorry. I'm timid. I'm so scared when I hear about skydiving. 1 Air. What about the camaraderie we just had when we went to the forest together to play wild? Chapter 74 galloped around. When 1 Air stuck her head out of the window and reluctantly watched them leave. Humph. 3 cowards. With a bit of haughty gambling, turning her head to face the camera, she immediately chilled her face, as if the one who was huffing and puffing just now wasn't her. Even the camera teacher made the camera dodge, thinking that she had messed with this little princess of the Beijing circle. I do understand. The persona is used to collapse. High cool goddess. Explosively changed into a jealous hot girl. Is this program a metamorphosis program? 1 Air is so pathetic. Going skydiving alone. Woo woo woo. Skydiving is so scary. She has the courage to jump. I don't even have the guts to watch. Parachute jumping also has the possibility of accidents. Why does she feel not afraid at all? I envy this kind of boldness. Sure one. Have you ever played paragliding before? I've played in Country H. Fan Yunshin asked familiarly. The tone was too intimate, as if the two were close friends. Jiang Shiyuan's brain went blank and shook her head. In her mind, she was replaying the paragliding video she had watched before she left. Even though she knew that her life wouldn't be in danger and there wouldn't be an accident, it was a lie to say that one was not afraid, especially as the altitude got higher. This feeling grew stronger. When he got into the coach's car, the coach was talking all the time in her language. Jiang Shiyuan was glad that she couldn't understand. It was just too noisy with Fan Yunshin beside her. Cluelessly, she arrived at the oversized hillside with her feet on the soft grass. The trainer assigned to her was called John, and after a few words, he began to set the equipment on her. Jiang Shiyuan nodded obediently. Looking at the snowy white Alps in front of her, she took a deep breath. Next to her, Fan Yunmuo hung back, very excited. Sis, why are you kneeling on the ground? Shouldn't your legs be weak? Ha 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 ha. Facing this yawning younger brother, Fan Yutong still couldn't stand up and her hands were numb with it. The usual appearance of sanity, now kneeling on the ground crumbling and regretting. Why can't I think about it? And parachute jumping to make a comparison. I was actually think paragliding is okay. Obviously the two are just as scary. I can't. No, I don't play. But come are here. Fan Yutong brain buzzing. Solely, a bite of teeth. Helped up by the coach, tightly closed her eyes to keep herself from looking down. Imagine that she was at home, standing comfortably, but her legs could never control the numbness. This scene can make the audience laugh. In the future, I won't call Fan sister. Let Xiao Shun be the brother. Ha ha ha. Fan Yunshin is so beaten up. Be careful of your sister chasing after you when she slows down later. Shiyuan is motionless. Can't tell what mood she's in. Boing boing. This is not a wife. It's clearly a husband. Too valiant, not afraid at all. Little Jiang, you're still modest. You should have gone skydiving with 1 Air. Real-time report. 1 Air is already on the helicopter. I'll go. Skydiving is more ornamental. I'll go and take a look. Although skydiving is the most exciting, I still only want to see Xiao Jiang. Everyone thought that Jiang Shiyuan was not afraid at all and was very calm. Jiang Shiyuan herself was so nervous that her palms were sweating. When the coach lifted the paraglider up and set to charge forward, her inner OS, big brother, I really do not have the strength to run. But the body does not listen to the call. Subconsciously run down the hillside. The coach's heart snapped, did not react, and almost fell. But he has many years of experience, and quickly followed the footsteps and took off smoothly. At 2,000 meters in midair, Jiang Shiyuan, the wind whistled, and one mouth filled with a large breath. Opening his eyes to the scenery, he almost fainted. So what if the scenery was spectacular? In this situation, it was really impossible to appreciate it. Soon, Jiang Shiyuan adapted a little and started to look at the city buildings, the blue sea, and the mountains. Getting closer and closer to the ground, the buildings got a little bit bigger. The coach said a lot of things during the time. Although she couldn't understand, Orange kept translating for her in her head. We are about to reach the landing point. Please place your legs. She could only make simple responses, nodding her head or making the OK sign. Getting closer and closer to the lawn of the landing point, the subconscious crash anticipation in her head turned into braking at the lawn for some distance and eventually stabilizing safely. Kongsher wished to sit on the ground. Just let the staff to unlock the equipment. The image of flying in the sky was like a walk in the park. Suddenly felt that time went by so fast. At this time, Chen Shuanbei ran over in a very timely manner, holding her up and taking out another bottle of milk and washed fruits. 10 minutes ago, the landing point. Chen Shuanbei looked into the sky and kept an eye on the movements. At the same time, in his mind, he was calculating the process after Jiang Shiyuan came down. Landing must be tiring. Bring some food to give her a reprieve. Then there was the interview with the program team. She would have to be notified at this stage. On the way home, when it's dinner time, ask the boss ahead of time what she wants to eat for dinner. Go and purchase dinner for the boss, who may be washing up at this time. and wait at the door for a few moments before placing the dinner neatly on the table, to check both cats' litter boxes, and the surrounding area, to make sure no cat poop has been left outside, and subsequently clean out the litter boxes, refill the cat bowls with cat food, keep the can of fish for the cat's nightly snack on top of the counter so that the owner can see it immediately when he needs it, inform the boss of the next day's travel plans, in advance. The boss may be hungry at night, don't go to sleep, wait first, squint a bit if you are too sleepy and put your cell phone to your ear. Envisioning it step by step like this, Jiang Shiyuan appeared within the line of sight. There was a touch of panic on that declining face, and the usually rosy lips were white. Jiang Shiyuan immediately took out 2 tissues in his bag and rushed to his side as fast as he could, slowly helping her up. The moment he raised his hand, he was ready to wipe the sweat from the corner of Jiang Shiyuan's forehead. Normally, when Jiang Shiyuan ate spicy food and was so spicy that she grimaced, he was the first one to hand over milk, and by the way, he anxiously helped wipe the sweat. But now, after inclining his head to look at the camera, he placed the paper towel on Jiang Shiyuan's hand along with the milk and fruit. After completing these, Jiang Shiyuan quickly retreated to the side, trying his best to keep himself from entering again. Is this Xiao Zhan's assistant? The male assistant is so handsome, so tall. Feel like he has to lower his head when he looks at me. Type man. Sucks. It's not the wife's boyfriend, is it? How can he be? He's not good enough for me. But they look so good together. I'm high. Wenjin handsomely removed his helmet and was greeted with loud cheers. Many of his fanboys and fangirls, screaming there, but he didn't give a damn. Holding the helmet in his right hand, he entered the restroom. If he were to follow the usual, he would definitely play a handsome game in front of the audience. Chapter 75, Being Mocked by the Entire Internet. Wenjin backhandedly locked the door to the lounge and raised an eyebrow when he saw Duo Cheer's message. His chin was slightly raised and his posture was lazy, as if he was reading a boring work. Email. Dodger, you asked me yesterday for news about Ginger, and I got it. Duo Cheer, Wan Air. She said that she invited Jiang to participate in a variety show and is now in our country. Wenjin, what variety show? Love variety? Duo Cheer, look at you, that no interest like 18 years do not bloom. Encounter Ginger brain is all about love, is not it? Wen Zink, what variety show? Duo Cheer, Walking Flower Road Girlfriends is superhuman. Girlfriends travel variety show. Duo Cheer, this program and the short video platform real-time live it. Getting the desired message. Wenjin gave a low chuckle and spoke leisurely, an air of ease and pleasure in his voice. No wonder he didn't reply to my message. So it's that guy Wanwaner who wants to hog Little Wish's time. Then, a message was sent to Wan Air. Wenjin, Little Wish isn't returning my messages. It's you who's messing around, isn't it? There were a total of 4 people in this batch of parachute jumpers. Wan Air took the brunt and was very confident to be the first. At the moment of jumping, there was not the slightest hesitation. But at the moment when the coaching umbrella could not be opened, Wanwaner. Old lady, don't want to die. There is still so much money not spent. It's not too late to die when the money is spent. Coach finally put the umbrella open. Very calm, this is all normal. Do not panic, we are very safe. When Wan Air understood the R language, he said, and responded to him still only. Ghost knows how fast her mood shifted the second the coach couldn't open the parachute. His dad skydiving. Never again. After landing, when Wan Air was soft and powerless, collapsing on the lawn with her limbs spread out. Phew, little life saved. Seeing the message from Wenjin, the chi blood instantly came up. Start the nationalist greeting mode. Finally come 2 sentences of storm. When Wan Air, you think it's me who made her not return your message? So much leisure time in a day. She has long seen your message, just don't want to return. When Wan Air, she must hate you. After Wenjin sent the message, download the short video platform. When I clicked into the live broadcast room, I saw the pop-up screen of high to 99+. After realizing that everyone is high on the CP of Jiang Shiyuan and the male bodyguard, when Zink casually knocked on the desktop, his eyes flickered. He was silent and watched Jiang Shiyuan's every move. When Jiang Shiyuan didn't appear in the camera, he stood up and moved his chair back with a clatter. Sitting on the sofa, he casually switched on and off the lighter. At this time, when Wan Air sent a dozen messages, the front was choppy. When he saw the last 2 sentences, Wenjin was like a boneless person, nothing to sit on. His eyelids drooped lazily, and his expression was idle and light. He pulled out a cigarette and bit it in his mouth. Instantly, the smoke is dazzling. When Zink frowned, seemingly holding back, he had always disliked the smell of smoke. In the past, he felt that it was a symbol of growing up to become a grown man, so he learned to act mature. Over time, it became a way to relieve stress. As soon as he encountered something worrying and confusing, he used to have a couple of cigarettes. He clicked into the chat page with Jiang Shiyuan again. For 3 days, He had sent her at least a few hundred messages. She never replied. He also reassured himself that maybe he was busy, maybe something had happened. Even just a moment ago, he pushed the pot on Wan Air. But now, when Wan Air pointed it out with a single word, the facts were laid out in front of him. Not interested in me? Wenjin murmured in a small voice. Why? Do I have any shortcomings? Or is there something that little wishful wish doesn't like about me? Disliking the fact that I'm only 18 years old? He fell into deep self-doubt. There were countless girls who had pursued him since he was a child, coupled with a perfect family history, physical condition and hobbies that were different from his peers. He had always been very confident. This was the first time he had felt so badly frustrated. Moment. Strongly holding back his suppressed self-esteem, he once again sent a message to Jiang Shiyuan. Wenjin, I saw you in a program live. Wenjin, no wonder you've been so busy this time. Wenjin, Xiao Wish. Why don't you reply to my message? Do you hate me? Wenjin, if there is something about me that you hate, can you tell me? Bang bang bang. A knock sounded outside. It was his friends coming. Wendajo, what are you locking the door for? Can't it be that you've finally gotten the hang of it? You have a sister-in-law and you're on the phone with her? My aunt is still preparing to introduce you to a girlfriend. It seems like it's not necessary. You guys don't make fun of him. It's not like you don't know him. You don't raise fish any day. When Xiao can't even fall in love. The family's worldly friends, bickering at the door. Wenjin did not make a sound, holding the phone, bowed his head and continued to wait for the message. The live broadcast has also been watching. At this time, Jiang Shiyuan was being interviewed by the program team, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, the cloudy and light appearance, as if it was not a mundane person. There was nothing she cared about. Those eyes, however, were on the shallow side, sincere and clear, bright eyes and white teeth, like the pear blossoms that bloomed royally on the branches. The evening breeze ruffled her hair, and the view of the Alps behind her was not even half as dazzling as she was. A little nervous at the beginning. The back is enjoying it. I suggest that you have the opportunity to play again paragliding or skydiving. If you can cultivate immortality. I have had an epiphany. Director Su smiled. This description is so apt. Well, the interview is over. Xiao Jiang, take a good rest. In the live broadcast room, a group of people were shouting for their wives. When Zinc is losing his mind, put the cigarettes and lighters. A brain, all throw the trash can. Direct comment. When Zinc, you guys don't shout. This is my future wife. Yeah, it's everyone's wife. Don't try to steal it from me. Another one to enter the pit. Pink Little Ginger is a good choice. Oh. In the comments section, an alternative like when Zinc appeared. Lin Xingyu was still broadcasting live. And regardless, he commented with a large size. Soon, I'll be in a relationship with Jiang Shiyuan. So everyone look forward to the official announcement news. It was just a comment. He didn't feel anything. But awesome, it definitely had to be blown. And with his current status as the sole heir of the Lin clan, there was no way he wouldn't be able to catch up with Jiang Shiyuan if he chased after her. Lin Xingyu's comment made the fans in his own live broadcast room unhappy. Brother, what do you mean? Wasn't it an appointment to meet tomorrow? Don't fish. Brother, are you preparing to open a harem? Breathless equals. When Jin saw Lin Xingyu's comment and clicked into the homepage, turns out it's just a little anchor who loves to show off his wealth. How dare you salivate over little wish? Do not look at their own kind. Next, a wave of the hand, bought a large number of water army, pretending to be black powder to Lin Xingyu comment area jumping up and down. From this, Wenjin learned about nicknames 777, 7777 and Lin Xingyu.